Martial arts. I level up madly by slaying monsters. Synopsis. Ascending the mountain in search of blessings, I stumbled upon great fortune. Transmigrating into an alternate world, I acquired an invincible system. While others cultivate, I slay monsters. While others concoct elixirs, I slay monsters. While others seek treasures, I slay monsters. Slaying monsters is my sole pursuit. Slaying monsters empowers me. Chapter 1. A streak of fortune. Today's news reports a traffic accident on a road beneath Longhu Mountain. As of now, there have been no fatalities. 3 individuals are lightly injured, and 2 are severely injured, according to a certain platform. Beep, beep, beep. In a hospital's intensive care unit, a young man lies quietly on a hospital bed, connected to various machines, his complexion pale. What is this place? Xinping gazes around the unfamiliar room, feeling somewhat dazed. He slowly sits up, surveying his surroundings, a wave of pain surging through his body. Beneath him lies a flat bed. The room is sparse, containing only an 8 immortals table and a few stools, devoid of any other furnishings. Where exactly am I? Xinping rubs his temples. I recall today is Sunday. I went to Longhu Mountain seeking blessings and made a wish for a stroke of luck and wealth. Then after descending the mountain, I was struck by a large truck. Is this truly my stroke of luck? Am I dead? Have I transmigrated? Xinping slowly begins to recollect. At that moment, a sharp pain pierces his mind, prompting him to cry out in agony. After an indeterminate time, he finally regains his composure, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Have I truly transmigrated? The owner of this body is also named Xinping, with parents still alive, 2 elder brothers, and a younger sister. He is 16 years old and was hunting with the villagers yesterday when he was struck by a demon beast, resulting in this predicament. This world has cultivators and demon beasts. How terrifying. As an ordinary college student, he had never encountered such a scenario. Transmigration, cultivation, demon beasts. Wait, where's my golden finger? Don't novels always mention having a system or a golden finger? Where's mine? Gradually accepting the reality of his transmigration, he instinctively calls out in his mind, "System, dear? System, brother? System, sister?" After calling for an extended period without any response, he resumes examining his memories. I now reside in Pingfan Village, located beneath Xiangyang City, one of the 10 major cities of the Zhao Kingdom. The village comprises over 50 households, sustaining themselves through farming and hunting. Surrounding the area is a mountain range known as Xiangyang Mountain Range, which also inspired the city's name. In this world, everyone practices martial arts, categorized into 10 major ranks: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial sage, and martial deity. Each rank is subdivided into 10 minor levels, while the most formidable individual in our village, the village chief, only reaches the 10th level of martial master, whereas I am merely a 3rd-level martial disciple. This is far too low. It feels as though I have only just begun. The martial techniques are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Martial skills follow a similar pattern, but martial skills are also categorized into minor, small, major, and perfected stages. Currently, I am practicing only the publicly available lower-grade yellow tier enlightenment technique, without any martial skills to my name. As for the tier differences, the lower-grade yellow technique roughly equates to 10 points of blue energy, middle grade to 100 points, and upper grade to 1,000 points. In essence, the higher the quality of the technique, the more true energy it provides and the faster the recovery rate. The superior the skill, the greater the damage inflicted. Techniques possess various attributes, and individuals with different physiques can only cultivate corresponding techniques, while skills can be cultivated by anyone, albeit with varying effects depending on attributes. Techniques are crucial for future advancement. A lower-grade yellow technique can only reach martial master. An earth-grade technique can attain martial venerable, and a heaven-grade technique can reach martial sage, while the martial deity exists solely in legends. The demon beast that struck me yesterday was a 2nd-tier, 7th-level lightning snake. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the village chief, I would have perished. I had no business hunting. My curiosity led me to follow the villagers, resulting in this perilous situation. Curiosity truly kills the cat. Demon beasts range from 1st to 10th tiers, corresponding to cultivation ranks, but an equivalent demon beast is significantly more formidable than a human. Typically, it takes 3 individuals of the same rank to contend with a demon beast, and at least 5 must be killed to succeed. Sigh, this is quite challenging. System, when will you arrive? If you don't come soon, I fear I won't survive in this terrifying world. Xinping sighed, filled with concern for his future. That moment, A voice resonated in his mind. Beep. The invincible system is loading. Oh my. There really is a system. Xinping's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Beep. Loading complete. Greetings, host. The invincible system is at your service. System, quickly introduce your functionalities, Xinping exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Certainly, host. This system comprises 3 sections. The first section allows you to grow stronger by slaying enemies. For each demon beast or foe you vanquish, you shall receive experience points, which can be utilized for leveling up. The leveling requirements are as follows. For martial disciples, experience ranges from 100 to 900. Breaking through requires 2,000. First-tier demon beasts provide 1 to 10 experience points. For martial artists, experience ranges from 1,000 to 9,000. Breaking through requires 20,000. Second-tier demon beasts provide 10 to 100 experience points. For martial masters, experience ranges from 10,000 to 90,000. Breaking through requires 200,000. Third-tier demon beasts provide 100 to 1,000 experience points. For grand martial masters, experience ranges from 100,000 to 900,000. Breaking through requires 2 million. Fourth-tier demon beasts provide 1,000 to 10,000 experience points. For martial sovereigns, experience ranges from 1 million to 9 million. Breaking through requires 20 million. Fifth-tier demon beasts provide 10,000 to 100,000 experience points. The second section pertains to the marketplace and lottery, where experience can be utilized to purchase items or participate in lotteries. The third section involves daily check-ins and recycling. Signing in daily grants various rewards and enables recycling of items. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, host? System. What items are available in the marketplace? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xinping gained a general understanding. Slaying 100 demon beasts of the same rank would yield a level up while breaking through. Necessitated the slaying of 200 at host. Simply invoke the marketplace in your mind, and it shall appear before you. As Xinping mentally summoned the marketplace, an invisible screen materialized before him, displaying 2 pages, one filled with various items and the other dedicated to the lottery. Xinping lightly tapped on the item page, which expanded automatically for his perusal. Techniques, 7 types: gold decision, water decision, earth decision, wood decision, fire decision, wind decision, and lightning decision. Lower grade yellow techniques require 1,000 experience. Middle grade yellow techniques require 10,000 experience. Upper grade yellow techniques require 100,000 experience. Skills, 22 types, including sword technique, spear technique, staff technique, fist technique, palm technique, leg technique, and body technique. Lower grade yellow skills require 1,000 experience. Middle grade yellow skills require 10,000 experience. Upper grade yellow skills require 100,000 experience. Weapons, same as above. Elixirs, same as above. Items above the yellow tier are not visible. After finishing his review of the marketplace, Xinping fell silent. System, this is rather rudimentary, isn't it? The techniques lack names, and the skills are also nameless? The principles of the Tao are exceedingly simple. You may name them as you wish. The products in the marketplace are all exquisite, unrivaled within the same rank. Why can't I view the profound tier items? Even if I showed them to you, you would not be able to afford them. You shall gain access once your level increases. Very well. Xinping sighed in resignation and casually clicked on the lottery interface. I can't believe this. The lottery interface displayed a large spinning wheel with a pointer, beneath which lay a button labeled lottery. This all seemed quite ordinary, yet the wheel contained only 2 options, random and no prize. Brother Tongzi, this lottery is exceedingly casual, Xinping remarked, rubbing his forehead. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Fine, let's disregard that. What can one acquire from signing in? Uncertain. It depends on your fortune. How much experience is required for the lottery? At this stage, 1 draw requires 100 experience, while 10 consecutive draws require 950 experience. At this stage, does that imply it will increase in the future? Indeed. Currently, the host can only obtain items of the lowest yellow tier. As the host level rises, the rewards will improve, along with the required experience. Alright then, do you have any solutions for my injuries? Xinping furrowed his brow, recalling his wounds. The host is advised to sign in promptly to receive the novice gift package. Very well, I will sign in. Signing in today, congratulations to the host for receiving an iron sword, low yellow tier. As it is the host's first sign-in, congratulations on receiving a novice gift package. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Congratulations to the host for receiving a healing pill, low yellow tier, and a 1 cubic meter personal space. The pill and iron sword have been automatically placed into the host's personal space. Retrieve the pill. As soon as Xinping spoke, a pill materialized in his hand, which he promptly consumed. A wave of warmth enveloped him, and his injuries healed instantaneously. Impressive, truly impressive. This pill is remarkable, Shen Ping exclaimed with joy, then descended from the bed, stretching his back and kicking his legs. Brother Tongzi, do I still have a chance to return? Shen Ping suddenly recalled his parents from his previous life. Host, I am merely here to assist you in becoming invincible, not to provide omnipotence. It is possible that once you become invincible, you may return, but there is also a chance that you may not. Alright then, let me view my attributes. Character, Shen Ping. Level, Warrior Level 3. Experience, 0/300. Cultivation Method, Enlightenment Technique, Low Yellow Tier, no attributes. Skills, none. Weapon, Iron Sword, Low Yellow Tier. Space, 1 cubic meter. Items, none. Not bad, I shall accept my fate. This world, Shen Ping has arrived. Shen Ping opened the door, and a beam of sunlight streamed in, casting a golden glow upon him. Chapter 2. The hunt resumes as Shen Ping opened the door. He was greeted by a spacious courtyard surrounded by 8 or 9 rooms. In the center of the yard stood a square stone table, beside which sat a middle-aged man and 2 young men. Upon hearing the door creak open, they all turned to gaze at him. Senhua, why are you up? You've broken 2 ribs. You need to rest more. The middle-aged man, Shun Shan, who was Shen Ping's father, remarked. Father, I am nearly recovered. I feel much better now, Shen Ping replied, looking at his father, feeling the pulse of bloodline connection. After Shen Ping traversed into this world, this man had become his father, merging the 2 realms of Shen Ping into one. How can you recover so swiftly? Should it take over half a month to heal? His elder brother, Shun Tung, questioned in disbelief. Perhaps the elixir father gave me is working, Shen Ping answered calmly. Well, that is good to hear. It's fortunate I spent a considerable sum on that elixir. Even the village chief says it's effective, Shun Shan chuckled. Senhua, don't be so impulsive in the future. If you wish to hunt, just tell your father, and I will take you. You needn't rush off on your own. If it weren't for the village chief's quick response, you might have ended up as Snake Dumb. Father, I understand. I will listen to you from now on, Shen Ping said as he took a seat at the table. What about mother and my sister? Your mother and sister have gone to your uncle Heiress house next door. We will all gather there for a meal later. We hunted a beast this time, and everyone shared the spoils. We exchanged ours for elixirs, while some were left at your uncle Heiress, who prepared a feast today, his father replied, sipping some tea. Shen Ping's family comprised his father, Shun Shan, age 42, a level 4 martial artist. His mother, age 40, a level 7 martial master, his elder brother. Shun Tung, age 22, a level 8 martial master, his second brother. Shun He, age 20, a level 5 martial artist, and his younger sister, Shun Lan, age 10, who had yet to cultivate. His uncle heir, Shun Yun, was 38, a level 3 martial artist, and his aunt was 37, a level 7 martial master, with 3 children. The eldest, Shun Yang, 18, a level 4 martial master. The second, Shun Fei, 14, just beginning to cultivate, and the youngest, Shun Hong, 8, who had not yet started. In this world, one could only begin to cultivate at the age of 14. Otherwise, the body would undergo inexplicable changes, leading to an early demise. Cultivation requires resources. Without them, one can only endure slowly. In the entire village, only the village chief was a level 10 martial master. The rest were martial artists and masters who had gradually improved over time. The villagers could only hunt at the outskirts of the mountains, for even a single level 3 beast could annihilate them. The outskirts were mostly populated by level 1 beasts, and Shen Ping had unfortunately encountered a level 2 beast. Generally, the villagers hunted every half-month, spending 5 days on each expedition, gathering enough to meet their daily needs. This time, due to Shen Ping's injury, they returned early, and tomorrow they would set out again to continue hunting. A night passed without incident. The next day, Shen Ping accompanied his father once more into the hunt. Nearly 200 able-bodied villagers participated, with half of them dispatched for each hunt. They shared the spoils equally, belonging to the same clan, all bearing the surname Shun. Close to 100 villagers were divided into 5 small teams, each with about 20 members, spaced approximately 50 meters apart. Naturally, Shen Ping stayed with his father, uncle, and others in one team. Senhua, you must be cautious. Stay behind me. You're the youngest here. I don't understand why you insist on coming along. Shen Shan turned back to remind Shen Ping. I understand, father. I will be careful, Shen Ping replied, smirking inwardly, thinking if I don't come, how will I gain experience and grow stronger? Before long, they had entered the outskirts of the mountains, and everyone was alert. Although there were 4 martial artists among them, they could not afford to be careless, as encountering a pack of level 1 beasts could be perilous, and occasionally they faced level 2 beasts. While they could manage the lower levels, only the village chief could assist with the higher ones. As they ventured deeper, they indeed encountered some beasts. Yet before Shun Ping could engage, the others swiftly dispatched them. He managed to strike down 2 critically injured level 1 beasts, earning 8 experience points. How long will it take to level up? This is so slow. I can't even take on those higher level beasts. And the lower ones get killed before I can even intervene? Shun Ping mused, wielding his iron sword nearby, pondering that a low-grade yellow tier technique and skill required 1,000 experience points. This is quite a challenge. Oh, I haven't signed in today. Tong Zigo. I would like to sign in. Today's sign-in rewards the host with 1 cubic meter of space. Oh, signing in grants space? How delightful. Before he knew it, night had fallen. The 5 teams gathered, setting up camp, lighting a bonfire, and roasting the meat of the beasts they had hunted. The injured began to tend to their wounds, as the daytime treatment had been rudimentary. After enjoying their meal, 5 individuals were assigned to keep watch, while the rest retired to their tents. Just as Shun Ping was drifting into a sweet slumber, a loud shout pierced the night. The wolf pack is coming. Everyone, wake up. Upon hearing the commotion, his father quickly shook him awake. Senhua, hurry up. There's a wolf pack. Shun Ping awoke and grabbed his iron sword, joining his father, uncle, and elder brother as they exited the tent. Outside, everyone had emerged, and Shun Ping found himself beside his father, observing the encirclement of black-striped wolves. The black-striped wolf was a challenging level 1 beast, typically appearing in packs of no fewer than 50, with most ranging from levels 7 to 9. While the Wolf King could reach level 10, there were no less than 80 surrounding them. Thank goodness it's just black-striped wolves. If they were fire wolves, we would be doomed. Black-striped wolves merely run fast, while fire wolves can breathe fire, Shun Shan noted, surveying the area. When the battle begins, stay in the center and assist with support. Don't venture out. You cannot handle them. I understand, father. I'm not foolish, Shun Ping replied, scratching his head. Everyone, pay attention. Those below level 7 stand in the inner circle, those below level 10 in the middle, and martial artists in the outer circle. The village chief organized their positions. When the battle commences, I will prioritize taking down the Wolf King. The rest may attack freely, but remain calm. The villagers responded in unison. Rest assured, Chief, we are not strangers to this situation. With a howl, the pack launched their assault. Shun Ping stood in the inner circle, watching as his father and the other martial artists charged at the wolves. One by one, the wolves fell, and Shun Ping too thrust his sword into the fray. Glancing at the village chief's duel, he witnessed the village chief unleash a fiery sword strike, releasing a vibrant red sword energy. The village chief's low-grade yellow tier technique. Fire Cloud Sword. The sword energy severed the limbs of 3 black-striped wolves, causing them to be trampled by their comrades as they fled. The village chief unleashed 2 more Fire Cloud Swords, then moved in for close combat as a martial master. He had already incapacitated over 10 foes at the onset of the battle. Shun Shan and the other martial artists were equally determined, launching their assaults as blades clashed. The wolves fell in droves, and the few that managed to breach their ranks were engaged by those in the middle circle, while the inner circle merely supported with occasional strikes. Within an hour, the wolf pack retreated, leaving fewer than 20 behind. Shun Ping was elated. He had only earned 35 experience points during the day, yet within this hour, he had claimed 7 wolves, garnering 54 experience points. As the wolves dissipated, the villagers began to clear the battlefield, skinning the beasts, draining their blood, and collecting valuable materials such as wolf fangs and blood. Shun Ping eagerly volunteered to finish off the wolves that were still alive, and the villagers didn't take much notice, cautioning him to be wary of wolves feigning death. Delighted, Shun Ping discovered that out of the 67 wolves, 21 were still alive, and he dispatched them one by one. With the bounty from tonight's wolf pack, combined with the day's hunt, they had gathered enough. It would be unwise to press their luck further, so at dawn, the village chief led the villagers back. Skipping breakfast, and after 2 hours, they returned to Ping Fan Village. Upon arriving home, Shun Ping washed up, grabbed a bite to eat, and retreated to his room. He opened his character panel. Character, Shun Ping, level, warrior level 3, experience, 267300, cultivation method, enlightenment technique, Huang grade, low rank, attributeless, skills, none, weapon, iron sword, Huang grade, low rank, space, 2 cubic meters, items, none. Chapter 3, Journey Alone. Tongzi Gu signed in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sword technique, Huang grade, low rank, upon signing in today. May I ask if the host wishes to learn it? Oh, what a great fortune. Saving 1,000 experience points, I shall learn it. Shun Ping felt a surge of excitement, and thus he mastered the sword technique, achieving its perfect level. It was only upon mastering this technique that Shun Ping realized its extraordinary nature. With it, he could wield any sword technique of the same rank he had ever seen, and at its perfected level. Moreover, it consumed only half the energy of others while delivering double the power. In other words, when Shun Ping employed the Fire Cloud Sword, he expended half the energy compared to the village chief, yet his power was doubled. However, with his current level, he could unleash the perfected Huang grade, low-rank martial technique only 5 times in succession. The significance of martial techniques cannot be overstated. Among peers with similar combat experience, those versed in martial techniques would easily overpower those who are not. Huang grade, low-rank martial techniques can bridge up to 4 levels in combat, while Huang grade, high-rank techniques can surpass 6 levels. Yet, Huang grade techniques can only transcend levels up to the martial master rank and below. And Xian grade techniques can do so up to the martial king rank and below. D grade techniques can surpass levels up to the martial sovereign rank and below, while Tian grade techniques can transcend any level, although one must have sufficient true energy to utilize these skills, and learning martial techniques is no simple endeavor. Take Pingfan Village. For example, there are only 3 Huang grade, low-rank martial techniques, and only the village chief and Shin Qingshan have mastered them to perfection, with merely 4 individuals achieving great success, highlighting the difficulty of learning martial techniques. Shin Ping pondered, Tongzi Gu, is there a method for rapid leveling? Yes, experience pills. How can one obtain experience pills? Shin Ping was taken aback. There truly was a way. They can be acquired through the lottery. The current lottery level can yield up to 10,000 experience. What? 10,000 experience? Wouldn't that mean I could instantly become a martial artist? Upon hearing this, Shin Ping's heart leapt with joy. Tongzi Gu, I wish to draw from the lottery. Immediately, the lottery page appeared before Shun Ping's eyes, and he pressed the lottery button. The pointer began to spin and soon landed on the no prize option. Damn it! Shun Ping's mind began to clear, but having already drawn once, he felt discontent and pressed again. This time, the pointer pointed to a random option. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining healing pill, Huang grade, medium rank. What use is this? I can't utilize it right now. Shun Ping lamented, why can't I control myself? I had only 267 experience, and now I am left with just 67. The host can recycle it or give it to others. Recycle? Yes, recycle it quickly, Tongzi Gu, Shin Ping exclaimed with delight. A Huang grade, medium rank pill requires 10,000 experience. Surely recycling it would yield 9,000 experience, he thought with a smirk. Huang grade, medium rank healing pill recycled successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 experience. Why only 5,000? This is cutting it in half. This is a product of the system. External pills can yield at most 1,000 experience. Why is that? Are system-produced pills superior? Shin Ping inquired, confused. Products of the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. For instance, the Huang grade, low-rank healing pill bought by your father required half a month for recovery, whereas the system's product allows for instant recovery. So, according to you, as long as I have experience, I become an indestructible cockroach? The host has understood completely. So this is the correct understanding of the invincible system. As long as I possess experience, purchasing recovery pills ensures I am always at full capacity. Truly, this is invincible. Shun Ping stroked his chin. Tongzi Gu, level me up. I want to increase by 5 levels. Shun Ping decided he needed to reserve some experience for emergencies. Congratulations to the host for leveling up 5 times. Reaching warrior level 8 with 2,567 experience remaining. A warm sensation coursed through Shun Ping's body, making him feel immensely powerful. This was merely the illusion brought about by rapid elevation. Now, he felt capable of facing the second-rank, 7th-level lightning serpent that had once threatened his life. With his strength enhanced, his ambitions grew. The lottery truly was a great way to gamble for big rewards. Shenping opened the lottery page and directly selected the 10-draw option. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 no prize results, a single torn sock, which can be odorous, a strand of dog hair, ordinary to the extreme, a brush of considerable collectible value, and a bottle of cola. What the heck? The 10 draw yielded nothing of value. What are these torn socks and dog hair? At least I can use the brush for writing, and the cola is decent. Shenping then retrieved the cola from his space, opened it, and guzzled it down. Ah, refreshing. Not a bad deal. Tongzi gu, recycle these worthless items. Ding. Recycling torn sock, dog hair, brush, and empty bottle. Congratulations to the host for gaining 4 experience points. New items have arrived in the shop. Please check at your convenience. New items? Shenping opened the shop to find cola listed, requiring 100 experience points. Not bad. Although I can't freely enjoy cola yet. I will be able to in the future. Perhaps if I draw more in the lottery, I will be able to see food from my past life. After contemplating in the room, he realized that his cultivation method was attributeless, capable of unleashing only 80% of the Fire Cloud Sword's power. For now, that was sufficient. However, he lacked combat experience, which could lead to disadvantages in battles with others. Thus, he resolved to hunt more monsters to improve his skills. It seemed he would need to find an excuse to venture into the mountains again tomorrow. With that, the night passed without incident. The next morning, Shenping signed in and received a roasted chicken, which also appeared in the shop, valued at 500 experience. When Shenping brought the roasted chicken to the dining table, everyone was astonished. Sanhua, where did you get this roasted chicken? It smells so good. It's unlike what we usually buy. Shenmu asked, looking at Shenping. I was bored yesterday and took a stroll in town. I bought it because it smelled delicious. I spent 5 silver coins on this chicken. Shenping casually fabricated an excuse. So expensive? It must be made from monster materials. Everyone, do try it, after all. It's Sanhua's gesture. Shen Qingshan smiled, acknowledging the cost is a bit high, but not unreasonable for an occasional treat. In their village, transactions were usually conducted using gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold equaled 100 silver, and 1 silver equaled 100 copper. During yesterday's hunt, the Shun family received 7 gold and 70 silver, and Shen Qingshan had given each of his 3 sons 20 silver coins. Their family's average monthly expenditure was only about 5 gold. However, if someone were injured, costs would rise significantly, as a Huang grade, low-rank healing pill costs 5 gold, and a cultivation pill reaches 10 gold. This is why their cultivation progress was slow. They simply could not afford pills for training. After all, if Shen Qingshan were injured even once, he would need to spend 50 gold to purchase a Huang grade, medium-rank healing pill. After finishing breakfast, Shenping called out to Shen Qingshan, who was about to leave. Father, I had an epiphany yesterday, and my strength has surged. I wish to go out and train. Oh, have you reached warrior level 4? Shen Qingshan turned to glance at his 3rd son. I have reached warrior level 8. After saying this, Shenping released his aura. What? Level 8 already? More powerful than me? Sanhua, how did you achieve this? His second brother, Shun He, exclaimed in astonishment. I don't know. I just broke through after my training yesterday. Shenping felt no panic in his heart. There exists a notion in this world known as enlightenment, where individuals can break through significant boundaries overnight. His elder brother, Shun Tung, had achieved the remarkable feat of surpassing 2 minor realms in a single night. Otherwise, he would not have positioned himself so far ahead of his peers. The villagers all proclaimed that Shun Tung was destined to become the next martial master from their village. Ah, now we are all at the same level. The 3rd brother has the potential to become a grand martial master in the future, Shun Ting added. Indeed, that is correct. 3rd Hua, remember that you can only hunt low-tier demon beasts at the periphery of the mountains, the areas we frequently visit. You must not venture too deep. Shen Qingshan advised with delight upon learning that his youngest son had attained the 8th level of warrior status. Their village had an unspoken rule that once one reached the 8th level, they must venture out to gain combat experience, and adults generally did not accompany them, as long as they did not take unnecessary risks. 3rd brother is truly impressive. I also want to be as formidable as him in the future, said the youngest sister. Shenlan, with a smile. Yes, little sister, you will surely surpass 3rd brother one day. Shun Ping replied cheerfully upon hearing his father's approval. Well then, I shall bring you some food and water. You returned early yesterday, and the pancakes and jerky we prepared have yet to be consumed, so you can take them along, their mother said, her face filled with concern as she prepared the provisions. Thank you, mother. After a series of preparations, Shun Ping set out towards the Xianyang Mountains, carrying his iron sword and a bundle. Once he left the village, he stowed the package within his spatial storage. The storage ring was a possession reserved for the prominent figures of Xianyang City, and Shun Ping naturally could not reveal his spatial abilities. Chapter 4. The Black-Striped Wolf King Shun Ping traveled swiftly, entering the outskirts of the Xianyang Mountains in less than 2 hours. Observing the verdant trees surrounding him, he steeled himself, for this journey was to be undertaken alone, and a moment's carelessness could lead to peril. With his current physical strength, a mere bite from a demon beast in a vital area could easily result in his demise. This is a Tier 1, Level 3 demon beast, the Earthwalker Rabbit. Upon spotting the gray rabbit ahead, Shun Ping swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow. Today's lunch is secured, he chuckled. After processing the ingredients and collecting fur and claws, he gained 2 experience points. Even the smallest of mosquitoes count as sustenance. Every little bit accumulates. He stored the prepared rabbit meat in his spatial storage and continued onward. By midday, Shun Ping set up a temporary campsite by a river, digging a small cave less than 10 square meters beneath a small mound, placing a large stone at the entrance to cover it at night for a peaceful rest. As he was alone and had no one to keep watch, with everything in order, he lit a campfire and began roasting the rabbit he had caught, while also heating the pancakes his mother had prepared. What a miscalculation. I forgot to bring seasoning, rendering this rabbit underwhelming. Next time, I will be better prepared. After all, I have the space to store everything. After enjoying a meal of roasted rabbit and pancakes, Shun Ping lay down in the cave to rest, also taking the time to organize his morning's haul. In less than 2 hours, he had defeated 7 demon beasts. While none were above level 5, it was still commendable. Among them was a patterned deer, which he had to use the fire cloud sword to kill, narrowly avoiding an ambush from a black snake. Having dispatched both threats, he finally found a place to rest. Throughout the morning, through retrievals, Shun Ping gained 78 experience points, with 27 from kills and an astonishing 51 from recoveries. It turned out that the experience from collecting remains surpassed that from the kills themselves. Indeed, a Tier 1, Level 9 Black-Striped Wolf could fetch nearly 3 gold coins, while 5 gold coins could buy a low-grade healing pill from the yellow tier, which could yield 100 experience points. Thus, a Tier 1, Level 9 Black-Striped Wolf could roughly yield 60 experience points, while the kill alone only provided 9 points. Clearly, recovery was the more cost-effective method. After a period of rest, Shun Ping left the temporary camp and began practical training around the site. Armed with his sword, he vanquished over 10 demon beasts in the afternoon, acquiring 153 experience points. His combat skills improved significantly, allowing him to conserve his true energy more effectively, and his martial techniques became increasingly adept. After a day of battling, his true energy diminished to less than 30%. Upon returning to his temporary camp, Shun Ping reignited the campfire, roasting the remaining leg of the patterned deer, and once again heating his mother's pancakes. As tantalizing aromas wafted through the air, just as Shun Ping prepared to indulge, he heard footsteps approaching from the nearby forest. He set down his food and grasped his sword, readying himself. As dusk settled, he focused on the source of the movement, only to be met with a fierce gaze. A towering black silhouette emerged. It was a black-striped wolf, the very one his father and others had slain days prior. This wolf stood 2 meters tall and measured 4 meters in length. It was a level 10 black-striped wolf king. Typically, black-striped wolf kings do not act alone, but this one had likely been ousted from its pack after a failed challenge from a new leader and was now forced to hunt solo. With his perfected fire cloud sword and a low-grade iron sword, even with his true energy below 30%, Shun Ping believed he could contend with this level 10 black-striped wolf king. Moreover, the remaining experience points were sufficient for him to ascend to warrior level 10. With no concerns behind him, the only course was to engage in battle. The standoff between man and wolf persisted for a considerable time, with the black-striped wolf king launching the first attack. It lunged towards Shun Ping, its claw aimed at him. Remaining calm, Shun Ping parried the strike with his iron sword, while simultaneously delivering a punch towards the wolf king's eye. The wolf king evaded and leaped behind Shun Ping. Just as the Wolf King landed, it turned to claw at Shun Ping's back, prompting him to swiftly pivot and swing his iron sword, forcing the Wolf King to retreat. The black-striped Wolf King circled, seeking the right moment to strike. Shun Ping felt a twinge of anxiety. His true energy was running low, and he could manage only one more perfected fire cloud sword. He needed to wait for the opportune moment to unleash his ultimate technique to eliminate the black-striped Wolf King. It is often said that wolves possess a copper head and iron tail, but a soft waist. The same applies to this black-striped Wolf King. If he could time it right to strike the Wolf King's waist with a perfected fire cloud sword, victory would be assured. After more than 10 minutes of intense combat, both combatants were slightly breathless. Shun Ping realized that this stalemate could not continue. He feigned a minor opening, and the black-striped Wolf King seized the opportunity to pounce. In that moment, Shun Ping crouched down, targeting the Wolf King's waist, and unleashed a perfected fire cloud sword. The Wolf King let out a howl as it was cleaved in two. After defeating the black-striped Wolf King, Shun Ping took a moment to rest before collecting the Wolf King's corpse, earning 75 experience points, along with an additional 10 points from the kill. Remarkably, the black-striped Wolf King provided Shun Ping with a total of 85 experience points. He made his way to the river, rinsing off the blood, and returned to the campfire to finish his dinner. Afterwards, he entered the cave, positioned the stone at the entrance, and laid down to rest. Brother Tongzi. I have leveled up. Brother Tongzi, open the personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Warrior level 9. Experience, 106, 900. Cultivation method, Enlightenment method, low-grade yellow tier, attribute-less. Skills, Sword technique, perfected. Weapon, Iron sword, low-grade yellow tier. Space, 2 cubic meters. Items, none. I have leveled up again. It has not been easy. There's still over 100 experience points remaining. While I could reach level 10, I shall wait a bit longer, retaining some experience points for emergencies. Shun Ping contemplated the necessity to swiftly exchange for martial arts techniques, as having attributes significantly enhances power by 20% compared to lacking them. Furthermore, he possessed only sword techniques and needed to learn fist techniques and more. Once he had mastered all the techniques available to him and acquired all the attribute martial arts, he would become a versatile warrior. Additionally, he could share the experience elixirs he obtained with his father and others to bolster their strength. Since experience elixirs that enhance power exist, it stands to reason that there are also experience elixirs for learning martial arts. In the future, not only must my strength increase, but also that of my father and elder brother, and even the entire village must elevate their capabilities. In a world like this, lacking strength is utterly unacceptable. When the time comes for competition, the entire village will serve as my trump card, as they are utterly trustworthy. Unlike others, we share the same bloodline. Shun Ming lay on the ground, lost in thought about the future developments. According to the village chief, the most formidable warriors in nearby villages were merely martial masters, while the strongest in the town were merely great martial masters. The highest martial arts techniques available were only of the yellow tier, mid-grade. The great martial master achieved his rank by sheer luck, reportedly having consumed a rare treasure during his travels, as it would have been impossible to break through with the yellow tier, mid-grade techniques he practiced. In Xiangyang City, however, one could find not only yellow tier, mid-grade techniques, but also mysterious tier techniques, with the 3 prominent families in the city, each having a martial king presiding over them. Moreover, within the royal family of Zhao Kingdom, there were even earth-tier techniques, accompanied by a martial emperor overseeing the region. The 3 major sects within the Zhao Kingdom also boasted the presence of martial emperors. Shun Ping touched his forehead, realizing that pondering such distant matters was futile. He should focus on advancing to a martial artist first. In the future, he would undoubtedly establish a powerful family or sect, especially since he possessed an advantage. As Shun Ping's thoughts meandered, he gradually drifted into slumber, during which his inner energy steadily replenished. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shun Ping thrived on the outskirts of the mountain range, slaying countless monstrous beasts, though not without peril. The most dangerous moment occurred when he was surrounded by a pack of black-striped wolves. After 3 hours of fierce combat, he had slain over 50 black-striped wolves and ultimately defeated the Wolf King with a single strike, forcing the remaining wolves to retreat. That night, Shun Ping gained nearly 4,000 experience points. Although he received such a bounty, he spent 2,000 000 experience points on a healing potion and a recovery potion. In a moment of crisis, he encountered a second-tier, first-level beast, and with his newly attained martial artist level 10 strength and newly exchanged movement techniques, he engaged in a fierce struggle for an hour before slaying the beast. As Shun Ping's strength increased, the experience he earned daily also rose, from just over 300 to now more than 700. In truth, he could have already advanced to a martial artist, but he chose to refine his combat experience instead. Today, he finally felt confident in his combat skills and prepared for his advancement. Tongzi Ge, level me up 5 times, Shun Ping calmly instructed. Beep, upgrade complete. Tongzi Yi, open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping, level, martial artist level 5, experience, 8060, 500, techniques, enlightenment technique, yellow tier, low grade, attributeless, skills, sword technique, perfect, movement technique, perfect, weapon, iron sword, yellow tier, low grade, space, 5 cubic meters, items, 5 bottles of cola, 1 bottle of spear, 2 roasted chickens, 3 experience elixirs, 500 experience each, 1 transmission card, can transfer skills to others, up to yellow tier, great success. As Shun Ping continued to sign in, the items he received grew increasingly abundant. The shop had newly added various items, including a spear for 500 experience and a transmission card for 1000 experience, yellow tier. Low grade. Tongzi Ge, learn the yellow tier, low grade fire technique and fist technique, Shun Ping said after a moment of thought. Congratulations to the host for mastering the yellow tier, low grade fire technique and fist technique. A warm current surged through Shun Ping, causing the flow of energy within him to accelerate, and the attribute of his energy transformed into fire. As he clenched his fists, he felt an abundance of strength coursing through them. He then threw a punch forward, unleashing a fiery fist shadow that struck the nearby trees, causing them to splinter and scatter. How powerful, Shun Ping murmured to himself as he observed the scene. If I master all the techniques and skills, wouldn't I be invincible? There are 7 types of yellow tier, low-grade techniques, and 22 types of skills, meaning that mastering them all would require 29,000 experience, while mastering all yellow tier. Mid-grade techniques requires 290,000 experience. This 290,000 experience would be sufficient to elevate him to Great Martial Master and possibly several levels beyond that. It feels rather illogical to consider. Should I learn the techniques first or level up before learning them? Beep, sensing the host's dilemma, the system automatically upgrades. Beep, system upgrade complete. The 7 techniques automatically merge into an all-encompassing technique, and the 22 skills merge into an all-encompassing skill. What is this? The system has upgraded? Shun Ping opened the shop to discover that the 7 techniques had combined into an all-encompassing technique. The yellow tier, low-grade exchange now required 6,000 experience, while the yellow tier, mid-grade exchange required 70,000 experience. The 22 skills had similarly merged into an all-encompassing skill, requiring 19,000 experience for yellow tier, low grade, and 220,000 experience for yellow tier, mid-grade exchanges. Well, previously I could exchange them separately, but now I must exchange them together. Shun Ping felt somewhat exasperated. It seems that when mysterious tier arrives, I will have no choice but to exchange, as only by exchanging for mysterious tier techniques can I advance to Great Martial Master and later upgrade to mysterious tier skills. It is quite reasonable. Fine. Since that's the case, let's exchange for the yellow tier, low-grade, all-encompassing technique. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the yellow tier, low-grade, all-encompassing technique. Remaining experience, 60. Sigh. I must work hard to accumulate experience again. Thankfully, I have now advanced to martial artist status and can tackle second-tier beasts for doubled experience. I must diligently gather experience. Shun Ping thought to himself. Tongzi Ge, I haven't signed in today. Let's do that quickly. Beep, today a sign-in complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving a transmission card, yellow tier, low grade. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he mused, gaining another 1000 experience for free. Let us set off and hunt some beasts. Shun Ping departed from his temporary dwelling, venturing deeper into the mountains. Given that the area surrounding his temporary residence was populated by first-tier beasts, Shun Ping resolved to delve deeper. He swiftly traversed the path, slaying second tier, first level rattlesnakes, second tier, second level long-tailed rabbits, second tier, third level lightning snakes, second tier, fourth level armored pigs, second tier, fifth level gale wolves, and second tier, sixth level fire wolves. Wait, run, he exclaimed, realizing that once a beast reached the second tier, it could unleash skills. Beasts below second tier level 5 would release skills comparable to those of a yellow tier, low grade. Great success level, while those above second tier level 5, but below third tier, could unleash skills akin to yellow tier, mid-grade, great success level. The rattlesnake could produce sonic waves to disorient opponents momentarily before attacking. The long-tailed rabbit employed physical attacks, its tail inflicting significant damage. The lightning snake was a speed-oriented beast, with skills that enhanced its velocity. The armored pig, as its name suggests, released skills to bolster its defense, enveloping itself in a layer of yellowish light that doubled its protection. The gale wolf was also speed-oriented, with acceleration skills. Shun Ping could easily handle these. However, the second tier, sixth level fire wolf, capable of breathing fireballs and operating in packs, posed a formidable threat. When confronted by a group of fire wolves spitting fireballs, Shun Ping could only retreat in disarray. The blazing wolf relentlessly pursued Shun Ping for over 3 kilometers. Realizing it could not catch up, it gradually returned to its territory. Meanwhile, Shun Ping sat wearily beneath a tree, opened his water flask, and took a long gulp. These wretched beasts, I shall slay you eventually, just wait. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries echoed from nearby. As Shun Ping listened, the sounds drew closer. He concealed himself behind a tree and scanned the surroundings. To his astonishment, a group of iron-skinned pigs had surrounded a band of hunters. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as his father and the others. Father, how did they end up in the territory of second-tier demon beasts? They typically hunt in the realm of first-tier demon beasts. With no time to ponder, Shun Ping grasped his iron sword and charged toward the iron-skinned pigs. The pigs, relying on their high defense, charged recklessly at Shun Shan and the others. 30 iron-skinned pigs collided with them, and anyone struck fell lifelessly to the ground. The village chief and the martial artists unleashed their skills, taking down over 10 of the beasts. Yet, a dozen more surged toward the remaining hunters, all of whom were level 89 warriors. A few managed to block each oncoming pig, though occasionally 1 or 2 were sent flying. Just then, a fiery red sword cleaved into the pigs, dispatching them one by one in rapid succession. Soon, fewer than 10 pigs remained, and upon witnessing this, they fled in terror. Sanhua, how have you become a martial artist? Shun Ting asked, looking at Shun Ping, who had just saved him by slaying an iron-skinned pig. It's merely luck. Over the past 10 days, as I fought, I continuously broke through and eventually reached level 5 as a martial artist, Shun Ping replied, scratching his head. My son has become a martial artist. Shun Shan exclaimed in astonishment at his son's remarkable prowess. Indeed, father, it was a stroke of good fortune. Shun Ping responded modestly. Very well. It seems our village will soon produce a great martial master, the village chief remarked, stroking his white beard. Everyone, pack up quickly. Sanhua has also contributed significantly to our hunt, and many have been injured. We must return swiftly. So you were all looking for me? Shun Ping chuckled sheepishly. I apologize, everyone, for causing my uncles to get hurt while searching for me. Here, I have 2 healing pills. Please take them. Oh, it's no big deal. Sanhua, don't take the blame upon yourself. It was merely our lack of skill that led to our injuries, not your fault. The 2 injured uncles quickly reassured him. No need for more words. You 2 were hurt because of me. I just happen to have 2 low-grade yellow healing pills. Please take them so we can head back, Shun Ping insisted, waving his hand at them. Listen to Sanhua. If it weren't for searching for him, we wouldn't have come here, so your injuries are not his fault. Besides, he has the healing pills, Shun Shan said, looking at the embarrassed duo. After all, during regular hunts, injuries were usually treated at one's own expense, so it was somewhat awkward for Shun Ping to provide the pills. It seems Sanhua has indeed been busy slaying demon beasts in this forest. He must have earned quite a bit, enough to afford 2 healing pills. Since it's Sanhua's goodwill, you should accept them, the village chief added. Upon hearing the village chief, Shun Tian and Shun Ping accepted the pills and quickly consumed them. Wow, this healing pill works incredibly fast, one of them exclaimed. Yes, I felt better almost instantly. The other echoed. Indeed, the two shared a single character difference in their names. Shun Ping's father and uncle had named them with single character names. What kind of healing pill is this? I've never seen one that can immediately heal a level 9 warrior, Shun Songqiong remarked, observing the recovering duo. I'm not sure. A few days ago, I went to town to sell some goods and saw someone selling healing pills. I bought 2 for 20 gold coins, and the seller claimed they would heal injuries instantly. I was skeptical, but it turns out he was right. That 20 gold was well spent, Shun Ping replied straightforwardly. Well worth the price indeed. Sanhua, you should buy some more next time, Shun Songqiong suggested casually. I would love to buy more, but I don't have much money left. After selling all the demon beasts, I only have around 30 gold coins, Shun Ping lamented. All right, next time you see that seller, purchase more, Shun Songqiong replied. Now that everyone has recovered, let us head back. The hunts from these past few days should be sufficient, especially since we took down over 20 iron-skinned pigs today. Each can yield an additional 3 or 4 gold coins. Thankfully, Sanhua appeared in time to slay more than 10. Otherwise, more would have been injured. Once everything was packed, the group pulled their cart filled with game and set off toward the mountains. 3 hours later, they returned to Pingfan village before nightfall. This bountiful harvest brought great joy to all, prompting the village chief to declare a bonfire feast that evening, allowing everyone to enjoy the spoils of their hunts. Save for the valuable items sold, the night passed uneventfully. The next morning, after breakfast, Shun Ping approached his father, expressing his desire to visit the city and broaden his horizons. Shun Qingshan, noting Shun Ping's achievement of level 5 as a martial artist, readily agreed and handed him 10 gold coins to carry. His family accepted the fact that Shun Ping was indeed a martial arts prodigy, having ascended from a level 3 warrior to level 5 in less than half a month. It was said that the current royal ancestor of the Zhao kingdom achieved the rank of martial saint in less than 10 years for being a commoner. To his family, Shun Ping was akin to that royal ancestor. Departing Pingfan village, Shun Ping followed the main road, passing through the town before continuing onward. After half a day's journey, he finally arrived at a grand city gate inscribed with the characters Xiangyang. This was the only city, Xiangyangcheng, within 1,000 miles. Shun Ping paid a silver coin to enter the city, where bustling streets lined with shops of all kinds awaited him. Taverns, materials, skills, and more. As he strolled through the city center, he came upon the city lord's mansion, situated opposite 3 towering buildings, each 5 stories high. These structures represented the 3 most renowned factions within Xiangyangcheng: the Royal Auction House, the Xiangyang Arena, and the Martial Artist Association. The Royal Auction House was controlled by the Zhao royal family, while the Xiangyang Arena fell under the purview of the city lord's mansion. The Martial Artist Association, however, was governed by the 3 major sects of the Zhao kingdom, by Shuizong, Yao Yumen, and He Huomen. Furthermore, the city was home to 3 prominent families: the Li clan of the city lord's mansion, the Zhao clan of the Royal Auction House, and the Lin clan, who led the Martial Artist Association. The president of the Martial Artist Association was originally from He Huomen, but it settled in Xiangyangcheng at the behest of the sect, where his descendants established the Lin clan. Shun Ping first entered the Martial Artist Association, registering as a martial artist. Only by registering could he accept tasks from the association, which daily issued various assignments requiring materials or the elimination of specific demon beasts. By completing these tasks, martial artists would earn gold coins, which held far greater value than the materials themselves. The association's 5 floors corresponded to different levels of martial artists, with Shun Ping able to access up to the 2nd floor. After a brief exploration, he chose not to accept any tasks, calculating that completing them would yield only about 20% more gold coins than selling materials directly, with some tasks offering up to 50% more, albeit with higher risks involved. Having lost interest in the Martial Artists Association, Shun Ping ventured into the auction house. This auction house, like the Martial Artists Association, consisted of 5 floors. However, unlike the association, one could ascend to any level as long as one possessed sufficient funds. For Shun Ping, though, he could only afford to explore the 2nd floor, where he casually perused the prices of medicinal pills, weapons, martial arts techniques, and skills, finding that the system's experience points offered a more suitable exchange. After exiting the auction house, Shun Ping finally arrived at the arena, which piqued his interest the most. The arena's 1st and 2nd floors were free to access, but ascending to the third floor required a minimum of 10 gold coins. And he was uncertain about the costs of the upper levels. Given that Shun Ping had a limited amount of gold coins, he could not justify spending it in that manner. The first floor was designated for warrior competitions, while the second floor hosted martial artist contests. In a vast chamber, a platform stood, surrounded by numerous seats, where multiple matches were held daily. Spectators could wager on the outcomes of the duels, placing bets based on the fighters' displayed information on a large screen before the match commenced. Each combatant was required to sign a death waiver, with victory determined only when one party could no longer rise. As Shun Ping entered, two martial artists had just taken the stage, one at the 5th level and the other at the 6th. Their attributes, techniques, and match records appeared on the screen. Song Siyi, who do you think will win? Shun Ping inquired within his mind. The system responded, the host may spend 100 experience points to scan an individual's information. Oh, the system possesses this capability? Why did you not mention it earlier? Shun Ping questioned, puzzled. You did not inquire, the system replied. My oversight. So, I can indeed spend experience points to scan my opponent's information? Correct. Scanning an adversary of the same tier costs 100 experience points. For each additional tier, it multiplies by 10. Then let us scan both. Name, Zhang San. Level, martial artist 5th level. Technique, enlightenment technique. Yellow grade low rank, attribute less. Martial skill, heavenly remnant leg. Yellow grade low rank. Fire attribute. Name, Li Si. Level, martial artist 6th level. Technique, blazing fire decision. Yellow grade medium rank. Fire attribute. Martial skills, heavenly injury palm. Yellow grade low rank. Fire attribute, crumbling fist. Yellow grade low rank. Fire attribute. Upon reviewing the information displayed, Shun Ping concluded, it is evident that Li Si will triumph. I shall place my bet on him. He hurried to the organizer to wager 10 gold coins on Li Si, receiving odds of 0.8. After 10 minutes, the match commenced, and following half an hour of fierce combat, Li Si triumphed over Zhang San with a decisive crumbling fist, securing victory as Zhang San lay incapacitated. Shun Ping's 10 gold coins transformed into 18, and he spent the day in the arena, accumulating over 100 gold coins through a mix of wins and losses. It was worth noting that the outcome of battles could not solely be determined by the displayed information. Combat experience played a crucial role as well. Notably, a first-level martial artist had defeated a third-level martial artist, costing Shun Ping 20 gold coins. Fortunately, Shun Ping's moderation prevented him from wagering all his coins. The greatest gain for Shun Ping that day was not merely the acquisition of over 90 gold coins, but rather the wealth of martial skills he had learned. While he could currently utilize only fist and sword techniques, he aspired to master comprehensive martial skills in the future, including heavenly remnant leg, heavenly injury palm, crumbling fist, thick earth fist, stacked water blade, gale sword, and Qingmu technique, among others. Having won some money, Shun Ping indulged in a lavish meal at a tavern that evening, spending 5 gold coins, and then rented a room for 3 gold coins to rest. Chapter 7. The Frenzied Slaughter of Beasts After 3 days in Xianyang City. Shun Ping's gold coins had multiplied from 10 to over 500. He had witnessed an array of martial skills, and once he mastered comprehensive martial techniques, he would be able to employ them all. This journey to Xianyang City also provided him with a pretext to acquire various techniques, martial skills, and medicinal pills. Furthermore, his experience points had dwindled, preventing him from viewing opponents' information. During these 3 days, Shun Ping had obtained a transmission card and 2 experience pills worth 1,000 points each through his daily sign-ins. He intended to return home to enhance the abilities of his 2 elder brothers and teach a martial skill to his father, while also providing each brother with 1 martial skill, perfectly aligning with the 3 transmission cards he possessed. After spending half a day, Shun Ping finally returned to Pingfan village and presented gifts to his parents. He gifted his father a golden grade iron sword valued at 70 gold coins, while his mother received a jade hairpin, known for its calming effects, worth 30 gold coins. His brothers received experience pills, 2 for the eldest, granting him 1,200 experience points, and 3 for the second, providing him 1,400 experience points. For his younger sister, he brought snacks and toys. The elder brother consumed 2 experience pills, instantly breaking through to the 10th level of martial artist, while the second brother, having consumed 3 pills, advanced to the 8th level. Shun Ping then utilized the transmission method to impart the stacked water sword technique to his father, Shun Qingshan, and the fire cloud sword technique to his elder brother, Shun Tung, and his second brother, Shun He. All three were astonished as they immediately grasped the low-rank yellow-grade martial skills, realizing that their son and brother possessed remarkable capabilities. After arranging matters at home, Shun Ping made his way back to the periphery of the Shanyang mountain range. This time, he aimed to reach the Great Sword Master level before exiting the domain. He established camp in the territory of second-tier demon beasts and began his relentless search for foes. Shortly after departing his temporary dwelling, Shun Ping encountered a second-tier, 7th-level demon beast known as the Cloud Hunting Leopard. This creature was characterized by its swift movements and sleek black fur, with its white-tipped paws resembling clouds when in motion, thus earning its name. As Shun Ping laid eyes on the Cloud Hunting Leopard, it launched an immediate attack, its claws glimmering menacingly as they aimed for his face. Shun Ping swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Before he could regain his footing, the leopard lunged at his back. With no time to react, Shun Ping instinctively swung his iron sword at the beast's claws. The sound of clashing metal echoed, but the leopard's claws remained unscathed as it retreated slightly. Shun Ping staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his balance. The cloud-hunting leopard circled Shun Ping, searching for an angle to strike. In tandem, Shun Ping rotated his body, keeping pace with the leopard's movements to thwart its ambush. Suddenly, the leopard charged again, and Shun Ping drew his sword, unleashing the fire cloud sword technique. The two forces collided, and the leopard's claws sustained injury. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Ping relentlessly attacked with his sword as the wounded leopard struggled to move. After half an hour of battle, the battered cloud-hunting leopard succumbed and collapsed, allowing Shun Ping to reclaim its corpse and earn 400 experience points. Reflecting on his experience, Shun Ping estimated that the experience gained from defeating small demon beasts was roughly 3 times the base experience, while medium-sized beasts yielded 5 to 7 times that amount. As for large demon beasts, he had yet to face one. After a brief respite, Shun Ping pressed onward, encountering various demon beasts along the way, including small burrowing mice, fire-tailed chickens, lightning snakes, medium-sized cloud-hunting leopards, iron-skinned pigs, and others. By the end of the day, he amassed nearly 6,000 experience points. That evening, Shun Ping returned to his temporary base, kindled a fire, grilled meat for dinner, and enjoyed a restful night of sleep. Thus, the days passed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Today marked the 30th day since Shun Ping entered this world. At dawn, Shun Ping opened the door to his cave, stretched his arms wide, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Ah, how delightful it felt. Tongzi Ge sign in. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 experience elixirs and 10,000 experience points. Tongzi Ge, please open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial Artist Level 10. Experience, 2. 780, 020, 000. Cultivation Method, Omnipotent Technique. Yellow Grade Low Tier, Full Attributes. Skill, Omnipotent Martial Arts. Yellow Grade Low Tier, Perfected. Weapon, Iron Sword. Yellow Grade Mid Tier. Space, 10 cubic meters. Items, 1 bottle of spearheads, 1 string of coins, 3 experience elixirs, 10,000 experience each. Although he could now advance to the Martial Master level, his cultivation method and martial skills remained at the Yellow Grade Low Tier. Upgrading both to the Yellow Grade Mid Tier required 29,000 experience points. Since the lottery draw had already reached a cost of 1,000 experience points, Shun Ping thought it wiser to save up enough experience before leveling up. Just a few days ago, he had encountered a swarm of aggressive hornets and felt confident that he could now defeat them with his current strength. Shun Ping contemplated his future course. A few days prior, he had come across a swarm of venomous hornets. While their damage was not excessively high, the venom at the tip of their stingers could be fatal to an ordinary martial artist within 2 hours unless one possessed a top-tier antidote. The hornets in that swarm range from second-tier level 5 to second-tier level 10, moving in swarms of thousands. Back then, Shun Ping was merely a level 8 martial artist and had wisely chosen to retreat. However, now that he had reached level 10, he felt prepared to confront them. First, he purchased a mid-tier antidote from the marketplace and set off towards the location of the hornet's nest he had discovered earlier. The hornet's nest was built on the trunk of a massive banyan tree, measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. As Shen Ping unleashed a fire cloud sword strike upon the nest, hornets the size of table tennis balls surged forth in droves, attacking him relentlessly. Shen Ping skillfully wielded his sword, causing hornets to plummet from the sky. Despite the continuous onslaught from the nest, he deftly adjusted his position to maintain a defensive stance while occasionally launching strikes at the nest with his fire cloud sword. After 2 hours, the ground around Shen Ping was littered with the carcasses of venomous hornets, and the enormous nest had been cleaved in two, with no more hornets emerging. With a few swollen welts on his face, Shen Ping collected the surrounding bodies and located the hornet queen within the nest. With a single stroke, he ended her life, subsequently retrieving both the nest and the queen's corpse. Taking out the antidote, he consumed it, watching as the swelling on his face and body gradually subsided, restoring his handsome visage. With a sigh of relief, Shen Ping made his way back to the temporary camp, casually eating something before lying down in the cave and securing the entrance. Finally, Shen Ping checked his experience points, which had soared to over 4 million. He calculated that he had slain nearly 15,000 hornets, with the final nest granting him 500,000 experience points. Normal martial artists would not target these hornets due to the low value of their corpses. The only valuable item was the royal jelly within the nest. However, for Shen Ping, these hornets were ideal for farming experience, requiring only a mid-tier antidote to dispatch them, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Tongzi Ge, elevate my skills cultivation method, and weapon to the yellow grade high tier. Beep, deducting 28 million experience points. Omnipotent technique upgraded to yellow grade high tier. Omnipotent martial arts upgraded to yellow grade high tier. Iron sword upgraded to yellow grade high tier. Remaining experience, 22 million. Huh, what a windfall. There are still hornet nests out there. I shall seize the opportunity to acquire another. Shen Ping gazed at his attributes with great satisfaction. Chapter 8. Frantic advancement. Now, at martial artist level 10, Shen Ping needed 47,000 experience points to advance to martial master level 10. And with 120,000 experience points remaining, he resolved, Tongzi Ge, grant me 7 consecutive lottery draws. Beep. Host has drawn 700 times. 405 times without a win. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 strings of coins, 11 boxes of spearheads, 7 boxes of cola, 10 bags of roasted chicken, 6 pieces per bag, 20 mid-tier antidotes, 36 mid-tier healing elixirs, 92 200 experience elixirs, 6,500 experience elixirs, 19 1,000 experience elixirs, 7 2,000 experience elixirs, 4 5,000 experience elixirs, 3 10,000 experience elixirs, and 6 transfer cards. Yellow grade mid-tier, great achievement. Not bad, not bad. A small profit indeed. After returning, I shall bolster my family's strength. Tongzi Ge, elevate my prowess to martial master level 10. Beep. Host strength increased to martial master level 10, deducting 47,000 experience points. Remaining experience, 50,000. Although the expenditure felt exhilarating, it also meant he had returned to square one. Shen Ping pondered. I should head home to rest before continuing to hunt monsters. Tongzi Ge, please open my personal panel. Character, Shen Ping. Level, martial master level 10. Experience, 87,200. Cultivation method, omnipotent technique, yellow gray high tier full attributes. Skill, omnipotent martial arts, yellow grade high tier perfected. Weapon, iron sword, yellow grade high tier. Space, 10 cubic meters. Items, various spearheads, coins, cola, roasted chickens, several experience elixirs, and 6 transfer cards. Yellow grade mid-tier. Shen Ping tidied up and originally intended to advance to Great Martial Master before exiting, but he found the constant monster hunting exhausting. Therefore, he shouldered his iron sword and headed towards Pingfan Village, casually defeating some demon beasts along the way. Upon returning home, Shen Ping gathered his family and that of his second uncle, sharing tales of his adventures and the fortuitous encounters that led him to obtain elixirs capable of enhancing their realms. Except for his 2 youngest sisters, who were not yet ready to cultivate, everyone else received a certain amount of experience elixirs. Before returning, Shen Ping had calculated the needed experience and purchased sufficient amounts to ensure everyone could level up. After consuming the experience elixirs, both families experienced a dramatic transformation in strength. Shen Qingshan and Shen Qingyun, the 2 brothers, directly ascended to martial artist level 10, while their wives, Shun Mu and Shun Er Ant, reached martial artist level 3. Shun Ping's elder and second brothers, Shun Tung and Shun He, reached martial artist level 5. And their cousin Shun Yang and younger cousin Shun Fei attained martial artist level 1. Every member of the two families had reached the martial artist level, excluding the untrained sisters. Shun Ping also purchased 2 transfer cards, imparting a mid-tier martial skill to each family member. I never thought I would break through to the martial artist level at my age, all thanks to my third son. Shun Mu said with a smile. Sister-in-law, I too never expected this. Not only did I break through to the martial artist level, but I also learned a martial skill, a mid-tier one at that, and achieved the great achievement realm, all thanks to our third boy, Shun Er Ant remarked. Linking arms with Shun Mu. Pingu, it's all you. I just started cultivating, and you've already elevated me to the martial artist realm. I feel invigorated. Shun Fei, who had just begun his training, chimed in enthusiastically. Xiao Fei, you should accompany your second uncle on hunting trips more often to adapt to your newfound abilities. Eldest brother, second brother, and Yangge, you must also venture out for your own training. Xiao Fei is still young and should stick with his second uncle. You 3 are mature enough to train independently, but please prioritize your safety, Shun Ping advised thoughtfully. Mother, you and Er Ant should also go out hunting frequently to acclimate to your current strength. If you need anything weapons, I will prepare a yellow-grade low-tier weapon for each of you. Pingu, I require a staff. Sandi, Isika blade. Sandi, I too desire a blade. Bingdi, grant me a sword. Son, I yearn for flying daggers. Dear nephew, I wish for a hammer. Nephew, I also desire a dagger. Very well, I shall procure these items for you this afternoon, and they should reach your hands by nightfall. I will also acquire 5 flying daggers for mother and 2 daggers for second aunt, responded Shun Ping with alacrity. After lunch, Shun Ping strolled for 2 hours before returning, bearing an assortment of weapons, which he distributed to each individual as per their requests. The following day marked the village's hunting day, and the family set off, some venturing alone while others formed groups. The prowess displayed by the family astonished the villagers, who, after some explanation, praised Shun Ping's remarkable abilities. Unfortunately, Shun Ping, who had hoped to continue his exploits, found himself alone at home with only his 2 younger sisters. Thus he was compelled to remain and care for them. While others needed to train to accumulate experience, he relied solely on defeating monsters for his experience, dismissing the slow pace of traditional training that yielded minimal results over several days. Although he now practiced a high-grade Huang-level technique, his experience accumulation still paled in comparison to the rapid gains from monster battles. Consequently, Shun Ping, who had been constantly occupied, suddenly found himself at a loss, adapting poorly to his newfound idleness. Each day, he ventured out to slay a few first-tier, low-level monsters, returning to feed his sisters. Lacking culinary skills, he resorted to roasting the beasts for sustenance. After several meals of this nature, he could no longer bear it and reluctantly took his sisters to the town, where they stayed at a local inn, spending their days exploring and dining at the establishment. Though Shun Ping felt a twinge of boredom, his sisters reveled in the adventure, as their parents seldom brought them to town. Over 5 days, they thoroughly explored the entire town, indulging in food and entertainment, all for less than 10 gold coins. At last, Shun Ping returned home with his sisters, while the village hunting party arrived the next day, having been bolstered by several martial artists. Shun Qin Shan and Shun Qin Yun had both attained level 10 martial prowess, each leading a team alongside the village chief. 3 teams ventured directly into the territory of second-tier beasts, returning with bountiful rewards. Each household received over 40 gold coins. After spending a few days at home, Shun Ping resolved to visit Xiangyang City once more, eager to see if there were any items that suited his enhanced abilities. Although he had no need for techniques or pills, he sought martial skills and intended to engage in betting at the arena to earn gold coins. While gold coins held little significance for him, who would not desire an abundance of wealth. Moreover, increased funds could enable him to purchase more weapons for his family and the villagers, as his experience points were dwindling. Though the weapons available outside could not compare to those produced by the system, they were certainly preferable to the inferior weapons possessed by the villagers. Determined, Shun Ping set off for Xiangyang City after breakfast. En route, he traversed a forest where only second-tier beasts typically roamed, but recently, an unusual number of third-tier beasts had emerged, attacking travelers on the main road. Along the way, Shun Ping dispatched 5 third-tier beasts. Although perplexed, he paid little mind, confident in his strength. As he continued, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead. Rushing forward, he arrived at a fork in the road. One path led to the town, another to Xiangyang City, and the last to a neighboring city. Before him, a convoy was besieged by over 100 third-tier level 7 Thunderwolves. The convoy consisted of nearly 100 individuals, predominantly martial artists, with fewer than 20 guards possessing martial master ranks, led by a grand martial master. "Protect the young lady. We shall fight," shouted the head of the guard team. "Do not worry about me. You may unleash your full abilities. I can fend for myself," replied a striking young woman, veiled and clad in a flowing green robe. "Very well." With that, the head guard launched an offensive against the Thunderwolves, unleashing a massive windblade. Before long, the martial artists in the convoy suffered heavy casualties, while only about 20 Thunderwolves lay slain. At that critical moment, a figure wielding an iron sword lunged at a Thunderwolf. In the astonished gaze of 3 martial artists, Shun Ping pierced the neck of a Thunderwolf with his sword, swiftly withdrawing it, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. Before the blood could touch the ground, Shun Ping moved to another Thunderwolf, striking and withdrawing, blood gushing forth. With this technique, he deftly navigated among the Thunderwolves, dispatching over 30 in less than 10 minutes, while the head guard managed to slay 10, and the others collectively took down more than 10. Though the Thunderwolves were known for their speed, they were preoccupied fighting the guards, allowing Shun Ping to capitalize on their distraction with stealthy strikes and agile movements. Upon witnessing the loss of half their pack, the Thunderwolf King let out a wailing cry and fled into the forest, prompting the remaining wolves to follow suit. Thus, the siege of the Thunderwolves was lifted. The guards gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades and the slain beasts, while the young lady approached Shun Ping alongside the head guard. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance." The head guard bowed in gratitude. "I could not stand idly by in the face of injustice," Shun Ping replied with a smile. "We are deeply grateful for your help, sir. Once we reach Xiangyang City, I shall host a banquet in your honor," said the young lady, who was none other than Li Xiuling, the daughter of the city lord. "Please, no need for such formality. Since all is well now, I shall take my leave," Shun Ping remarked before heading towards Xiangyang City, departing as quietly as he had arrived, leaving no trace behind. "Intriguing, very intriguing. This person exhibits a chivalrous demeanor, offering aid without seeking reward," mused the head guard as he watched Shun Ping's retreating figure. "Indeed, once we enter the city, I will inquire about his whereabouts and extend an invitation to the city lord's residence. At such a young age, he has already attained martial master status. He must either hail from a prominent family or have experienced extraordinary fortunes. His future achievements are bound to be remarkable. We should cultivate a relationship with him," Li Xiuling remarked with a gentle smile. Upon arriving in Xiangyang City, Shun Ping once again checked into the inn where he had previously stayed. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he made his way to the arena to engage in betting once more. When darkness fell, he exited the arena, his gold coins totaling over 2,000. As he returned to the inn and was about to ascend the stairs, the innkeeper called out to him. "Esteemed guest, this afternoon someone delivered an invitation for you." The innkeeper produced a letter and handed it to Shun Ping. "Thank you." He offered a silver coin in gratitude before retreating to his room. Upon opening the invitation, he discovered that the young woman he had saved was indeed Li Xiuling, who had come to invite him to a banquet that evening. The daughter of the city lord. How fortuitous to make her acquaintance. Our village falls under the jurisdiction of Xiangyang City, and such connections will prove advantageous in the future. Shun Ping contemplated before deciding to attend the banquet that night. As the time approached, Shun Ping donned his iron sword and made his way to the city lord's residence. Upon arriving, he presented the invitation and was ushered into a pavilion within the courtyard, where Li Xiuling awaited, eager to invite him to sit. "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Today, I express my gratitude to you, esteemed sir, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences." After raising a toast to Shun Ping, Li Xiuling inquired, "May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Shun, and my given name is Ping." Shun Ping replied as he set down his cup. "Which esteemed family do you belong to, Shun Gongzi? Is there a particular reason for your visit to Xiangyang City?" "I hail from Pingfan Village, a humble place beneath Xiangyang City. My purpose here is merely to broaden my horizons and procure some weapons for my fellow villagers." In that case, you may visit the auction house at the Lord's mansion. I shall grant you a 50% discount." I'm most grateful, Miss Li. Shenping thought to himself. A common low-grade Huang-tier weapon costs around 10 gold coins, while mid-grade one is approximately 50 gold coins. With this generous discount, Miss Li has effectively eliminated any profit margin. Furthermore, recycling a low-grade Huang-tier weapon only yields 100 experience points, while a mid-grade one provides 1,000. Although the marketplace offers superior quality, it is still more prudent to procure weapons here in Xiangyang City. As for the recycling of weapons, it would be a considerable loss. I have discerned that this system offers no opportunity for exploiting bugs. The two engaged in lively conversation over their meal and during their gathering. The city lord himself raised a toast in gratitude for Shun Ping's life-saving intervention. They agreed to meet the following day at the auction house, and thereafter, each departed their separate ways. On the following morning, just as Li Xiaoling intended to keep her appointment, she was interrupted by her father, Li Xiaorui. Daughter, this Shun Ping is undoubtedly extraordinary. Before me, a martial king, he exhibits neither subservience nor arrogance. Li Xiaorui remarked to Li Xiaoling, I have conducted an investigation. The Pingfan village you mentioned is not affiliated with any prominent family, and their village chief, having once served as a guard at the Lord's mansion, returned home after failing to achieve further advancement. He is now merely a 10th-level martial master, making him the most formidable individual in their village. In contrast, Shun Ping, lacking any background, has attained the 10th level in just 2 years of cultivation, surpassing her own prowess. This individual possesses remarkable fortune. Such talent must be either curtailed early or befriended. Father, are you implying? Li Xiaoling furrowed her brows at Li Xiaorui. What are you thinking? You must remember that I am a martial king. My vision is broader than that. Moreover, he has saved your life. So it is essential that you cultivate a good relationship with him. Did you not say he intends to purchase weapons for his village? Such talent should not be dismissed lightly. You should offer him a 30% discount, merely as a material fee. Li Xiaorui smiled at Li Xiaoling. In 5 days, the martial king's secret realm will open. Only those of martial master rank may enter. It would be fortuitous for him to accompany you, providing an opportunity for future favors. Father, that secret realm is exclusively for the members of our 3 prominent families, with each family allowed only 5 participants. Are you certain you wish to extend an invitation to him? Li Xiaoling asked, her brow still furrowed. A mere martial king's inheritance is not worth such concern. The secret realm was originally designed for the younger generation's trials. Unfortunately, in 2 previous openings, no one has received the inheritance. This secret realm was constructed by our 3 families. The martial king was a native of Xiangyang City who, before his death, invested in martial king-grade elixirs to arrange for its formation, intending to pass on his alchemical legacy. It opens every 5 years and has accumulated a wealth of medicinal materials. Although the martial king was not particularly powerful, he was once an exceptional alchemist. Securing his alchemical inheritance would be beneficial for you in the future. While our family is alchemists, his skills surpass ours. Li Xiaorui gently stroked Li Xiaoling's head as he spoke softly. Very well, father. I shall invite him to enter, thus repaying his life-saving grace and fostering a good connection. I initially considered presenting him with a gift, but that seemed rather mundane. This will suffice. Li Xiaoling smiled. Then I shall make my way to the auction house. Go ahead, Li Xiaorui waved her off. Today, I must also dispatch troops to clear the nearby forests along the official road. It is quite strange how these beasts have emerged from the Xiangyang Mountains. They typically do not stray far from their habitat. Chapter 10. The Martial King's Secret Realm as Shun Ping arrived at the Li family's auction house. He was ushered by a servant to a room on the top floor, where Li Xiaoling promptly rose to greet him. Shengongzi, please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. You are too kind, Miss Li. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me Shenping, he replied as he settled beside her. Very well, you may call me Xiaoling. Ha ha, then I shall address you as Xiaoling. Shenping lifted his teacup and took a sip. What type of weapons do you require? I will have them brought to you. 40 mid-grade Huang-tier weapons and 200 low-grade Huang-tier weapons. Do you have any specific preferences for the styles of the weapons? Primarily swords and knives. The villagers tend to favor these. Understood. I will arrange that immediately. However, how do you intend to transport such a quantity? Noticing the storage ring on Li Xiaoling's hand, Shenping replied, although I am but a villager, I have been fortunate enough to acquire some storage equipment. Li Xiaoling gazed at him in astonishment. Such equipment is typically crafted only by those of martial emperor rank or higher, and there are fewer than 100 in all of Shenyang City. It appears that Shen Ping's fortunes are indeed remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the servants delivered the weapons, and with a wave of his hand, Shen Ping stored them within his spatial realm. Miss Xiaoling, what is the total value of these weapons? You need only pay 1,200 gold coins. Is that not a loss for you? Ha! We are in the business of trade. How could we suffer a loss? We merely charge the cost price. I thank you immensely, Xiaoling. It is but a small matter, a mere gesture in return for the life you saved. By the way, in 3 days, our family will be opening a martial king's secret realm. Would you be interested in joining me? Oh, what kind of secret realm is this, and what does it entail? Essentially, it is a cave dwelling surrounded by numerous formations that only activate at specific times. It serves as a means for great predecessors to seek successors. This martial king's secret realm was once the abode of a 6-tier alchemist. As you may know, alchemists tend to be quite prosperous. This esteemed martial king bequeathed his lifetime of wealth to this dwelling, intending to find a successor through our 3 families. Each time the secret realm opens, we send 5 representatives from each family to seek the martial king's inheritance. The only requirement for entry is that one must not exceed the martial master rank. Would you care to accompany me? Even if you do not secure the inheritance, you may still obtain some elixirs or medicinal materials. Li Xiaoling meticulously explained the secret realm to Shen Ping. I see. In that case, I shall accompany you into the realm. Shen Ping understood the implication. Although it is a matter of inheritance for the 3 prominent families, allowing an outsider to participate is a gesture to repay his favor and foster goodwill. With that settled, Shen Ping took his leave, and they agreed to meet at the city lord's mansion in 3 days. In the past 3 days, Shen Ping has not been idle. Whenever he found a moment, he ventured to the arena to place bets, as his gold coins were nearly depleted. This time, Shen Ping ascended to the 3rd floor, observing the fierce battles between martial artists. By the end of these 3 days, his wallet had become notably fuller. On the 3rd day, Shen Ping arrived early at the city lord's mansion, where he met with Li Xiaoling and others, setting out towards the secret realm outside the city. Due to a previous mishap that nearly cost Li Xiaoling her life, Li Zhanyun had dispatched an elder of the Wang realm from his family to accompany them. And the other 2 prominent families also sent their respective Wang realm elders. The 3 groups gathered and, within less than an hour, reached the foot of slope. The 3 elders produced tokens, infusing them with their true energy, which emitted beams of light that converged at a specific point on the slope, gradually revealing a portal. At that moment, there was no time to hesitate. One elder called out, and Shen Ping followed the others into the cave. Li Lao, there seems to be an unfamiliar face among your ranks, inquired the elder of the Lin clan. Did you not hear? Recently, that girl Xiaoling encountered danger, and it was this young man who came to her aid. Hence he was granted a spot, Li Lao replied with a smile. The 3 families shared a close bond, often intermarrying, which fostered harmonious relations. I wonder if these youngsters will obtain the inheritance this time, mused the elder from the Zhao clan, glancing at the now-closed cave. If it weren't for his medicinal pills, I might not have broken through to the Wang realm myself. I hope he finds a successor soon, the Lin elder remarked. Who hasn't benefited from his generosity? Otherwise, how could one of Wang realm come to assist in concealing his cave within the void? Li Lao added. Upon passing through the cave's portal, Shen Ping found himself in a vast plain, devoid of any other figures. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw an endless expanse of grassland. Li Xiaoling had informed Shen Ping that the inheritance comprised 3 trials, with the first being this plain. Only by traversing it could one consider the first trial completed, for countless demonic beasts inhabited the area. Upon hearing about the multitude of demonic creatures, Shen Ping was thrilled, eager to accumulate experience. Furthermore, the plain was home to beasts of no higher than Tier 3, making it an ideal location for him to grind experience. Not long after setting off, he encountered a group of Tier 3, Level 5 demonic beasts known as flame horses. This trial was primarily a test of combat prowess, so Shen Ping wasted no time engaging them. His wind attribute technique allowed him to move with an ethereal grace, darting this way and that, rendering the flame horses unable to touch his garments. In no time, he dispatched the entire group, collecting over 60 flame horses and amassing more than 200,000 experience points. As Shen Ping reached the level of a martial artist. The marketplace successfully unlocked items of the Shin tier. As before, the increase was tenfold, meaning he required 7 million experience points to unlock the low-grade all-purpose technique. To learn the low-grade all-purpose martial skills, he needed 22 million experience points. The all-purpose technique encompassed 7 attributes, enabling Shin Ping to wield any element, and his true energy capacity and quality multiplied sevenfold. This effectively meant he was equivalent to 49 individuals of the same rank, with his recovery speed also 7 times that of others. The all-purpose martial skills would allow Shin Ping to learn any visible technique, consuming half the usual energy while doubling its power. This is the extraordinary nature of the all-purpose martial skills, resulting in a 4-fold enhancement of his combat strength, allowing him to navigate the throngs of demonic beasts with impunity. As Shin Ping continued his journey, he encountered a variety of demonic beasts, all in flocks, Tier 3, Level 3 horned sheep, Tier 3, Level 5 pattern horses, Tier 3, Level 9 crimson-eyed deer, and more. Shin Ping fought fiercely, even consuming 2 recovery pills in the process. Upon reaching the edge of the grassland, he spotted a palace in the distance. Having spent a day and a night in his endeavors, he had accumulated 7 million experience points. Standing before the palace, he contemplated entering but ultimately decided to return to the grassland, choosing a different path to continue hunting demonic beasts. A day later, Shin Ping encountered a man engaged in battle with a pack of Tier 3, Level 7 Thunderwolves. Although the man had also reached Level 10 as a martial artist, he found himself in a perilous situation, surrounded by the wolves. Sensing his distress, Shin Ping drew his sword without hesitation, and, after 20 minutes, he collected all the corpses in astonishment of the man. Chapter 11. You go ahead. I shall follow shortly, thank you, Brother Shin. Without you, I would have been forced to resort to my life-saving methods, Zhao Zijin said as he sat beside Shin Ping, feasting on roasted meat and drinking wine. Brother Zhao, you're overestimating the situation. Without me, you would merely have spent a bit more time, Shin Ping said casually, gnawing on a piece of deer leg. Haha, Brother Shin, what brings you here? I heard from the elders of my family that each person's entry point into this place varies, Zhao said. I've already reached the palace entrance and found nothing of interest, so I decided to wander a bit. Shin Ping waved his hand dismissively. Wander? Brother Shin, you truly possess remarkable courage. We have toiled tirelessly to reach this point, yet you have already arrived at the palace entrance, Zhao Zijin said with a wry smile. Given Brother Shin's combat prowess, it is no surprise where you could go. The palace will not open for another 5 days, so wandering is not a bad idea. After their feast, the two parted ways. Brother Zhao, if you continue in that direction, you should reach the road in a day's time. I've cleared most of it, Shin Ping advised. Impressive, Brother Shin. We shall meet again before the palace, Zhao Zijin said, admiringly clasping his hands in respect. Certainly. Until we meet again, I look forward to sharing more drinks with you, Shin Ping replied before choosing a direction to continue his journey. Zhao Zijin cast a lingering glance at Shin Ping's retreating figure before setting off toward the palace. In the 5 days that followed, Shin Ping tirelessly traversed the grassland, hunting various demonic beasts. During this time, he encountered others who had entered the realm, offering assistance when he could, thereby forging benevolent connections. When asked about his intended destination, Shin Ping would smile and reply that he was merely wandering. When inquired about when he would venture to the palace, he would chuckle and say, You go ahead, I shall follow shortly. On the evening of the 5th day since the secret realm opened, all gathered before the grand palace, and Shin Ping arrived fashionably late. Brother Shin, you are the last to arrive. The palace will open tomorrow, Zhao Zijin waved cheerfully upon seeing Shin Ping. At last you've arrived, Shin Ping. I thought you would be late, Li Xiaoling said, smiling at him. Why did you take so long? Did you encounter any difficulties on the road? A few individuals in the crowd exchanged curious glances at Li Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you may not know that Brother Shin has already cleared the entire grassland and even helped me deal with a batch of demonic beasts. A woman beside Li Xiaoling remarked softly. What? Clear the grassland? Li Xiaoling frowned, turning to the woman beside her. What happened? Brother Shin reached the palace entrance on the first day and then began his leisurely wandering. I met him 2 days ago, the woman explained to Li Xiaoling. I met Brother Shin 3 days ago. I met Brother Shin half a day ago. I met Brother Shin 4 days ago. Li Xiaoling had not anticipated that Shun Ping's combat strength was so formidable. A journey that typically required 4 to 5 days had been accomplished in a single day, allowing him the leisure to explore. She realized she had underestimated Shun Ping's abilities. "Brother Shun, do you have any more of that?" she asked eagerly. It was truly potent. Zhao Zijing led Shun Ping to join the others, laughingly inquiring, "Haha, there is plenty to go around. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." As he spoke, he retrieved 5 boxes of Mauzi and 2 boxes of cola from his spatial storage, along with a pack of Huazi. With a total of 15 individuals present, including several women, all of whom were martial artists with remarkable drinking capacities, the atmosphere was lively. "Haha, I was just thinking the same. Had it not been for my elder brother's suggestion, I would have already spoken up," Zhao Zitong, Zhao Zijing's brother, added with a grin, mentioning that he had encountered Shun Ping on the way and had shared a drink with him. Everyone began to produce items from their storage spaces, tables, chairs, benches, and various snacks and meats. Except for Shun Ping, the other 14 were all direct descendants of the 3 great families, each possessing a storage ring. Among them were Li Xiaoling, Li Xiuqin, Li Jiancheng, and Li Jianye from the Li family, Zhao Zijing, Zhao Zitong, Zhao Zi, Zhao Xiaoqian, and Zhao Xiaoqing from the Zhao family, and Lin Yuni, Lin Yunxing, Lin Yuntian, Lin Yunfeng, and Lin Ruolin from the Lin family. All 15 were around 20 years of age, and as they feasted and drank, they quickly forged friendships, particularly with Shun Ping, who was a newcomer among them. Shun Ping lit a Huazi and began to exhale clouds of smoke. "Brother Shun, what is this?" Zhao Zi inquired, observing Shun Ping's nonchalant demeanor. "This is called Huazi, a leisure item I invented. You place one end in your mouth, ignite the other end with fire, take a deep inhale, and it releases smoke. Would you care to try?" Shun Ping replied, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Zi. "Let's have one." Soon, the surrounding men lit their Huazi. Despite a slight initial irritation, they increasingly enjoyed the sensation, gradually becoming fond of it. "Brother Shun, you are truly talented. Not only is your combat prowess extraordinary, but you also brew such delightful beverages and create leisure items like Huazi," Zhao Zijing remarked with a laugh after taking a puff. "It's all trivial pursuits. Mere pastimes I dabble in during my leisure," Shun Ping replied, glancing at the crowd. "When we part ways, I will gift each of you a token of my appreciation." Although the Mauzi could be exchanged for a box of experience points, for Shun Ping, this amount was negligible, making it quite advantageous to exchange these items for favors from the scions of these prominent families. "Thank you, Brother Shun," everyone responded in unison, expressing their gratitude. "How do you cultivate? Your combat strength surpasses that of your peers by a significant margin," Lin Yunfeng, the youngest, dared to ask, touching on the taboo of inquiring about another's cultivation methods. Silence. Lin Yuni, the leader among them, scolded Lin Yunfeng sharply before turning to Shun Ping. "Brother Shun, please excuse young Feng. He has been spoiled by our elders in the family." "Not a problem," Shun Ping smiled, unconcerned there is nothing to hide. "You know, my home lies beneath the Xianyang mountain range, where our village relies on hunting in the mountains for sustenance. Once, while hunting with others, I fell into a cave and acquired some sort of inheritance, and that is how it came to be." "Brother Shun, you are indeed fortunate," everyone praised, refraining from asking further about the nature of the inheritance. After enjoying their feast and drinks, everyone found a place to rest. Shun Ping casually set up a tent and lay down, subsequently opening the system interface to check his progress. To his delight, he had amassed over 40 million experience points in just 5 days, sufficient to elevate his techniques and martial skills to the low-grade Xian rank. And his weapon could also be upgraded. "Congratulations, host. To upgrade the all-purpose skill to low-grade Xian rank requires 7 million experience points, while the all-purpose martial skill requires 22 million. Upgrading the iron sword to low-grade Xian rank consumes 900,000 experience points, leaving you with 13,500,000 experience points," the system announced. Shun Ping smiled. His chi capacity had increased, and the quality of his skills had improved. Unlike others who would spend a lifetime researching to elevate their yellow-grade martial skills to the low-grade Xian rank, he only needed to upgrade the all-purpose martial skill, which would automatically enhance all his martial skills to that level. He pondered whether he could sell these low-grade Xian martial skills, but dismissed the thought, as he was not in need of money. Instead, he considered writing them down for the village chief to distribute among the villagers. As for the techniques, he thought they could also be taught to the villagers since they were not particularly unique, merely basic attribute techniques. Although the quality and capacity of his chi were higher, they lacked the violent, restorative, or substantial attributes found in others' techniques. Shenping chuckled to himself, realizing he had been overthinking. The quality and capacity alone sufficed. Chapter 12. You are too swift. Setting aside those thoughts, he resolved to enhance his strength. To reach the great martial master level required 200,000 experience points, while advancing to the 10th level of great martial master necessitated 450,000 experience points. Furthermore, progressing to martial sovereign required 200,000 experience points. Upon exiting, he planned to spend 670,000 experience points to directly ascend to the martial sovereign realm, enabling him to hunt world monsters effortlessly and accumulate experience rapidly. Although his techniques and martial skills could not reach the mid-grade Qian rank, he would still hold a respectable position among martial sovereigns. Not at the pinnacle, but certainly above average. Although 5th-tier monsters posed a challenge, survival was not an issue. After accounting for the experience needed for upgrades, I will retain 800,000 experience points as a precaution. I will allocate 6 million for a lottery. I haven't received anything remarkable from recent sign-ins, so let us rely on the lottery, he instructed. System, proceed. Congratulations, host, for your 600 consecutive draws. You have received 10 healing pills, low-grade yellow, 5 detoxification pills, low-grade yellow, 7 speed pills, low-grade yellow, 6 berserk pills, low-grade yellow, 20 experience pills, 2,000, 17 experience pills, 5,000, 7 experience pills, 10,000. 3 experience pills, 20,000, several huazi, several spears, several colas, and 20 transmission cards, low-grade yellow. System, open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial Master Level 10. Experience, 750, 000, 200, 000. Skill, all-purpose skill, low-grade Xian, all attributes. Ability, all-purpose martial skill, low-grade Xian perfected. Weapon, iron sword, low-grade Xian. Space, 25 cubic meters. Items, miscellaneous. Why am I so formidable? Shun Ping mused. System, do you think I am impressive? After a night of silence, the next day, the 15 gathered at the palace entrance. As the grand doors of the palace slowly opened, they exchanged glances and stepped inside. Traversing less than 100 meters along a stone path, they entered the main hall. Upon entering, they beheld a statue positioned at the center of the hall, which emanated a faint glow upon their arrival. I am Yao Chun. Having dedicated my life to alchemy, I have traversed the world in search of a worthy disciple to inherit my legacy. Alas, my time is short, and I have yet to find a suitable heir. Thus, I have established 3 trials to select a successor. Those without strength shall not touch the path of alchemy. Hence, the first trial is strength. Those without comprehension shall not gain. Thus, the second trial is comprehension. Before me lies a low-grade Xian martial skill. Those who achieve proficiency within 3 days may proceed to the next trial. Those who fail may harvest herbs from my medicinal garden before departing. Let the trials commence. The statue intoned. Upon hearing this, all 15 quickly took up the martial skill before the statue and began their cultivation. Shun Ping, however, merely scoffed at the martial skill before him, thinking, is this not akin to performing swordplay before Guangong or carpentry before Luban? A mere low-grade Xian martial skill. How laughable. If you were at a higher level, I would be at a loss. However, you happen to be precisely at this juncture, so I shall graciously accept it. While others diligently hone their skills, Shun Ping rises to stand before the statue. Senior, I have mastered it. Oh, the statue expresses astonishment. How could you have learned it in such a short time? Go to the adjacent room and demonstrate it for me. Upon hearing this, Shun Ping promptly enters the room to showcase the martial skill he has just acquired. He does not exert his full strength, but rather demonstrates a modest level of proficiency, which is enough to astonish the statue. Young man, you are remarkably quick, the statue exclaims. Have you practiced this skill before? No, it cannot be. This technique is my original creation. No one has mastered it before, and I change the martial skill with each new group that arrives. This particular skill has never been seen before. Hee, it's all about talent. Shun Ping chuckles, scratching his head, reveling in the thrill of his cleverness. Very well. You have passed. Once the others complete their tasks, You shall proceed to the next challenge. The statue cannot help but be incredulous. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world who can learn merely from observation? Senior, what is your current state? Are you deceased or? Shun Ping inquires curiously, gazing at the statue. Haha, I have long since returned to dust. This statue, carved from 7 materials, preserves a fragment of my will. Seeking a worthy successor, the statue replies in a calm tone. Shun Ping stares at the statue, momentarily speechless, before sitting down quietly to await the others. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this time, Shun Ping has been utterly bored. While others could train, he had no need to do so. While others could concoct elixirs, he had no need for that either. While others could study formations, he had no need to learn. For 3 days, Shun Ping indulged in eating, sleeping, and sipping wine, living quite leisurely, while the others seized every moment to practice their martial skills. All right, the results for the 15 of you are in. Shun Ping, Li Xiuling, Zhao Zijing, Lin Yui, and Lin Ruolin, you 4 have passed. The rest may gather some herbs from the medicinal garden and then leave, the statue calmly announces to the 15 before him. Brother Shun, you truly are impressive. You learned it upon first exposure. We will wait for you outside, Lin Yunfeng says with a smile. Just lucky, Shun Ping replies with a modest bow. See you later. How are we supposed to endure after 3 days of struggle? Zhao Zijing interjects. As the others depart, the statue addresses the remaining 5. You have all passed the first 2 challenges, and the third is quite simple. It involves discerning the properties of a medicinal pill. Within the vial before me is a pill created from 53 types of herbs. You must identify these herbs through scent. As long as you can identify 13, you will pass. Those who do not may select 5 pills from the medicinal room. One by one, the 5 sniff the pill and walk over to the desk, where they each begin to write down the names of the herbs they identified. Shun Ping strokes his chin, jotting down the names of various herbs. You may wonder why Shun Ping knows what herbs were used in the pill. Perhaps you should inquire with his elder brother. 20 minutes pass, and all 5 cease writing. Having completed their lists, unsure of what else to include, the statue reviews their answers one by one, ultimately allowing Shun Ping and Li Xiuling to proceed, while the others choose their pills and exit. Congratulations, Brother Shun. Congratulations, Miss Li. The others offer their well wishes. Although they value this inheritance, it does not reach a level that would incite conflict, especially since the 3 great families coexist harmoniously. If it were an inheritance from a martial saint, there might be contention, but for a mere martial king, it is not worth such strife. Haha. Thank you both, Shun Ping responds cheerfully. Thank you. Li Xiuling expresses her gratitude, visibly pleased. Once the 3 depart, the statue looks at the 2 remaining individuals and states, both of you are eligible for my inheritance, but only one may claim it. Discuss among yourselves who shall accept the inheritance. Shun Ping glances at Li Xiuling and says, Miss Xiuling, you should accept this inheritance. I will merely take some pills. Then I am truly grateful to you. I will take the inheritance, and all the pills shall belong to you. Li Xiuling agrees, frowning slightly at Shun Ping's suggestion. Very well. I shall go collect the pills while you accept the inheritance, Shun Ping replies, heading into the medicinal room to gather all the pills, including low, medium, and high-grade Shin-level pills, as well as many Huang-level ones, which he promptly stores in his spatial pocket without further inspection. Meanwhile, after Shun Ping departs, the statue says, Today, I shall impart all I have learned throughout my life. I hope you do not squander my legacy. Disciple shall remember the teachings of the master, and I shall not tarnish your name, Li Xiuling declares, kneeling before the statue and bowing 3 times in reverence. Very well, after today I must take my leave. Take with you all that you can from this secret realm. The statue concludes as a white crystal emerges from its forehead, slowly merging into Li Xiuling's mind. This white crystal embodies the inheritance of a martial king, encapsulating a lifetime of experience, including combat and alchemical knowledge, as well as a lifetime of true energy. This means that whoever receives the martial king's inheritance will, at the very least, attain the level of a martial king in their lifetime. Upon receiving this inheritance, Li Xiuling instantly breaks through to the great martial master realm, continuously advancing until she reaches great martial master level 6, halting only to maintain a stable foundation. The remaining true energy is stored in her dantian, transforming into a crystal to be gradually absorbed later. Chapter 13. the secret realm of the martial venerable after Li Xiaoling completes her inheritance. The radiant aura surrounding the statue gradually dissipates until it vanishes completely. Xiaoling, I bid farewell to my master, Li Xiaoling states, bowing once more before the statue before entering the medicinal room to search for Shenping. After gathering a selection of herbs from the medicinal garden, they depart from the secret realm, which will now belong solely to Li Xiaoling, as only she can access it. As they exit the secret realm, they are surrounded by a crowd. Brother Shun, who has received the inheritance? Zhao Zijing inquires eagerly. Of course, it is Miss Li. I have merely obtained some pills and herbs. Shun Ping replies with a smile, addressing Zhao Zijing. It is still Shun Ping who has graciously yielded to me. Otherwise, this inheritance would not have been mine, Li Xiaoling humbly remarks. Nonsense. It is your own merit that fulfilled the elder's requirements. Shun Ping responds, glancing at Li Xiaoling. Wonderful. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at the city lord's residence to celebrate Xiaoling's inheritance. Everyone is invited. The elder of the Li family exclaims joyfully, as the family gains not only a future martial king, but also a 6th-tier, Xin-level high-grade alchemist. Congratulations, congratulations. We shall arrive early tonight. The crowd offers their best wishes before returning to Xianyang City. Back at the hotel, Shun Ping directly addresses the system. Brother Tongzi, upgrade me to Martial Zone. Beep. Congratulations. Host, you have reached Martial Zone Level 1, consuming 7 million experience points, with 800,000 remaining. Reclaim all the pills and herbs. Shun Ping commands, feeling a warmth spread through his body, signifying his ascension to Martial Zone Level 1. Congratulations, host, you have reclaimed 50 high-grade Xin-level pills, 640 medium-grade Xin-level pills, 650 low-grade Xin-level pills, and numerous Huang-level pills, along with various herbs, totaling 5 billion experience points. Originally, I was supposed to advance to Wu Zone, and that would be the end of it. Yet I have ascended further. Tongzi Ge has elevated me to Wuwang level 10. Shun Ping felt a surge of joy within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching Wuwang level 10. Experience consumed, 51. 5 billion. Remaining experience, 223. 5 billion. Tongzi Yi. Upgrade both the all-purpose techniques and all-purpose martial arts to the mid-Xian tier, and elevate my weapon to the mid-Xian tier as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the all-purpose techniques and all-purpose martial arts to the mid-Xian tier, and your weapon, the Iron Sword, to the mid-Xian tier. Experience consumed, 29. 9 billion. Remaining experience, 193. 6 billion. I lack sufficient experience for a complete upgrade. So let us elevate the all-purpose techniques to the upper Xian tier and the weapon to the upper Xian tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the all-purpose techniques to the upper Xian tier and the weapon to the upper Xian tier. Experience consumed, 9 billion. Remaining experience, 114. 6 billion. It seems I will not be able to level up soon. To reach the lower D tier for the all-purpose techniques requires 7 billion, while the all-purpose martial arts to upper Xian tier demands 2 billion. Moreover, acquiring experience will be increasingly difficult, as 6th tier and above monsters are seldom found in packs, making future experience acquisition even more challenging. Shen Ping stroked his chin in contemplation. Upon my return to the village, I shall elevate the strength of the villagers. After all, this remaining experience is insufficient for my own advancement. It would be better to enhance the villagers' abilities, allowing them to gather resources for me in return. As darkness began to envelop the sky, it was time for their appointment. Shen Ping tidied himself and proceeded toward the city lord's mansion. Upon arrival, he was naturally guided to the banquet location. Today was merely a small gathering, with only 2 tables, one for 15 young individuals and another for the city Lord Li Zhanrui, along with Elder Li, who accompanied Lin Skiang, the head of the Lin family, and Elder Lin, as well as Zhao Guangtian, the head of the Zhao family, and Elder Zhao. Initially, the presence of the Zhao and Lin family heads was not anticipated, as it was merely a junior from the Li family who had gained a legacy. However, the 3 family heads had other matters to discuss, and this occasion provided a perfect opportunity to convene. As Shen Ping entered, the 3 families and their elders did not pay him much heed, treating him as an ordinary junior. However, upon closer inspection, they were all taken aback. He was merely a Wuxia level 10 in the daytime. How has he transformed into a Wuwang level 10? Elder Li was astonished. How has this young man leveled up so swiftly? The last time we met, he was merely a woosher, and now he has crossed 3 major realms. Truly incredible. What kind of legacy has he obtained to achieve such heights? Li Jianrui felt a twinge of fear, relieved that he had not opposed this young man, nor delved into the origins of his legacy. What if he levels up again in a few days? That would be even more terrifying. With these thoughts, Li Jianrui rose to his feet. Shen Xiaoyu, please join that table. Shen Ping pondered why his father insisted he sit with a table full of Wuang experts. Was he so optimistic about him? Li Xiuling felt a similar shock. Although she could not discern Shen Ping's realm, she sensed an aura of danger emanating from him. Shen Ping had just broken through, and his aura had not yet settled. Thus, the Wuang experts immediately recognized his realm, while Li Xiuling and others, whose highest level was merely Dajianshi, could only feel an unsettling aura without knowing his true level. Thank you, City Lord Li, for the invitation, but I would prefer to sit with Miss Xiuling and Brother Zhao, Shen Ping replied, aware that Li Jianrui and the others had noticed his breakthrough. He did not feel prideful. Instead, he chose to sit with the younger group. That's perfectly fine. You young people should have more topics to discuss. Li Jianrui did not insist and took his seat, enjoying drinks with the other family heads. Shun brother, do you have more of that Mao Tai and Huazi? Please bring out some more, Zhao Zijing said upon seeing Shun Ping seated. Haha, did I not give you all some when we parted? Shun Ping chuckled, casually retrieving 10 boxes of Mao Tai and 1 box of Huazi from his spatial storage. I saved what you gifted me, so my stock is insufficient for such a crowd, Zhao Zijing replied with a smile, promptly unpacking the Mao Tai from his water bottle onto the table. Shen Ping, do bring out some of that cola as well. I find it quite enjoyable, Li Xiuling urged after seeing Shun Ping's Mao Tai and Huazi. Haha, certainly. At this point, Shun Ping casually produced 2 boxes of cola. I say, Shen brother, if you were to open a shop selling these items, it would surely thrive, Lin Yuni chimed in. Well, in due time, I shall have the villagers open a shop in the city dedicated to these goods. However, the prices will undoubtedly be quite steep, Shen Ping mused, considering that he needed the villagers' assistance in resource gathering. Thus selling these items posed no issue. How steep can it be? Besides, given the quality of these items, a higher price is quite reasonable, Zhao Zitong added with a laugh. Take Mao Tai, for instance. A bottle costs at least 30 gold coins. A bottle of cola at least 6 gold coins, and a box of Huazi is also 30 gold coins, Shun Ping calculated, sharing the pricing based on the system's purchase rates. That does seem a bit pricey, but it is acceptable. After all, these items are exclusive and thus command a premium, Lin Rulin remarked. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. However, for the wealthy, 30 gold coins is negligible, ensuring a robust market for your goods. Lin Yantian added, sipping on his Mao Tai. What are you all drinking? Bring us some too, and some of that smoky stuff as well, City Lord Li Junrei remarked, observing the young ones enjoying Mao Tai and Huazi. Uncle, this is the Mao Tai and Huazi invented by Shen brother. Give it a try, and do not underestimate it. Shen brother mentioned that a bottle of Mao Tai sells for 30 gold coins, and a box of Huazi is also 30 gold coins. Li Jianya quickly fetched several bottles of Mao Tai and 1 box of Huazi to the city lord's table, pouring for the guests and offering them Huazi to smoke. I must say, this Mao Tai is even better than what we have at the city lord's mansion. Selling it for 30 gold coins is indeed reasonable. This Huazi also has a unique flavor, giving a feeling of floating bliss, Elderly remarked after sampling both. Quite impressive, indeed, the family heads and elders unanimously praised. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I will ensure there is plenty of wine, Shun Ping responded, quickly retrieving several boxes of Mao Tai and a full box of Huazi from his spatial storage. Ah, you've got the right idea. I shall grant you another significant opportunity, Li Jianrui said with a smile. In a month, a Wuzuan secret realm will open within the Zhao kingdom. You and Xiuling should join. Oh, are there any requirements for entering the Wuzuan secret realm? Shen Ping inquired with raised brows. Anyone under May 30th enter. Lin Qiong, the head of the Lin family, replied with a chuckle. Are there limits on the number of entrants or requirements regarding their realms? Shen Ping sought to gather more information about the Wuzuan secret realm to potentially bring along his brothers. There are no limits on numbers, but the environment is chaotic, often leading to incidents of murder and treasure theft. It is advisable to have a higher realm At least Dajianchi level, to avoid being robbed, Zhao Guangtian cautioned, glancing at Shun Ping with a smile. A Wuong level 10, under 20 years old, was enough to make the family head smile broadly, which was why Li Zhanrui invited Shun Ping into the Wuzuan secret realm and shared this information with him. After all, it would not be customary to divulge such important news for merely a few bottles of wine. It also reflected their intention to build rapport with Shun Ping, hoping he would look after the Li family members within the secret realm. The other two family heads shared the same sentiment. And I can bring several people along, correct? Shun Ping inquired again. Absolutely, no problem. A month from now, bring your group to the city lord's mansion, and we shall set off together, Li Zhanrui responded. All right. Having concluded the important matters, Li Zhanrui and Shun Ping remarked, you may indulge in your meals and drinks as you please. We, the old-timers, shall refrain from interfering. At the revolving table, the young ones resumed their feasting and revelry, each a martial artist capable of consuming copious amounts, particularly with such delectable dishes and exquisite beverages on offer. The banquet lasted for 3 hours before it finally drew to a close. Shun Ping returned to the inn where he was staying, fell into a deep slumber until dawn, and after freshening up and having a light breakfast, he set out towards Pingfan village. For today, he intended to accomplish something monumental. As Shun Ping stepped through the door, he was greeted by his sister, Shun Lan, exclaiming, "Third brother is back! Third brother is back!" Hearing the commotion, Shun Qingshan, their mother, and his 2 elder brothers emerged from within. Shun Ping had been away for nearly half a month, causing considerable worry among his family. "You rascal, you've finally returned. One wonders what you've been up to in the city, taking so long to come back." Shun Qingshan patted Shun Ping on the shoulder. "Father, I was invited by the city lord's residence to participate in a trial within the Martial King's secret realm, where I obtained several cultivation pills. My intention is to elevate the cultivation levels of our village." Shun Ping explained to his family about his journey and the treasures he had acquired. Cultivation pills? Just like the ones from last time, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation? Shun He looked at his brother with excitement. Indeed, those very ones. This time, I plan to elevate the entire village's cultivation, and to a significant extent, Shun Ping replied calmly, gazing at his family. Then you should use some for yourself first. What is your current realm? Their mother, filled with concern, looked at her third son, who had recently experienced rapid cultivation growth, often disappearing for 10 days to half a month, leaving them anxious. "Mother, there is no need for concern. I have reached the 10th level of Martial King," Shun Ping said with a smile, taking his mother's hand. "What? Martial King?" Shun Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. "Let me calculate. Warrior, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, martial sect. Martial King. In less than 2 months, you have jumped 6 major realms. This is truly incredible. Were it not for my familiarity with you, I might suspect you were possessed by some great being." Shun Tong and Shun He exchanged glances, surprised that their younger brother had already become a martial king. "Father, what are you saying? Who could possibly possess me?" Shun Ping felt a flicker of unease, pondering if possession merely meant a merging of 2 entities. "Very well. Since you have the resources for cultivation and wish to enhance the strength of the entire village, I will speak with the village chief about it. The rest shall be entrusted to him," Shun Qingshan said, his heart filled with emotion as he gazed at his son. Recently, he had just reached the 10th level of martial artist thanks to his son, and now another elevation was on the horizon. Would they be able to reach the Grand Martial Master realm this time? Shun Qingshan murmured as he walked outside, hearing the lively commotion from the eldest brother's home. The Shen Xingyun family guessed that their third nephew had returned and came over as well. "Third child, you really are back. How was your outing? Did you sustain any injuries?" Shen Xingyun inquired, sitting at a table outside. "Who could possibly injure your nephew?" Shen Ping replied jokingly. "You little rascal, coincidentally. We hunted some beast meat recently. I'll have your second aunt bring it over so we can feast together," Shun Qingshan said with a smile, patting Shen Ping on the forehead. Yes, I will go fetch the beast meat right away." Shun Air aunt eagerly rushed home to retrieve it. "Ping Yi, was the city fun?" Shun Hong, the daughter of Shun Qingyun, mischievously poked Shun Ping's arm. "The city, well, how should I put it? There are all sorts of delicacies, but the expenses are significantly higher. The money we use to earn in a year wouldn't be enough to last a week in the city." Shun Ping thoughtfully explained to Shun Hong. So frightening? We can earn over 100 gold coins in a year. How could that not be enough for a week's stay in the city?" Shun Yang, the eldest son of Shun Qingyun, asked in astonishment. Just staying at the inn for a night costs 3 gold coins, and a meal sets you back 5. Do the math, does it suffice? And that is, without staying at the best places, Shun Ping illustrated the situation for everyone. Alas, it's no wonder our resources for cultivation are scarce. The people in the city can afford to drink a single meal's worth of what we earn in a year, Shun Qingyun lamented. They have the wealth to buy cultivation resources, allowing them to break through to higher realms and hunt more formidable beasts, generating greater income. A virtuous cycle. We, on the other hand, lack funds and are at a low cultivation level, only able to hunt lower-tier beasts that yield minimal profit, perpetuating a cycle of hardship. Uncle, why dwell on such matters? You still have your nephew. This time I return from the city with a substantial trove of resources, sufficient for everyone in our village to ascend together. In the future, you will hunt higher-tier beasts and earn more, taking us all into the city to spend. Shun Ping said, attempting to console his uncle, who appeared somewhat melancholic. Ah, it's truly remarkable of you to return with so many resources that can enhance our strength. The resources you brought last time helped me reach the 10th level of martial artist, which I found unbelievable, and you even imparted martial techniques to me. Uncle, how can I keep using your resources? They are earned through your hard work. Shun Qingping sighed. Uncle, we are family and need not speak of such things. Were it not for our village's unity, we would have been devoured by beasts long ago. Now that my strength has grown and I possess more resources, what harm is there in using some for everyone? Xinping declared with a sense of grandeur. In the future, I will lead everyone toward Xianyang City, to Zhao Kingdom, across the entire continent, so that all shall know the name Shun Ping and our humble Pingfan village. Good. Such ambition. I believe you will certainly succeed. The village chief, who had just entered the courtyard, overheard Shun Ping's declaration. Village chief, you have arrived. Please, have a seat. Shun Xinyan quickly rose to offer a chair. Very well. The village chief settled down, saying, Little Shun Ping, come and sit. Share with us your plan. The table in Shun Ping's home was not large, accommodating only 5 stools. The village chief, Shun Qingshan, Shun Qingyan, and Shun Ping took their seats while the others stood beside them. Village chief, I have acquired some cultivation pills during my time away, and I wish to elevate the strength of all villagers and make some improvements to the village, including setting up a few formations. Shun Ping softly articulated his plans. How many cultivation pills have you obtained? To what level do you expect to elevate the villagers? The village chief inquired. As for your ideas about improving the village and establishing formations, I support them wholeheartedly. We had intended to set up formations, but lacked both the knowledge of a formation master and the funds. If you're willing to improve, then by all means, let's do so. Actually, my plans for improvement are quite simple. To construct a 5-meter-high wall around the village, enveloping it entirely, and to open a southern gate. As for formation master, I do not know one, but I inadvertently obtained several high-grade formation flags that should suffice to ward off some beasts, Shun Ping explained. Building a wall around the village that is feasible. I shall gather the villagers in the coming days to begin quarrying stones for the wall. Once this perimeter is completed, I will help the villagers renovate their homes, transforming them into 2-story buildings. As for the wall, we can expand our village by a factor of 2, especially since many families have young men preparing for marriage. The village chief responded thoughtfully. Village chief, doubling the size is not sufficient. We should aim for a 10-fold expansion. Once you all consume these cultivation pills, we will become a martial family, and a remarkably strong one at that. Our vision must be broadened. Shin Bing interjected with a smile, interrupting the village chief's words. Oh, a remarkably strong martial family? Just how many cultivation pills have you obtained? And to what level do you intend to raise our abilities? The village chief was utterly astonished. What constitutes extraordinary strength? Is it to elevate everyone's cultivation to a higher realm? In terms of formidable prowess, they are second only to the 3 great families of Xianyang City. Shin Ping answered calmly. I am aware of the situation regarding the 3 families. In my youth, I served as a guard at the city lord's residence. Each of the 3 families is presided over by a martial emperor, and I suspect they possess ancestors at the martial venerable level. The lesser families are governed by martial kings. How can we possibly compare? The village chief gazed at Shin Ping in disbelief. Shiyuf. Sanwazai has reached martial king level 10. Shun Qingshan declared with pride. What did you say? Little Shun Ping has actually attained martial king level 10? The village chief looked at Shun Qingshan in astonishment. Grandfather, not only have I reached Martial King level 10, but I also intend to elevate you, my father, and my second uncle to the Martial King realm. Shun Ping's words left everyone in a state of shock. Martial Kings are indeed capable of soaring through the skies. Grandfather, you must consume these pills first. Shun Ping, observing the astonished expressions around him, produced a handful of pills and placed them before the village chief. This, very well, I shall eat. After some contemplation, the village chief made a significant decision, grasped the pills, and placed them in his mouth. To his surprise, the pills dissolved instantly, flowing smoothly into his abdomen. Just as he was about to speak, an aura erupted from his body, causing those around him to hastily disperse. Have I truly reached Martial King level 1? The village chief gazed at his hands in disbelief, channeling energy to his feet, and gradually began to levitate. Finally convinced of this astonishing reality. Grandfather, do you believe now? Shun Ping smiled as he watched the village chief floating in the air. He then produced several more pills, placing them before the others. These are for you. Today, we shall all advance together. The village chief gently descended to the ground, staring at the piles of pills on the table. Excellent. Our village has finally produced a talent. The Shun clan shall honor you with a dedicated page in our genealogy. Haha, we can discuss that later. For now, everyone quickly consume the pills, Shun Ping chuckled. Excluding the two sisters who could not cultivate. Everyone else seized the pills before them and swallowed them. Before long, a surge of energy enveloped them, and they all completed their ascension. Shun Qingshan and his brother both advanced to Martial King level 1, while several others, including Shun Fei, who had just begun his cultivation this year, reached Martial Venerable level 1. Shun Qingshan and his brother began to channel their true energy beneath their feet, attempting to fly. I can fly, they exclaimed, beaming like children. Is this what it means to be a Martial Venerable? I never imagined I would reach this level, Shun Tung said, clenching his fist and feeling the power within him. Thanks to Samwazai, I can no longer call him that, as he has become a Martial King. I shall refer to him as Pinger, Shun Mu said, her face alight with joy. Sister-in-law, I never expected I would also have such a day. Shun Erzhang smiled as she linked arms with Shun Mu. Come, big brother. Let us go outside and have a spar, Shun Fei said, cheerfully pulling Shun Yang toward the exit. Shun Ping watched the joyous scene before him with a heart full of delight. Do not rush. You are still cultivating a low-grade yellow tier technique. Normally, with this technique, you would never reach your current realm. This is the miraculous effect of these pills. I will now impart my high-grade mysterious tier technique to you, and you must swiftly transform your true energy. Although your realms have risen, your true energy reserves remain limited, rendering you no match for opponents of the same level. I have noticed that after just a short time flying, my true energy feels like a flowing stream, nearly depleted, Shun Qingshan said as he landed. Once you alter the attributes of your true energy, gradual cultivation will allow it to reach the standard expected at your current realm, Shun Ping explained, retrieving several handwritten manuals from his spatial pouch. These 7 volumes contain techniques without titles. You may name them as you wish. They correspond to the 7 attributes of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, ranging from low-grade yellow tier to high-grade mysterious tier. The remaining manuals contain various martial skills, also spanning from low-grade yellow tier to mid-grade mysterious tier. Once everyone has completed their ascension, each person can select one martial skill, and I will impart it to them until they achieve mastery. Wonderful. Once the houses are completed, it will mark the establishment of our Shun clan. The village chief, Shun Sangtian, said excitedly. For how many years have we lived here? My generation of old brothers has dwindled, many lost to the beasts. Today we finally rise. Tears welled in the village chief's eyes. I will gather all the villagers who cultivate to come to your home to discuss future developments, the village chief said, wiping away his tears before stepping out to summon the villagers. In less than half an hour, around 200 cultivators from the village had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. The chief said Pinger has obtained numerous cultivation resources outside. Indeed, I heard he intends to share these resources with us. It is surprising that just days ago, a second-tier beast nearly took his life, and now he can bring back resources for us. Pinger has truly prospered. Yes. All right, everyone, please settle down and listen to little Shun Ping's instructions, the village chief said, clearing his throat and raising his voice. Esteemed elders, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I owe you all a debt of gratitude. Today, I return with abundant resources acquired during my journeys. Let us ascend together, Shen Ping proclaimed, casually producing numerous pills from his spatial pouch, which floated before the crowd. Ascend. Everyone eagerly grasped the pills and consumed them. Soon, a wave of energy surged through them, elevating their ranks. Warriors, martial practitioners, martial masters, grand martial masters, and martial venerables all received advancements. Among the 60 young people, over 40 ascended to the level of martial venerable, while the remaining youth, along with all present, attained the level of grand martial master. This was a grand celebration for the entire village, a momentous occasion of collective ascension. Everyone, go to the village chief to select a martial skill, and I will impart it to you directly. Prioritize skills that match your attributes to maximize their effectiveness. And also choose your techniques, Shen Ping said excitedly, waving his hand. After selecting, come to me, and I will teach each of you. This session of instruction took less than an hour, and all present learned a martial skill suited to their abilities, achieving mastery. Today's ascension is just the beginning, not the final instance. You must swiftly convert your true energy, accumulating it to meet the standards expected at your respective realms. After a month, I will lead those under 30 who have attained the martial venerable level to the martial venerable secret realm. Shen Ping paused, adding, those who volunteer to go should understand that this journey may be perilous with the threat of death. Be prepared to risk your lives to showcase the might of the Shen clan. Should anyone fail to return, do not mourn for little Shen Ping. This is an opportunity. It is up to you to seize it. The village chief echoed Shen Ping's words, alleviating his concerns. Very well, everyone, return home. Tonight, we shall hold a feast. Prepare yourselves, for tomorrow we shall officially commence the transformation of our village. The village chief waved his hand, sending everyone off. Little Shen Ping, why did you not inform me about the martial venerable secret realm? I have just remembered that I still have the weapons I purchased for everyone in my storage space. Although they are all of low and medium yellow grade, they will suffice for our transitional needs. Once everyone earns their own money, they could buy better weapons. I did not anticipate that everyone's strength would improve so rapidly. These weapons were acquired as soon as I arrived in the city. Shen Ping scratched his head and said awkwardly, all right, I'll let them take these weapons shortly. Tonight, we shall indulge in medicine and wine, and when we awaken tomorrow, it will be a brand new day, a day of resurgence. The village chief exclaimed excitedly. That evening, the entire village gathered for a celebration. Shen Ping brought out ample quantities of liquor, snacks, and soda, and the atmosphere grew increasingly joyful, with the festivities lasting for 3 full hours. When Shen Ping returned home, he lay on his bed and opened his personal attributes panel. System, open personal panel. Character, Shen Ping. Level, Martial King level 10. Experience, 36. 6 billion. Cultivation method, universal cultivation method, high-grade Xian. Skills, universal martial skills, medium-grade Xian, perfected. Weapon, iron sword, high-grade Xian. Space, 36 cubic meters. Items, few. The recent village-wide promotion consumed 8 billion experience points, and in a few days, I will need to exchange for formation flags, newly available after reaching Martial King level, which will require another 300 million. Once I conclude my tasks in the next couple of days, I must quickly hunt monsters to level up. The following morning, the entire village assembled. Half the villagers dug the foundation while the other half gathered stones. Each person was at least a great martial master, making the work of digging and lifting stones quite effortless. Initially, the plan was to expand the village by tenfold, but as they worked, they progressed faster and larger, even incorporating farmland into the expansion. By noon, women from the village brought food to the construction site, and everyone sat together, enjoying flatbreads, devouring monster meat, sipping broth, and engaging in cheerful banter. As evening approached, the foundation was completed, measuring 2,000 meters in length and width, with piles of stones nearby. Before nightfall, we must reinforce the foundation. Those who have cultivated earth attribute techniques, please solidify it once more, the village chief instructed the group. Indeed, chief. Even if you did not say it, we would have done so. This is a grand undertaking for future generations. Yes, chief. Once this small city is built, our descendants will benefit. The villagers exchanged lively remarks while continuing their tasks, and by the time darkness fell, the entire foundation was finished. The next day, as dawn broke, everyone gathered at the foundation site. Some began mixing mud, others started making bricks, while some worked on drying and solidifying the bricks. The day's industriousness commenced again. Approaching noon, the city began to take shape, with walls standing 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, complemented by an additional meter of rocky parapet. Every 100 meters, a staircase led directly into the city. By nightfall, the walls were completed and 2 city gates were opened in the north and south, made of bronze and funded entirely by Xinping. While everyone had been laboring these past 2 days, Xinping had not been idle. He had exchanged for 3 sets of formation flags, diligently considering their optimal placement to safeguard the entire city. Eventually, he wrapped each flag with cylindrical stone pillars, positioning the focal point in the city center. Xinping planned to construct a 5-story building there, with the first floor serving as a conference hall, the second as a warehouse for materials, the third as a storage for medicinal herbs, the fourth as a library, and the fifth housing the focal point of the formation. The 3 formations he prepared included a defensive formation, an illusion and concealment formation, and an offensive formation. The formations would automatically activate, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to function autonomously. In the event of an enemy attack, the cores of the monsters, known as beast cores, would be required to sustain the rapid operation of the formations. These 3 formations encompassed the entire city, leaving only 2 passageways at the north and south gates. In the event of an enemy incursion, controlling the focal point would enable the closure of these passages. After 2 busy days, the remaining tasks no longer required Xinping's involvement, allowing him to decide to venture into the Xiangyang mountain range once more to accumulate experience. Unbeknownst to Xinping, the following day, the system presented him with a delightful surprise. Upon awakening, Xinping addressed the system. System, check-in. Beep, today's check-in. Congratulations. The host has received a storage ring, 1 cubic meter, now added to them all. To have obtained a storage ring was remarkable. Such items are rare and valuable in the outside world, as only martial emperors possess the ability to create them, requiring significant time and energy. Xinping pondered. Could I perhaps resell the storage ring? Let me first check the price of other rings. He promptly opened them all and discovered that a 1 cubic meter storage ring required 10 million experience points, while a 10 cubic meter ring required 100 million. In contrast, the market value of a 1 cubic meter storage ring had surged to 800,000 gold coins. This price indicated a potential profit for Xinping. The high demand for storage rings stemmed from the fact that possessing one signified the backing of a martial emperor, as only they could manufacture such items. No need to rush. I do not have much experience at the moment. I should focus on gathering experience first, and save this ring for the village chief. Xinping decided, seeking out the chief to present him with the ring. The two engaged in warm exchanges of gratitude before Xinping bid farewell and set off toward the Xiangyang mountain range. The journey, which previously took 3 hours, now required less than an hour due to Xinping's ability to fly at low altitudes. However, this flight drained half of his energy, explaining why he had never witnessed a martial emperor flying. It was likely that other martial emperors would exhaust their energy in less than an hour. Upon reaching the mountain's outskirts, Xinping refrained from engaging in combat, recognizing that the monster population was not infinite. Sustainability was essential. If he depleted the monsters on the outskirts, the villagers would face starvation, as not all villages were as fortunate as theirs. With every resident being at least a great martial master, relying on hunting low-level spiritual beasts for sustenance, Xinping ventured directly into the territory of the 5th-tier monsters, embarking on his experience-gathering expedition. Previously, he would recover all materials from the slain monsters, but considering the family's future needs, he occasionally left behind monsters suitable for crafting weapons or formation flags, along with their cores. This decision resulted in a significant decrease in experience gained. Previously, the experience from mid-tier monsters was approximately 5 times that of the kill experience, but had now dwindled to about 2 times, while the experience from low-tier monsters remained roughly equivalent to the kill experience. Regardless of whether they were low-tier or high-tier 5th-grade monsters, none posed a challenge to Xinping. Even in groups, each 5th-grade monster yielded experience ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. By the end of the day, Xinping amassed 80 million experience points. Days passed, yet he remained oblivious to the calamity his actions would soon invite. Chapter 17. the siege of monsters in recent days, as Shun Ping continued his relentless slaying. Although his experience steadily increased, the number of fifth-grade monsters dwindled. Each possessed their own territory, requiring Shun Ping to travel daily in search of them. Recently, the population of fifth-grade monsters had been gradually decreasing, leaving Shun Ping no choice but to venture into the territory of sixth-grade monsters. As Shun Ping pressed forward, he finally encountered the first sixth-tier demon beast, the Feng Lei Hu, since entering the mountains. The Feng Lei Hu is a dual-attribute beast, possessing various martial techniques such as Wind Walk, which enhances speed, Thunder Shield, which increases defense, Flash Thunder, a specialized attack, and Thunderstorm, which amplifies attack power. Among the sixth-tier demon beasts, it is one of the more formidable opponents. The Feng Lei Hu before him had already reached the fifth level of the sixth tier. This Feng Lei Hu posed a challenge for Shun Ping. The martial techniques of the sixth-tier Feng Lei Hu were equivalent to those at the pinnacle of the Xian tier, while Shun Ping's martial skills were comparable to the perfected realm of the mid-level Xian tier. Since their techniques were on the same level, the outcome would depend solely on the density of their true qi and their battle experience. Although Shun Ping had been fighting continuously for over 2 months, compared to the Feng Lei Hu, which had spent countless years in battle within the mountains, he was still relatively inexperienced. It was only because Shun Ping's true qi was somewhat denser and his realm slightly higher that he had any chance of engaging in combat. Roaring, the Feng Lei Hu saw Shun Ping intruding into its territory and bellowed, "Human, you have crossed the line. Get out." In its roar, Shun Ping sensed the intent of the Feng Lei Hu. When a demon beast reaches the sixth tier, it can emit mental fluctuations to convey its meaning to humans. Shun Ping brandished his iron sword, retorting, "Cross the line? You want me to leave? Today, I shall put you in the pot." He swung his sword, unleashing a fire cloud sword strike towards the Feng Lei Hu, and then executed a swift movement to leap at the beast. The Feng Lei Hu roared in anger, releasing a ball of lightning to collide with the fire cloud sword. Its body lunged at Shun Ping, and their martial techniques met in midair, one red and one purple, resulting in a loud explosion and dissipating into nothingness. This was followed by a fierce melee. Shun Ping switched his attributes, enhancing his sword with lightning properties, while the Feng Lei Hu unleashed a thunderstorm, its claws enveloped in a layer of purple energy, colliding fiercely with Shun Ping's iron sword. The sound of their clash echoed, the iron sword and claws grinding against each other, as the claws of the Feng Lei Hu were as hard as the top-grade iron sword of the Xian tier. After their initial exchange, both Shun Ping and the Feng Lei Hu shifted positions. Realizing that he could not defeat the Feng Lei Hu quickly, Shun Ping prepared for a protracted battle. He then launched himself at the Feng Lei Hu, utilizing his superior speed to find openings and strike repeatedly. The Feng Lei Hu, not to be outdone, matched Shun Ping's speed, as its wind attribute allowed it to be swifter than other demon beasts. Thus, they clashed for 3 hours. At last, the Feng Lei Hu displayed signs of fatigue, and Shun Ping's heart leaped with joy. An opportunity had arisen. He executed a continuous water sword technique, relentlessly attacking the Feng Lei Hu. Aware that he could not stop Shun Ping, the Feng Lei Hu opted to evade vital areas, enduring the attack, which left a deep gash on its back, blood streaming down. "Roar, you brat, wait for me." With that, the Feng Lei Hu turned to flee. Shun Ping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Stop right there," and accelerated towards the Feng Lei Hu. The Feng Lei Hu fled ahead, while Shun Ping pursued, unknowingly running far into the territory of 7th-tier demon beasts. "Roar, Father, help!" The Feng Lei Hu cried out in desperation. Shun Ping, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned to escape without hesitation. "How bold of you, human, to dare attack my son!" Came a powerful roar from the direction of the Feng Lei Hu's plea for help. Ignoring the threat, Shun Ping exerted all his strength to sprint towards the mountain's edge, not daring to look back. After all, a demon beast capable of uttering human language was at least a 7th-tier creature. Facing such a beast would be tantamount to seeking death, as he could barely contend with 6th-tier beasts. "All demon beasts, stop that kid," commanded the Feng Lei Hu Huang. Although the Feng Lei Hu Huang was slightly faster than Shun Ping, it did not possess overwhelming speed, and there remained a gap between them. Eager to avenge its son, the Feng Lei Hu Huang commanded the beasts in the forest to attack Shun Ping. Hearing this order, Shun Ping inwardly lamented, initially planning to take a shortcut to escape. But now he had no choice but to navigate around the Feng Lei Hu's territory, as other areas would be guarded by sixth-tier beasts. Only in the Feng Lei Hu's domain could he run unimpeded. The nearby sixth-tier demon beasts responded to the Feng Lei Hu Huang's command, swiftly converging towards Shun Ping's location. Some cunning sixth-tier beasts directly headed for the Feng Lei Hu's territory, preparing to intercept Shun Ping. Just as Shun Ping was about to exit the Feng Lei Hu's domain, he was confronted by a forest python, a formidable opponent that had reached the 10th level of the 6th tier, its 20-meter-long body coiling in midair to confront him. Not slowing his speed, Shun Ping unleashed a heavenly fire fist aimed at the forest python's head, and as it attempted to block the punch, he maneuvered around it towards the mountain's edge. However, due to the forest python's interruption, Shun Ping was soon caught up by the Feng Lei Hu Huang within the territory of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Despicable human, daring to lay hands on my son. Now it is your turn to pay with your life. Upon catching up to Shun Ping, the Feng Lei Hu Huang unleashed a lightning ball towards him. Shun Ping quickly deployed 3 defensive techniques and 2 offensive techniques against the lightning ball, but the lower-grade lightning ball, at the pinnacle of the Earth tier, obliterated 2 of his techniques and rushed towards him, annihilating 2 of his defensive techniques before dissipating in the air. Damn human, you indeed possess some skill. But this is where it ends. The Feng Lei Hu Huang, seeing that its casual lightning ball had not annihilated Shun Ping, summoned all its power to release a larger lightning ball aimed directly at him. Shun Ping cursed inwardly, wondering how he had provoked not just a minor beast, but its powerful progenitor. I merely wished to gain some experience. Why must it be so difficult? Yet, Shun Ping could not afford to give up. This time, he refrained from defense and unleashed 5 offensive techniques. The 2 forces clashed in midair, and after the lightning ball absorbed the energy of the 5 techniques, it diminished significantly, becoming less potent than its previous strike. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Shun Ping released a defensive technique just in time. Although he managed to block the lightning ball's assault, he was still knocked back several meters by the residual force, crashing into a large tree and spitting blood. The Feng Lei Hu Huang, seeing this tenacious human withstand its attack, was incensed despite inflicting minor injuries. It raised its right claw, shimmering with purple light, preparing to unleash another technique, Thunderblast. Master, do you have any solutions for this predicament? Otherwise, my life is in jeopardy. A notification chimed. Host may expend all experience points to receive assistance from the system, instantly teleporting to the Xianyang mountain range. All experience points? In comparison to his life, that was trivial. Shun Ping had little time for contemplation, with the attack looming before him. Then, system, teleport me. Before he could finish his command, the system was already prepared. A radiant white light enveloped Shun Ping, and as it reached its zenith, it would transport him away at his command. Bold! A green blade of energy suddenly appeared, intercepting the Feng Lei Hu Huang's lethal strike. As the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor issued the command to besiege Shun Ping, 4 figures emerged from a military camp on the outskirts of the Xianyang mountain range, soaring towards the source of the roar. It was under the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor's assault that they managed to rescue Shun Ping. Observing the situation, Shun Ping refrained from uttering a word of gratitude, while the system awkwardly retracted its teleportation light. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed elder, Shun Ping said, clasping his fists in respect towards a white-haired old man with a wine gourd at his waist, who wielded a 3-foot-long green blade and stood resolutely before him, blocking the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor's path. This matter is trivial. We shall discuss it further once this is settled, the old man, known as Li Tiangang, remarked, glancing back briefly as Shun Ping waved dismissively. Li Tiangang, how dare you obstruct me? This brat has injured my son. I must take my revenge. The Feng Lei Tiger Emperor bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Are you truly willing to tear up our agreement? If you desire war, then let it be. Li Tiangang, raplia kuri. It is you who seeks to breach the accord. This accursed human was the first to harm my son, retorted the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor. He is a newly elevated Wuang and is unaware of the agreement. I will inform him upon his return. As for your son, let it be, Li Tiangang stated, casting a smile towards the 3 individuals who had just arrived. Very well, I shall grant you this one concession, but should there be a next time, I will surely slay this young man, the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor warned, casting a deep glance at Shun Ping before departing toward his territory. With the Feng Lei Tiger Emperor's retreat, The others breathed a sigh of relief. They were eager to avoid conflict. Li Tiangang, too, wished to maintain the long-standing peace. But he would not agree to surrender Shenping. Every Wuong represented formidable power that could not be forsaken, especially one as gifted as Shenping. Indeed, Li Tiangang was already aware of Shenping's existence. He was the father of Li Zhanrui, the lord of Xiangyang City, and had attained the 5th level of Wuong. Recently, Li Zhanrui had sent word that a Wuong-level genius had emerged nearby, who had ascended 6 realms in less than 2 months. Li Tiangang had longed to meet this prodigy, but had not found the opportunity until now, in such unusual circumstances. "Come, young man, we shall converse further in the military camp," Li Tiangang said, watching as Shenping led the way toward the camp, followed by the other 3. Shenping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took flight alongside them. Upon arriving at the military camp and entering the tent, the 5 took their seats. Shenping was astonished to discover such a large military presence on the outskirts of the Xiangyang mountain range, with a Wu Huang overseeing it, something he had never encountered in his many visits to the mountains. "Young man, I know of you. Ruier has spoken of you." "Ah, that is Li Zhanrui, my son. You may address me as Li Grandpa," Li Tiangang said, sipping tea with a smile. "Thank you, Li Grandpa, for saving my life," Shenping replied, realizing that the elder before him was indeed a member of the Li clan. "I shall introduce you to these 3. This is my second son, Li Zhanjia. You may call him second uncle. This is Lin Ziqing from the Lin clan. You may call him Uncle Lin. And this is Zhao Zizai from the Zhao clan. You may address him as Uncle Zhao." Li Tiangang introduced the 3 men with a beaming smile. "Second uncle, Uncle Lin." "Uncle Zhao," Shenping responded respectfully. "Well, you are quite the fellow, daring to take on the Fonglei tiger all by yourself," Li Zhanjia remarked with a grin, knowing well of Shenping's close relationship with his niece. "Indeed, true heroes emerge in youth," Uncle Lin added, thanking Shenping for looking after his 2 wayward sons, Lin Yuntian and Lin Yunfeng. "And I, too, appreciate your care for my children, Zhao Zitong and Zhao Xiaoqian," Uncle Zhao chimed in. "Oh, it was merely mutual assistance." Shenping waved his hand modestly. "Enough with the formalities. We have long been aware of your background. You even saved my granddaughter," Li Tiangang interjected. "Today, I shall share with you some secrets of the Xiangyang mountain range." "Please, Li Grandpa, I am all ears," Shenping replied attentively. 20 years ago, the beasts of the Xiangyang mountain range launched a large-scale invasion against Xiangyang City. You must have heard of it? "I have. My grandparents perished during that beast tide," Shenping said somberly. "Alas, we cannot protect everyone. Survival necessitates sacrifice," Li Tiangang sighed. "During that battle, 3 8th-tier beasts and 10 7th-tier beasts emerged, along with hundreds of 6th-tier beasts. It was a cataclysmic clash. Our 3 clans united to launch an offensive against the 8th-tier beasts, supported by the Zhao royal family, and we managed to repel that invasion. Subsequently, neither side could gain the upper hand, leading to the signing of an agreement. No Wuong or 6th-tier beast and above shall act recklessly, which brought about the cessation of hostilities. Thus, your actions today have somewhat breached the agreement. Fortunately, as a newly ascended Wuong, you were unaware of the terms, or else a great calamity could have ensued, lightly resulting in devastation, and severely, Li Tiangang trailed off with a heavy heart. "Then, Li Grandpa, how do we obtain materials of 6th tier and above?" Shenping inquired. "Haha, while we cannot act overtly, discreet measures can be taken as long as they remain undetected. However, you allowed the Fonglei tiger to escape. We typically set up formations to prevent such occurrences before striking," Li Tiangang explained. "I understand now. I will ensure to strategize thoroughly before my next engagement," Shenping replied, pondering. "Li Grandpa, are there any 9th-tier existences within the Xiangyang mountain range?" "9th tier? I have not encountered one, but it stands to reason that such a vast mountain range would harbor them," Li Tiangang responded after a moment's contemplation. "If a 9th-tier beast were to emerge, who could withstand it?" Shenping asked. "That is not a concern for you at this moment. Focus on enhancing your strength. Should calamity arise, there will be those to shield you," Li Tiangang assured, glancing at Shenping. "Do you know how long a Wuxing can live?" "Wuxing? Attaining the Wuxia realm grants a lifespan of 150 years, while a Dawang reaches 200 years. Wuzong can extend their life by 100 years, reaching 300, and Wuong lives for 500 years. Wuhuang enjoys a lifespan of 1,000 years, while Wuzuan can live for 2,000 years, and a Wuxing may live for 5,000 years. Shen Ping recounted thoughtfully. Are you suggesting? Indeed, the Zhao dynasty has only existed for 3,000 years. Li Tiangang remarca legally, nuting Shen Ping's realization. The Zhao clan's ancestors are still alive, Shen Ping pondered, realizing the hidden strength of the prominent families. While the three major clans publicly displayed only Wuong-level presences, they secretly harbored Wuzuan and the Zhao royal family, appearing to have only Wu Huang covertly possessed a Wuxing. This was indeed a profound revelation. If the Zhao royal family had a Wuxing, then the three major sects must also possess a Wuxing. Young man, do not overthink. Focus on your cultivation. With your aptitude, you shall surely secure a place among the Wuxing in the future. For today, do not depart. Stay and share a meal with us in the camp, Li Tiangang said, smiling at Shen Ping, who appeared deep in thought. Very well, Li Grandpa. I happen to have some fine wine. Let us savor it together, Shen Ping responded, producing a few bottles of Matai and Huazi. Oh, this is what my son spoke of, the new concoction you created. I must have a proper taste today, Lin Jiqing remarked, eyeing the items Shen Ping presented with amusement. Oh, they are merely trifles, nothing of note, Shen Ping waved dismissively. Shen Ping enjoyed a delightful lunch at the military camp, engaging in lively conversation with the others. In a casual conversation, Shen Ping gleaned numerous secrets, deepening his understanding of the world. Li Tiangang and others expressed considerable admiration for the Maotu and Huazi that Shen Ping had presented, prompting him to leave behind a substantial amount of supplies for the four before departing. Chapter 19. My trials are too great after 2 hours. Shen Ping returned to Pingfan village from the military camp. As he gazed upon the 2,000-meter square town, a sense of pride filled his heart. Although the town was still modest in size, it was destined to gain renown across the continent. Upon entering through the southern gate, he immediately spotted a 5-story building at the town center, surrounded by several 2-story structures arranged in a grid pattern. The layout resembled a character for field, with a 5-story building at its center. The cross-section of the character featured a wide 10-meter avenue connecting the north and south gates, complemented by 2 additional 10-meter avenues running east and west. The 50 or so households of Pingfan village were dispersed throughout the southern half of the town, while the northern half was reserved for future generations. Shen Ping's new home was situated closest to the central 5-story building, directly facing his uncle Shen Qingyun's residence. Due to Shen Ping's significant contributions to Pingfan village, both his and Shen Qingyun's homes had been rebuilt, while the other villagers had merely constructed adequate living quarters, with further developments still in the planning stages. Upon entering his home, Shen Ping pushed open the door to find 3 2-story buildings arranged in a neat line. In the center of the courtyard stood a large pavilion, furnished with a stone table capable of accommodating the entire family for meals. Inside the pavilion, Shen Ping's mother and Aunt Shun were engaged in light conversation and joyfully rose to greet him upon his arrival. Mother, Aunt, please sit down, Shen Ping urged, hastening to assist them into their seats before taking a place beside them. The construction of our home progressed remarkably quickly. Indeed, the villagers prioritized our home in gratitude for your efforts. You will reside in the left building, while your elder and second brothers will occupy the one to the right. And we, along with your younger sister, will settle in the central one, Shen Ping's mother proudly declared. Ah, we are fortunate to have this spacious arrangement, each in a 2-story building, Shen Ping replied with a playful raise of his eyebrows. Yes, your second uncle also benefited from your fortune. His house has been completed as well, also comprising 3 buildings, Aunt Shun added with a smile, gazing at Shen Ping. Wonderful. Our prosperous days are only just beginning, and they will surely improve. And what of father and uncle and the others? Shen Ping inquired. They have gone to assist in constructing homes for others, aiming to complete the town's development within 3 days before setting out to hunt and adapt to their current capabilities, his mother responded. After exchanging a few more words with his mother and Aunt Shun, Shen Ping excused himself, feigning fatigue, to take a rest. Upon entering the left side building, he was greeted by a spacious living room, centered around a round table and several stools, devoid of extravagant decorations, emphasizing its openness. To the right of the living room was a staircase leading to the second floor, which housed 6 rooms, an expansive master bedroom, for guest rooms, and a study, all meticulously arranged by his mother. As Shen Ping entered the master bedroom, he noticed the freshly made bed, and upon lying down, he couldn't help but emit a contented sigh. Brother Tongzi, how much experience do I currently possess? Shun Ping inquired, reaching out mentally to communicate with his system. The host possesses 6 billion experience points. What? I distinctly recall having over 400 million experience points just 2 days ago. How is it that I now have so little? Shun Ping exclaimed in shock, questioning the system. This reduction occurred because the host issued a distress signal, utilizing all experience points to complete a teleportation. Although the host interrupted the teleportation, energy was still expended, resulting in the deduction of half of the host's experience. Very well. I accept that, Shun Ping sighed. The loss of 26 storage rings meant he could no longer level up through combat. It seemed he needed to devise alternative methods to gain experience. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that opening a shop needed to be prioritized. Selling Huazi and Maotu would provide a considerable income. While the profit margins were not extravagant, over time, they would become quite significant. Furthermore, a 1 cubic meter storage ring was valued at 10 million experience points, potentially selling for 800,000 gold coins, and if auctioned, perhaps even more. A 10 cubic meter storage ring was worth 1 billion experience points, likely fetching 10 million gold coins, and given the relative cost of materials at around 500,000 gold coins. Selling 1 cubic meter of storage rings seemed prudent. After all, creating 10 cubic meter rings required 5 statues, which was rather daunting. He also considered selling a few medicinal pills, likely fetching a good price, as his pills provided immediate recovery and were thus quite rare. I could also trade some experience pills. The 3 major families intervened to rescue me, so I ought to offer them something in return. Besides, with the imminent opening of the Wuzuan secret realm, enhancing the participants' levels would be beneficial. I shall sell enough experience pills for 5 individuals from each of the 3 major families to enter the Wuzone. Shun Ping mused, determining to set favorable conditions to avoid future complications. Although it was unlikely they would turn against him, caution was always wise. Alas, my trials are too great. As a promising youth of the new era, I have never engaged in business before. Initially, I thought leveling up through combat would suffice. Yet now I'm unable to do so. I must stop overthinking this. It only adds to my distress. Before he knew it, Shun Ping drifted into slumber. He was awakened later that evening by his sister, Shunlan. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he found the entire family gathered, eagerly awaiting him to commence the meal. As they dined together, Shun Ping shared his Huazi and Maotu with everyone. Father, uncle, I plan to open shop in the town, specializing in Huazi and Maotu. What are your thoughts? Will there truly be buyers for such items? Shen Qing Shan inquired hesitantly. My friends assure me that the market for Huazi and Maotu is strong. I intend to price Maotu at 30 gold per bottle and Huazi at 30 gold per box. Shun Ping replied nonchalantly. 30 gold? Who would spend that much on such things? With 30 gold, one could acquire a decent low-grade yellow-tier weapon. Shun Qingyun remarked incredulously. Father, uncle, the townsfolk are quite wealthy. They are not concerned about money, but rather about enjoyment. Just consider how potent the liquor is and how enjoyable the Huazi is to smoke. Shun Ping smiled as he queried. Indeed, it is fine liquor and quite enjoyable, but Shun Qing Shan still hesitated. There's no harm in trying. If it doesn't work out, we can reassess. This shop will not only sell these items, but will also purchase all materials, whether yellow tier or profound tier. Regarding pricing, I will consult my friends for guidance. Finally, Shun Ping made a decisive statement. Very well. Since we are not well versed in these matters, we shall defer to your judgment. Shun Qingyun agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, my nephew is destined for success. Following his lead is wise. Shun Qingshan concurred. Establishing a shop in town would necessitate a reliable overseer, prompting Shun Ping to propose that his uncle take charge, with his father swapping responsibilities monthly. What? You want to manage a shop? Can I really handle that? Shen Qingyun hesitated. Do not worry, uncle. Leave the professional matters to those experienced in them. Your role will be to oversee the shop, ensuring no disturbances occur. You will enjoy yourself, and should any issues arise, you can address them. Tomorrow, I will take you to the town to arrange everything and introduce you to my connections. If any problems arise, they will assist you, Shun Ping reassured his uncle. I see. In that case, I will accompany you to the town tomorrow. Tomorrow, take both Xiao, Mei, and Hong Mei with you. Last time, I promised to take you to the city, and this time I shall fulfill that promise. Shen Ping gently patted Xiao Mei's head as he spoke. Is that true? Third brother, are you really taking me to the city? Shen Lan, who had been quietly eating nearby, exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Shen Ping's words. Yes, yes, Brother Ping. Are you really taking us to the city? Shen Hong quickly stood up, shaking Shen Ping's arm and inquiring eagerly. Of course it's true. Didn't I mention that whenever I have the chance, I would take you to the city to see it for yourselves? Shen Ping replied with a smile as he patted Shen Hong's shoulder. Mother, can we go? Shen Lan turned to her mother and asked, If your third brother is taking you, then of course you may go. Mother Shen nodded, watching her excited daughters. Yay, we're going to the city. Yay, we're going to the city. The others couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight of the two little girls brimming with excitement. Chapter 20. The transaction. Early the next morning, Shen Ping hurriedly drove the carriage, accompanied by Shen Qingyun and his two younger sisters, towards the city. If it were just him, he would have walked, for his speed surpassed that of the carriage by far. However, with two younger sisters in tow, he had no choice but to drive the carriage. Along the way, the two sisters chattered excitedly, but as the thrill began to fade, they succumbed to fatigue and dozed off in a corner of the carriage. By the time the two girls awoke, they had already arrived at the gates of Xiangyang City. After paying the entrance fee, the four of them successfully entered the city, with the two sisters peering out of the carriage window, marveling at everything they saw, all of which appeared fresh and new to them. Shen Ping drove the carriage directly to the inn where they would be staying and booked 3 rooms. He handed Shen Qingyun 100 gold coins, instructing him to take the two sisters out to have some fun while he made his way to the city lord's residence to pay a visit to Lord Li Zhanrui. When Li Zhanrui saw Shen Ping sitting in the living room, he was intrigued. Young friend, what brings you here? Are you looking for Linga? Uncle Ali, I have come specifically to see you today, Shen Ping replied, quickly rising from his seat as Li Zhanrui approached. Li Zhanrui was puzzled, unsure of Shen Ping's purpose. If you need anything from me, I shall certainly assist you. Haha, Uncle Li, I have a batch of goods that I wish to sell through the auction house. Shen Ping responded with a smile. Goods? What kind of goods? Li Zhanrui asked, even more intrigued. As you know, I have had certain fortunate encounters. Hence, I possess a few items that I need to part with, and it just so happens that you have an auction house. Oh, upon hearing Shen Ping's words, Li Zhanrui's mind raced. What do you have? Show me. Shen Ping casually produced 5 storage rings and several vials of elixirs, beginning his introduction. These 5 storage rings each hold a cubic meter of space. They should fetch a decent price, right? Storage rings? Young friend, you have quite the valuable items here. A single storage ring is conservatively valued at 800,000 gold coins, and we only auction off one every 3 months. You are indeed a person of great means. Li Zhanrui was astonished by what Shen Ping presented. And what about these elixirs? These elixirs are all top-tier recovery and healing potions of various grades, capable of instantaneous recovery. Shen Ping explained. What? They can recover instantly? Young friend, I will take all of these elixirs. Just name your price. Li Zhanrui was taken aback. Elixirs that could provide immediate recovery were exceedingly valuable, with the market's best offering only a 30 instant recovery, priced at 5 times that of ordinary elixirs. Uncle Ali, I am not well versed in the pricing of these items. Whatever you deem fair will suffice, Shen Ping replied with a smile. Ordinary low-grade yellow elixirs are worth 10 gold coins. Mid-grade yellow elixirs are valued at 120 gold coins. High-grade yellow elixirs at 500 gold coins. While low-grade mysterious elixirs are priced at 20,000 gold coins. Mid-grade mysterious elixirs are worth 210,000 gold coins, and high-grade mysterious elixirs reach as much as 3 million gold coins. If these can provide instant recovery, I will offer you 15 times the price. What do you think? All right, I will defer to Uncle Li's arrangement. But I hope that the 5 elixirs are administered to 5 individuals I know, Shen Ping said, narrowing his eyes at Li Zhanrui. Haha, rest assured, those 5 individuals are indeed key targets for our family's cultivation. They shall receive these 5 elixirs, and from today onward, you shall be the most esteemed guest of my city, Lord's residence. As long as you do not betray humanity or commit any acts that may harm my residence, we shall always support you from behind. Li Zhanrui laughed heartily. Very well, I also have 10 more elixirs. Please pass them to the Lin and Zhao families, with the same stipulation that only 5 familiar individuals may use them. Shen Ping produced 2 more vials and handed them to Li Zhanrui. By the way, Uncle Li, Is it acceptable to settle all the gold and materials? That is a minor matter. Let me calculate. A total of 4 mid-grade mysterious elixirs, 18 low-grade mysterious elixirs, 18 high-grade yellow elixirs, 18 mid-grade yellow elixirs, 20 low-grade yellow elixirs, and 15 cultivation elixirs amount to a total of 52, 400 gold coins. I shall round it to 53 million. As for the 10 cultivation elixirs, I will pay you up front and then deliver them to the 2 families. The storage rings will be settled after the auction concludes. Come, let us go to my treasury. You may take whatever you see. Li Jianrui's eyes sparkled at the sight of the elixirs. Such instant recovery potions were akin to a second chance at life. Shun Ping was equally exhilarated. 53 million gold coins. How much experience would that yield? He had spent all his experience points on this batch of elixirs and now held less than 1 million experience points. Upon exiting the treasury, Li Jianrui was astounded. Materials worth 53 million gold coins were substantial, and Shun Ping's storage rings, personal space, had managed to contain them all. He realized that he must possess multiple storage rings or else the space would be insufficient. It dawned on him that since Shun Ping was selling storage rings, he must have a considerable number in his possession, and the capacity of each ring was certainly not limited to 1 cubic meter. Uncle Ali, I have one more matter for which I need your assistance. Once they returned to the hall and seated themselves, Shun Ping took a sip of tea and addressed Li Jianrui. Speak freely. Whatever you need, I shall do my utmost to assist you. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will find a way to help, Li Jianrui assured, thumping his chest with bravado. It is nothing major. I previously mentioned wanting to open a shop to sell Maozi and Huazi. So I would like to purchase a shop from you and request that you arrange for a manager and some attendants to help me run the store. Shun Ping said with a smile. Regarding this matter, the shop is readily available, situated in the eastern part of the city. It boasts 3 stories and includes a courtyard at the back. As for your suggestion to purchase it, I shall decline that offer and present it to you as a gift. Li Jianrui waved his hand with grandeur, asserting that there is no need for such formality. In this city, our family possesses numerous shops, and this particular one holds little value. Then I shall graciously accept your generosity. That is more like it. There is no need for excessive politeness. In return, I offer you a medicinal pill, Uncle Li. Shun Ping casually produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Li Jianrui. The origin of this pill is, of course, from a marketplace. Do not inquire about the source of the experience points. It was just recently acquired. Uncle Ali, this is the only pill I possess, so do not refuse. I shall concoct more in the future. Very well, young lad. I shall accept your kindness today. Let us engage in more exchanges henceforth. Do not leave just yet. Let us revel in merriment over drinks. Li Jianrui accepted the high-grade healing pill handed to him by Shun Ping. My second uncle and younger sisters are still waiting for me at the tavern. Shun Ping was about to decline. No worries. I will send someone to fetch them. It is perfect timing for Shioling to take you to the shop this afternoon for a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, we can always switch. Li Jianrui interrupted Shun Ping's words. Very well. Originally, Shun Ping had planned to treat his second uncle and 2 younger sisters to the most luxurious tavern in Xiangyang City for a splendid meal at noon. But dining at the city lord's residence is also quite delightful, given its abundant ingredients and top-notch chefs. Chapter 21. The shop's grand opening at noon. The 4 relatives indulged in a grand feast at the city lord's residence. During the meal, City Lord Li Jianrui, along with his son, daughter, and nieces and nephews, Li Jianya, Li Xiuling, Li Jiansheng, Li Xiuqin, accompanied them. Initially, Shan Qingyun and the 2 sisters felt somewhat reserved. But as they observed the city lord engaging in polite conversation with them, they gradually relaxed, savoring the exquisite dishes they had never tasted before, their hearts brimming with joy. In the afternoon, after Li Xiuling and the others completed their breakthroughs, they led Shun Ping and his relatives to the shop in the eastern part of the city. Li Xiuling and her companions had also been utilizing family secret techniques to break through during this time. After consuming the experience pills, Li Xiuling directly advanced to the 6th level of martial sect, while Li Jianxing and the others also reached the 4th level of martial sect. Upon arriving at the shop and inspecting it, Shun Ping was quite satisfied. The front features a 3-story building facing the street, with the 3rd floor serving as a storage area, the 2nd floor for receiving guests, and the 1st floor equipped with 2 counters to display various goods. One counter would handle sales, while the other would manage the collection of various materials. The backyard also contains a two-story building, where Shen Qingyun could reside for his cultivation in the future. Li Xiaoling arranged for a manager and 4 staff members for Shen Ping, ensuring everything was set up. After agreeing to gather again in the evening, she departed. After Li Xiaoling left, Shen Ping instructed the manager to order a signboard for the counter and asked the 4 staff members to clean away the dust and prepare for their future needs. He then went to Tianbao Tower, the finest tavern in Xianyang City, spending a considerable sum to hire a master chef for the evening's banquet, also preparing a variety of ingredients. By evening, all matters were in order. Shen Ping exchanged for 100,000 bottles of Miaozi, 100,000 boxes of Huazi, and 50,000 bottles of cola, while only daring to acquire 100 roast chickens, as the culinary delights in this world were equally delectable. And roast chicken did not hold a significant advantage in that regard. After completing these tasks, Shen Ping handed Shen Qingyun a 10 cubic meter storage ring, filled with 600 medicinal pills of 3 grades, yellow tier healing and recovery pills. Shen Ping planned to sell 2 of each type daily, employing a highest bidder approach to attract customers. That evening, Shen Ping hosted a banquet in the backyard of the shop for several young members of the Li, Lin, and Zhao clans. These individuals were all at the martial sect level, destined to become the pillars of their respective clans. Among them, 3 were likely to inherit the leadership of their clans in the future. Establishing a good relationship with them now would grant Shen Ping considerable influence in Xianyang City. Upon hearing that Shen Yun was treating them, Lin Yuni, Zhao Zijin, and the others decisively arrived with a few gifts, as the recovery pills they had consumed in the afternoon had enabled them to break through to the martial sect realm. Previously, through their family's secret techniques, they could only reach the Grand Martial Master level at most, but now they had directly advanced to the martial sect realm, filling them with confidence for the upcoming Martial Sovereign Secret Realm journey. Their peers had only reached the Grand Martial Master level, and only those who had received the Martial King inheritance could possibly break through to the martial sect. Now, due to a single medicinal pill, they had achieved this breakthrough without any side effects, and the fact that Shen Ping had specifically encouraged them to consume only deepened their gratitude towards him. As for martial arts techniques, they had initially practiced high-grade martial arts and techniques, which contributed to their higher realm compared to their peers. Brother Shen, thank you. Zhao Zijin expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow upon seeing Shen Ping. Brother Zhao, no need for such formality. I am merely compensated for my services. Shen Ping waved his hand dismissively. Brother Shen, you jest. This is not a matter of money. It is a fortuitous opportunity. Should you require anything in the future, Zhao will not hesitate to oblige. Zhao Zijin replied respectfully. Do not be so polite, Brother Zhao. Our Shen family shop opens tomorrow. Please come and support us. Shen Ping remarked with a hint of helplessness. That is a must. Throughout the evening, Shen Ping repeated this exchange 10 times until everyone had gathered. They all sat together, feasting and conversing freely. After the banquet, a few of them were somewhat tipsy and swayed as they made their way home. The following morning, as the shop was set to open, everything was in readiness. Shen Ping stood at the entrance with his second uncle, Shen Qinshan, prepared to welcome guests, while the manager and staff took their positions. At that moment, 3 groups approached from different directions, playing music and carrying banners and flower baskets to the shop's entrance. The Lin clan proclaimed, wishing Boss Shun a prosperous opening. The Li clan echoed, wishing Boss Shun a prosperous opening. The Zhao clan joined in, wishing Boss Shun a prosperous opening. Each group presented their blessings before departing, but the 14 young members from the 3 clans remained, standing alongside Shen Ping at the entrance until he unveiled the red cloth from the signboard, announcing the grand opening of the Shun's general store. They then entered the shop to purchase various goods, as their stocks of Huazi and Miaozi were dwindling, making this a perfect opportunity to boost the shop's performance while satisfying their appetites. Onlookers observed the gathering of young members from the 3 prominent clans at this modest shop, piquing their curiosity, and many entered the store. However, upon seeing the items for sale, they were taken aback. What is this? It sells for only 30 gold coins. Though wealthy, one should not spend so extravagantly. Noticing the growing crowd inside the shop, Shen Ping called out, Ladies and gentlemen, our Shen's general store is officially open today, offering an 8% discount. Prices will return to normal tomorrow. Furthermore, I have 6 types of medicinal pills, 2 of each kind. consisting of recovery and healing pills of various yellow tier grades. Their effects are to instantaneously restore equivalent levels of true chi and injuries. The onlookers gasped. The market typically only offered recovery pills for up to 3 levels, yet here was a store with complete restoration. Their curiosity about the shop intensified. How much do the medicinal pills cost? A young man in the crowd inquired. And how can you guarantee their effectiveness? I from the Lin clan can vouch for them. Lin Yuni stepped forward. I from the Li clan can also provide a guarantee, Li Jianya added. I from the Zhao clan can equally assure their quality, Zhao Zijin stated. Upon hearing that the young clan heads from the 3 families were offering their guarantees, the crowd expressed no further doubts and eagerly inquired about the purchasing process. Everyone, please be quiet. These precious elixirs are to be claimed by the highest bidder. Starting today, at noon every day, 12 elixirs will be auctioned. Shenping first announced the auction rules, with a minimum bid of 1 gold coin, and the highest bidder shall prevail. The auction for the Huangjia lower grade healing elixir now begins. 10 gold coins, 20 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Just as Shenping finished his announcement, the bidding voices arose from below. Ultimately, the first elixir of each type was claimed by several members of the 3 great families, establishing a baseline for future transaction prices of each elixir. Before long, various elixirs were auctioned off, and seeing nothing left to purchase, the remaining individuals began to wander around, inspecting various goods. Those with ample coins in their pockets attempted to buy 1 or 2 items to take home for a taste. The grand opening of the general store was a resounding success, largely thanks to the young patrons from the 3 families. As for future prospects, it would rely on the reputation of the diverse range of products. The youths from the 3 clans were not shy about their purchases. Although their storage rings were limited to 1 cubic meter, each possessed 2 to 3 rings, reserving one specifically for the items they acquired. After all, they had sampled most of the products, except for the roast chicken, the taste of which remained unknown. However, judging by the flavors of the previous items, the roast chicken should be delightful. Otherwise, how could it be priced at 30 gold coins? After the crowd finished purchasing their desired items, Shenping invited the young members of the 3 families to the 2nd floor, where they sat down to enjoy tea, pastries, and amiable conversation. Brother Shun, I've heard you sold quite a number of those instant recovery elixirs to the city lord's residence. You can't just pay attention to Xiao Ling's beauty and neglect the rest of us, Zhao Zijin joked. Indeed, Brother Shun, you must not show favoritism. Lin Yuni chimed in. Before Shenping could respond, the playfully Xiao Ling exclaimed, What are you 2 talking about? If you want to buy elixirs, just say so. Why tease me? Is it not true that Brother Shun approached the city lord's residence for the sake of Sister Xiao Ling? Zhao Xiaoqian teased as well. You? You too? I'm not talking to you, Li Xiaoling retorted, her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head to sip tea and nibble on pastries. Ha, all right. All right, you've made Sister Xiaoling shy. Li Xiaoqin laughed, coming to her aid. You all should ask Brother Shen for his opinion. Chapter 22. This money is too easy to earn since I am most familiar with Xiaoling. I approached the city lord's residence first. Since you both wish to buy as well, I will offer both families the same quantity at the same price. How's that sound? Shenping had anticipated that the Lin and Zhao families would not let this opportunity slip away. That sounds good. Brother Shun, just tell us the price, and we will deliver the materials to you, Zhao Zijin replied eagerly. These are life-saving items, and they will be useful for our upcoming venture into the Wuzuan secret realm, though the quantity is a bit limited. Brother Shun, the price is negotiable, but could you provide a few more of the Xuanjia middle grade elixirs? We need at least 2 for each person going, Lin Yuni expressed, unconcerned about the price but rather worried about the insufficient quantity to share among the direct descendants. All right, I did not have enough elixirs prepared a few days ago, but I refined some yesterday. Therefore, let us add 6 Xuanjia middle grade elixirs for each family. Shenping considered before speaking. Brother Shen, what about our Li family? Naturally, it was Li Xiaoling who could speak so directly to Shenping. How could I forget you? You will also receive an additional 6 elixirs to avoid any accusations of favoritism, Shenping replied with a smile. By noon, Shenping treated everyone to a lavish meal at Tianbao Building, expressing his gratitude for their support. By the afternoon, each of the 3 families delivered the corresponding materials to Shun's general store, and naturally, Shenping handed over the elixirs in return, with everyone leaving in high spirits. At 6 in the evening, the store closed on schedule. Shenping and his 3 nephews sat in the backyard, awaiting the manager's report on the day's sales. Master, we sold 564 bottles of Mauzi, 243 boxes of Huazi, and 67 roast chickens, each priced at 30 gold coins. Due to today's discount of 20, we earned a total of 68,976 gold coins. We sold 437 bottles of cola at 10 gold coins each, totaling 19 for 196 gold coins. The 12 elixirs combined brought in 408 gold coins, resulting in a grand total of 198,880 gold coins. The manager respectfully reported to Shinping. Good. Everyone has worked hard lately. Each of you will receive a grand opening red envelope. Manager, please withdraw some coins. You will receive 50 coins, while the other 4 staff members will each receive 30 coins, Shun Ping said, astonished by the manager's report. Thank you, Master, the 5 responded in unison. All right, that will be all for now. Tomorrow, I will be leaving, and my uncle Shin Qingshan will oversee this place from now on. You may all go and rest. Shin Ping casually instructed before dismissing them. Third nephew, this money is too easy to earn, Shin Qingshan remarked, recalling that his family used to save just over 100 gold coins in a year, while his nephew earned nearly 200,000 in a single day. Though this was before deducting costs. How much is the cost? About half, Shun Ping calculated, estimating that, based on an average of 5 gold coins per 100 experience points, he earned approximately 92,645 gold coins. So half is about right, especially since we offered discounts today. Brother, have you become very wealthy? His younger sister Shenlong asked with a smile. Yes, one could say that. Little sister, is there something you wish to buy? Shin Ping inquired, looking at his clever sister with a smile. I want to buy many things to bring back for father, mother, and my brothers, as well as for aunt, Yangge, and Fei Ge. Shenlong replied excitedly. All right, tomorrow you and Hong can buy whatever you want. I will cover the expenses. How does that sound? Sounds good. Shenlong and Shen Hong responded in unison, exchanging glances. When Shin Ping returned to his residence and lay down on his bed, he asked in his mind, Tongzi Ge, how much experience do I have now? Ding, the host currently possesses 8 billion experience points. Not bad. The profits from selling elixirs are indeed considerable. And the higher the grade of the elixirs, the greater the income. Upgrading the all-encompassing martial skill to Xuanjia upper grade requires 2 billion, but after that, I will have only 8 billion left, which is insufficient for future needs. I shall refrain from upgrading for now and prioritize exchanging for essentials. First, I will acquire 3 Xuanjia upper grade weapons for the 3 martial kings, followed by 50 Xuanjia middle grade weapons for the martial zone, and finally, 161 Xuanjia lower grade weapons for the grand martial masters. Shun Ping instructed the system, relieved that he had already taught them martial skills and knew which weapons suited them. Otherwise, he would have to return to the village to inquire. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful exchange, consuming a total of 961 million experience points, leaving 2 billion experience points remaining. Only 36 individuals will accompany me to the secret realm, so each will receive 1 storage ring and 4 elixirs, Shun Ping contemplated. Tong Si Yi. Exchange for 36 cubic meter storage rings, 72 Xuanjia middle grade healing elixirs, and 72 Xuanjia middle grade recovery elixirs. Ding. The host lacks sufficient experience points to fully exchange for the requested items. Not enough? Let me calculate. I'm short by 80 million experience points. In that case, let us reduce the elixirs by 4 of each type. Ding. Exchange successful. The host now has 370,000 experience points remaining. Sigh. This truly feels like returning to square one. I must work harder to accumulate experience. For now, I won't dwell on it. I shall seek to exchange some materials with the 3 great families before heading into the secret realm. Shun Ping mused, finding this method to be more prudent. After all, it was said that he had run out of elixirs, and it wouldn't be feasible to conjure many in a single night. It would be wise to wait for a while before engaging in another round of transactions. Shun Ping drifted into slumber, only to be roused the following morning by the gentle nudges of his 2 younger sisters. The excitement of their anticipated shopping excursion had kept them awake throughout the night, and they awoke with the first light of dawn. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Shun Ping led his sisters on a shopping spree, acquiring a plethora of items in a haphazard manner. He also retrieved the pre-ordered uniforms, which consisted of a black and white ensemble adorned with golden threads at the cuffs and hem, featuring the character Shen intricately embroidered on the back. Tailored to fit the physiques of every villager, Shen Ping ensured that even the untrained children were provided with 2 sets each, black for the males and white for the females. Henceforth, these would serve as the official attire for the Shun clan when venturing outside, while casual wear would be permitted at home. It was a matter of pride for the Shun family, now boasting 4 formidable martial kings and 50 martial disciples, establishing a significant presence within the entirety of Xiangyang City. Upon concluding their shopping, Shen Ping hurriedly returned home in a horse-drawn carriage with his sisters, while Shen Qingyan remained in charge of Xiangyang City. Though Shen Ping had been away for merely 2 days, upon his return, he discovered that the construction of the town was nearly complete, except for the northern half, which remained desolate. The southern half was neatly arranged with courtyards. However, with only about 50 households in the village, the southern half was not fully occupied, with each home occupying approximately 4,000 square feet. Under the village chief's guidance, a 10-meter-wide moat had been excavated outside the city walls, channeling water from the distant Tianyun River. This moat connected to water reservoirs within each courtyard, allowing for a continuous flow of fresh water throughout the town, exploiting the natural elevation differences between the south and north. The northern moat further linked to the downstream Tianyun River, creating a perfect cycle. As for the hazardous beasts, they had been intercepted before the river water could flow into the southern moat. This was indeed a masterful design. The town's underground was filled with various secret passages, allowing residents to escape to the Tianyun River in times of danger. Upon hearing of the village chief's design, Shen Ping contemplated further enhancements. Once he had accumulated sufficient experience, he intended to exchange for additional formations to fortify the underground. Village chief, your design is truly remarkable, Shen Ping praised, giving a thumbs up. One must consider both the distant and immediate future. While we are currently safe, what will we do when danger arises? Thus, I have planned several escape routes beneath the town, ensuring that we preserve a glimmer of hope should we encounter formidable adversaries. The village chief sighed, gazing towards the distant Xiangyang mountain range. You speak wisely. I have learned from you. In due time, I shall procure some formation flags to bolster our defenses underground. Understanding the village chief's concerns, Shen Ping nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. The clan's aspirations do not burden yourself excessively. The town's affairs have been concluded. Tomorrow, I will lead everyone on a hunting expedition to earn some income. You cannot bear the weight of responsibility alone. It is also crucial for everyone to familiarize themselves with their newfound abilities and adapt swiftly, the village chief, Shun Sanxiong, remarked, patting Shen Ping on the shoulder. Oh, I just remembered something. Martial kings are prohibited from engaging with 6-tier beasts unless they can guarantee a 1-strike kill. Shen Ping recalled regarding the agreement with the beasts. Little Shen Ping, what are you thinking? Upon encountering a 6-tier beast, I will flee as far as I can. Am I not aware of my own strength? Even defeating a 5th-tier beast is quite the challenge. The village chief shot back with a glance at Shen Ping. What about this? Shen Ping then produced all the weapons from his storage and displayed them before the village chief. Oh, this is a top-grade Shin-tier weapon. This one is a mid-grade. And this is a low-grade Shin-tier weapon. The village chief examined the assortment of weapons presented to him. Indeed, village chief, with your current strength augmented by a top-grade Shin-tier weapon, do you not stand a chance against a 5th-tier beast? Shen Ping grinned, observing the village chief fondly as he caressed the top-grade weapon. You cheeky rascal, now you're mocking me. With this weapon, I would dare to challenge a 6th-tier beast. The village chief declared, straightening his posture. While you were away, we focused on constructing homes. Yet in our spare time, we also worked on refining our martial techniques. Although we have not reached mastery, we are nearing proficiency. That is quite impressive. The talented youths from the 3 major clans of Xiangyang City took 3 days to barely achieve proficiency with low-grade Shin-tier techniques. And only 4 out of 14 managed to reach that level. Shen Ping was astonished. It had only been 2 days since his departure. Yet the village chief was on the verge of comprehending a new martial technique, a mid-grade Shin-tier one at that. It seemed the village chief had been hindered by the lack of quality martial techniques, causing a vicious cycle that kept him trapped at the martial master level throughout his life, a lamentable fate for an ordinary person in this world. I am growing old, unable to compete with the youth, the village chief said proudly, looking at Shen Ping. Village chief, that is merely a testament to your enduring vigor. Quite so, quite so. You only know how to flatter me. The village chief chuckled, visibly pleased by Shinping's words. Now that the town's construction is nearly complete, should we not discuss the establishment of our clan? Shinping began to address the serious matter at hand. The establishment of a clan? Perhaps it would be best to postpone this discussion until your return from the secret realm. If the town's construction is not sufficient, we must further develop it before we can truly showcase the prestige of the Shun clan. The village chief contemplated for a moment. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us defer all matters until I return from the secret realm. I expect to acquire some resources there, perhaps enhancing everyone's strength further. We should also consider exchanging for additional formation flags, as many visitors will arrive, and we must avoid any missteps. Shun Ping reflected, realizing he had depleted his experience points, deciding it best to wait until he emerged from the secret realm to accumulate more. Since you have broached the subject of clan establishment, we must construct a clan hall, separate warehouses, a library, and a reception area. Furthermore, a grand plaza is necessary for daily training. Oh dear, your suggestion reveals a multitude of tasks ahead. The village chief furrowed his brow in calculation, realizing that the hunting expedition would need to be postponed once again, along with the invitations and hospitality for guests. These were all significant undertakings. I shall take charge of the invitations within Xianyang City, while you, village chief, will need to enlist assistance for invitations in the surrounding villages and towns, Shun Ping stated, producing the custom garments from Xiang City for the village chief. These outfits will serve as our Shun clan's formal attire. For now, I have ordered 2 sets for each person. What do you think? These garments are quite fine, but did you not have special sets tailored for the clan leader, elders, and young clan leaders to distinguish them from ordinary members? The village chief mused, examining the attire Shinping had brought forth. I must have overlooked that detail. No matter. I will place an order for those when I visit the city again after returning from the secret realm, Shun Ping replied, patting his forehead. Additionally, you cannot shoulder the burden of inviting everyone yourself. You must realize you are now a martial king. Do not continue to perceive yourself as that young child. You are the pinnacle of our Shun clan's power. It is inappropriate for you to extend invitations. Any member from the 3 major families can suffice. The village chief advised, stroking his beard as he looked at Shun Ping earnestly. That is true. Aside from the 3 major families, none are worthy of my invitation. The strongest among them are merely martial disciples. It is unnecessary for me, a martial king, to extend invitations, Shun Ping concurred. Shun Ping pondered for a moment, often perceiving himself as a child, frequently forgetting that he was a formidable warrior, one of the notable powers within Xianyang City. Although not widely recognized, whispers of his strength circulated, revealing that behind Shun's general store stood a 10th-level martial king, a fact disseminated by the 3 great clans to deter any nefarious individuals from troubling the Shun family. Since Shun Ping intends to establish a clan, we must appoint the clan leader and other positions. I believe your father would be a suitable choice. Let it be the clan leader, and you shall be the next in line. The village chief remarked to Shinping. Village chief, please reconsider. I have no objections to my father assuming the role of clan leader, but I have no desire to be the young clan leader. Perhaps you could appoint my elder brother or second brother instead. I harbor no interest in mundane affairs. Shinping waved his hand dismissively. I still have to strive towards the next realm. I simply do not have the time to concern myself with such trivial matters. Let my elder brother handle it, while I focus on my cultivation and become the guardian of our divine clan. Very well, young man. We shall proceed as you suggest. Although we are but 200 strong, we must have the necessary roles, such as the elder of transmission and the law enforcement elder, the village chief replied. Shinping then discussed the clan's structure further with the village chief before bidding farewell and returning home. Upon arriving home, he found his 2 younger sisters joyfully distributing gifts they had brought back, their faces alight with smiles. Observing this, Shinping too wore a contented smile, for this was all he wished to protect, and he vowed that it would only improve in the future. The family welcomed Shinping's return with enthusiasm. Shun's mother and second aunt hurried to prepare a feast, and everyone gathered to share stories about the city. After a hearty meal, the guests returned to their rooms to don the garments provided by the village chief. When they reconvened in the courtyard, clad in matching attire, everyone appeared invigorated. The outfits designed by Xiao Ping are indeed remarkable. Everyone looks even more spirited in them. Shun Qingshan remarked with a smile. Of course. How can my son's taste be wrong? Shun's mother replied proudly, casting a glance at Shun Qingshan. Brother Ping, I adore this outfit. It is so comfortable. Shen only exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Enough praise, or I might just ascend to the heavens. Shun Ping smiled, savoring the happiness of his family. Third brother, aren't you a martial king? Didn't everyone say you could fly? So you really can ascend to the heavens. Shun Lan chimed in. You little rascal, are you teasing your third brother? Have you forgotten who bought you all those gifts? Shun Ping playfully tapped his sister's forehead, laughing. No, I just think you're the best, capable of anything. Shun Lan quickly corrected herself, gently shaking Shun Ping's arm. The others looked on at the playful banter between the siblings, their hearts warmed with joy. By the way, Xiao Ping, how is your second uncle faring in the city? Is he eating well? Shun's second aunt inquired with concern. Aunt, you needn't worry. The food in the city is certainly better than ours, and he has earned quite a bit. Let's wait until a month has passed. Father, you should take over for second uncle in a fortnight, and then each of you can monitor things for a month before allowing others to rotate in. After all, there shouldn't be any major issues, Shun Ping reflected, considering that a month seemed rather lengthy. All right, I shall go retrieve your second uncle in a fortnight, Shun Qingshan concurred. After spending 10 days at home, Shun Ping relished in the companionship of his parents, engaging in hunting and construction activities. During these 10 days, the daily sign-in evaluation yielded no new items, only previous acquisitions. However, the storage space had expanded significantly, reaching an impressive 89 cubic meters. The sole advantage of this increased capacity was evident during hunting trips. While others required carts to transport their spoils, he could simply store them directly in his space. This was especially beneficial during excursions to the martial sovereign's secret realm, where others had to carry numerous storage rings, whereas he needed only one space. Even large demonic beasts could be completely stored, while others were compelled to leave behind essential materials. Valuable high-tier materials from slain demonic beasts were often too precious for hunters to abandon, forcing them to rely on carts for transport back to the city, where they risked encountering unscrupulous individuals who might seize their hard-won spoils. For Shun Ping, however, he could simply store everything, always embarking light. One day, Shun Ping gathered 36 eligible youths from the clan at the gates of the Shun family city. Village chief, rest assured, I will do my utmost to return with everyone. Shun Ping solemnly assured the village chief. Xiao Shun Ping, do not overexert yourself. Each individual has their own fate. If they have chosen to accompany you, they are prepared for sacrifice. Warriors must not dwell on fears, but rather embrace the spirit of advancement. You all are commendable. The village chief encouraged Shun Ping and the other youths. All eligible clan members chose to accompany Shun Ping, none faltering. Among them were those yet unmarried, some already wed, and even others with grown children. Yet, they could not retreat, nor hide in the comfort of their circumstances. They must fight for their parents, for their future children. Why should others be able to practice profound techniques while they were limited to foundational ones? They yearned for their children to practice advanced techniques, to enjoy the benefits of various cultivation pills, starting from a higher point, thus achieving greater accomplishments in the future, with visions of a promising future in their hearts. They bade farewell to their parents, spouses, and children, resolutely following Shun Ping towards Xiangyang City. As they entered Xiangyang City, donning their neatly tailored Shun clan attire, they caused quite a stir. Which clan is the Shun family? A passerby inquired, gazing at the orderly procession. I know. They must be the family behind the Shun General Store in the East City, another replied. Given their demeanor, at least they are martial sovereigns. Even I, a mere great martial master, can sense the danger. Isn't that the Shun General Store that saved old Wang's life with their pills? Another asked. Yes, that is indeed them. Though the pills are expensive, they truly can save lives. I even purchased a high-grade healing pill for my eldest son, the second responder confirmed. This family is extraordinary. Over 30 martial sovereigns have suddenly emerged, and they are all so young. A third added, aside from the 3 great clans, which family can muster such a formidable lineup? The first passerby remarked, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that Xiangyang City had gained yet another family that must not be offended. Shun Ping and his companions paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, making their way directly to the Shun General Store. After more than 10 days of development, the store had gained considerable fame within Xiangyang City. With the backing of the three major clans, their medicinal pills were selling like hotcakes. And other goods also experienced high demand. The business of acquiring materials had improved significantly, with daily sales reaching over 800,000 gold coins and material acquisitions totaling around 200,000 gold coins. I had anticipated your arrival in the past few days. I have already reserved rooms for you in a nearby inn. Please settle in, and I shall host a welcoming feast for you, Shen Qingyun said, his heart filled with joy at seeing Shen Ping and the others, especially his two sons. With a wave of his hand, he instructed everyone to rest. After arranging accommodations for the group, Shen Ping followed Shen Qingyun to the second floor, where they both took a seat. Second uncle, how has business been lately? Shen Ping inquired of Shen Qingyun. Haha, Xiaoping, our business is thriving, especially with your elixirs. Now, even the more prominent families in the city are coming to me, eager to purchase more at the highest prices, constantly hosting banquets for me. However, without your directive, I hesitate to sell. Shen Qingyun chuckled, noting that the sale of other goods is also flourishing. By the way, please reserve more of those roasted chickens. Many have been seeking them, and they've sold out. We also need to replenish other items. As for the elixirs, you may sell some to those families. Although we are not afraid of them, we should prevent any petty antics. How much of the materials have been collected now? Shen Ping pondered before speaking to Shen Qingyun. Let us head upstairs and take a look. Everything is in the storeroom. Shen Qingyun promptly led Shen Ping upstairs. Upon seeing the materials in the storeroom, Shen Ping waved his hand and collected everything. Second uncle, I will take these materials with me for now. Oh, I'm merely stationed here and do not concern myself much with business matters. You may handle it as you see fit. Shen Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Xiaoping, this isn't just the material we collected. The city lord's residence also sent some. They mentioned that the storage rings you auctioned off fetched a total of 8 million gold coins, and they didn't charge any commission, converting it directly into materials for you. Ah, that's fine. I appreciate the goodwill from the city lord's residence, Shen Ping replied, feeling at ease as he accepted it. I'll visit the city lord's residence shortly to express my gratitude. Go ahead. During your absence, many of your friends have been dropping by. Shen Qingyun added, bringing up another matter. All right, second uncle, I shall head to the city lord's residence now. With that, Shen Ping descended the stairs, making his way to the city lord's residence. System, how much experience do I currently have? He inquired en route. Beep, host has 3 billion experience remaining. Then I shall exchange for 5 experience pills worth 10 million each, along with 4 mid-tier healing pills and 4 mid-tier recovery pills. Beep, congratulations, host. The exchange was successful. Consumed experience, 3 billion. Remaining experience, 89 million. Upon arriving at the city lord's residence, guided by the servants, Shen Ping encountered Li Zhanrui in the main hall. Uncle Li, it has been a while. You still look as impressive as ever. Shen Ping greeted with a smile and a bow. Haha, spare me the formalities. What brings you here today? Li Zhanrui chuckled, shaking his head. You never visit without a purpose. I've recently refined some elixirs. I wonder if Uncle Li might be interested? Shen Ping waved his hand, revealing 13 exquisite elixirs displayed in delicate porcelain vials. Oh, what kind of elixirs are these? Li Zhanrui inquired, his interest piqued. 5 cultivation elixirs that can help a martial master at the 10th level break through to martial zone for mid-tier recovery pills. And 4 mid-tier healing pills. Shen Ping replied with a smile. Very well. I shall take them all at the previous price of 7 million gold coins. Li Zhanrui declared, waving his hand to buy them all. Can we settle this in gold coins? After all, the materials from the city lord's residence are not infinite. Settling in gold coins? Shen Ping felt troubled, as converting such a large sum into materials would take considerable time. Observing Shen Ping's furrowed brow, Li Zhanrui pondered another idea. If you prefer not to use gold coins, how about using spirit crystals instead? Spirit crystals? Or spirit crystals? Shen Ping inquired, puzzled. What? You don't know about spirit crystals? How did you break through to the martial king realm then? Li Zhanrui responded, aquali perplexa. I just consumed elixirs to break through. Shen Ping's mind stirred. It seemed that spirit crystals were indeed related to realm breakthroughs. Very well, you are impressive. Those who refine elixirs truly possess great skill. Li Zhanrui sighed, then continued to explain, generally, after reaching the 10th level of Martial Zone. A great deal of true Qi is needed to break through to the Martial King realm. This accumulation process is lengthy, until someone discovered a type of stone that absorbs spiritual energy to quickly gather true Qi, facilitating the breakthrough to the Martial King realm. This stone is known as Spirit Crystal. Li Jianrui paused before elaborating. Spirit crystals are classified into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Only those at the Martial King level can utilize low-grade spirit crystals, Martial Emperor level can use mid-grade, and Martial Zun level can use high-grade. Sadly, there are currently no high-grade spirit crystals available, let alone supreme ones. Presently, one low-grade spirit crystal can be exchanged for 5 million gold coins. Yet spending 5 million gold coins will not guarantee you even a single low-grade spirit crystal. After listening to Li Jianrui's words, Shun Ping inquired with the system. Can spirit crystals be recycled? Beep, they can be recycled. The system detects the host's interaction with new items, resulting in a system upgrade. Chapter 25. System upgrade what? The system has upgraded? Shun Ping was astonished to realize that Li Jianrui's statement had triggered the system upgrade. Now, he was eager to complete his practice and return to examine the system. In that case, Uncle Li, let us conduct our transaction using spirit crystals. Shun Ping was eager to return quickly. Very well, I will provide you with 7 low-grade spirit crystals and materials worth 7 million, Li Jianrui stated. Producing 7 low-grade spirit crystals and handing them to Shun Ping, then leading him to the storeroom to collect the materials. Shun Ping accepted everything and graciously declined Li Jianrui's invitation to stay for dinner, returning to his room in the backyard of the Shun family general store. System, has the upgrade completed? Shun Ping eagerly asked. Beep, the system upgrade is complete. The invincible system 2.0 is at your service. The familiar electronic voice echoed in Shun Ping's mind. System, what changes have been made? Shun Ping inquired impatiently. Beep, this system has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, adjusting the experience gained from defeating monsters and recycling items. Transactions between the system and the host will now be settled in spirit crystals. 1 low-grade spirit crystal equals 100 million experience points. 1 mid-grade spirit crystal equals 10 low-grade spirit crystals. 1 high-grade spirit crystal equals 10 mid-grade spirit crystals. And 1 supreme grade spirit crystal equals 10 high-grade spirit crystals. Host realm breakthroughs will no longer rely on experience points, but will require spirit crystals. All items in the store will need to be purchased with spirit crystals. The lottery template detected has been deemed insufficient for host improvement and has been canceled. The attendance template detected has also been deemed insufficient and has been canceled. To compensate the host may receive 1 low-grade spirit crystal daily from a store, with the quantity increasing as the host's realm advances. System, open the personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial King level 10, requires 2 low-grade spirit crystals to break through. Wealth, 18 low-grade spirit crystals. Cultivation method, universal method, high tier, all attributes. Skills, universal martial arts, mid-tier perfected. Weapon, iron sword high tier. Space, 89 cubic meters. Items, miscellaneous. The changes are minimal, mainly that the experience points required for breakthroughs have shifted to low-grade spirit crystals, adding a wealth category. Shun Ping mused for a moment. System, open the store. The store page appeared before Shun Ping, invisible to others, and he focused on the items available. The universal technique, earth rank. Lower grade, requires 7 medium-grade spirit crystals. The universal martial skill, Xian rank, upper grade, requires 22 lower-grade spirit crystals. The weapon, earth rank. Lower grade, requires 1 medium-grade spirit crystal. The weapon, Xian rank, upper grade, requires 1 lower-grade spirit crystal, and so forth. The pill, earth rank. Lower grade, requires 1 medium-grade spirit crystal. The pill, Xian rank, upper grade, requires 1 lower-grade spirit crystal, and so forth. The formation details are omitted. The spirit boat, lower grade, requires 10 lower-grade spirit crystals. The spirit boat, medium grade, requires 10 medium-grade spirit crystals, and so forth. The space, 1 cubic meter, requires 1 lower-grade spirit crystal. To upgrade to 100 cubic meters, an additional medium-grade spirit crystal is needed. The storage ring, 1 cubic meter, requires 1 lower-grade spirit crystals. The rest are omitted. After reviewing the updates in the marketplace, Shen Ping gained a general understanding of everything and fell into contemplation. Tongzi Gu, why do some require lower-grade spirit crystals, while others require medium-grade spirit crystals? Ding. Those above Earth rank require medium-grade spirit crystals, while those below require lower-grade spirit crystals. Then how do I obtain medium-grade spirit crystals? The host can acquire medium-grade spirit crystals by defeating beasts or enemies of 6th rank and above, or by recycling materials, herbs, pills, formations, etc. of 6th rank and above. The simplest method is to exchange at a ratio of 1 to 13 within the system. Goodness, that's rather exploitative. Let us leave it at that for now. Previously, I exchanged for 13 pills, spending the equivalent of 13 lower-grade spirit crystals, yet sold over 7 lower-grade spirit crystals, yielding approximately 56 times the return. It seems unreasonable to take advantage of others indefinitely. From now on, I will price them at 1 lower-grade spirit crystal for 2 medium-grade Xian rank pills or experience pills, worth 10 million experience, effortlessly earning 5-fold profits. As for the upper-grade Xian rank pills, I will price them at 8 lower-grade spirit crystals. Alchemy truly is a lucrative business. It is also worth noting that the success rate for alchemists is not 100, and the cost of training an alchemist is substantial. Who would have thought I possess an advantage, and that my pills are the finest, offering instant recovery? Moreover, the newly emerged spirit boat, despite being lower grade, can achieve 10 times the speed of a martial king, nearly rivaling that of a martial emperor, yet it requires consumption of lower-grade spirit crystals, which most people cannot afford. All right, Tongzi Gu, please proceed with the recycling. Shen Ping decided to recycle those 7 lower-grade spirit crystals and won 3 million in materials. Ding, recycling successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 73 spirit crystals, remaining 731 spirit crystals. How delightful. In the afternoon, I still need to visit the Zhao and Lin estates for some transactions. After organizing everything, Shen Ping went to the shop and, along with Shen Qingshan, headed to the inn where they would dine with the clan brothers. In the afternoon, Shen Ping visited both the Zhao and Lin estates, successfully completing transactions with both parties. To facilitate the exchange, he traded 6 cultivation pills for medium-grade Xian rank healing pills and 5 medium-grade Xian rank recovery pills. These 32 pills cost him 32 lower-grade spirit crystals, and he sold them for 16 lower-grade spirit crystals. With such an abundance of lower-grade spirit crystals, Shen Ping finally stood tall, directly upgrading his medium-grade Xian rank universal martial skill to upper-grade Xian rank, increasing his wealth to 131 lower-grade spirit crystals. Now, Shen Ping's strength is at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, able to contend with even some lower-tier martial emperors for several exchanges. As for others of the same realm, he can be regarded as an invincible presence, barring those exceptionally talented martial kings who have perfected Earth-rank martial skills. Unfortunately, such talents do not exist in Zhao country, and they are likely rare in other nations, except perhaps in the mysterious Zhongzhou. With a deeper understanding of this world, Shen Ping learned that there are over 20 countries, large and small, each presided over by a martial saint. Furthermore, each nation harbors several sects, also under the governance of martial saints. Zhongzhou is encircled by these countries, yet separated by an endless desert. Even attaining Zhongzhou requires considerable time, even for those at the martial saint level, along with the risk of perishing in the desert, home to 9th rank beasts and severe weather. Many seek the elusive pinnacle of martial arts, embarking on the journey to Zhongzhou, only to find their lives eternally lost in the sands. It is said that martial arts flourish in Zhongzhou with a multitude of talents. If given the opportunity in the future, Shen Ping would certainly wish to witness the prosperity of Zhongzhou. With little to do in the afternoon, Shen Ping invited Li Xiuling out. In truth, his impression of Li Xiuling was merely that of a beautiful young lady from a wealthy family. As for any ulterior motives, the ancient said, a graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. Upon receiving Shen Ping's invitation, Li Xiuling dressed meticulously and strolled through the city with him. She harbored a certain fondness for this prodigious Shen Ping, having saved her life and advanced in rank so quickly. Aside from her family, he embodied the image of the ideal husband in her mind. Moreover, the rapid development of the Shen clan pleased her greatly. If their relationship were to progress, it would only bring benefits to Li Xiuling. The two wandered around the city for over an hour, buying little since they lacked nothing. They eventually arrived at a unique restaurant for dinner. Xiaoling, these 3 pills are for you. As they prepared to part ways, Shunping presented 3 pills to Li Xiaoling. What kind of pills are these? Li Xiaoling asked as she examined them. Aren't these the ones you sold to my family? Yes. That cultivation pill is sufficient for you to break through to martial zone 9th level. The remaining 2 are for your protection, Shunping said, gazing at Li Xiaoling's lovely visage. What? The cultivation pill will still have an effect if I take it now? ISNT only meant for those at the martial master level. Li Xiaoling inkirat bujlat. Who said that? I never claimed that the cultivation pill wound tea provide a slight enhancement even for those at the martial saint level, albeit minimal. The lower the realm, the greater the effect. Shunping chuckled, observing her confusion. If it provides enhancement even at the martial saint level, then it seems you've sold those pills at a loss. I always thought they were meant solely for the martial master level, including my father. It seems we 3 families have taken advantage of you. Li Xiaoling grablia, pleasantly surprisa. There is no such thing as taking advantage. I am willing to sell, and you are willing to buy. It's a mutual agreement, Shunping replied calmly. Well, these pills are too precious. Are you truly giving them to me? Li Xiaoling looked at Shunping, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Shunping recognized the glimmer in her eyes and understood her feelings. It appeared that Li Xiaoling had some affection for him. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying, yes, they are for you. When you run out, just come back for more. Where are we now? Li Xiaoling blushed as she gazed at Shunping. Chapter 26. Preparations before departure. What are we? What do you wish to define us as? Friends? Lovers? Shunping observed Li Xiaoling's flushed face. I don't know, Li Xiaoling replied, lowering her head, somewhat stammering. From now on, I'll call you Linger, is that all right? Shunping took Li Xiaoling's hand, asking earnestly. Why yes, then I'll call you Ping, Ping Ge. Li Xiaoling stammered more than before. Shunping felt a surge of excitement, having never had a partner in his previous life. He was now entangled with a wealthy young lady at the age of 16. The two continued their light-hearted banter for a while before parting ways to return home. However, that night, while some slept soundly, others remained wide awake. In the early morning, Shunping opened the marketplace and claimed a low-grade spiritual crystal for the day. Upon checking his balance, he found he had 201 low-grade crystals remaining. He decided to exchange for the missing elixirs from last time, leaving him with 121 crystals after the exchange. After having breakfast, the young members of the Shun family gathered together. Brothers and sisters, we shall embark on our journey to the Zun's secret realm tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Xiaoping, we are all set. Indeed, we are ready. My great sword is eager for action, one of them said, brandishing the large sword he had slung on his back. All right, I have prepared some items for you. Each of you will receive a storage ring. Although it holds only 1 cubic meter, it will suffice for carrying some medicinal herbs. Additionally, each of you will receive 2 recovery elixirs for injuries and 2 for restoring true energy, all of which provide instant recovery. Remember, once we enter the secret realm, only our family members can be fully trusted. The members of the 3 major families are also trustworthy, but do not easily trust anyone else. We must display the might of the Shun clan. We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Shunping first distributed the supplies, then reminded everyone of the importance of caution. Third brother, we understand what you are saying. At home, the village chief has already emphasized this repeatedly, Shun Tong said, scratching his head as he looked at Shunping. I know the village chief has spoken about it, but I must remind you all again, do not let your compassion run rampant. Take care of your own affairs, Shunping said earnestly, gazing at his elder brother. Yes, we all understand, they replied in unison. When they arrived, the village chief had stated that Shunping would be the enforcer of the family, possessing the authority to act first and report later if anyone misbehaved. Shentong was also confirmed as the next clan leader, thus becoming the young clan leader. I will not say much more. Your safety is of utmost importance. Safety, safety, and once again, safety. I hope that the number of us departing will be the same as the number returning. Shunping sighed and continued. I do not wish to return bearing your corpses to face your parents and loved ones, so you must remember to prioritize your safety. Xiaoping, we will heed your words. We will follow your lead, they all responded. All right, you may disperse for now. I will see if I can procure some additional resources to enhance your strength. Shunping allowed them to act freely. After standing still for a moment, Shen Ping contemplated how to acquire more low-grade spiritual crystals and then made his way directly to the city lord's mansion. Xiao Ping, what brings you here today? Li Zhanrui greeted him with a smile. Uncle Li, I have come regarding Ling'er and her recent breakthrough in cultivation, Shen Ping replied. Ling'er? Li Zhanrui furrowed his brow. Well, yesterday I and Ling'er confirmed our relationship, Shen Ping admitted, feeling somewhat awkward in front of his future father-in-law. Very well, Li Zhanrui siga deeply. You're not young anymore. I was already married at your age. I have a very good impression of you. Being with you should not lead to any disadvantage. As a father, I must warn you, if you dare to mistreat Ling'er in the future, I will make your life a living hell. Li Zhanrui glared fiercely at Shen Ping. Uncle Li, you can rest assured. I promise to treat Ling'er well, Shen Ping hurriedly assured him. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. What is this about Ling'er's breakthrough? Li Zhanrui chuckled heartily after hearing Shen Ping's promise. I possess an elixir capable of elevating Ling'er's cultivation directly to the 4th level of martial artist. Even you would accumulate half the true energy needed to break through to martial emperor upon consumption. However, as you know, my family is in a developing phase and requires many resources, Shen Ping expounded in one breath. What did you say? You possess such an elixir that enables instant advancement? Li Zhanrui exclaimed, rising from his seat and seizing Shen Ping's arm with excitement. Shen Ping was taken aback. It seemed that such elixirs could not be revealed again until he had the ability to protect himself. Uncle Li, please do not get too excited. I only have one left. I obtained it from a secret realm, and it is the reason for my current advancement, Shen Ping stated, maintaining a calm facade despite his inner astonishment. Li Zhanrui took a deep breath and returned to his seat. I understand your intention. You wish to exchange it for resources. Normally, Ling'er would need at least 2 years and 10 low-grade spiritual crystals to break through to the 4th level of Martial King. Since your elixir allows for an immediate breakthrough, I will offer you 20 low-grade spiritual crystals. What do you think? Li Zhanrui scrutiniza Shen Ping, the extent of his belief in Shen Ping's words known only to himself. Agreed, but initially I intended to gift it to Ling'er due to our relationship. However, my family urgently needs resources. Shen Ping's words trailed off, but Li Zhanrui grasped the underlying meaning. Do not worry. A few spiritual crystals are not a concern for the Li family. However, if you lose such an elixir, it will be problematic. If it were to be exposed in front of others, it could attract calamity. The elixirs you concocted that allow martial artists to ascend to martial sovereign are already remarkable. The Li family can achieve that level. However, we cannot create elixirs that elevate one to martial king. Thus, you understand the situation. Li Zhanrui cautioned Shen Ping. Uncle Li, it truly is the last one. I can only take it out in front of you. I would not dare do so before others. Shen Ping replied with a playful smile. You little rascal, learn to flatter now, are you? Take your spiritual crystals and be off with you. Li Zhanrui chuckled as he grew increasingly fond of Shen Ping. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Shen Ping said as he bid farewell and departed. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he glanced back and let out a long sigh of relief before continuing on his way. Upon returning to his residence, Shen Ping checked his wealth and exchanged 36 storage rings from the marketplace, providing each person with elixirs that could elevate them to the 10th level of martial sovereign. He then distributed these to everyone, returning to his own room and exhaling deeply. The fate of this expedition to the secret realm rests with destiny. I have done all I can, and now it is in the hands of fate, Shen Ping thought as he gazed out the window with a sigh. He wondered what kind of opponents and talents they might encounter, pondering if anyone could rival him. I hope this journey will yield enough spiritual crystals for me to break through to martial sovereign. Once I achieve that rank, where in the Zhao kingdom can I not go? I could even act freely in the surrounding nations. Once I reach martial sovereign, I will cultivate a few martial sovereigns and martial emperors for my family, and then I can pursue my own martial path. I yearn to see the vastness of Zhongzhou, to witness its prosperity and splendor, and to marvel at the wisdom and pride of its talents. Lost in these thoughts, Shen Ping gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, after breakfast, Shen Ping led his fellow clan members toward the city gate. They had previously agreed to gather at the gate to set off together. Arriving early, Shen Ping was surprised to find they were the last to arrive. 3 orderly groups stood at the city gate, each consisting of over 30 individuals, all of whom were friends from the 3 clans. all at or above the realm of martial sovereign. The individuals present were taken aback upon noticing Shun Ping and his companions. Although their group contained only one at the martial king level, the rest were all at the martial sovereign 10th level. It is worth noting that their three esteemed families have existed for over 1,000 years. Yet only a mere 30 individuals have managed to achieve the martial sovereign rank before the age of 30. Among them, there are only 2 or 3 martial kings, while the rest are not all at the martial sovereign 10th level. Young Shun, you have hidden your talents quite well. In just half a day's time, your clansmen's realms have already ascended, remarked Lin Yunyi's father, Lin Jiqiang, with a smile. Just a stroke of luck, Shun Ping replied with a grin, cupping his hands in greeting to the group. Li Xiaoling shyly stepped out of the line and approached Shun Ping, grasping the sleeve of his garment and standing beside him. Lin Yunyi, Zhao Zijing, and the others quickly comprehended the situation, casting their eyes upon Li Junrui, who said, "What are you all staring at? Xiaoping, come here. I have a few people to introduce to you." With a glance at the crowd, Li Junrui beckoned Shun Ping over. Chapter 1. Various Secrets. Shun Ping obediently approached Li Junrui, who then introduced him to the 3 elderly gentlemen. "This is my second uncle. You shall call him second grandpa. This is the elder of the Lin clan. You shall address him as Grandpa Lin. This is the elder of the Zhao clan. You shall call him Grandpa Zhao. Greetings. Second grandpa, Grandpa Lin, Grandpa Zhao." Shun Ping greeted the 3 elders respectfully. "Ah, young lad, I have high hopes for you. Treat our girl well," said the elder of the Lin clan, patting Shun Ping on the shoulder. "Young man, you are quite impressive. I've heard you dare to confront the 6th order demon beasts in the Xianyang mountain range," remarked Grandpa Lin, clearly pleased. "Indeed, quite commendable," nodded Grandpa Zhao. "Oh dear, second grandpa, what are you saying?" Li Xiaoling interjected, playfully shaking the elder's arm. "All right, I want to speak further," Grandpa Lin chuckled at Li Xiaoling. Shun Ping seized the opportunity to interject. "I am still young and inexperienced." It was a moment of impulsiveness. "Impulsiveness? You possess strength. I heard you made that Feng Lei Tiger King submit to you," Grandpa Zhao added. "Haha, that remark is somewhat embarrassing," Shun Ping said with a hint of awkwardness. "Xiaoping, these 3 gentlemen are the leaders of this expedition. Should you encounter any matters, feel free to seek their assistance." Li Junrui continued, "I shall not accompany you this time. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elders." Shun Ping bowed his head in gratitude. "Very well, let us prepare to set off. This journey will take us 2 days," announced Grandpa Li with a wave of his hand, producing a miniature ship from his sleeve. As it landed, it transformed into a large vessel, measuring 100 meters in length and featuring 5 levels of construction. Aboard the ship, he commanded. At this, everyone promptly boarded, including the logistics personnel who had been waiting nearby. Once aboard, they realized the ship was quite spacious, and arrangements were made for the accommodations of the Shun clan members. Set sail, Grandpa Li commanded once everyone was aboard and settled. The crew in the control room activated the formation, and the warship slowly ascended, gliding toward the horizon. As the warship sailed, a transparent protective barrier enveloped the vessel, shielding it from the winds and the aerial demon beasts encountered along the way. The ship-S formation was sufficient to deter beasts below the 5th rank. Those above that rank, possessing intelligence, would typically retreat upon sighting such a vessel. Seated on the deck, Shun Ping gazed at the distant scenery, feeling a sense of grandeur as the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters unfolded before him. "Brother Shun, so you are here," Zhao Zijing said as he joined Shun Ping on the deck, taking a seat beside him. "I was feeling bored inside, so I came out for some fresh air and to enjoy the scenery," Shun Ping replied, glancing at Zhao Zijing. "Merely admiring the view won't do. Let us share a few drinks," Zhao Zijing declared, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor from a storage ring and instructing the servants to prepare some delicacies. Given this delightful atmosphere, it would be fitting to indulge in a few cups. Thus, Shun Ping and Zhao Zijing began to toast one another. "Brother Shun, once we enter the secret realm, I will rely on you to look after me. This time, the secret realm will be far more perilous than our last experience. It is a fight to the death, and treachery is commonplace," Zhao Zijing said, raising his cup in a toast. "By the way, I still don't know much about this secret realm. Could you enlighten me?" Shun Ping inquired with a smile. This secret realm was discovered 90 years ago. As for who the martial sovereign was, that remains unclear. It is speculated that it might have been the legendary Duandao Wuzuan, who once infiltrated Haotian sect, but that is merely conjecture. Zhao Zijing paused before continuing. This secret realm opens every 30 years, and this is its third opening. However, no one has yet acquired its inheritance. Those who have entered have returned with numerous 7th and 8th tier herbs, as well as high-grade weapons. Those who emerged claim there are even heavenly tier techniques within. Duandao Wuzuan? I have not heard of him. And there are heavenly tier techniques? Why did Duandao Wuzuan not ascend to the martial saint level? Shen Ping asked, puzzled. Merely possessing heavenly tier techniques does not guarantee a breakthrough to the martial saint level. One also requires resources and opportunity. Talent and comprehension play significant roles. Attaining the martial sovereign rank necessitates understanding the laws. To reach the martial saint level, one must comprehend a complete law to break through the boundaries of realms. Zhao Zijing sighed and spoke slowly. The laws. Indeed, they are not easily comprehended. Shen Ping contemplated before inquiring within his mind system. Is it possible for me to comprehend the laws? Of course, host. Once you reach Martial Emperor 10th level, the shop will unlock the comprehension of laws. Came the system's reply. Brother Shun, as I was saying, once we enter the secret realm, we will be randomly teleported. This realm is akin to a miniature world, encompassing deserts, forests, grasslands, and various terrains. It is also home to numerous demon beasts. Those who have returned reported that several 7th-tier demon beasts guard the inheritance site, while other areas are populated with a variety of demon beasts. In this secret realm, not only humans are formidable, the demon beasts are equally fearsome. Zhao Zijing took another sip of wine. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. Many medicinal herbs of 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers exist within, and some areas even contain weapons, pills, etc. Just imagine, the resources that a martial sovereign has amassed over 2,000 years would be enough for us to utilize. Indeed, what wealth might a martial sovereign without a family leave behind? Otherwise, everything would be inherited by their clan, and nothing would remain, including the inheritance. It is known that such inheritances can create another martial sovereign. Zhao Zijing casually spoke, but to Shen Ping, it all felt like a closely guarded secret. But how can one ensure that an inheritance is left behind after slaying a martial sovereign? Slaying? It is unlikely one could obtain it. Inheritance must be condensed willingly by beings above the martial king level, merging their true energy and thoughts into a crystal. If you were to slay them, how could they willingly condense the inheritance crystal? Zhao Zijing cast a glance at Shen Ping. You do not intend to force a martial sovereign to create an inheritance crystal after slaying them, do you? How could that be possible? Besides, whether one can even reach the martial sovereign level is still uncertain. Shen Ping chuckled. Brother Shun, I have heard of a certain legend. Typically, we begin our cultivation at the age of 14, right? If one begins before the age of 14, it is said that misfortune will befall them. In this continent, there exists a group known as the Demon Path. They possess a method of refining the bodies of deceased individuals who were martial kings or above, merging them into something akin to an inheritance crystal, which everyone refers to as a pseudo-inheritance crystal. However, I have never witnessed such a thing. I've only heard tales. Oh, how insidious these methods are. By the way, what ominous consequences might arise from practicing before the age of 14? Shen Ping inquired with curiosity. I'm uncertain about this as well. It has been passed down through generations. There are several interpretations regarding this matter. The first suggests that individuals who begin their cultivation before 14 may only live for 50 years, unless they can achieve the rank of Martial Emperor. However, who can attain such a level in merely 50 years? Another theory posits that those who cultivate before the age of 14 will face tribulations with each realm they reach. And there are also rumors that their blood relatives will suffer misfortunes. Zhao Zijing leaned closer to Shen Ping, whispering as if afraid others might overhear. Is it truly that sinister? Fortunately, I began my cultivation after turning 14. Upon hearing these various claims, Shen Ping felt a chill run through him. His own cultivation could potentially affect those around him. Enough of these unfounded tales. Let us discuss your relationship with Xiao Ling instead. Zhao Zijing playfully interrupted the previous topic, teasing Shen Ping. What is there to say about the two of us? I merely saved her the first time we met, and our subsequent interactions you have witnessed. Shen Ping replied nonchalantly. That would be the classic tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and a lady repaying the favor. Zhao Zijing raised an eyebrow, laughing. That is not quite accurate. We later discovered that our personalities complement each other, which is why we became a couple. Shen Ping waved his hand in dismissal, explaining. Zhao Zijing, are you quite interested in our affairs? Li Xiaoling had just arrived on the deck, overhearing their conversation. The sudden voice startled both men, who had been engrossed in their discussion. Xiaoling, my dear, I was merely expressing admiration for Shen's fortune in finding such a wonderful partner. Zhao Zijing quickly responded upon hearing Li Xiaoling's inquiry, as she was the niece of his aunt. That is more like it. Oh, dear partner, we are not yet married. Li Xiaoling had initially intended to sit down, but suddenly realized, her face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, Linger, you have also arrived. Gulme, take a seat and share a meal with us. Shen Ping invited Li Xiaoling to join them. Chapter 2. Arrival at the Secret Realm. Conflict. The warship sailed for 2 days and nights, finally reaching the plain where the Secret Realm was located. Throughout the journey, they encountered little danger, only crossing paths with 2 7th-tier demonic beasts engaged in fierce combat in midair. Upon noticing the arrival of the warship, they ceased their struggle, both fixated on the ship. With the 3 clan elders exuding their formidable presence, the warship maneuvered around the battlefield and gradually departed. When Shen Ping and his companions arrived near the Secret Realm, the skies above were already filled with various warships. This time, not only the Zhao Kingdom was present, emissaries from the neighboring Chu Kingdom, Qin Kingdom, and Han Kingdom had also come, culminating in over 60 vessels representing more than 60 factions participating in the Secret Realm. Although the Zhao Kingdom boasted only 10 cities, some sent 1 ship, while others dispatched 2 or even 3. After all, not all cities were as harmonious as Xianyang City, where the 3 prominent families coexisted peacefully. Each of the 10 cities had branches of the Zhao royal family and families dispatched by the 3 major sects for protection, and given such a grand spectacle. Both the royal family and the 3 major sects had sent representatives as well. As for the other 3 kingdoms, nearly every city, sect, and royal family had sent delegates. Some cities collaborated, while others sent representatives from 2 or 3 factions, most led by martial emperors, with only a few royal families sending martial venerates. Shen Ping's warship sought a vacant space nearby and anchored. Surrounding the Secret Realm, a small trading market had formed, as everyone hailed from various regions, each with unique specialties. For instance, the Han Kingdom, being coastal, offered materials from demonic beasts not found inland, while the Qin Kingdom, bordering the southern flame forbidden land, produced abundant fire-type demonic beast materials and medicinal herbs, thus establishing this small trading hub. Well, we have arrived. Now we must await the opening of the Secret Realm. I estimate it will be within the next few days, though I cannot specify which day. You are free to explore. Those wishing to rest may return to their quarters, while those interested in trading may venture to the market. After the 3 clan elders concluded their remarks, they returned to their rooms. Most individuals chose to return to their chambers to rest and recuperate, especially the members of the Shun clan, as their family was still in its nascent stage, lacking sufficient resources, and Shen Ping had prepared nearly everything for them beforehand. Come, Shen brother, let us wander about. Lin Yunyi beckoned to Shen Ping. Very well, let us take a stroll. Despite having no particular items in mind to purchase, Shen Ping felt compelled to join due to the invitation. I shall accompany you as well. Li Xiaoling chimed in with a smile. Let us all go together, Zhao Zijing urged. Thus, this group of 15 disembarked from the warship and made their way towards the market. Each member of their group, being a direct descendant of their clan, possessed more wealth than the average person. They meandered through the market, pausing to negotiate prices for items that caught their fancy, and continuing their casual exploration when nothing piqued their interest. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and while Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling perused a stall run by a Korean merchant examining materials from the sea, a commotion erupted around them. A fight has broken out in the south. Quickly, let us see. Upon hearing the excitement, Li Xiaoling set down the materials and pulled Shen Ping towards the commotion in the southern direction. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the individuals encircled in the middle were indeed from the 3 prominent families of Xianyang City, while the opposing side was led by a young man clad in white with a pale complexion, who was none other than Wang Tong, the second son of the Lord of Black Tiger City. He taunted Lin Yuni, saying, "Isn't this the worthless brother from Xiangyang City? You worthless scoundrel. I will end you." Lin Yuni retorted, ready to strike Wang Tong. However, he was restrained by Zhao Zijing and the others. "Brother Lin, do not cause trouble here. We shall deal with him in the secret realm," Zhao Zijing whispered to Lin Yuni. Unexpectedly, while they managed to restrain the furious Lin Yuni, they could not hold back Lin Yunxing, who had already reached the 5th level of martial sovereign. He launched a kick towards Wang Tong, but a third-tier martial sovereign from Wang Tong's faction swiftly blocked the attack, and soon the two were embroiled in combat. Seeing Lin Yunxing take action, Lin Yuni, Lin Yuntian, Lin Yunfeng, and Lin Rulin quickly joined the fray, prompting Zhao Zijing and the others to follow suit. Yet, the number was only 13 against 17, meaning some had to face two opponents. Although the opposing side had the advantage in numbers, their average cultivation level was 2 or 3 tiers lower than that of Zhao Zijing and his companions. Observers watching the brawl began to disperse, creating space for the fighters. At that moment, a first-tier martial king from the Black Tiger City faction approached, noticing the skirmish and launching a surprise attack on Zhao Zijing from behind. Seeing the ambush, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling reacted instantly. Shen Ping executed his movement technique, reaching the martial king before him and delivered a swift kick to the assailant's side, catching the martial king off guard and sending him tumbling aside. In that fleeting moment, as if struck by lightning, Shen Ping noticed that the opposing Wu Wang had launched a surprise attack. Without hesitation, he retaliated fiercely, swiftly incapacitating 6 individuals from He Hu Cheng in under 10 minutes. The remaining combatants, witnessing this turn of events, retreated, aiding their fallen comrades to the side. Despite the withdrawal of others, Wang Tong found himself ensnared by Lin Yunxing. With the arrival of Lin Yuni, Wang Tong was quickly overwhelmed and knocked to the ground, his eyes darkening as half of his face swelled with bruises. "I warned you about your insolence," Lin Yuni declared, seizing Wang Tong by the collar and delivering 5 sharp slaps to his previously unharmed face. "Are you still going to be insolent? How dare you? Let me up, and I'll fight back," Wang Tong retorted defiantly. "I told you to acknowledge my elder brother." Lin Yunxing interjected, delivering 2 forceful kicks to Wang Tong. "Enough!" A commanding voice boomed, as an elderly man in a black robe descended from the He Hu Cheng battleship. "What do you mean, enough?" The Lin clan elder, who had flown down from the Xiangyang City battleship, interposed, having received word of the conflict from the start. "When your young one was being insolent, why didn't you speak up then? Now that he's being punished, you demand we stop?" The Lin clan elder asserted firmly. Fine. What must we do to cease hostilities?" The black-robed elder, feeling somewhat helpless and blaming Wang Tong for his arrogance, questioned. That young man should apologize publicly. The Lin clan elder suggested, casting a disdainful glance at the black-robed elder. "Very well, I will have him apologize," the black-robed elder reluctantly agreed, prompting Wang Tong to hastily offer his apologies. After receiving several more slaps, Wang Tong's anger boiled over as he glared at his assailants, wishing he could retaliate. But knowing his strength fell short. Reluctantly, he mumbled, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been insolent." "Humph, why are you not so defiant now?" Lin Yunfeng scoffed, mocking him. "All right, let him go." The Lin clan elder instructed Lin Yuni. "Let us return to the ship," the black-robed elder commanded, leading the members of He Hu Cheng back to their own vessel. "Let's also return," the Lin clan elder said, guiding his group back aboard. "Xiaoping, thank you for your assistance," the Lin clan elder expressed to Shen Ping as they boarded the ship. "Lin grandfather, you are too kind. We share both glory and misfortune. How could I stand idly by in such circumstances?" Shen Ping replied with a smile. "Haha, enjoy yourselves. I will retire to my chambers." The Lin clan elder waved his hand, heading off to rest. As soon as he departed, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, cheers and laughter filling the air. Chapter 3. The Opening of the Secret Realm. "Wow. Shun Gu, that kick of yours was spectacular. You knocked that Wu Wang flat. He was left dazed and pale." The youngest, Lin Rulin, exclaimed with delight. "Haha, Shun brother, thank you for that kick. Otherwise, I would have been the one lying there. Even at the Wu Wang level. He dares to launch a sneak attack." Zhao Zijin chimed in. "Indeed, had it not been for Shin brother, we would have suffered greatly," Lin Yuni added. "Oh please, stop praising me. I might just float away," Shun Ping chuckled, shaking his head. "Bring forth food and drink." Let us celebrate our victory and express gratitude for Shun brother's assistance. Lin Yuni called out loudly. Li Xiuling, standing beside Shen Ping, gazed at him in silent admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe at his prowess. As the food and drink were served, the gathering took their seats, clinking glasses and reveling in the lively atmosphere. Lin brother, may I inquire about the matter concerning the claim from He Hu Cheng regarding your elder brother? Shen Ping inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing to hide. It's an incident from a few years back. You arrived late, so you likely missed it, Lin Yuni began, taking a sip before continuing. Years ago, my elder brother Lin Yunzheng ventured into a realm of the Wu Huang and was ambushed, resulting in the crippling of his dantian. I suspect it was the work of He Hu Cheng, as only their Wang family would resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet without evidence, we had to let it go. They claim my brother is useless, but in truth, he has since restored his dantian with medicinal aid and has reached the Wuzong realm. He simply did not participate this time due to his age exceeding 30. Upon hearing the recounting of events, Shen Ping recognized the potential treachery of He Hu Cheng and advised caution for their impending venture into the secret realm. Do not fret, Shen brother. We number over 140 from Xianyang City, and when united, we need not fear anything, Zhao Zijin reassured him. Exactly. We shall meet force with force, and if they dare approach, we shall counter with overwhelming might, young Lin Yunfeng declared with bold resolve. Enough of such unpleasant topics. Let us drink, Zhao Zitong suggested, steering the conversation away. After their revelry, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. In the following days, the group focused on their cultivation, with the exception of Shen Ping, who, being an anomaly, required neither training nor alchemy, merely needing to slay monsters to gather crystals for upgrades and elixirs. 3 days swiftly passed, and at noon, the Wuzun secret realm officially opened. A vibrant array of lights erupted at the entrance, and as they faded, a grand door, towering 20 meters high and 5 meters wide, materialized before the crowd, creaking open. All prepared to enter the secret realm, the window of opportunity was limited to 1 hour, after which the door would close, and those who missed their chance would have to wait 30 years for the next opening. The elder of the Li clan warned them that should they fail to exit within 3 months, they would face dire consequences. The members of the Shen clan followed closely behind Shen Ping as he stepped forward into the secret realm. Prior to entering, take care and prioritize your safety, he cautioned before crossing the threshold. As Shen Ping disappeared through the grand door, the others followed suit, gradually vanishing as the hour ticked away. The door slowly closed, standing as a solitary sentinel in the void, while the remaining companions returned to their battleship, awaiting their return. Upon entering the realm, Shen Ping felt a disorienting heaviness before finding himself standing on solid ground amidst a dense forest, with towering trees obscuring his sense of direction. He retrieved the hand-drawn map provided by the Li family, orienting himself before making his way toward the predetermined gathering point. In this mystical realm, numerous terrains exist, and individuals are randomly teleported, resulting in several gathering points scattered throughout each terrain. People head towards the nearest point, and upon arrival, they wait for a maximum of 3 days. If no one arrives within that time, they venture alone to other locations. However, if others join within 3 days, they proceed together. The forest where Shen Ping finds himself lies on the periphery of the realm. As one ventures inward, they encounter grasslands, deserts, and the mountainous central region, where the legacy of the Wuzun resides. After walking for 2 days without encountering formidable demon beasts, Shen Ping casually collected some herbs of the 3rd and 4th tiers. True to its reputation as the outermost area of the mystical realm, the forest hosts demon beasts of no higher than the 5th tier. Just as Shen Ping had slain a 5th-tier demon beast and was about to exit the forest, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat in the distance. Raising an eyebrow, he swiftly flew towards the source of the clash. Concealed behind a large tree, he observed the 2 sides engaged in battle. There he spotted his elder brother, Shen Tong, fighting valiantly. Without hesitation, Shen Ping drew his iron sword and charged forth. Recognizing that his adversaries were none other than Wang Tong of He Hu City and a group of a dozen powerful martial artists surrounding Shen Tong and a woman from the Lin clan. Shen Tong, covered in blood and wielding a broken blade, stood beside the exhausted Lin woman, who bore no visible wounds despite her blood-stained attire. Shen Ping activated his movement technique, unleashing his full power. Before Wang Tung could react, he eliminated all of Wang as companions. You dare threaten my brother with such cruelty? Have you not heard of the Shen clan? And do you intend to mistreat this lady? He exclaimed, delivering a kick to Wang Tung's chest before the latter could regain his composure. As Wang Tung fell to the ground, Shen Ping placed his foot firmly on his chest, repeatedly striking his head while demanding answers. In a daze, Wang Tung protested, "You dare kill my kin. The Wang family will not let this go unpunished." "Enough. Go to hell," Shen Ping retorted, and as his words echoed, he stomped down onto Wang Tung's head. "Please no." Wang Tung attempted to plead, but Shen Ping's swift action silenced him for good. Turning to his brother, Shen Ping retrieved a mid-tier healing pill from his inventory and handed it to Shen Tung. After watching him consume it, he inquired, "Brother, how did you and this lady end up in conflict with the Wang family?" Sighing, Shen Tung explained, "I had such poor luck. Shortly after I was teleported here, I encountered Lin Ruo Shi, the young lady beside me. We decided to team up and had some success in gathering 4th and 5th tier herbs while avoiding confrontation with demon beasts. However, last evening, we inadvertently wandered into the Wang family's territory and were pursued once they discovered we hailed from Xiangyang City. We fought while fleeing all night. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Indeed, your luck seems quite fickle," Shen Ping remarked with a wry smile. "Let's search these bodies. We may find something of value." The trio rummaged through the remains of the Wang clan members, claiming whatever they could. Before departing, Shen Ping asked, "Can we recover the corpses?" "Yes, they can be reclaimed. While not as valuable as the same tier demon beasts, they still count as our spoils," came the response. "Ah, splendid. Let us reclaim them then." Shen Ping felt a surge of excitement at this unexpected fortune. Reclaiming 16 martial artist corpses. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 0.006, 1 lower grade spirit crystals. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat," Shen Ping mused, shaking his head with a smile, though he felt a tinge of disdain, as the yield was rather meager compared to the weapons he had. Together, they collected over 50 storage devices, nearly 20 of which belonged to Wang Tung alone. Shen Ping chose not to keep any for himself, instead distributing them equally among his companions, retaining only the weapons and other items that could identify the deceased. Most of these weapons were mid-tier, each yielding 0.01 lower-grade spirit crystals upon reclamation, confirming Shen Ping's earlier assertion that the weapons were indeed more valuable than the corpses. After clearing the area, Shen Ping, Shen Tung, and Lin Ruo Shi departed, during which Shen Ping learned of Lin Ruo Shi's background. She was a relative of Lin Yun Yi, with her grandfather being Lin Yun Yi's great-uncle, making her a direct descendant. At 21 years of age, she was at the 3rd tier of martial cultivation. As for Shen Tung's injuries, it turned out he had given all his healing pills to Lin Ruo Shi, as they were limited to 1 per person. Without those pills, they would not have endured until Shen Ping's arrival. The trio journeyed together for a day until they reached their designated meeting point, yet no one else had arrived. Shen Ping felt quite awkward throughout the journey, as he and Lin Ruo Shi assisted each other, sharing meals and appearing as an oversized light bulb. As noon approached, they roasted some demon meat and took out their supplies to enjoy a meal. "Brother, is there something going on between you two?" Shen Ping teased, a piece of food in his mouth. "Heh, just because you're looking for a partner doesn't mean I can't find one. I am 6 years your senior," Shen Tung retorted, glancing at the blushing Lin Ruo Shi. Fine, who's stopping you? If this continues, I shall have to call you sister-in-law." Shen Ping raised an eyebrow at Shen Tung, dramatically bowing to Lin Ruo Shi. "Stop, don't." Lin Ruo Shi's face turned crimson, her embarrassment evident as she hurriedly attempted to assist Shen Ping. "Do not tease Ruo Shi. She is shy," Shen Tung interjected, clearing his throat to halt Shen Ping's antics. "By the way, sister-in-law, do you have any engagement?" Shen Ping suddenly recalled something. "No, not at all. My family is quite harmonious in this regard. We are never forced. At most, they encourage connections with the Zhao and Li clans, but there is never any pressure." Lin Ruo Shi quickly replied, aware of Shen Ping's status. Although he was Shen Tung's brother, she did not dare treat him as merely a younger sibling unless she married Shen Tung. "That is good to hear. Otherwise, I would have to stage a dramatic wedding heist." Shen Ping jested, relishing the opportunity to tease his elder brother. "Stop joking about wedding heists. By the way, third brother, when we return, You must accompany me to propose to Ruo Shi's parents. What do you say? Shintang asked, suddenly serious. I'll accompany you. But this matter requires the elders to intervene. It would be best if uncle or my father could accompany us to make it formal. Shun Ping replied after some thought. That is precisely why I thought you would be helpful, given your standing in Xiangyang City. Shen Ting scratched his head. Indeed, those are minor details. By the way, brother, do you need to replace that weapon? I can arrange another for you. Shun Ping casually suggested, eyeing Shun Tang's broken blade. No need. Although the tip is broken, its power remains unchanged. I will continue to use it for now. Well then, my supply of medicinal pills is dwindling. I will grant each of you a medium-grade healing pill and a recovery pill. Shen Ping exchanged 4 pills in the marketplace and handed them to the 2 individuals. After they accepted, Shun Ping glanced at his wealth value, feeling utterly disheartened. It was still less than 92 low-grade spirit crystals, 9 of which he had obtained from signing in. As for his recent monster-slaying endeavors, he had scarcely acquired 2 low-grade spirit crystals. In the following 3 days, the trio established a temporary shelter at this gathering point. As formidable practitioners of the Wu Zong and Wu Wang realms, erecting wooden houses was effortless for them. Each built a wooden abode, while others from Xiangyang City continued to converge at this location. Let us go. There should be no one from Xiangyang City left here. This area belongs to the outskirts, and even if we are slow, we should reach the next point in 6 days. If not, it means no one remains, or they can no longer come. Shun Ping sighed, observing the 29 individuals gathering around him. Among them, 13 were from the Shun clan, 5 from the Li clan, 5 from the Lin clan, and 6 from the Zhao clan. Unfortunately, none of the direct descendants Shun Ping was familiar with were present, and he hoped none had fallen. In recent days, people from other cities had passed by this gathering point, but no conflict arose. They merely nodded in acknowledgement before departing. The 3 clans were aware of Shun Ping's status as a level 10 Wu Wang, and, given his relationship with the young clan leader, they were eager to heed his orders. When Shen Ping announced their departure for the next gathering point, they readily agreed. Thus, they left the forest and entered the grasslands. As they advanced, they discovered numerous signs of conflict along the way. Occasionally, they encountered some demonic beasts, but by the time Shen Ping was ready to intervene, the others had already dispatched them. After gathering materials, Shen Ping reclaimed the remaining spoils. 3 days later, they finally stumbled upon an opportunity, a courtyard with only 3 rooms, protected by a high-level defense formation. Upon their arrival, they found no fewer than 70 individuals besieging this formation. Among them, only 5 were at the Wu Wang level, and they were merely first or second tier. With Shen Ping and his companions' arrival, the balance shifted and the crowd halted. It was crucial to note that these 70 individuals did not belong to a single faction. They were from various groups, with the largest faction numbering no more than 10. Therefore, Shun Ping's 29 formed a considerably large contingent. The onlookers began to subtly encircle Shun Ping and his group, their silence palpable as they fixated on them. What is this? Are you attempting to outnumber us? Or do you think us easy prey? Shun Ping brandished a high-grade iron sword, emanating the formidable aura of a level 10 Wu Wang, while the others from Xiangyang City likewise exuded their own presence. The 70-odd individuals, upon witnessing a level 10 Wu Wang and a level 2 Wu Wang among Shun Ping's group, felt trepidation and slowly retreated. Will you leave? Or shall we engage in battle? Shen Ping bellowed as he noticed the crowd beginning to disperse. There are so many of us, we need not fear him, shouted one of the level 1 Wu Wang individuals to bolster morale. Huh? Shen Ping scoffed coldly, charging at that individual. Although the man saw Shen Ping approaching alone, fear gripped him. Brothers, together now, let us eliminate him, he shouted. Yet only 3 of his companions joined him in attacking Shen Ping, while the rest quietly withdrew. As Shen Ping approached the 4 attackers, he adeptly evaded 2 strikes and absorbed the other 2 with a defensive technique. He then unleashed a fire cloud sword aimed at the level 1 Wu Wang. The man, caught off guard by how easily his technique was countered, hastily deployed his own defenses, but Shen Ping's perfected high-grade fire cloud sword shattered their defenses, breaking the man's weapon and piercing his chest. The level 1 Wu Wang stared wide-eyed at Shen Ping, utterly astonished by his strength. After dispatching that foe, Shen Ping swiftly turned his attention to the remaining 3, dispatching them within 3 minutes. Are you not leaving? Shall I assist you in departing? Shun Ping glared at the remaining crowd, while the Xianyang city members raised their weapons, ready for combat at any moment. Let us go. We shall leave now. Under Shun Ping's imposing presence, one of the level 2 Wu Wang individuals led his companions in retreat, prompting the others to follow suit. Impressive, my brother. It's wise to follow Shun. There's no danger and plenty to feast upon, remarked a member of the Li clan. Haha, let's make it clear ahead of time. I will take 20% of the spoils, and the rest will be divided among you all. By the way, brotherly counts as 2. Is that agreeable? Shun Ping surveyed the group, speaking slowly. Agreed. Agreed. The crowd chimed in, with a level 10 Wu Wang leading them, and only 20% of the spoils taken. Who could object? Even brotherly, a level 2 Wu Wang, had no objections. All right, once I breach the formation, we shall plunder, Shun Ping said, retrieving the corpses of the 4 men along with their storage equipment, amassing a total of 73 low-grade spirit crystals. The abundance was astonishing, especially since the level 1 Wu Wang storage contained 5 low-grade spirit crystals. Truly, the spoils of battle were lucrative, particularly for those of the Wu Wang realm. Chapter 5. The more beasts, the more excited I become. After over 10 minutes of relentless assault, Shun Ping finally shattered the formation. The courtyard's appearance was revealed to all, showcasing a small medicinal garden and 3 adjacent rooms. The group swiftly harvested all the spiritual herbs, regardless of their maturity, knowing that such an opportunity would not arise again. Once the herbs were collected, they searched the 2 rooms, discovering various medicinal pills and several weapons, the best being high-grade ones. Shun Ping had little need for these, favoring spirit crystals instead, as 1 spirit crystal could trade for a high-grade weapon, while a high-grade weapon could barely fetch 0.1 spirit crystals. Furthermore, the high-grade weapons produced by the system could rival those crafted by others from lower-tier materials. As for Shun Tung's broken weapon, it was due to insufficient true energy. Once the group organized their spoils, they handed over 20% to Shun Ping. Instead of keeping it, gave it directly to Shun Tung. Following this, they set off towards the next gathering point, was most abundant on the grasslands. The wolf packs, without a doubt. After departing from the courtyard, Shun Ping and his companions navigated the terrain uneventfully for 2 days. One evening, while resting and enjoying their meal, the chilling howls of wolves echoed around them. They were surrounded by a massive pack. This wolf pack consisted of 200 to 300 wolves, all 5th-tier level 10 Howling Moon wolves, with the Wolf King boasting a formidable 6th-tier level 3 strength, accompanied by 4 others at 6th-tier level 1. As Shun Ping surveyed the encroaching wolves, he promptly exchanged for a high-grade defensive formation in the marketplace, tossing it to Brotherly. Without this formation, aside from myself, the rest would likely suffer heavy casualties. Brotherly, quickly activate the formation. It's a defensive barrier. Attack the Howling Moon wolves from within. The howl of the Xiaoya Tianlang king echoed through the air as he issued the command to attack. The remaining 4 level 6 Xiaoya Tianlang joined the fray, and the wolf pack officially launched their offensive. Brotherly activated the formation, and with remarkable composure, the group unleashed a barrage of martial techniques against the attacking wolves. Meanwhile, Shun Ping brandished his iron sword and charged into the fray, deftly maneuvering among the wolves with the grace of a high-level, Shin-ranked agility technique. He delivered strikes aimed at the wolves' midsections with precision. Shun Ping could be heard counting aloud, 0001, 0002, 0003, 0004. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. The more beasts there are, the more thrilled I become. I strike, and I strike again. Since learning of the ceasefire agreement, Shun Ping had not experienced the thrill of slaying so many demonic beasts simultaneously. 10, 50, it was a euphoric experience. The Wolf King called upon the other 2 level 6 wolves to join him in attacking Shun Ping. Come at me, Shun Ping shouted, launching himself at the trio of wolves. He executed 3 consecutive fire cloud sword techniques, following closely behind them. The 3 wolves formed a triangle, unleashing 3 wind blades toward him. 2 of the wind blades were shattered by the fire cloud sword, leaving significant wounds on 2 of the wolves. The last wind blade and the fire cloud sword collided and canceled each other out. Shun Ping struck the Wolf King squarely in the face, sending him sprawling. He then turned his attention to the 2 lagging wolves, plunging his sword into one wolf's skull. In that instant, the last wolf bit down on Shun Ping's arm. However, it could not pierce through, as he had activated the defensive technique turtle shell shield. Withdrawing his sword, Shen Ping swiftly drove it into the wolf's head hanging from his left arm. In mere moments, while the three wolves attacked, only the Wolf King was sent flying. The other two met their demise. Retreat, retreat. This human is too fierce. The Wolf King, realizing the dire situation, swiftly commanded a retreat and fled. Having lost over 100 brethren before even breaking through the turtle shell shield, the lone human remained exceptionally formidable. Who truly was the predator here? The Wolf King felt a heavy burden in his heart, but remained silent. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining wolves abandoned their assault and turned to escape. The group, witnessing this, exited the formation and began their pursuit, only stopping to gather their spoils after chasing for a kilometer back to their camp. Brother Shun, you are truly incredible. Without you, we would have faced dire consequences, Brotherly gasped, addressing Shen Ping. I also haven't felt this exhilarated in a long time. Shen Ping replied with a hearty laugh. You all collect the valuable materials. I shall take care of the rest. After an hour of diligent work, the group managed to gather the precious resources, while Shen Ping reclaimed all the wolves. Although he only acquired less than 2 low-grade spirit crystals, the thrill of the battle was invigorating. Upon checking his wealth, he found he had accumulated 162 low-grade spirit crystals, thanks in part to a daily sign-in reward. The group continued to feast and drink, spending 3 more days on the journey to the gathering place on the prairie. Along the way, they encountered no significant opportunities or conflicts with others, as everyone chose to part ways. They stumbled upon 20 individuals from Xiangyang City, all appearing ragged and resembling beggars. Clearly having endured hardship, it soon became evident that they too had encountered wolf packs. Despite their lower cultivation of level 5, they had struggled to survive, barely escaping with their lives. Upon reaching the gathering place, everyone began to set up tents, as they would remain there for 5 days. Brotherly arranged the high-level Xian formation gifted to him by Shen Ping, enveloping the entire area. Over the next 3 days, 2 more groups arrived, one consisting of 11 individuals and the other only 8. Among the latter group, 3 were from the Shen clan, one of whom, Xiao Qi, bore severe injuries, his chest grievously wounded and his spirit waning. What happened? How did Xiao Qi sustain such serious injuries? Where are the healing pills I gave you? Shen Ping exclaimed upon seeing the wounded returnees, particularly alarmed by Xiao Qi's condition. Shun Fei grasped Shen Ping's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. Brother Ping, you must avenge Xiao Qi. On our way here, we encountered people from the Wang family of Heihu City. They said they would kill any Xiangyang City individuals they found. We fought back, but despite one being a level 3 martial king and the others being martial disciples, we were outmatched. We retreated under pressure, but thanks to your pills, we avoided any fatal injuries. Later, we were ambushed by over 10 more individuals from Heihu City. Xiao Qi sacrificed himself to create an escape route for us, enduring a strike from the martial king, which left him in this state. Very well, the Wang family of Heihu City has made a grave mistake. I had not sought them out yet, but it seems they have invited their own demise. I shall ensure not a single one of them escapes. Shen Ping seethed with rage. Brother Ping, I'm fine. Xiao Qi, having recovered somewhat after consuming the healing pill, managed a weak smile. Those pathetic fools could never take my life. Rest now. I will make sure they pay dearly. Do you know which direction they went? Shen Ping inquired of Shun Fei. I was carrying Xiao Qi and didn't pay attention to their movements. They can't be too far from here, Shun Fei replied, shaking his head. I saw them heading west. They likely entered the desert. Beyond that, I cannot say where they went. They must have noticed a large gathering of people in this direction and feared it was ours, which is why they spared us. A member of the Zhao clan who had escaped with Shun Fei added. Understood. Eat something and get some rest. You will all feel better by morning, Shun Ping instructed the group before seeking out Brotherly. Brotherly, wait here for 2 more days and see if anyone else arrives, Shen Ping said. What are you planning to do? Brotherly sensed Shen Ping's intent to act alone. Shen Ping shook his neck and wrists, feeling the need to stretch after days of inactivity. I'm going to confront the people from Heihu City. I'll accompany you. Brotherly insisted, grabbing his weapon to follow Shen Ping. There's no need. It is better for you to remain here as a guard. I can handle those pathetic fools alone, Shen Ping replied, waving his hand before bidding Brotherly farewell and heading westward alone. Brotherly watched Shen Ping depart, contemplating the fierce scene of Shen Ping charging into the wolf pack alone, feeling reassured as he returned to his resting place. Chapter 6. Encirclement. Shun Ping set out alone towards the desert, flying for over half an hour until he spotted a gathering of over 20 individuals ahead, slowly making their way deeper into the desert. He quickly landed and hid behind a nearby sand dune to observe them. Observing their attire, it was evident that they were denizens of He Hu Chung, numbering 21 in total. Among them, there was only one at the level of a third-tier Wu Wang, while the rest were of Wu Zone cultivation. It was no wonder that Xiao Qi and the others managed to escape. Apart from 3 at the 7th tier of Wu Zone, the rest were surprisingly below the 3rd tier. Clearly, He Hu Cheng's strength was significantly inferior to that of Xiang Yangcheng. Initially, they had over 80 individuals enter, yet their cultivation levels were so low. Shun Ping contemplated this and realized that the situation in He Hu Cheng was reflective of the majority of cities. While Xiang Yangcheng boasted over 30 formidable warriors at the 5th tier of Wu Zone or above, thanks to the experience pills I provided. After assessing the situation, Shun Ping wasted no time. He swiftly executed his martial arts technique and charged toward a 1st-tier Wu Zone from He Hu Cheng. Alarmingly, the 3rd-tier Wu Wang sensed the fluctuation of true energy and promptly issued a warning. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Just as his words fell, a sharp sound pierced the air as Shun Ping's sword plunged into the heart of the 1st-tier Wu Zone from behind, before he withdrew the blade, reclaiming the lifeless body and retreating 10 meters. Who are you? Why have you come to slay our people? Do you not fear the retribution of He Hu Cheng? The 3rd-tier Wu Wang, unfamiliar with Shun Ping, inquired. Who am I? Have you forgotten what you just did? Shun Ping coldly retorted. Young master, he is Shun Ping, a rising star from the Shun clan of Xiang Yangcheng. He was the one who defeated the 2nd son of your 2nd uncle's household, bringing great shame to us in He Hu Cheng. Someone whispered to Wang Wei, Wang Teng's cousin, referring to the individual Shun Ping had nearly slain moments prior. Shun Ping, you are in for it. Everyone attack. Let's kill him. Wang Wei's rage intensified upon hearing this. Wait, I have not finished speaking. He is still a level 10 Wu Wang, just a step away from becoming a Wu Huang. The other individual hastily cautioned Wang Wei. Is he alone? Should we fear him? Wang Wei's voice subconsciously softened. Young master, you are the only one here who can contend with him. The rest of us would only serve as fodder, another urged. Genuinely concerned about Wang Wei's judgment. Have you reached a consensus? Will you strike or not? If you choose not to, I shall take action, Shun Ping remarked. Intrigued by the group, from He Hu Cheng. Please do not. Shin Gongzi, you are magnanimous. Spare us. Wang Wei's companion stepped forward, pleading as he noticed Wang Wei's inaction. And now you plead for mercy? You have grievously injured my clan's junior, and now that you cannot match me in combat, you seek to beg for your lives? Do you truly believe I would grant you clemency? Shun Ping scoffed, brandishing his sword. Prepare to embrace death. With disdain, Shun Ping launched himself at another 1st-tier Wu Zone. Although the opponent activated defensive techniques and his comrades assisted with both offense and defense, Shun Ping's superior movement techniques allowed him to evade multiple attacks. Any strikes he could not dodge were met with his own high-level defensive techniques, while his iron sword, wielding formidable attack skills, shattered various defenses before piercing the 2nd victim's chest, retracting the blade with the same efficiency as before. Have you begun to feel fear? Shun Ping grinned wickedly at the remaining adversaries. You are a devil. Await the wrath of our Wang family. Wang Wei glared at Shun Ping, a mixture of fear and anger in his eyes. As for the Wang family's vengeance, I am uncertain when it will arrive, but I am confident that none of you shall leave this secret realm alive. Shun Ping replied with a cold laugh. You. Wang Wei pointed at Shun Ping, yet words eluded him. Young master, you must think of something. I do not wish to die. Wang Wei's companion implored, desperation evident in his gaze. What can I possibly do? Wang Wei lamented, his spirits dwindling. If the entire city were present, they might stand a chance, but here he was a solitary Wu Wang. No match for his opponent. Young master, remember the formation the city lord gifted you when we departed? Activate it. With the resources we possess, it should hold for quite some time. Then we can signal for help from the sky, and whether it be our allies or ours, we shall have a fighting chance. His companion suggested urgently. Very well, let us proceed as you advise. Each direct descendant of the Wang family received a high-tier defensive formation flag upon leaving. but Wang Teng had perished before he could activate his. Now, that formation lay dormant within Shun Teng's storage ring. Wang Wei unleashed the defensive battle flag from his ring, gathering various beast cores to activate the formation, sending a distress signal into the sky. In the barren desert, there were no obstructions. The signal was visible from afar. Shun Ping, noticing the turtle shell they had released, deduced their intentions. He was in no rush. He would play with them, dispatching one after another. Every few moments, he unleashed a high-tier attack technique toward their defensive shell, steadily depleting Wang Wei's resources. As Wang Wei and his companions watched their beast cores dwindle, they retaliated with their own techniques, but Shun Ping, agile as he was, evaded each attack. You lot are truly pathetic. You allow me to encircle you single-handedly. Shun Ping taunted. May you meet a gruesome end. Await the arrival of our Wang family's reinforcements. Wang Wei retorted defiantly, albeit shakily. Let us see whether your reinforcements arrive first or your resources are exhausted. Shun Ping dismissed him with a glance. Such feeble attacks posed no challenge to Shun Ping. He could unleash them indefinitely. Had he not been inclined to toy with them and instill fear, he could have shattered their defensive formation long ago. After all, his attacks were comparable to those of a Wu Huang, wielding an iron sword crafted from a high-tier system and employing perfected high-tier attack techniques. His true energy quality rivaling that of a Wu Huang. Against a 7th-tier beast, he might struggle, but against a Wu Huang without perfected Earth-tier techniques, he had every chance of victory, even exceeding 50% odds in his favor. In essence, barring the difference in true energy capacity compared to higher-tier Wu Huang, and the inability to teleport, Shun Ping's offensive and endurance capabilities were on par with those of a Wu Huang. Time passed, and after an hour, a group of over 10 individuals approached, among them 2 at the Wu Huang level and 12 others at Wu Zone. Shun Ping raised his gaze to meet theirs, observing their appraisal of the battlefield. Brother Zhao, hurry to our aid, Wang Wei exclaimed, elated upon recognizing the 14 newcomers, who were none other than members of the Zhao family from He, Hucheng. Leading the Zhao family was Zhao Zihe, the current head son, boasting the highest cultivation at 5th-tier Wuwang. As for the matters between your 2 families, the Zhao family shall remain uninvolved. Zhao Zihe responded to Wang Wei and then bowed to Shun Ping. Shun brother, a pleasure to meet you at last. I have heard much about you from Zijing. Shun Ping had anticipated enemies arriving, only to find it was the Zhao family who chose not to assist Wang Wei, indicating a harmonious relationship among the Zhao clan members. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Zihe. Please rest for a moment while I deal with this group of unsavory characters. Once I have resolved this matter, we can gather again. Shun Ping also cupped his hands towards Zhao Zihe, smiling lightly, before intensifying his efforts to swiftly eliminate the Wang family members. Zhao Zihe, how can you abandon us? Once I escape, I shall certainly inform my second uncle to impose retribution upon you. Wang Wei was seething with anger. He had just glimpsed hope only to be engulfed by disappointment once more. Let's see if you can even escape. Zhao Zihe scoffed, having long been displeased with this fellow, who, relying on his Wang family status, acted with impunity in Heihu City. Were it not for the Wang family, he would have been dead long ago. You? Before Wang Wei could finish his retort, the beast core in his hand was nearly depleted, and the defensive array was riddled with cracks, poised to shatter at any moment. Once the array collapses, everyone will flee for their lives. Those who can escape will do so, and once outside, I will relay today's events to my second uncle, so he can avenge us. At this juncture, Wang Wei had no viable options left. He could only rely on his own abilities to survive. Crack! The defensive array, having exhausted its final vestiges of energy, was finally shattered by Shun Ping, and the array flags were all torn apart. Chapter 7. Are you despairing? As the array broke, the Wang family's groups scattered in various directions, with Wang Wei immediately darting into the depths of the desert. Shun Ping promptly unleashed his movement skills, swiftly pursuing them. With a single sweep of his blade, he dispatched 12 individuals in no time, leaving only 7 of the Wang family members to escape. Brother Zihe, we shall meet again next time. I must pursue them now, Shun Ping said to Zhao Zihe with a respectful gesture, his earlier cold demeanor fading away. Certainly. Go ahead, Shun brother. We shall reconvene in the future. Zhao Zihe's pupils contracted as he reciprocated the gesture, relieved that he and his companions had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Shun Ping's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Grateful for having heeded his brother Zi Jing's advice, otherwise, things might have ended poorly. Shun Ping then set off in pursuit of the fleeing Wang family members, targeting the three who had ventured deeper into the desert, while prioritizing the elimination of the other four who had chosen different paths. 2 hours later, he successfully eliminated the four from the other direction and continued after Wang Wei and the others. After running for 3 hours, Wang Wei and his companions regrouped, likely having shaken off the killing machine. Upon returning to Heihu City, I will certainly tell my second uncle about this and ensure that Shun Ping is killed, exterminating his entire clan. Men shall perish and women shall be enslaved, else my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched, Wang Wei declared, furiously shaking his fists. Young master, I can no longer run. I must rest. My internal energy has dwindled to a mere fraction, Wang Jia, the one who had advised Wang Wei, gasped. Indeed, my internal energy is also running low. Shun Ping should be engaged in hunting down others and should not be able to catch up with us, Wang Yi chimed in. As they gasped for breath, a voice, devilish and chilling, echoed in their ears. You wish to annihilate my family? Then I shall first eliminate you. Run. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Wei instinctively took flight, stuffing various pills into his mouth in hopes of replenishing his energy. Young master, wait for me. Wang Jia hurriedly chased after Wang Wei, but the disparity in their realms left him far behind. As for Wang Yi, he had already been dealt with by Shun Ping, his corpse collected. Subsequently, Shun Ping trailed behind Wang Jia, gazing at him with a chilling question. Do you find yourself in despair? Do you feel fear? The exposed fangs you displayed when attacking my family, are they still present? Shun Ping's words pierced like daggers. Shun Gu, Shun Dad, Shun Grandpa, can you spare me? The order to hunt your family came from the young master. I am merely a servant. Wang Jia pleaded for mercy as he ran. One must be prepared for the consequences of broken limbs. Go repent in hell. Shun Ping offered no chance for further pleas, swiftly ending Wang Jia's life with a single stroke and reclaiming his weapon. Far ahead, Wang Wei heard 2 screams and instantly knew that his companions had perished. Why? Why is he so powerful? He is merely 7 minor levels above me. Wang Wei was engulfed in profound terror. What are you saying? Shun Ping's voice emerged once more in Wang Wei's ears, now trailing closely behind him as Wang Wei frantically fled deeper into the desert. You, stay away. Wang Wei was gripped by fear. Despite the diminishing energy within him, he exerted every ounce of strength to escape. Do you find yourself in despair? Do you regret your actions? Do you feel profound terror? Shun Ping's voice, like a demon, reverberated in Wang Wei's ears. I was wrong. I beg for your mercy. I can offer you resources, many resources. Wang Wei continued to plead while flying away. I have heard of your misdeeds in Heihu City. Have you ever considered this day? Many have pleaded for mercy from you in the past. Did you spare them? Shun Ping's voice was icy. They were merely commoners. How could they compare to my noble status? Wang Wei trembled, coming to a halt, for his internal energy had been completely expended, leaving him unable to fly any longer. All men are born equal. Who is truly noble? We all possess 1 head and 2 hands. What makes you superior? Yesterday you could slay them, and today you shall be slain by me. Shun Ping descended before Wang Wei, slowly driving his iron sword towards Wang Wei's chest. No, please no. Wang Wei, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, gradually retreating. Come now, it will be quick. My sword is exceptionally sharp. Shun Ping toyed with Wang Wei, knowing he was already a doomed man, determined to make him experience endless dread. No, I cannot die. I have yet to spend my wealth. The women in my household have not been fully enjoyed. I refuse to die. Wang Wei, paralyzed by fear, lost control of his bodily functions, scrambling away from Shun Ping. His hands soon covered in wounds as the surrounding sand turned crimson with his blood. The wheel of karma turns indeed. The heavens spare no one. It is not that retribution is delayed, but that the time has yet to come. One reaps what one sows. Wang Wei, it is time for you to depart. I shall ensure that the entirety of your Wang family joins you one day. With that, Shun Ping thrust his sword into Wang Wei's back and reclaimed it. With this matter concluded, the number of Wang family members who had perished at Shun Ping's hands had reached 37. At this moment, only over 80 individuals had entered the secret realm in Heihu City, over 30 of whom were from the Zhao family, leaving fewer than 20 from the Wang family and their allies. It seems I have swiftly dealt with this unsavory group. I shall return to the assembly point. The desert has already begun to spawn 6th-tier demon beasts, and relying solely on them may not ensure safe passage. I shall return to my role as a caretaker. Shun Ping mused, turning back towards the direction he had come. On the way, he encountered Zhao Zihe and the others, and after a round of hearty drinks, he departed, returning to the assembly point by midnight. Who goes there? The sentry, alerted by sounds in the distance, called out loudly. It is I, Shun Ping. Shun Ping softly replied to the guard. At this moment, everyone in the camp was awakened by the guard's shout, rushing out to inquire about the outcome of the battle. Shun Ping recounted the general events before glancing at Li Xiaoling beside him. Li Xiaoling had arrived that afternoon and was already aware of Shun Ping's pursuit of those who threatened the Wang family. She believed Shun Ping was capable enough to be in no real danger, and thus felt no concern. Seeing him return, it seemed the matter had been resolved. This afternoon, Li Xiaoling had come with 15 others, including Shun Ping's second brother, Shun He. At the gathering place, a total of 63 individuals from Xianyang City had assembled, comprising 23 from the Shun clan, 13 from the Li clan, 14 from the Lin clan, and 13 from the Zhao clan. In the entire area, there were 2 gathering spots, with a total of 135 individuals from Xianyang City, including 37 from the Shun clan, 32 from the Li clan, 33 from the Lin clan, and 33 from the Zhao clan. It appeared that the remaining individuals had likely congregated at the other gathering spot. They discussed waiting another day before setting out the following morning. However, they were unprepared for a sudden influx of 27 more individuals on the last day. It seemed that most had arrived in this vicinity, while the other area had only about 40 people, albeit with a greater number of martial kings. In total, Xianyang City had 11 martial kings, while Shun Ping's group had only 4. Moreover, Zhao Zijing and Lin Yui were among the former, possessing family trump cards, which likely meant there would be minimal casualties. After all, most injuries thus far had stemmed from personal conflicts. For Xianyang City, their only enmity was with Heihu City, which Shun Ping had already severely weakened. The Zhao clan maintained their distance from any wrongdoing, ensuring the safety of Xianyang City's residents, provided they did not foolishly engage in unnecessary battles. Now, it had been 20 days since entering the secret realm, and everyone had made some progress. This secret realm had opened 3 times before, and the periphery posed minimal danger, leading to many resources being claimed by others. They were essentially scavenging for leftovers, with significant gains only attainable upon reaching the central zone. However, the impending desert crisis loomed ominously, as poisonous creatures could emerge from the sands at any moment, posing lethal threats if not promptly neutralized. Yet, the residents of Xianyang City, following Shun Ping, felt little trepidation. Should poisoning occur, antidotes were readily available, and defensive formations could easily repel beast attacks. With such a vast assembly, it was unlikely any other factions would dare provoke them, as there were no significant grievances among them. Battles typically erupted over valuable resources in the central zone, as evidenced by Shun Ping's previous skirmish over resources, which had only escalated due to the stubbornness of the opposition. Chapter 8. Desert Scorpion King at long last. Shun Ping and his companions set foot upon the desert. Within half a day of entering, they encountered barely any beasts, only a few solitary lower-tier creatures, at most 6th tier, appearing sporadically. The beasts, sensing the formidable presence of so many martial artists, fled with their tails tucked. However, any who delayed their escape would surely face the consequences. Thus, they progressed leisurely, giving the impression that Shun Ping and his companions were not traversing a perilous secret realm, but rather embarking on a leisurely journey, traveling by day and setting up camp by night to enjoy food and drink. This state of affairs persisted for 10 days, during which even Shun Ping relaxed his vigilance, reveling in sweet exchanges with Li Xiaoling. Meanwhile, the others from Xianyang City began to assess each other, seeking potential romantic partners. The families traditionally encouraged intermarriage within the 3 clans, fostering close ties among them. Naturally, the Shun clan, with their significant potential, drew attention. As they navigated the secret realm together, bonds formed through mutual aid. Before long, several couples emerged within the group, including pairings between the Shun clan and the other 3 clans. Despite the Shun clan's recent rise, Their high cultivation levels, each being 10th-tier martial artists, garnered them respect and affection from the women of the other clans. Consequently, the individuals from Xiangyang City divided into two groups, one comprised of newly formed couples and the other of those still seeking companionship or already married. Given that some individuals were as old as 30, several had children. One elder brother even had a child who had begun cultivating, having become a father at 16. Suddenly, amidst their quiet trek, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Shun Ping, who had let his guard down, swiftly rushed towards the source of the cry, prompting the others to follow suit. The distressed individual was none other than the elder brother of the Lin clan, who had just met the requirements for entering the secret realm and had attained the 10th-tier martial artist rank at the age of 30. As human beings, they needed to relieve themselves, and although they were martial artists, only those at the emperor level could fast for extended periods. Men, as one might expect, often sought convenient spots for such purposes, unlike women who required privacy. At that moment, the Lin elder brother was caught off guard while relieving himself when a 5th-tier desert scorpion suddenly emerged from the sand beneath him, stinging his leg before it retreated back into the ground. By the time Shun Ping arrived, the Lin elder brother's complexion had darkened, the poison already taking effect. Shun Ping quickly retrieved a mid-grade antidote pill and administered it to the elder brother while discreetly adjusting his attire. When the rest of the group arrived, the poison had already been neutralized. This incident heightened everyone's vigilance, leading them to be more cautious of their surroundings, especially the men and women, who opted to accompany one another during moments of convenience. After 10 days of travel, they had traversed half the desert. That evening, Shun Ping's group set up temporary lodgings, clearing the sandy ground to prevent any lurking beasts and laying out their defensive formations. They anticipated a typical night, but unexpectedly, an exhilarating event unfolded, a wave of beasts. In other regions, such waves typically involved beasts attacking humans, but this instance was different. While the beasts did attack, they retreated from fortified areas, hastening in a specific direction. What would have prompted such behavior from the beasts? They refrained from assaulting their defensive formations and chose to circumvent them instead. Shin Ping observed the surrounding beasts, 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier creatures, including venomous snakes, desert scorpions, yellow sand chickens, fiery wolves, and wood-crowned eagles, all hastening toward a common destination. This scenario seemed reminiscent of something he had read. It suggested that a sovereign being, a 7th-tier beast, had emerged in the vicinity. It was said that when a beast king was born, nearby creatures would flock to pay homage. Li Xiaoling furrowed her brow, recalling a beast king? Has it just been born? In other words, he has just reached the first level of the 7th rank? Shin Ping turned around in surprise to gaze at Li Xiaoling. Oh yes, what's the matter? Do you have any thoughts? After such a long period of interaction, Li Xiaoling immediately understood Shun Ping's intention upon seeing his expression. He wished to engage in a confrontation. You all remain within the formation and hunt these demon beasts. I'll take a look over there. Such opportunities with these non-resistant wooden stakes are rare. Everyone should seize the chance to strike as many down as possible, Shun Ping remarked, casting a glance at Li Xiaoling before addressing the group. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of his companions, he stepped out of the defensive formation and directly into the onslaught of the beast tide. These demon beasts did not concern themselves with who stood in their path. They would attack indiscriminately. However, the 6th-ranked demon beast that had awakened their intelligence sensed Shin Ping's formidable aura and promptly retreated. With swift precision, Shin Ping unleashed a series of martial techniques, swiftly clearing the surrounding demon beasts. As each demon beast fell, it was immediately absorbed by Shin Ping. Thus, he advanced through the tide of demon beasts with ease, heading towards the direction of their worship. In the blink of an hour passed, and Shun Ping finally arrived at the destination of the demon beast worship, where he encountered the newly ascended demon emperor. It turned out to be a desert scorpion emperor. While the desert scorpion king was merely a 6th-ranked demon beast, measuring about 2 meters in length, this desert scorpion emperor was an impressive 15 meters long. Its enormous pincers hovered ominously in the air, instilling a sense of dread, as if a single strike could cleave him in two. Particularly alarming was the tail, raised high, appearing poised to strike at any moment, potentially bringing death to its enemies. The desert scorpion emperor also caught sight of Shun Ping from a distance, and, sensing his formidable presence, turned to face him. "Human, what brings you here?" It inquired. "Haha, I seek a battle," Shun Ping declared, pointing his sword toward the Desert Scorpion Emperor. You, a mere 10th level martial king, dare challenge the dignity of this emperor? You seek death, the Desert Scorpion Emperor retorted. Though it had recently ascended, it was not intimidated by a fight, having just gained such tremendous power. No way would it fear someone who had yet to reach the martial emperor realm. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Desert Scorpion Emperor raised its colossal pincers, unleashing a massive shadowy attack towards Shun Ping. En faisait, Shun Ping activated a défensive martiale technique, then executed a movement technique to slash at the shadow, causing it to dissipate. He charged towards the Desert Scorpion Emperor's main body, engaging in close combat. Despite its massive size, the Desert Scorpion Emperor was remarkably agile, attempting to crush Shun Ping's sword with its pincers. The Desert Scorpion Emperor was taken aback by the sword's unexpected resilience. Its pincers could not sever it. They became locked in a stalemate in midair, and the scorpion then utilized the stinger on its tail to strike at Shun Ping. Unyielding, Shun Ping retaliated with a fiery punch, knocking the Desert Scorpion Emperor's tail aside. He swiftly withdrew his sword from its grasp and maneuvered to the scorpion's back, thrusting downward with both hands gripping the sword. The Desert Scorpion Emperor reacted swiftly, enveloping itself in a defensive technique to block the strike. What a thrill, Shun Ping thought, employing every method at his disposal, determined to slay this newly ascended beast emperor. After more than 3 hours of battle, he finally took advantage of the Desert Scorpion Emperor's exhaustion to sever its tail. Though he bore some injuries, Shun Ping grew more determined, his internal energy still at 50%. In contrast, the Desert Scorpion Emperor was nearing its limit, its tail severed, and its once impenetrable scales now damaged and in disarray. Just as Shun Ping prepared for the final strike to end the scorpion's life, a commanding voice rang out. Enough. Cease your attack. This matter ends here. With that, the speaker intervened, saving the Desert Scorpion Emperor from its impending demise. After Shun Ping's assault was halted, he cautiously landed and distanced himself from the battleground. Who are you? He inquired. You, human boy, I will kill you. You should have perished long ago. Depart at once. I shall take this scorpion with me. A gigantic blue and white striped tiger suddenly appeared, revealing itself to be a 7th rank, 10th level beast. Very well, this matter concludes here. Shun Ping acknowledged, though dissatisfaction brewed within him. He recognized that it was impossible to slay the scorpion under the tiger's watch. Consequently, he swiftly turned and left for the gathering point. This tiger emperor must be the guardian beast of the central area, he mused. It seems it holds no animosity towards humans. Otherwise, it would have killed me outright. As Shun Ping pondered, he returned to the gathering point, where tranquility had returned following the dispersal of the beast tide. The others were busy collecting various materials and edible resources. Upon seeing Shun Ping's return, they eagerly inquired about the outcome. Chapter 9. The battles of the previous 2 secret realms. Shun Ping recounted the events of the battle, leaving the group astonished. They had not anticipated that this conflict would attract the attention of the Beast Emperor from the central area. After cleaning up the battlefield, they initiated a bonfire gathering. Enjoying the fresh ingredients they had just acquired, they sipped wine, while the love-struck couples nestled together, sharing sweet nothings. Meanwhile, the single youths and married individuals indulged in hearty drinks and feasts, seeking to numb themselves with alcohol. Thus, the incident passed. Afterward, Shun Ping led the group, spending 10 more days successfully reaching the final gathering point. Along the way, they encountered several small opportunities, causing others to abandon their pursuits upon seeing such a large group approach, as the opportunities here were primarily of mid-grade Xian rank, not warranting life-and-death battles. However, when they reached the central area's Earth rank items, fierce conflicts would undoubtedly arise. Following their time spent at the gathering point, Shun Ping's wealth reached 40 low-grade spirit crystals. Unbeknownst to him, he had assisted his eldest brother, second brother, Shun Fei, and 2 other members of the Shun clan in breaking through to the first level of Martial King, imparting 3 mid-grade Xian rank martial techniques to each, totaling a cost of 16 low-grade spirit crystals. Their breakthroughs required only 2 low-grade spirit crystals each, but the transmission cards, mid-grade Xian rank, demanded 1 low-grade spirit crystal. Consequently, Shun Ping's wealth dwindled to 243 low-grade spirit crystals. Shun Ping refrained from significantly enhancing the clan member strength, opting instead for a gradual improvement over time. allowing them to fabricate their own breakthroughs. Prior to entering the land of inheritance, he planned to elevate all clan members to the first level of Martial King, imparting 5 mid-grade Xian rank martial techniques to each. After all, as they ventured further, the number of 6th-rank demon beasts would increase. It would be impossible for him to look after everyone. 5 days after Shenping and his companions arrived at the gathering point, the remaining inhabitants of Xiangyang City also reached this location. After roll call, it was discovered that everyone from Xiangyang City had arrived unharmed. Brother Shun, we owe it all to your elixirs. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it here unscathed, Zhao Zijing exclaimed, giving Shun Ping a hearty embrace. Indeed, Brother Shun. We must celebrate tonight, Lin Yunfeng added excitedly. Oh, what transpired on your journey? Shun Ping asked, somewhat puzzled. It was that despicable Wang clan. After we drove off the 5th-rank demon beasts attacking us, they ambushed us when we let our guard down, injuring over 10 people in an instant. Even my sister Rulin nearly perished. It was your clan brother who timely administered one of your remaining healing elixirs to Rulin that saved her. The others were also rescued by your clan's brothers. By the time we regrouped, those scoundrels attempted to flee but were quickly encircled. In the end, only Wang Hong, a 5th-level martial king, managed to escape, Lin Yunxing recounted with excitement. In the end, aside from Zhao's people, only Wang Hong from the Black Tiger City remained to enter the secret realm. Following this, a lively drinking session ensued. During the gathering, Shenping noticed that Lin Rulin frequently cast her gaze towards his cousin, Shenyang. It seemed that the cousin who had rescued Lin Rulin was indeed Shenyang. This realization brought joy to Shenping's heart. An alliance with the 3 prominent families would significantly bolster the development of their own clan. Although their family had rapidly increased in strength with his assistance, their foundational resources remained insufficient. With the support of the 3 great families, they would soon grow into a towering tree. Since everyone had gathered, the following day, the people of Xiangyang City set forth towards the core area. Within this core region, there were 13 well-known opportunities, comprising 8 medicinal gardens, 2 pill pavilions, and 2 weapon halls, with the last being the core inheritance site. This information had been shared by those who had previously entered the secret realm. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoling continuously enlightened Shenping about the events that had transpired in the secret realm. With the unfolding of the secret realm during its first 2 openings, it became known that the medicinal gardens were fiercely contested based on strength. However, the destruction of the spiritual herbs within these gardens was strictly prohibited. Only mature herbs could be harvested. Otherwise, it would provoke the assault of the 4 great beast emperors. How did everyone come to know this? It was due to an incident during the first opening when one of the medicinal gardens had been secured by a Korean sect. Ignoring warnings, they attempted to harvest all the spiritual herbs, resulting in the immediate annihilation of all their members by the 4 beast emperors. The herbs were subsequently replanted, leading to a collective understanding among all. The first opening of the secret realm had been particularly brutal, with less than 10% of the entrants surviving. This triggered a fierce conflict among the martial sovereigns and martial lords, which ultimately led to a resolution with the intervention of numerous martial saints. Henceforth, it was decreed that grievances should not extend beyond the secret realm. However, upon exiting the realm, covert attacks did occur, which was the fundamental reason behind the incapacitation of Lin Yunyi's brother. During the second opening of the secret realm, the royal families and sects aimed to seize 2 medicinal gardens, each to mitigate personnel losses. Unfortunately, the remaining forces within each kingdom's cities were not easily subdued. Although they had some affiliations with the royal families and sects, being required to pay tribute annually, they united fearlessly when it came to their fundamental interests. Despite numerical disparities in strength, the alliance of all cities proved formidable against the royal families and sections. Ultimately, 4 of the 8 medicinal gardens were occupied by the sects and royal families, while the remaining 4 were determined through combat. These gardens contained numerous 7th and 8th tier spiritual herbs, essential for crafting earth-grade pills, with a few 9th tier spiritual herbs as well. Who would not desire such treasures? Although the second contest in the secret realm was somewhat controlled, the mortality rate still reached 50%. Do you know which medicinal gardens the 4 royal families and sects are aiming to seize? And when will the gardens open? Shenping inquired of Li Xiaoling. The last time they occupied gardens number 1 through 4. This time, I am uncertain. Based on their positions, we have categorized the gardens from 1 to 8, and we are currently heading towards garden number 7. Each garden has a different trajectory, yet they will reach their destination around the same time. The gardens will open on the 65th day of our entry. Since we gathered early, we have ample time, Li Xiaoling explained with a smile. I see. That explains the differing wait times at each gathering point. It was all planned to ensure timely arrival at the garden's opening. Our strength remains intact. We should be able to seize one of the gardens. Shen Ping remarked. That seems likely. Our strengths are fairly comparable. With about 100 individuals entering from each royal family and sect, none exceeding 20 at the martial king level, mostly led by those of the 10th level. Each city sends around 80 to 90 people, with no more than 10 at the martial king level, the strongest being around the 5th or 6th level. As for the smaller families, their numbers are even scarcer. They primarily seek opportunities in forests and plains, rarely engaging in the struggles of the core region. Li Xiaoling paused before continuing. We have entered with 135 individuals, and thus far, no one has perished. Your family boasts 8 martial kings now. Although they're all at the first level except for you, that is still quite formidable. Our 3 families together possess 10 martial kings. And with your leadership at the 10th level, securing a medicinal garden should be a straightforward task. Very well, we shall certainly seize a medicinal garden. As for the distribution, let us divide it equally among our 4 families. Shen Ping contemplated aloud. That might disadvantage your family somewhat. Our preservation is largely thanks to your family's assistance. Particularly your pills, Li Xiaoling replied, furrowing her brow. While our family may have contributed significantly within the secret realm, we will still require the support of the 3 families outside it. Shen Ping understood the necessity of having a strong backing. Without it, any gains would be short-lived. All right then, let us discuss this with them later tonight and hear their opinions. Li Xiaoling agreed after some thought. Chapter 10. This medicinal garden is mine. Any objections? You mentioned the medicinal garden, but I am aware that the inheritance remains unclaimed. What about the other 4 opportunities? Shen Ping asked Li Xiaoling as they continued their journey. The other 4 opportunities have yet to be claimed by anyone. They cannot be obtained through mere force, as the 4 great beast emperors guard them, accompanied by numerous 6th-tier demonic beasts. Therefore, they can only be acquired by passing their trials. As for the nature of these trials, our elders have said it involves a formation where everyone enters different zones, facing endless waves of demonic beasts attacking them. The requirements to pass remain unknown, as no one has ever succeeded. Those who fail do not die, but merely exhaust their qi and experience extreme fatigue, Li Xiaoling recounted while reminiscing. Fascinating. Such a formation could serve as an excellent training tool for the younger generation of our family, Shen Ping mused. Everyone understands that. But this formation was likely created by a martial lord. No one has mastered it yet, which is why many speculate that this secret realm belongs to the Duandao martial lord, Li Xiaoling elaborated. Oh, why is that? Because Duandao martial lord is renowned as a prodigy among prodigies, having reached the martial lord realm in just 200 years, followed by another 300 years to become an earth-grade alchemist, earth-grade formation master, and earth-grade weapon master. Most individuals would be hard-pressed to reach the martial lord realm even in 500 years, Li Xiaoling explained, gazing at Shen Ping. That cannot be right. Your grandfather appears to be only around 70 years old and is already a martial king. How could he not reach the martial lord level in another 400 years? Shen Ping questioned, puzzled. My grandfather is actually 120 years old this year. He merely looks like he is around 70. His rapid advancement was due to obtaining the martial king inheritance in his youth, Li Xiaoling clarified. Li Xiaoling, with one hand resting on her forehead, responded somewhat awkwardly, stating that in this world, cultivation is divided into 2 types. One is arduous training from beginning to end, and the other involves obtaining a certain inheritance, which allows one to naturally reach a certain realm. Some powerful beings, having exhausted their lifespans, condense inheritance crystals to bequeath to their descendants. Just like me, due to receiving my teacher's inheritance, I would swiftly attain the martial king realm even without your elixirs. With the aid of your elixirs, I have now reached the 6th level of the martial king. Those from the royal families and sects who achieve the 10th level of martial king do so because of the inheritance crystals. Look at my elder siblings. They are merely at the martial disciple level, and that is only because they use secret methods to cultivate with inferior spirit crystals, resulting in somewhat superficial true qi. It appears there are intricate details I still do not comprehend about this world. Shen Ping chuckled and shook his head. Acknowledging that emerging from a rural background is no easy feat, my understanding of these matters comes from the accumulation of 3,000 years of family heritage. Li Xiaoling hurriedly reassured Shen Ping, saying there was no need for concern as he would not overly dwell on such matters. For him, strength was sufficient. Shen Ping smiled, and the two continued their conversation while on the road. 10 days later, they finally arrived at the number 7 medicinal garden, having arrived 10 days ahead of schedule. Before their arrival, over 300 individuals had already gathered, standing divided into 6 groups, clearly representing 6 different factions, including Zhao Zai and his companions. Apart from Zhao Zai's fewer than 30 individuals, the other 5 factions each boasted around 60 to 70 members. During these 10 days, Shen Ping had provided special training for his clansmen every night, enabling them all to reach the first level of Martial King. Furthermore, Shen Ping's 2 elder brothers, along with his cousins, had advanced to the 5th level of Martial King, consuming a total of 102 inferior spirit crystals. Previously, 5 individuals had already reached the 1st level of Martial King. He also imparted 5 mid-tier martial techniques of the mysterious rank to each, costing 18 inferior spirit crystals, and taught his cousin Shan Yang 3 superior martial techniques of the mysterious rank for an additional 3 inferior spirit crystals, summing up to a total of 21 inferior spirit crystals expended. During this time, he also acquired 15 inferior spirit crystals through attendance, leaving him with a wealth of 182 inferior spirit crystals. Brother Shun, we meet again, Zhao Zai greeted as he and his clansmen approached Shen Ping. Brother Zai, everyone returned the greeting, as it was customary for the younger clan leaders to handle external affairs among the 3 clans. Although Li Jianya, Lin Yui, and Zhao Zijing had not yet reached the Martial King realm, the Martial King experts from their families had no objections. Brother Shun, would you mind sharing a portion of this medicinal garden with us? Zhao Zai, noticing that more than a third of Shen Ping's group consisted of Martial Kings, felt a competitive urge arise. After all, with their participation, they could contend even with the royal families and sections. Shen Ping exchanged glances with Li Jianya, Lin Yui, and Zhao Zijing, and they readily agreed, with Li Jianya speaking first. Of course, having Brother Zai join us will only enhance our strength. With Zai's inclusion, they were confident of securing the medicinal garden. Lin Yui, aware of the existing animosity with the Wang family of Heihu City, realized that aligning with the Zhao family would provide an advantage in future confrontations. Cousin Zai, your participation solidifies our position. Zhao Zijing, being astute, recognized the underlying dynamics, especially since both factions shared a common ancestor and currently held sway over the royal family. I have no objections. As for the distribution plan, we initially intended to divide it equally among the 4 factions, but now, with Brother Zai's addition, we shall distribute it equally among 5 factions. How's that sound? Shen Ping suggested with a smile. That is perfectly acceptable. In that case, Brother Shun, you can handle the allocation for our 29 members, Zhao Zai replied, smiling and bowing to Shen Ping. Shen Ping was the most powerful among them and naturally assumed leadership, especially since his clansmen comprised over half of their collective strength. During their journey, the 3 factions had already entrusted command to Shen Ping. Very well, I shall humbly accept this responsibility. Everyone, prepare yourselves, as I am about to showcase my prowess, Shen Ping exclaimed, laughing heartily. Once everyone gathered, Shen Ping led them to the front of the medicinal garden, facing the crowd of over 300 individuals. Esteemed guests, this medicinal garden is mine. Does anyone have objections? Shen Ping proclaimed loudly, unleashing his Martial King 10th level aura, which was mirrored by the collective might of his 5 factions. Although the surrounding factions numbered over 300, upon witnessing this group, of which more than a third were Martial Kings, they felt a sense of trepidation mixed with reluctance. How dare you be so domineering? This is utterly disrespectful, shouted a spokesperson from a city in Korea. Domineering? Today, I shall be so. What of it? Shen Ping's gaze hardened as he directed his aura at the speaker. Within a 5-mile radius, I do not wish to see anyone lingering for even a moment. Otherwise, do not blame my sword for being merciless. Shen Ping was capable of contending with a 7th-tier Beast Emperor and had nearly slain that Beast Emperor, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a martial emperor. You? We are leaving. The speaker, rendered speechless by Shen Ping's retort, could only storm off in anger. If you leave now, you may still catch the other medicinal gardens. Should you delay further, you will miss your chance, Shun Ping warned, casting a glance at the remaining factions. The four factions exchanged glances and, after bowing to Shun Ping, turned to depart. Ha! This is too exhilarating. Is this not a victory without a fight? The younger Lin Yinfeng exclaimed, Brother Shun, you are truly impressive. Ha! This is all thanks to everyone as support. Alone, I could not have frightened away so many, Shun Ping replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to Shin Shaoqi and instructed, Shaoqi, go find some signs and write on them. No entry within 5 miles of the medicinal garden. Violators will be executed without mercy. Understood, Brother Ping. I will take care of it immediately, Shun Shaoqi replied, also a first-level martial artist, and having received teachings in 3 superior martial techniques of the mysterious rank from Shun Ping, his strength was comparatively greater. Following this, Shun Ping and the others set up camp nearby, establishing defensive formations to prevent any beast from inadvertently entering, preparing to await the opening of the medicinal garden. Chapter 11. Why must you force me to kill? This time, the secret realm admitted around 5,000 to 6,000 people. Even after losing 10% at the outset, over 5,000 individuals remained, removing the 400 from the royal family and sects who headed to the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 medicinal gardens. And accounting for the several hundred from smaller families who did not arrive at the gardens, each of the remaining 4 gardens would still host nearly 1,000 people. Although Shun Ping had intimidated the initial crowd of over 300, forcing them to disperse, an additional 800 to 900 individuals gradually arrived. They had initially intended to approach the medicinal garden directly, but a few reckless individuals, despite seeing the signs, dared to step within 5 miles and were slain by Shun Ping, causing the rest to congregate just outside the 5-mile perimeter. These 800 to 900 individuals were divided into over 10 factions, collectively possessing over 50 martial kings, while none reached the 10th level. Several were at the 6th or 7th levels. If they faced Shun Ping's group individually, they would have been fearful. However, united, they felt emboldened as the opening of the medicinal garden drew near, and they began to stir restlessly. On the eve of the opening of the Yao Yuan, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Shun Ping and his companions indulged in food and drink, fortifying their spirits in front of the garden, while over a dozen influential figures from the outside world gathered to deliberate on their plans. This night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the array of the Yao Yuan activated. Shun Ping issued commands to those below the martial king rank, instructing them to enter the garden and gather medicinal herbs, while the others gripped their weapons, ready for any eventuality. With the activation of the array, 800 or 900 individuals from the periphery stepped collectively into the 5-mile radius delineated by Shun Ping, slowly approaching him and his companions. They appointed a leader, who approached Shun Ping with evident trepidation. You cannot monopolize this Yao Yuan. Though your strength is formidable, our combined forces are not to be underestimated, and we outnumber you. The leader, visibly anxious, continued, How about we allow you to take half of the herbs, and we will split the remaining half? Shun Ping regarded the man with disdain. Absolutely not. You think you can claim half? I have no desire to kill, but do not force my hand. Leave. As the last word escaped his lips, Shun Ping's aura surged forth, pressing down upon the opposing crowd. You are excessively arrogant. Brothers, for the sake of the herbs and resources, attack. The leader, humiliated by Shun Ping's rejection, let his anger eclipse his fear. He brandished his great sword, unleashing his martial skills towards Shun Ping. Witnessing their leader's assault, the others followed suit, drawing their weapons and launching their own martial techniques. You have been given a chance. Observing the leader's reckless advance, Shun Ping retaliated with a fire cloud sword that shattered the leader's martial technique, the residual force of the sword striking him. Though it did not inflict severe injury, it caused him to falter. As he sought to retaliate, he was unprepared for Shun Ping's swift approach, who pierced his heart with a single thrust. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he pointed weakly at Shun Ping, attempting to speak, but before he could finish, he collapsed backward after Shun Ping withdrew his sword. Why must you force my hand? Shun Ping, having extracted his sword, charged into the crowd, disregarding the attacks from those below the martial king rank. With swift precision, he cut down foes as a wolf among sheep. As Shun Ping unleashed his fury, the forces from Xiangyang City similarly engaged the enemy, their remaining members, all at the martial king level, easily countering the martial zone techniques unleashed against them with minimal risk. The sight of their leader's swift demise shocked the allied forces. As Shun Ping carved through the ranks, claiming the lives of 2 to 3 dozen adversaries in a short span, fear began to grip their hearts. When over 50 martial kings joined the fray, the scales of victory tilted decidedly in Shun Ping's favor. With a cold expression and blood-soaked attire, Shun Ping brandished his sword, calling for the next opponent. He adeptly maneuvered through the throng, seeking out hidden martial kings to eliminate, thereby reducing the danger to his own ranks. He aimed for 100% survival, unwilling to see that change at the last moment. After claiming over 100 lives, the opposing forces finally began to flee, and as the first turned to run, it incited a wave of others to follow suit. However, Shun Ping's men showed no mercy, slaying all who resisted and pursuing the fleeing foes for 5 miles. The battle endured for a full 3 hours, resulting in the escape of only over 300 from the original 900, leaving nearly 600 corpses in their wake. Shun Ping's name spread throughout the secret realm alongside the departure of these survivors. Shun Ping led his companions to gather all the storage equipment from the fallen, while he collected the bodies for recovery. Upon returning to the front of the Yao Yuan, they piled their spoils, a sight to behold. Among them were over 600 weapons of superior grade and more than 4,000 pieces of storage equipment, the value of which was incalculable. Even the members of the 4 great families eyed the bounty with envy. As time passed, those assigned to gather herbs returned. Though they had heard the distant sounds of battle, Shun Ping had instructed them to focus solely on their task, leaving the conflict to others. Thus, despite their concerns, they refrained from venturing out. Brother Shun, you truly are remarkable. I heard you single-handedly dispatched over 200 foes, Lin Yuni remarked, patting Shun Ping on the shoulder. Are you all right? Li Xiuling, who had participated in the battle, approached with concern, noting the blood on Lin Yuni. Though he had emerged unharmed due to his martial king level 6 prowess. I am fine, do not worry. This is all enemy blood, Shun Ping reassured her. Now, let's discuss the distribution of our spoils. Observing that his comrades sustained only minor injuries that would heal in time, he called together the young leaders of several families to confer on the division of the loot. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided that the medicinal herbs would be evenly distributed among the 5 factions, while the Shun clan would have priority in selecting weapons. 1 for each of the 36 members, with the remaining weapons divided among the 4 factions. As for the storage equipment, the Shun clan would claim half, with the rest shared equally among the other 4 families. Soon, the distribution was complete. Given the recent battle and the lingering scent of blood, they sought a more open area to establish temporary quarters, preparing to rest before proceeding to other opportunities. Shun Ping only retained 86 low-grade spirit crystals from the spoils, leaving the rest for Shun Tung and others to return to the village chief for further resource allocation. System, open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial King level 10, requires 2 low-grade spirit crystals to break through. Wealth, 942 low-grade spirit crystals. Technique, Omnipotent Technique, high-grade Xian level, all attributes. Skill, Omnipotent Martial Skill, high-grade Xian level, perfected. Weapon, Iron Sword, high-grade Xian level. Space, 89 cubic meters. Items, miscellaneous. It has not been easy. I can finally upgrade my technique. System, please upgrade my Omnipotent Technique to low-grade Earth level. Beep, congratulations to the host on the successful upgrade. Consumed 91 low-grade spirit crystals to exchange for 7 mid-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth, 32 low-grade spirit crystals. This consumption rate is rather steep. After accumulating for so long, I have nearly depleted my spirit crystals in one go. However, the remaining wealth is sufficient for me to break through to the Martial Emperor level. No need to rush. I will wait a while longer. As for the upgrade to Omnipotent 5G, that requires 22 mid-grade spirit crystals. I shall accumulate slowly. I'm still young, with no need for haste. Even if I take it easy, it will take less than a year to achieve that. Next, I must venture to the Dan Hall or the Chi Hall. Should I find no rewards, I will have to prepare to leave. I wonder if defeating those phantasmal beasts will yield spirit crystals? System? Beep, you will indeed acquire spirit crystals, as the phantasmal beasts also require energy. However, you will only receive 1/10 of what you would from real beasts. That works for me, as long as I can earn something. Linga mentioned it is endless. Could it be a splendid place for me to farm spirit crystals? Shenping thought eagerly, yearning to dive in. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. The Trials of Dantang. When Shenping awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. His companions, knowing he had engaged in a grueling battle the previous day, refrained from waking him. The bounty from yesterday's endeavors had left everyone exceedingly satisfied with their expedition into the secret realm. Even if they departed now, there would be no grievances. Thus, whether they set off early or late was of little consequence. After Shenping had eaten, a consensus emerged among the group to venture to Dantang No, one in hopes of fortune. Who knew what success might await them? As they made their way to the Dantang, a remarkable sight unfolded. Each member, save for Shenping, bore a cloth bag tied around their waist. This was due to the overwhelming quantity of storage equipment they had acquired, far too much to carry on their persons. Thus, they collectively resorted to utilizing bags to hold their spoils. The Shen clan had been allocated nearly 2,000 pieces of storage equipment, meaning each member, excluding Shenping, was tasked with carrying over 60. Consequently, their bags were bulging, while the remaining 4 clans shared approximately 2,000 pieces of storage equipment among them, averaging about 20 for each individual. Compared to the Shen clan, their bags were somewhat smaller, but equally filled. Those they encountered along the way gazed at them with envy. As for the ownership of the other 3 medicinal gardens, they were fiercely contested among several cities. But the combatants were not as overwhelmingly powerful as Shenping and his companions, resulting in fiercer and bloodier clashes. The casualty rate reached 70, with the survivors predominantly being at least 5th-level martial sovereigns. Given the high number of deaths, the spoils should have been astonishing. Even a fair distribution among the remaining participants could yield over 10 pieces of storage equipment each. Regrettably, those who had not participated in the battles, the so-called Old Six, comprising the 4 royal families and sects, merely scavenged the corpses, claiming more than half of the spoils. This was a tactic employed by the royal families and sects to deplete the strength of the various cities, thus facilitating their own dominion while reaping resources, an advantageous scheme indeed. At present, the total number of individuals remaining in the secret realm barely exceeded 3,000. Following this point, it was unlikely that any further conflicts would arise, meaning the losses in this expedition would not differ significantly from the previous one, both hovering around 50. After more than 10 consecutive days of travel, Shenping and his companions finally arrived at the location of Dantang No. 1, with only 3 days remaining until its opening. However, they did not approach too closely, for many monstrous beasts guarded the vicinity. It was only during the opening of the Dantang that these beasts would refrain from obstructing the crowd's approach. Among the myriad of beasts, Shenping recognized familiar figures, the Tiger Emperor and the Scorpion Emperor. The Tiger Emperor paid him no mind, while the Scorpion Emperor regarded Shenping with a gaze filled with resentment. Although its tail had regrown, the humiliation Shenping had inflicted upon it could not be erased. Yet, it was powerless to confront Shenping directly and could only glare from afar. Shenping, sensing the Scorpion Emperor's hostile gaze, dismissed it as that of a defeated foe. Had it not been for the Tiger Emperor, he would have long since perished. The group patiently awaited the opening of the Dantang, and during this time, others gradually arrived. Brother Tongzi, what do you think the requirements for passing the trials of Dantang entail? Is it the number of beasts slain or the duration of endurance? Shenping pondered, uncertain and hesitant. I have not encountered this formation before, so I cannot say. Only upon witnessing it can I provide an answer, came the response. Brother Tongzi, you possess such a function? Shenping, who had been mulling over his thoughts without a clear course of action, inquired of the system out of boredom, only to discover it indeed held knowledge about the method to pass the trials, provided one had first seen the formation. This system is invincible. Anything I have witnessed can be recorded and answered, though it requires the expenditure of spirit crystals, the system replied. How many spirit crystals are needed to decipher this formation? That depends on the formation S rank. A high-grade Xian stage formation requires 1 low-grade spirit crystal. A low-grade Earth stage formation requires 1 medium-grade spirit crystal. A medium-grade Earth stage formation requires 10 medium-grade spirit crystals. A high-grade Earth stage formation requires 1 high-grade spirit crystal. Very well, my inadequacy is evident. Shenping looked at his wealth, and shook his head. Brother Tongzi, if I arrange a gathering spirit array around me, will that prevent me from exhausting my energy? You are overthinking, host. The gathering spirit array merely enhances the density of spiritual energy around you, slightly accelerating your true chi recovery, approximately doubling the recovery speed. However, if the recovery speed cannot keep pace with the consumption, you may still exhaust your true chi. An increase in recovery speed is beneficial nonetheless. Brother Tongzi, I wish to exchange for 2 high-grade gathering spirit arrays. Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Shenping gazed at the array flags in his spatial compartment, contemplating for a moment before seeking out his elder brother, Shun Tong. He explained his intentions and handed over 1 set of array flags, 1 low-grade spirit crystal, and 2 high-grade recovery pills to his brother. The reason for not providing more was simple. Shenping's wealth had dwindled to merely 0. 2. Shenping's strategy was straightforward. To enhance his recovery capabilities through the formation and, combined with his formidable recuperative powers, he aimed to breach the entire trial. As his elder brother's recovery capabilities did not match his own, he would have Shun Tong evade attacks, hoping to buy time to meet the trial's requirements. However, this hinged on them entering in their physical bodies rather than merely as consciousness. According to Li Xiuling, one could consume pills within the formation, suggesting a physical presence was indeed necessary. When the time for the opening of the Dan Tang arrived, the monstrous beasts in the vicinity parted to grant passage to all. Upon entering the Dan Tang's interior, Shun Ping discovered a vast plaza adorned with numerous 5-meter-tall cylindrical platforms. Each individual selected a platform, and after half an hour, the trials commenced. Once the formation activated, entry was prohibited or would be deemed an automatic forfeiture. The Tiger Emperor declared, those who fail the trial must vacate the Dan Tang within 10 minutes and must not disrupt others, or they will be viewed as provocateurs and eliminated. Upon hearing the Tiger Emperor's rules, everyone promptly seated themselves upon a cylindrical platform. Shun Ping positioned the array flags on his platform and activated them using the low-grade spirit crystal he had just acquired, while Shen Tong performed similar actions on his adjacent platform. As 10 minutes elapsed, beams of light emanated from the platforms under the Tiger Emperor's command, and Shun Ping felt darkness envelop him before finding himself in a vast space. Before him appeared 10 level 6 flame wolves, which immediately charged at him. Shun Ping swiftly employed defensive martial skills and agility techniques to evade their assaults while surveying his surroundings. This space spanned approximately 10 miles. If he focused solely on evasion, it would suffice to dodge the attacks of the flame wolves. It appeared his strategy might prove effective, though he was uncertain if this approach would suffice to pass the trial. He hoped his elder brother would succeed as well. After all, merely dodging would lead to a sharp decline in true chi. Notably, he observed that the array flags he had set in place were indeed functioning, providing him a degree of recovery speed enhancement. Shun Ping gazed at his surroundings, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within his body and the environment. I must still be upon that stone pillar. This formation seems to embody the principles of spatial law, thereby amplifying the space, which is why my formation proves effective. As for other revelations, there have yet to be significant discoveries. It is time to commence the hunt. Having remained in a defensive and evasive stance, Shun Ping suddenly shifted his gaze, thrusting his iron sword upward to unleash a technique known as Liao Yunjian. This fire attribute martial art consumes less energy than the Hua Yunjian, although it is a technique executed in an upward motion, cleaving a nearby flame wolf in two. Remarkably, the carcass of the flame wolf did not plummet to the ground, but rather dissipated into thin air, only to be replaced by 2 more flame wolves rushing from a distance. Observing the newly acquired 0.0001 low-grade crystal stones, Shen Ping realized that this experience equated to slaying a 6th-tier first-level monster or a 5th-tier 10th-level monster, as both types yield identical crystal stones. It remains a mystery why the system categorizes these 2 tiers of beasts under the same harvest. To conserve his true energy, Shen Ping opted to employ martial techniques solely for decisive strikes, while relying on evasive martial arts and ordinary attacks to counter the flame wolves' assaults. As time passed, he systematically dispatched 1 flame wolf after another, while their numbers continued to swell. Initially, he could fell 1 every 5 minutes, But now he managed to do so in just 3 minutes, utilizing only mid-grade Shin-tier martial techniques. Within a single day, the count of flame wolves in this space surged to 1,000, and by the following day, it astonishingly escalated to over 200. Now, Shin Ping found himself capable of slaying each flame wolf without the need for martial techniques, and as the frequency of his technique usage diminished, the true energy he had expended began to replenish gradually. Despite the presence of over 200 flame wolves, he could engage no more than 20 simultaneously. Occasionally, 2 flame wolves would collide in midair. Yet, with each flame wolf he dispatched, another would swiftly take its place. As he faced an approaching flame wolf, a myriad of strategies flooded Shin Ping's mind for swiftly eliminating the beast. With each flame wolf's demise and reappearance, he began to feel a sense of numbness. Time became an indiscernible blur until, in a moment of mechanical repetition, as he prepared to strike the flame wolf before him, it vanished, along with all the others. Chapter 13. The Trial of Passage. Initially lost in a daze, Shin Ping's eyes, once bloodshot, gradually regained clarity upon the disappearance of the flame wolves. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself back on the platform. As it concluded, Shin Ping inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as his mind raced to comprehend the events, and he effortlessly retracted the spirit-gathering array he had set up. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that he was alone on the platform, while the other platforms were devoid of participants. Young human, congratulations on passing the trial and earning the opportunity to enter the Hall of Legacy. Here is your reward, proclaimed the Tiger Emperor who presided over the trial, tossing Shin Ping a storage ring. What of my elder brother? Shin Ping inquired, casting a glance at his sibling, Shin Tong, who was still undergoing the trial. The individual beside you is still engaged in the trial and will require some time. You may wait over there, the Tiger Emperor replied, glancing at Shin Tong before closing his eyes and ignoring Shin Ping, seeing that his elder brother was in no immediate danger. Shin Ping descended from the platform and found a vacant spot near the Tiger Emperor, sitting cross-legged to contemplate his gains. The storage ring contained merely 10 low-grade Earth-tier cultivation pills and 5 mid-grade Earth-tier cultivation pills, a rare treasure indeed. After all, 2 low-grade Earth-tier pills could enable a 10th-level Martial King to ascend to Martial Emperor within a month, yet alchemists require a staggering 81 days to concoct them. Mid-grade Earth-tier pills are even more precious, as just 2 can elevate a 10th-level Martial Emperor to Martial Venerable within half a year. But their creation demands an arduous 360 days. It is essential to recognize that the process of refining pills carries a risk of failure, resulting in the total loss of materials, further underscoring the rarity of Earth-tier pills. Currently, only a scant few Earth-tier alchemists exist on this continent, and their status is exalted, with even royal clans vying for their favor. Gazing at these coveted pills, Shin Ping chose to absorb them directly. Although these pills could facilitate his own ascension to Martial Emperor 10th level, the time required was far too long compared to the system's efficiency. Thus, these pills transformed Shin Ping's wealth into 6 mid-grade spirit crystals and 102 low-grade spirit crystals, sufficient to elevate his cultivation to Martial Emperor 10th level, with a surplus remaining. As for the training of martial techniques, that would require a more gradual approach, as the resources needed to break through to Martial Venerable are considerable. Not only must one elevate their technique to high-grade Earth tier, but one must also comprehend the laws. While merely grasping the fundamentals of the laws can provide an opportunity for breakthrough, the current system's requirements for spirit crystals are undoubtedly substantial. While Shin Ping waited idly for Shin Tong's trial to conclude, 2 days passed after his own emergence. Gradually, the light columns surrounding Shin Tong began to dissipate, revealing his bloodshot eyes and the aura of exhaustion that enveloped him as he appeared before Shin Ping. Young human, congratulations on passing the trial and gaining the chance to enter the Hall of Legacy. Here is your reward, declared the Tiger Emperor, rising from his previous position and presenting Shin Tong with another storage ring. You may now depart. Listening to these words felt akin to encountering an NPC from a past game, prompting Shin Ping to silently critique. Elder brother, are you all right? Shin Ping approached Shin Tong, supporting him as he faltered. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Thanks to your formation, I managed to endure, Shin Tong replied wearily, casting a glance at Shin Ping. Enough for now. Let us leave this place and reunite with the others, Shin Ping declared, retracting the formation flags left by his brother as he assisted Shun Tung in descending the platform and exiting the Dan Hall. Upon their exit, the duo encountered the gathered populace of Xiangyang City, who were seated together, enjoying a feast while occasionally glancing towards the Dan Hall. As Shun Ping and Shun Tung approached, the crowd set down their food and hurried over. "Elder brother, third brother, you have finally emerged," Shun He exclaimed, rushing forward to support the weary Shun Tung from the other side. "Let us return to the camp first," Shun Ping instructed, guiding Shun Tung towards their encampment with the others following closely behind. "Ping Gu, you have finally returned. Did you pass the trial?" Li Xiaoling inquired eagerly once they settled down at the camp. "Brother Shun, you cannot imagine how anxious my sister has been during your absence," Li Jianya jested, teasing his sister. "Elder brother, what are you saying?" Li Xiaoling playfully glared at her sibling. "Ha ha, I have indeed passed the trial, and so has my elder brother." Shun Ping patted Li Xiaoling's hand and smiled at the crowd. "Brother Shun, do tell us how you succeeded. I am genuinely curious about what constitutes passing this trial." Zhao Zijin interjected from aside. "Upon entering, I encountered 10 fiery wolves, and I just kept slaying them until I cleared the trial. I believe the number of fiery wolves reached around 10,000. Shun Ping reminisced about his victory. "Goodness, you truly are a beast, having slain nearly 10,000 demon beasts of the same realm." Lin Yui's exaggerated expression elicited hearty laughter from those around. "No doubt about it. Brother, you are remarkable." Zhao Zai gave Shun Ping a thumbs up. "But how did brother Shun Tung manage to pass?" Noticing Shun Tung's restored vigor, Li Jiansheng inquired with a smile. Shun Tung looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was curiously gazing at him while clutching his arm, and replied with a smile to Li Jiansheng. "I completed the trial by evading and running away. It seems one merely has to survive in that space for 10 days to pass. Oh, if I had known it was that simple, I wouldn't have hunted those fiery wolves. I killed 1 or 2 and found it quite bothersome. I only lasted 2 days before I came out." Li Xiaoling's cousin, Li Xiaoqin, stuck out her tongue. "It's not as easy as you think. Initially, it was indeed quite simple, with only 10 demon beasts. However, as time passed, I believe due to my not slaying any demon beasts, the number increased by 1 every half hour, and for the subsequent 5 days, it increased by 1 every 10 minutes. You cannot imagine how disheveled I was while being pursued. Thankfully, my third brother gave me 2 recovery pills before I entered. Otherwise, I would have likely exhausted myself long ago." Shun Tung observed the envy on everyone's faces as he recounted the events of those 10 days. "Wow, Brother Tung, you are truly impressive, managing to survive under the assault of nearly 1,000 demon beasts for 10 days. That is simply astounding." Lin Ruoxi, who was hugging Shun Tung's arm, looked into his eyes filled with admiration. "Oh my, dear cousin, your eyes seem ready to grow onto Brother Tung." Lin Ruolin teased her cousin, Lin Ruoxi, with a smile. "Away with you. Don't act as if I haven't noticed how you've been exchanging glances with Brother Shenyang these days." Lin Ruoxi shot back at her cousin. Cousin, I shall no longer pay you any heed." Lin Ruolin shyly retreated to the side, prompting everyone to exchange amused glances and burst into laughter. "Brother Shun, have you and your brother obtained the qualification to enter the traditional hall after passing the trial?" Zhao Zi asked as the laughter subsided. "Indeed, we have secured the qualification to enter the Hall of Heritage," Shun Ping replied with a smile. "It seems this secret realm now has its masters," Zhao Xiaoqian interjected. "We appreciate your good wishes. My brother and I shall strive to do our best." Zhao Xiaoqing, equally curious, asked, "What rewards did Brother Shun obtain from this trial?" "A few earthly-grade pills should suffice for me to break through to the martial emperor realm. One must guard against the hearts of men, yet remain wary of harm." Shun Ping merely mentioned acquiring a few pills without disclosing specific numbers, mirroring his elder brother's reticence. However, Shun Ping did not contemplate that if the 2 brothers truly obtained this heritage, the entire secret realm would belong to them, potentially inciting jealousy. Following this, the group prepared a celebratory feast for Shun Ping and his brother. Naturally, the wine was provided by Shun Ping, as the others had nearly exhausted their supplies. And the food consisted of demon beasts hunted from afar, as they dared not disturb the nearby beasts gathering together. The following day, Shun Ping and Shun Tung prepared to head to the Hall of Heritage to accept the final trial, accompanied by the others for protection, to witness the event. And because there were merely 5 days left before leaving the secret realm, thus, it was wiser to accompany the two brothers. The day prior, Shen Ping had reached an agreement with everyone, should either he or Shun Tong obtain the heritage. The resources of this secret realm would be jointly managed by the 5 prominent families. For Shun Ping, this also served to forge alliances for his family. Although attaining this heritage could elevate a person to the martial sovereign realm in a short time, it would still require over a decade, as refining the heritage crystal is a time-consuming endeavor. While he could quickly break through to the martial emperor level 10, many factions possessed individuals at the martial sovereign level. Thus, solidifying alliances with the 4 families would grant him the time needed for development. The young clan leaders of the other 4 families also expressed their support, promising to back Shen Ping should the 2 brothers acquire the heritage, standing with him against rival families. Only in this manner could the other families be deterred from openly attacking Shen Ping's family, resorting instead to subtle maneuvers. After all, there were numerous secret realms, and it was impossible for them all to be under the control of a single power. Therefore, under the witness of several martial saints, it would be unwise to instigate a genocidal war to seize opportunities. The heritage crystal cannot be snatched, but the secret realm can be contested. If a family were found to be colluding with multiple factions to initiate a war, they would face annihilation. Why was such a rule established? It stemmed from numerous past incidents of opportunity snatching, which led to incessant wars, the fall of powerful figures, and even the annihilation of families that had acquired the heritage, while the survivors spent decades cultivating to return and exact vengeance upon their oppressors. Thus, since that time, there have been no further incidents of blatant opportunity theft, though subtle schemes causing the downfall of those family-strong figures still occur periodically. After a day of travel, the group finally arrived at the Hall of Heritage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shun Ping and Shun Tong disregarded the protective array and walked directly into the Grand Hall. As the doors closed behind them, the group settled nearby, patiently awaiting their return. I am the Broken Blade Martial Sovereign, having waited 90 years for the arrival of one worthy of the heritage. Should you pass the final trial, the legacy shall be yours, a radiant aura manifested from the sculpture in the center of the hall, slowly transforming into a middle-aged man with a white beard, his voice resonating through the space. We pay our respects to the esteemed Broken Blade. The 2 bowed respectfully, uncertain of the trials that awaited them. Are you prepared? If so, I shall commence the examination, the Broken Blade Martial Sovereign remarked, glancing at the Broken Blade behind Shun Tong. We are ready. Shun Ping and Shun Tong exchanged glances and replied in unison. Then let us begin. With a wave of his left hand, an array enveloped around Shun Ping and Shun Tong. At that moment, they felt a darkness envelop them. Beep, beep, beep. In a hospital room, a young man clad in a patient gown lay on a bed, connected to various machines. A middle-aged woman, exhausted, dozed by his bedside. Suddenly, the young man's finger twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? His hoarse voice stirred the slumbering woman awake. Upon seeing her son awaken, the middle-aged woman hastily pressed the call button. Doctor, nurse, my son is awake. Hurry. Turning to the young man, she anxiously asked, Pinger, what do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? Mother? What has happened to me? The young man recognized the woman before him as his mother. The child had been struck by a large truck that ran a red light while crossing the street during a trip, lying here for 3 months. And I thought he would never awaken. Lin Qingyue, the mother of Shun Ping, gently caressed his face, tears glistening in her eyes. Mom, please don't cry. Am I not awake now? At that moment, Shun Ping recalled his journey to Long Hushan, where he had been hit by a truck on his way down the mountain. As the mother and son reminisced, doctors and nurses entered the room, instructing the family to step outside for the patient's examination. After a thorough checkup, the doctor confirmed that Shun Ping was no longer in grave condition. His fractured ribs and leg had healed, though he remained somewhat frail from prolonged bed rest. With just a few more days of observation needed before discharge, Lin Qingyue promptly called Shun Ping's father, Shun Jiangwo. Our child has awakened. You must come quickly. What? Xiao Ping is awake? I'll be there right away. Shun Jiangwo hurried to the hospital, having left his work without hesitation. After a few days of recuperation, Shun Ping was ready to return home. On that day, he followed his parents back to their ordinary household. His father was a hotel manager earning over $10,000 a month, while his mother worked as a cashier at a nearby supermarket, making over $3,000. Shun Ping had just graduated and, having not yet found employment, lived with his parents. Upon returning to his familiar home, joy filled his heart. Having only received nutrients during his long slumber, he had subsisted on light porridge in the days following his awakening. Now discharged, his parents had prepared a sumptuous feast for him. While his parents busied themselves in the kitchen, Shun Ping retreated to his room, sitting before his long-unused computer. As he browsed through old photographs, a smile graced his face. It felt wonderful to be alive. It remained unclear whether his gratitude was for surviving the accident or something deeper. At noon, seated at the dining table, tears streamed down his face as he addressed his parents. "Mom, Dad, please take good care of yourselves," he said, his voice trembling. "What are you talking about? You sound as if you're saying goodbye," Shun Jiangwo remarked, furrowing his brow at Shinping. "What are you saying, Lao Shen? How could you speak such words to our child?" Lin Xingyue scolded her husband lightly, tapping his chopsticks with hers. "I miss you both so much. Do not worry. I promise I will return," Shun Ping said, his eyes red as he gazed at his parents. At that moment, the expressions on Shun Jiangwo and Lin Xingyue's faces became frozen. Shun Ping suddenly realized that he had already died during the accident, having traversed into another realm of martial cultivation, where he was bound to an invincible system. What he was undergoing now was a trial, rendering everything before him an illusion. In this life and the next, was it Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or was it the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Was I merely the ordinary university student Shun Ping, or the formidable martial artist Shun Ping flourishing in a secret realm? As he observed the frozen scene before him, he slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps I have thought too much. Perhaps I am now the amalgamation of the ordinary student and the formidable martial artist. With his words, the two souls within him, previously intertwined, began to merge as one. "Farewell, Mom and Dad. I believe we shall meet again." With that, as Shun Ping uttered a final exclamation, the vision before him began to shatter, plunging him into darkness before gradually restoring the light. He had broken free from the illusion and once again beheld the grand hall of inheritance, along with the broken blade martial sovereign and the still figure of Shun Tong beside him. Ah, how remarkable! A younger generation with great potential, managing to break this illusion in such a short time. The broken blade martial sovereign said with a smile, "Senior, could you enlighten me on how this illusion was formed and the nature of the scenes within it?" Shun Ping respectfully inquired, bowing towards the martial sovereign. "This illusion is of high earthly grade, manifesting based on your innermost thoughts. If you cannot escape it, you will remain trapped indefinitely until the energy within you is exhausted. However, with a steadfast heart, you can shatter the illusion. Thus, I name this trial questioning the heart. Congratulations on passing my trial. We shall decide who shall be my inheritor once that young man finishes." The broken blade martial sovereign replied slowly, acknowledging Shun Ping's success. After Shun Ping broke the illusion, 2 hours later, Shun Tong emerged as well. "Elder brother, how did it go? What did you encounter?" Shun Ping asked, noticing Shun Tong's reddened eyes. "I returned to the night our grandparents sacrificed themselves when the demonic beasts from the Xianyang Mountains attacked our village. Many in our village perished resisting those beasts, and our grandparents sacrificed themselves to save me. I stood there lost, and just as one of the beasts was about to crush me, I finally recalled everything and slayed it with a single strike before escaping," Shun Tong explained, his eyes glistening with emotion, recalling the tragic night when he was just over 2 years old. "All right, we can converse more after you both exit. I must share my decision." The broken blade martial sovereign interjected, "My choice is this young man holding the broken blade. Your experiences closely mirror mine, and you wield a broken blade as well, having passed the 3 trials. Between you two, I select you." Shun Ping felt no resentment. After all, the bond between brothers transcended such distinctions. Besides, his rapid progression hinted at a future where he could indeed become a martial sovereign or even a martial emperor. "Congratulations, elder brother, on receiving this inheritance," Shun Ping said with a smile. "What? It is me?" Shun Tong was astonished, never expecting the broken blade martial sovereign to choose him, feeling somewhat unworthy despite their shared experiences. "Indeed, it is you. Please wait. I will impart the inheritance crystal to you shortly. As for you," he continued, addressing Shun Ping, "I shall not neglect you either. Knowing you are brothers, I will forego the ammunition and weapons, but I shall gift you the remaining lower-grade spiritual scriptures." The broken blade martial sovereign then handed Shun Ping a storage bracelet. You may leave now, he said to Shun Ping. All right, elder brother, I will wait for you outside. Shun Ping accepted the storage bracelet and turned to exit the grand hall of inheritance. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by Zhao Zijin's enthusiastic voice. Shun brother, did you pass the trial? Did you receive the inheritance? Zhao Zijin queried eagerly upon seeing Shun Ping. Hold on, which question should I answer first? Please let me respond in order. Shun Ping chuckled, shaking his head at the barrage of questions. I did pass the trial, but I did not receive the inheritance. My elder brother is currently undergoing the process. Shun brother did not obtain the inheritance? It was actually Shun Tung who received it? Lin Yui expressed her surprise. There was no alternative. The broken blade martial sovereign had two choices. Had there been only one, he would have selected me. However, given the two options, he leaned towards my elder brother. Regardless, it is all the same between us brothers, Shun Ping replied calmly. Uncertain of what realm brother Shin Tung would reach after accepting the inheritance, Zhao Zi Tung inquired. I estimate he should at least attain the rank of Wu Huang. Zhao Zi, he speculated. That is certain. Even the Wu Wang secret realm enabled Xiao Ling to ascend a significant level. How much more so for this Wu Zun's secret realm? I wager he will at least reach the third level of Wu Huang. Li Jian Chung declared. Enough guessing. The inheritance will be revealed soon. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Ruo, she said, gazing at the group. Brother Shun Tung will undoubtedly reach the Wu Huang level. And although I am merely at the Wu Zong realm, he shall be my husband in the future. How can I not be delighted? Ruo, Dia. If you wish to laugh, then do so. Why hold it in? You look rather uncomfortable. Lin Ruolan teased. As she observed Lin Ruo, she suppressed amusement. You little rascal, how dare you mock me? With that, Lin Ruo, she leaped towards Lin Ruolan, and they began to playfully tussle. As time passed amid the light-hearted chatter, 2 hours slipped by. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the sky, declaring, the inheritance has been determined. All shall depart. This proclamation echoed throughout the secret realm, reaching every ear. Subsequently, a beam of white light appeared, guiding everyone, and when they regained their bearings, they found themselves in the outside world. Some maintained their stances as they unleashed martial techniques, while others were caught mid-bite of delectable treats. All were bewildered by the sudden transportation. However, Shun Ping and his companions reacted swiftly, and upon seeing Shun Tung among them, they exchanged glances before soaring towards the warship bound for Xiangyang City. Shortly thereafter, they returned aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, the others began to grasp what had transpired in the secret realm and returned to their own warships, recounting their experiences to their elders. Xiangyang City, you truly have done well, eliminating all members of the Wang family, leaving only Wang Hong. The Wang family from He, whose city shouted as they approached Xiangyang City's warship. Indeed, if one cannot match another's skill, they resort to ambushes. They deserve their fate, the elder of the Li family retorted, now fully aware of the events within the secret realm. You think highly of yourselves. Let us see if you can maintain your stance in this secret realm. The Wang family was also informed that the inheritance had been claimed by those from Xiangyang City. At that moment, a fleet of warships surrounded them, each manned by 3 warriors of the Wu Huang level. Xiangyang City, surrender the murderer of my grandson and provide an explanation, an elder from the Han family demanded. Yes, Xiangyang City, hand over the killer. Voices from over a dozen warships echoed in agreement, their Wu Huang auras pressing down upon Xiangyang City's vessel. Do you think to overwhelm us with your numbers? We are not easy prey. Do not forget the rule that all grievances are resolved once leaving the secret realm. What? Do you believe we are easy to bully? The elder of the Lin family boldly countered. He, along with the elders of the Li and Zhao families, released their auras to protect their warship. Shun Tung, having just broken through to the 4th level of Wu Huang, joined in. Very well. Since you refused to surrender the murderer, prepare for the consequences. The other warships, realizing open conflict was unwise, reluctantly withdrew their auras. Let's see what you can do. Shun Ping stepped forward, commanding his brother to return the 500 low-grade spirit crystals from the bracelet and upgrade him to the 10th level of Wu Huang. Beep. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 10th level of Wu Huang. 47 low-grade spirit crystals consumed, 6 mid-grade spirit crystals remaining, and 4,632 low-grade spirit crystals left. Shun Ping advanced, stepping forward to ascend to the 1st level of Wu Huang, then to the 2nd, and after 10 steps, he reached the 10th level, his aura surging forth, overwhelming the other warships. The Wu Huang within those ships could not match his level. The highest among them was merely at the 8th level. Yet they were suppressed by one man. I wonder, when I was at the 10th level of Wu Huang, I could slay so many. Now, can I defeat all of you at the 10th level of Wu Huang? Do you truly wish to instigate a grand battle? Shun Ping uttered, gazing calmly at the surrounding Wu Huang. You? Humph. We shall see. The Wang family, recognizing the untenable situation, signaled their warship to retreat, slowly flying away. The remaining families, seeing their leader depart, resignedly echoed the sentiment that they would meet again in the future before retreating as well. Observing from a distance, families noted the rise of this formidable young man who had effortlessly advanced a level in mere strides. Acknowledging that such geniuses must be either subdued or befriended, they approached to congratulate Shun Ping and his brother on their ascension to Wu Huang, inviting them to their families as guests. Shun Ping and his brother reciprocated the pleasantries with these families, ensuring at least a cordial relationship moving forward. As for what transpired behind the scenes, who could truly predict? Even various royal families and sects came to greet them, lauding Shun Ping and his brother as heroes in their youth, expressing hopes for their future endeavors against demonic beasts before departing. The warship from Xiangyang City gradually made its way home, and this time, Xiangyang City basked in the spotlight, acquiring immense resources. The resources from the Wu Zun secret realm alone could cultivate several more at the Wu Huang level. However, the one truly in the limelight was Shun Ping. As the warships departed, his tail spread across the neighboring four nations. He had repelled 300 Wu Zong and Wu Wang, battled over 900, and decisively slain over 600, claiming ownership of a medicinal garden. He had passed the Dantang's trials, accepted the inheritance test, and aided his brother Shun Tung in obtaining the inheritance. Facing the censure of numerous Wu Huang, his legendary journey of advancing a level with each step became widely renowned. Chapter 16. Return after 2 days and nights. Shun Ping and his companions finally returned to Xianyang City aboard the warship. They beheld 2 lines of people arranged 10 miles outside the city, with the 3 great families led by their patriarchs waiting in anticipation. They had already received word of Shun Ping and the others' return and learned of Shun Tong's acquisition of the inheritance, which would now be jointly managed by their 5 families. As the warship approached the welcoming party, it descended slowly, and the group disembarked under the leadership of the 3 elders. I am fortunate to have safely brought everyone back. The 3 elders greeted the family heads with cupped hands. Though they were Wu Huang, they still respected the family heads, especially with the presence of other families from Xianyang City. Esteemed elders, please, you are too kind. Li Zhanrui quickly welcomed them. A banquet awaits within the city. Freshen up and join us. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded towards the city, and Shun Ping's group joined the village chief and others on their way inside. Xiao Ping, Xiao Tong, you have made quite a name for yourselves, the village chief cheerfully remarked. Who would have thought that this inheritance secret realm would grant you such fortune? Xiao Tong, our family will soon have another Wuzun powerhouse. Village chief, your praise is unwarranted. My acquisition of this inheritance is largely due to my 3rd brother's assistance. Without him, my survival would have been uncertain. Shun Tung humbly responded to the village chief. Brother, why be so modest? Your success in the trials has nothing to do with me. Shun Ping chuckled, shaking his head. That cannot be said. Had it not been for you, I might have perished at the fringes of the secret realm. Shun Tung recalled the moment he was saved by Shun Ping in the forest surrounding the realm. Brother, we are kin. There is no need for such talk. Shun Ping once again shook his head, addressing Shun Tung. Oh, such events have transpired. Please elaborate on all that occurred in the secret realm. We are only aware that Xiao Tong acquired the inheritance, while Xiao Ping, you displayed extraordinary prowess, instilling on all. Shun Qingshan interjected with a question. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. Shun Fei quickly chimed in, eager to contribute. Alas, such incidents have indeed unfolded, revealing the Wang family to be quite unscrupulous. It appears we must exercise greater caution in the future, especially you young ones who often venture out. The village chief, having listened to Shun Fei's account, also felt the peril of this journey into the secret realm and expressed his disdain for the Wang family. Do not worry too much, grandfather village chief. In the absence of the martial sovereign's intervention, They cannot harm us. Moreover, the martial sovereigns of the various families are mostly in seclusion, and it is unlikely they would act easily. They typically refrain from intervening unless their family survival is at stake, Xinping remarked nonchalantly in response to the village chief's concerns. Xiaoping, you should heed the village chief's counsel, for he has lived through more than you can imagine, Shun Qingshan said, casting a sidelong glance at Xinping's indifference. Alas, Qingshan, do not say such things. This is the era of the youth. Young people must forge their own paths. You should pursue your ambitions. And we old folks will always support you from behind, the village chief interjected with a smile, addressing everyone. Grandfather village chief, I did not mean it that way. I merely suggested that given our current strength, we need not fear them. After all, both my brother and I have reached the martial emperor level, and our brothers have attained the martial king realm. While our foundation may not be as solid, our strength is no less than theirs. Furthermore, we have the backing of the three great families of Xianyang City and the Zhao family of Heihu City. If the Wang family were to act against us, they would not remain indifferent, Shun Ping articulated, highlighting the connections with the four great families. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Shifting the topic to lighter matters as they strolled toward the city, they directly returned to a residence marked by the characters Shun Fu, situated behind the Shun family grocery store. This abode was acquired by Shun Qingshan at a friendly price from the city lord's office after his arrival in Xianyang City, serving as a strategic base for the Shun clan. The small door at the back of the grocery store provided convenient access to the Shun residence. On ordinary days, the Shun family members stationed at the grocery store resided within this manor. That evening, the group donned their finest attire and proceeded to the city lord's residence. The current city lord's mansion was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. Families of note in the city sent representatives with gifts to attend the banquet, as Xianyang City had garnered the most significant benefits from the recent Secret Realm expedition, warranting congratulations. Moreover, attendees recognized the potential alliances formed during the banquet, as the Shun family was poised to emerge as one of the four great families in Xianyang City with the prospect of producing a martial sovereign. Thus, those invited arrived with gifts, while those not formally invited sought to leverage connections to gain entry. Under the guidance of Shun Sangqiong, the Shun family members gradually arrived at the city lord's mansion. Shun Sangqiong wore a complex expression, having served as a guard at this very mansion for 5 years. He had gained some resources, but ultimately left without breaking through to the martial master realm and returned to the ordinary village. Little did he expect to return as a distinguished guest, now a presence at the martial king level, all thanks to Xinping. At this thought, Shun Sangqiong glanced at Xinping. Perceiving Shun Sangqiong's gaze and recalling his past experiences, Xinping nodded gently in acknowledgement. At the mansion's entrance, Li Zhanrui personally came to greet Xinping and his companions. Setting aside the potential for future development, the present company, with Xinping and Shun Tung at the martial emperor level and nearly 40 martial kings among them, warranted Li Zhanrui's respect alongside the clan elders. Upon entering the banquet hall, the arrival of Xinping and his group prompted all present to rise and greet them warmly. After a round of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Shun Sangqiong was invited to the table of the three clan elders, while Shun Qingshan and Shun Qingshan were seated with the respective clan leaders and elders, and Xinping and his companions were grouped with Li Jianya and Zhao Zijing. Brother Shun, you have gained quite a reputation this time. Even we, following in your footsteps, have garnered some attention, Zhao Zijing remarked with a smile, noting how mentioning brother Shun also brought to mind the trio accompanying him. Zhao Zijing's words prompted laughter from the group. Come now, how can there only be three? There are many of us, and even if you three are here, you cannot claim us all, Lin Yunxing teased. You all. Among us, there are no distinctions. We are all brothers. Xinping waved his hand dismissively. Then what do we count as? Lixuqin, Gaimdin. I'll forgive my tongue. Xinping responded with a light chuckle, playfully slapping his mouth. We are all siblings, with no separation between us. That's more like it, Lin Ruolin said with a playful huff. The scene prompted hearty laughter, devoid of any sense of distance due to differences in cultivation levels. Brother Shun, what are your plans for the future? As they sipped their drinks and conversed, Zhao Zijing inquired. You are aware, prior to our expedition into the secret realm, my family was in the process of constructing a city. It should be nearing completion within these 3 months. And I plan to hold a celebration to announce the rise of our Shun clan. Shun Ping replied, placing his cup down thoughtfully. Indeed, indeed. I shall make sure to arrive ahead of time for the celebration. Now that your Shun clan is considered one of the great families in Xianyang City, we stand alongside you, Lin Yuni added eagerly. Yes, we will all attend, the others chimed in enthusiastically. Haha, splendid. I, Shun, shall welcome you all with open arms. Shin Ping responded with a courteous gesture. That evening, the group reveled joyfully, the moonlight spilling serenely into the courtyard as they embraced and bid farewell. Departing the city lord's residence, the slightly disordered tables and remnants of the feast within the mansion spoke volumes of the successful banquet and the merriment shared. Chapter 17. Changes within the clan upon returning to the Shun residence. Shun Ping, along with the village chief, Shun Qingshan and Shun Qingshan, sat together in the living room while the others retreated to their rooms for rest. Father, how has the grocery store been faring lately? Shun Ping inquired with a smile about the recent business affairs. Need you ask? Especially with your elixirs, they are in high demand daily. Thankfully, I received some additional stock before leaving. Otherwise, we might have run out. As for other products like Maozi and Huazi, their sales are also quite satisfactory, and our material procurement has been smooth, Shun Qingshan replied with a grin, noting that the two brothers had each remained stationed for a month before passing on responsibilities to other clan members. Excellent, that is excellent. From now on, these 6 types of elixirs will be available to everyone, and we will no longer auction them. As for the pricing, that is for you to decide. I shall take a step back and simply provide the elixirs, Shun Ping declared grandly. Why did Shun Ping possess such confidence? It was due to his substantial wealth. Not to mention the medium-grade crystal stones. He had 463 low-grade crystal stones. Just imagine how many elixirs that could procure. Not auctioning means potential profits may be diminished. But if the volume is sufficiently large, it should not pose a problem, Shun Qingshan mused. In this batch, I shall provide you with 100,000 inferior Huangjia pills, 10,000 medium Huangjia pills, and 1,000 superior Huangjia pills. I will supply these to you twice a month. As for the sales, that is up to you, and I shall not involve myself in that. Shun Ping pondered for a moment, deciding that offering 6 inferior spirit crystals each month to accumulate resources for the family should suffice. So much? How much profit could that generate? Shun Qingshan and Shun Qingyun exchanged glances, astonished by their son's sudden provision of such a large quantity of pills. Xiaoping, I have given some thought. My age is advancing, and I shall henceforth remain in the village, entrusting future matters to your father and your second uncle, Shun Sangxiong remarked, gazing at the 3 before him. That cannot be. Grandpa Village Chief, you are still vigorous. How can you relinquish such an important duty? We still need your leadership to guide us towards greater prosperity, Shun Ping hurriedly interjected. Indeed, Village Chief, you are our steadfast pillar and guiding compass. How can you retreat into the background? Shun Qingshan added in persuasion. Enough of this talk. In the past, my cultivation was higher and my prestige greater, as I led everyone in making a living on the outskirts of the Xianyang mountain range. Now, you have all grown, and I can rest easy and enjoy life. Shun Sangxiong waved his hand with a smile, continuing, when I initially appointed Shun Teng as the young clan leader, I intended to pass the leadership to you. It seems the time has now come. Shun Qingshan was about to voice a protest, but was directly interrupted by the village chief. Qingshan, I am merely bequeathing the clan leader position to you. It does not imply my passing or departure. I remain within the clan, and you can always consult me on any uncertainties. This matter is settled, so do not persuade me further. Very well, Shun Qingshan conceded reluctantly. Since the village chief has decided, let us outline some framework for the clan, Shun Ping concluded, accepting the situation. Please share your thoughts. Shun Sangxiong and the others urged Shun Ping to express his views. I propose this, although our clan consists of fewer than 300 members. With only over 200 capable of cultivation, order cannot exist without rules. We must establish necessary institutions, such as the transmission hall and the law enforcement hall. With my father as clan leader, my elder brother as young clan leader, and myself as the law elder, I suggest that you, Grandpa Village Chief, along with several other esteemed elders in the village, assume the role of Grand Elder. Upon our return, I will elevate your cultivation directly to the martial emperor realm, while my second uncle and others shall each be appointed as elders, and I will also raise their levels to Martial King 10th tier. As for future development, we shall take it step by step, Shun Ping articulated. The others then contributed to the framework he proposed, but that is a matter for another time. The next day, after breakfast, the group set off towards what was once Pingfan Village, now known as Xincheng, as they had been away for over 3 months and longed to reunite with their loved ones. Upon returning to Xincheng, they were astonished by the transformation of the city. At the grand entrance, the words Xincheng were inscribed above, and upon entering, they found the city teeming with buildings, vastly different from the half-constructed state they had left behind. The layout had undergone significant changes, with many identical structures emerging around the original 5-story building. Through Shun Sangqiong's explanations, they learned that the former small building had become the scripture pavilion, while new constructions included treasure halls, transmission halls, law enforcement halls, and ancestral halls. The once desolate northern half of the city had also seen a variety of buildings erected, with commercial streets developing, where shops sold an array of goods. After Shun Ping and the others departed, members of the Shun clan had married, and upon hearing of the clan's newfound prosperity, many sought refuge there. As the world was rife with monstrous beasts and village annihilations were a constant threat. After discussions among Shun Sangqiong and the others, it was decided that since the Shun clan's population was still small, they would allow newcomers to inhabit the northern half of the city, permitting them to construct their own homes, provided they maintained overall structural coherence. As word spread, people gradually converged to this area, forming a burgeoning commercial hub that attracted families from Xiangyang City, including the 3 major families who established auction houses, arenas, and martial arts associations there. Thus, Xincheng evolved into a burgeoning town among the top 10 cities, with aspirations of joining their ranks. Those wishing to hunt in the Xiangyang mountain range would also stop here, returning to sell materials and purchase pills, further promoting Xincheng's development. Initially, the town had resisted the establishment of Xincheng, but when Shun Sangqiong revealed his martial king status, they became subdued, retreating in silence. Listening to Shun Sangqiong's account, Shun Ping felt a mix of surprise and joy, realizing that a seemingly trivial decision had led to such significant progress. He believed that Xincheng's future held even greater promise. The brothers followed their father and second uncle back to their home, where Shunlan and Shinhong, the 2 younger sisters, eagerly rushed into their brother's embrace, while Shun Mu and Shun Erzhan looked on with teary eyes, showering the siblings with affection. "It is wonderful to have you back. I was truly afraid you might not return," Shun Mu expressed as she gazed at her sons and nephews. Indeed, when Xiaoping spoke of such dire circumstances, life and death hanging in the balance, "I feared for your safety." Shun Erzhan choked on her words, unable to continue. "Enough of such gloomy topics on this joyous occasion. You 2 hurry and prepare a meal. We are quite hungry after our journey," Shun Qingshan interrupted, addressing Shun Mu and Shun Erzhan directly. "Very well, we shall prepare the meal now," they agreed, heading to the kitchen. "Your mother has been overly worried about you. During your absence, she has scarcely slept or eaten well," Shun Xingyun explained to his sister-in-law and wife. "Alas, I regret having spoken so gravely upon my departure. While there were some dangers, none were fatal. My intentions were merely to prepare for the uncertainties of the world," Shun Ping sighed. "Yet, the outcome was indeed favorable. We have returned safely, all intact, and my elder brother has even attained the martial sovereign's secret realm's inheritance, surely destined to become a martial sovereign. Haha, third brother, please do not flatter me too much, or I might just ascend to the heavens," Shun Tung laughed in response. Within an hour, the meal was ready, and everyone gathered in the pavilion to dine. "Delicious. It truly is mother's cooking that shines," Shun Ping exclaimed with delight after tasting the braised rabbit meat, giving his mother a thumbs up. "Eat your fill, then, my dear," Shun Mu chuckled, promptly serving more dishes to her son, while also ensuring that her other 2 sons and 2 nephews were well fed, saying, "You all should eat. If you need more, there is plenty in the kitchen." Shun Erzhan was also busy serving dishes, and soon their bowls were piled high, leaving the brothers with full bellies, embodying a mother's love that fears her children may go hungry. Chapter 18. The clan establishment celebration. In recent days, Shun Ping had remained at home, cherishing the time spent with his family. He took the opportunity to elevate the cultivation levels of his kin, directly promoting elder Shun Sangxiong to the 10th level of martial emperor. Among the remaining 13 elders, 10 were raised to the first level of martial emperor, while 4 attained the 10th level of martial king. Shun Mu and Shun Ershin also ascended to the first level of martial king. As for the other cultivable members of the clan, they were all elevated to the first level of martial sect. This endeavor cost Shun Ping a total of 505 low-grade spirit crystals, leaving him with 6 medium-grade spirit crystals and 167 low-grade ones. This time, Shun Ping refrained from imparting martial techniques, as he wished to conserve his wealth for learning an all-encompassing low-grade martial technique, which consumed 22 medium-grade spirit crystals, reducing his assets to 1,077 low-grade spirit crystals. The remaining wealth was not retained. Instead, he exchanged it for various medicinal pills and placed them into the family treasury. He also acquired arrays of differing ranks to safeguard significant locations in the underground river, marking the first occasion when Shun Ping's wealth reached 0. Indeed, it was entirely expended. As the days of attendance passed, Shun Ping acquired an additional 4 low-grade spirit crystals. One day, he ventured to Xiangyang City with invitations for the 3 prominent families and his friends before returning to Shin City. He subsequently delivered invitations to the military camp near the Xiangyang Mountains. The date for the clan establishment celebration had been set for half a month later. Other families and villages received the invitations sent by the Shun family, and they all promised to attend. Even the Zhao family from the neighboring Heihu City received an invitation. As time flowed on, the day of the celebration finally arrived. Guests began to arrive 3 days in advance, while others arrived just the day before. On that morning, all members of the Shun clan gathered before the ancestral hall, and the guests dispersed around, patiently awaiting the establishment ceremony. Under the leadership of Shun Sangxiong, the Shun clan stood before the ancestral hall. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, they could only occupy the open space in front of the hall. The foremost row consisted of the 13 elders of Shun Sangxiong's generation, followed by 5 rows of those from Shun Qingshan's generation. And further back were the 3rd generation, led by Shun Ping and Shun Tong. Shun Sangxiong strode confidently to the elevated platform before the hall, first cupping his hands in salute towards the surrounding guests before speaking. Time flows like a gentle stream, traversing the river of ages. Our Shun ancestors arrived on this land 1,000 years ago, nurturing hope as they took root and blossomed, forging a home through diligent hands. After a millennium of relentless effort, we have finally developed to our present state, and together we give thanks to our ancestors. With that, Shun Sangxiong led the way in kneeling before the hall, followed by all the members of the Shun clan, bowing in reverence. After 3 bows, Shun Sangxiong rose and turned to allow everyone to stand. He continued addressing the guests. Today, we, the Shun clan, have established the city of Shun City, providing us with a stronghold against the beasts and a land for our survival. We hereby proclaim to the heavens and earth that the Shun clan is officially founded. Following the series of establishment ceremonies, the members of the Shun clan invited all the guests to take their seats in the banquet hall. Due to the large number of attendees, numerous tables were arranged in the square, while the Shun clan accompanied the important guests as they settled in, and the serving staff began to present dishes and wines. Brother Shun, your family is truly remarkable. There are over 10 martial emperors among you, remarked Zhao Zijin, who had also attended the ceremony and recognized the cultivation levels of the Shun elders. Oh, how can this meager strength compare to yours? Shun Ping humbly replied, raising his glass to Zhao Zijin. Brother Shun, you are being too modest. Currently, aside from the 3 great families in Xiangyang City, your Shun clan is the strongest. The other families likely only have hidden powers. I estimate they might have 1 or 2 martial emperors at most. Lin Yui chimed in, lifting his glass. Kulme, let us all drink together, Shun Ping suggested, prompting everyone to raise their glasses in unison. I've noticed that everyone here is quite extraordinary. Our family only had a village chief of martial master level, while the surrounding towns had the highest cultivation of great martial master. Back then, I heard that the 3 great families in the city only had martial kings. I never expected there to be martial venerables. Had I not heard Grandpa mention it in the military camp, I wouldn't have believed it. The other families appear to have only martial sect cultivators. Yet, as you suggested, they surely possess martial emperors in secret, Shun Ping remarked, shaking his head as he looked at Zhao Zijin. Haha, Brother Shen, you jest. You must realize that the families who built the nation alongside us have existed for 3,000 years. How could there only be martial kings? Even those second-rate families have been around for 800 years. It's impossible for them to only possess martial sect cultivators. Zhao Zijin responded with a smile. Alas, as my cultivation increases, I find this world increasingly fascinating. Shun Ping sighed. Brother Shun, this world is vast, filled with secrets. Even our clan knows only a fraction. And many mysteries await our generation to explore, Li Jiansheng said softly, sipping his drink. Indeed, indeed. Come, let's raise our glasses to a splendid future ahead. Shen Ping proposed once more. Everyone exchanged glances before drinking to this toast. Sister-in-law, when do you and my sister plan to hold your wedding? Suddenly inquired Li Shiqin amidst the casual chatter. Cousin you, Li Xiaoling blushed and playfully swatted at Li Shiqin before lowering her head, though she discreetly stole glances at Shen Ping, awaiting his response. Upon hearing Li Shiqin's question, the surrounding guests fell silent, eager for Shen Ping's reply. There is no rush. I still have several older brothers to marry off first. Once they are wed, it will be my turn. Besides, both Xiaoling and I are quite young. We can afford to wait a while, Shen Ping replied with a smile, glancing at Li Xiaoling. Upon hearing Shen Ping's words, Li Xiaoling understood that he had intentions of marriage, so she did not mind the postponement. When does Brother Teng plan to propose? Lin Ruolin also voiced her curiosity on behalf of Lin Ruoxi. I've been busy with family matters lately. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Lin residence to propose already. Once this busy period is over, I will have my father accompany me to the Lin residence to propose. Shen Teng responded, taking Lin Ruoxi's hand and smiling at her. Brother Teng, I await your visit, Lin Ruoxi replied, her face flushed. Everyone, do not fret. In a few days, I shall lead the elders of our clan to propose to you at your residence. You must also act promptly, as our clan sisters are eagerly waiting, Shen Ping added, noticing the group's interest in the matter. During the recent expedition to the secret realm, several couples have been formed, prompting Shen Ping's remarks. Not a problem. After your visit, we will also bring our elders and brothers to your home. Ling Yui responded with a smile. We will too. We will too. Zhao Zijin and Li Jiansheng echoed in agreement. Come, let us toast to the prosperity of our families in the future, Shen Ping suggested once more. Raising his glass. Cheers. Everyone replied, lifting their glasses in unison. Come, let's share this cup together. The feast stretched from noon until midnight, with the banquet table being replenished 3 times. Thankfully, everyone's capacity for food and drink was commendable. Otherwise, many would have succumbed beneath the table. As the banquet concluded, the guests returned to the accommodations prepared by the Shun clan for rest. The once vibrant square and banquet hall fell silent, with only the staff remaining to tidy up. Yet, the moon in the sky witnessed the success of the gathering and marked the inaugural night of the Shun clan's establishment. Chapter 19. A proposal of marriage. Several days had passed since the Shun clan's establishment celebration. On this day, Shen Ping convened the council hall with the esteemed elder Shen Sangqiong, alongside 5 other elders, the current clan leader Shen Qingshan, the eldest elder Shen Qingyun, the second elder Shen Qingtian, and the transmission elder Shen Qingping, to deliberate on matters regarding marriage proposals for the younger generation. Little Shen Ping, what do you think we need to bring for this proposal? Shen Sangqiong, seated at the head, inquired. Shen Ping, who occupied a seat to the left, glanced around at the attentive faces before speaking slowly. Esteemed grandfathers, uncles, this marriage proposal is a significant undertaking. Thus we must adhere to proper etiquette. Our intended brides are all above the martial sect rank and from the 3 prominent families. Therefore, I suggest we present 2 medium-grade healing and restoration pills from the Xian tier for each family, along with a variety of other offerings to ensure we uphold the necessary decorum. Isn't that a bit extravagant? We don't have an abundance of medium-grade Xian tier pills, Shen Qingtian remarked, furrowing his brow, being the current overseer of the family treasury and well aware of their resources. Uncle Tian, you must understand the principle of investing in the future. Let us not concern ourselves with trifling matters. Our family shall not lack in these pills in the years to come. My elder brother has already begun refining medium-grade Xian tier pills, and in time, he will produce superior-grade pills and even Earth-tier ones. Given the opportunity to develop, our clan will grow immensely strong. Why should we fret over these minor costs? Shen Ping replied with a smile. I find this agreeable. What do you all think? Especially you, Qing Shan, as this decision will rest with you from now on. Shun Sangqiong nodded in approval, turning to Shun Qing Shan. Libya Xiaoping suggests, esteemed elder, tomorrow you shall lead the younger generation in the proposal. We have 7 pairs in total. Thus, we will mobilize 7 esteemed elders and 7 elders to ensure we are not perceived as lacking in seriousness, Shun Qing Shan decisively stated. The 7 pairs were either due to older siblings still being unmarried or simply not in haste. Qing Tian, ensure the gifts for tomorrow are ready. Besides the pills, all other items must be abundant to uphold our etiquette. Shun Qing Shan instructed Shun Qing Tian. Understood, Shun Qing Tian replied. Following this, they discussed further details before each dispersed to prepare. The next day, the 7 esteemed elders, accompanied by the parents of the young individuals, proceeded to Xiangyang City to propose to the daughters of the 3 prominent families. Shun Ping, alongside Shun Sangqiong, Shun Qingshan, and Shun Tung, arrive at the residence of Lin Ruoxi, who is situated in the southern part of Xiangyang City, where the 3 prominent families resided. The 3 families had been well informed of the Shun clan's intention to propose, and preparations were made in earnest. Lin Ruoxi's family, not only her parents, but even her grandfather, who had been in seclusion, emerged to welcome Shun Ping and the others. Furthermore, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jiqiang, personally came to greet them, recognizing the importance of the Shun clan leader's visit. While Lin Ruoxi was not his daughter, she was nonetheless his niece. The 2 parties exchanged pleasantries before being ushered into the main hall, where they took their seats and were served tea. Clan leader Shun, allow me to introduce you. This is Ruoxi's grandfather, my second uncle Lin Mingjie, and here are my cousin Lin Jiheng and his wife Zhao Guangmei. As for Ruoxi, you are all already acquainted. Lin Jiqiang introduced Shun Qingshan and then introduced his family members. These 3 are the esteemed elders from the Shun clan, Shun Sangqiong, clan leader Shun Qingshan, and young clan leader Shun Tung, as well as our law enforcement elder Shun Ping. After Lin Jiqiang's introductions, everyone became familiar with one another. Following a cup of tea, Shun Qingshan addressed the Lin family, stating, "Let us discuss business. My son, during this secret realm expedition, has forged a bond with your daughter, and they have enjoyed delightful conversations. Thus, I am here today to propose marriage, and here is our gift for the proposal." Shun Qingshan performed a respectful gesture and retrieved the prepared gifts from his storage ring. Indeed, my daughter has mentioned that had it not been for the timely rescue by your son Shun Tung and Shun Ping during the expedition, she might have perished. Therefore, we consent to this proposal, Lin Jiheng replied after glancing at his daughter, Lin Ruoxi, who had turned crimson, clinging to her mother's arm like a quail. Then it is settled. Now let us discuss the wedding date, Shun Qingshan said, his heart buoyed by the favorable response. While he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed brought him joy. Meanwhile, Shun Tung wore a broad smile, playfully raising his eyebrows at Lin Ruoxi. Excellent. Today marks a wonderful union for our 2 families. I have already identified an auspicious date, 1 month from today, which is exceptionally suitable for marriage. Shall we settle on that day? Lin Mingjie, who had been chatting and sipping tea with Shun Sangqiong, interjected with a beaming smile. Since my father has spoken, what do you say, Brother Shun? Lin Jiheng turned to Shun Qingshan. That is agreeable. I anticipate that our younger generation will all wish to marry on that day. They are all eager. And the next favorable date is indeed only that one. It is perfect for a collective wedding. Shun Qingshan responded with a smile. Now that the arrangements are made, let us proceed to the banquet hall, as the time has come for us to dine and converse. Lin Jiheng readily agreed and invited everyone to the banquet hall. Subsequently, they all made their way to the banquet hall, where Lin Jiheng had spared no expense in hosting the Shun clan, with dishes prepared from the flesh of 6-tiered demonic beasts gracing the table. Throughout the proposal, Shun Ping remained in the background, aware that he was not the center of attention, merely a supporting character. He sat at a lower position, observing his father and second uncle engaging in lively conversation with the Lin family, reflecting on how strength begets confidence. Had this been 6 months prior, his father and second uncle would have trembled in the presence of the Lin family's martial kings and emperors, yet now they conversed as equals. The family's strength had significantly increased. As for the future, it would rely on their own development. I cannot continually enhance their strength, allowing them to become mere paper tigers with power, but lacking combat experience. Once my elder brother marries, I plan to depart and explore the outside world. The thought of leaving home, uncertain of when I shall return, weighed heavily on Shun Ping's heart. He poured himself a drink and quietly sipped. Although Shan Teng sensed his younger brother's unusual emotions, he could not inquire further in the present circumstance and decided to wait until they returned home to discuss it. The banquet extended directly until the evening, and the 4 members of the Shun family, under the warm send-off from the Lin family, departed from Lin Ruoshi's residence. Upon reaching the city gate, they found the remaining 6 teams from the Shun family waiting for them, all adorned with smiles that clearly indicated the success of their journey. As they made their way back to Shun City, conversations abounded about the day's events, celebrating the smooth proposal and the wedding date that had been set for a month later. Laughter erupted as they remarked on their shared sentiments, revealing the eagerness of the young couples, particularly as the eldest among them was nearing 26 years of age. Some had previously sought a more suitable partner, while others had been saving due to financial constraints. However, this expedition into the secret realm had not only provided them with abundant resources, but it also allowed them to break through to the rank of Martial King, along with discovering like-minded partners. The chosen partners were not only from the 3 prominent families, but were also exceptional individuals, each having attained the martial sect level, possessing both remarkable figures and beauty. Consequently, their hearts brimmed with excitement, eager to wed, leading them to unanimously select the same date next month for their nuptials. Previously, it had taken Shun Ping 3 hours to traverse this distance, but now, with a group composed mainly of martial kings, they returned to Shun City in less than half an hour. Chapter 20. The wedding in progress. Lear, you do not resent me, do you? Shun Ping, having no pressing matters at hand and not needing to practice, ventured to Xiangyang City to nurture his relationship with Li Xiuling. Why would I resent you? Li Xiuling looked at Shun Ping beside her, puzzled. In a few days, my brother will be getting married, and I have yet to propose to you. Wouldn't that cause you some discomfort? Shun Ping inquired earnestly. Not at all. Whether we marry sooner or later makes no difference, as long as we are together. Besides, we are only 16. There is no rush, Li Xiuling replied, leaning against Shun Ping's shoulder and gazing up at the moon in the sky. At that moment, the two were seated on the rooftop, admiring the moonlight. Shun Ping gently wrapped his arm around Li Xiuling's shoulders, stroking her silky hair, and said, in a while, I wish to travel across the continent. Will you accompany me? Absolutely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Li Xiuling, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shun Ping. Very well, we shall never part again. Unbeknownst to them, their lips gradually drew closer, while the moon, as if shyly observing the scene, slowly concealed itself behind the clouds. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Shun Teng and the other's grand wedding. On this day, the entire city was adorned with red embroidered balls and lanterns, enveloping Shun City in a joyous atmosphere. In the morning, Shun Teng and his companions divided into 7 teams, setting off to Xiangyang City to fetch their brides. The journey from Shun City to Xiangyang City had been thoroughly cleared by the prominent families, ensuring a smooth passage without encountering any beasts. Within 2 hours, the 7 teams arrived in Xiangyang City, heading towards their respective destinations. Naturally, the midday banquet was held at the brides' families, and after a series of formalities, they returned to Shun City with their brides and their families. As the auspicious hour approached, everyone gathered at the family's martial arts arena, the only place large enough to host such a wedding. After paying respects to their ancestors, expressing gratitude to their parents, and the couple's exchange of vows, the grand feast officially commenced. This event marked another significant celebration for the Shun family since their establishment, and preparations had been meticulously made. Each family's betrothal gift included experience elixirs capable of allowing the brides to directly ascend to the martial king level, which they consumed on the spot. An impressive sight that left all in attendance astounded and further elevated the Shun family's prestige. What are your plans for the future? Zhao Zijing, who had also attended the banquet, inquired. Following the expedition into the secret realm, he had returned home and achieved a breakthrough to the martial king level. In a while, I intend to take Lier on a journey across the world. Shun Ping responded after taking a sip of his drink. Sigh, I wish I could be as carefree as you, Shun brother. But as the young clan leader, my freedom is constrained, and I can only venture into secret realms under the supervision of my elders. Zhao Zijing sighed, envying Shun Ping and Li Xiuling. Haha, Zhao brother. Your cultivation requires spirit crystals. With spirit crystals, You need martial arts skills. With martial arts skills, you need techniques. You lack nothing, unlike me, who must wander around. Shun Ping chuckled, glancing at Zhao Zijing. Shun brother, I genuinely envy you. I wonder why my brother relinquished the position of young clan leader to me? Lin Yui remarked, shaking his head in envy. Do not be unaware of the blessings you possess. The resources available to a young clan leader are substantial, incomparable to what ordinary individuals experience. You need only focus on your breakthroughs, Shun Ping replied, shaking his head as he regarded the group. Indeed, brother, look at you. You have already broken through to the martial king level, while I remain stuck at the martial sect level. Zhao Zitong said, looking at his older brother, Zhao Zijing. Why don't you go occupy yourself elsewhere? The family has not denied you resources. It is you who frequently runs off to play. I will tell father to confine you. Zhao Zijing teased, playfully slapping Zhao Zitong. Ah, but being in seclusion is terribly dull. Besides, I haven't been running off that often. Brother, please don't mention this to father. I'll go into seclusion myself, all right? Zhao Zitong quickly interjected, not wanting to be forced into seclusion by their father, fearing he would not be allowed out until he reached the martial king level. Humph! Zhao Zijing scoffed dismissively. The others found the scene quite amusing. Xiaoping, what do you plan to take Mei Li first? After the laughter subsided, Li Xiuqin inquired of Shinping. I haven't decided yet. I suppose I will figure it out as we go. The first stop might be Korea, as they are close to the sea, and we, being inland, have never seen the ocean. So, I think we'll head there first. Shunping replied to Li Xiuling beside him. What? You plan to go to Korea? You must remember that during the last expedition, you killed quite a few of their people. Aren't you worried you might not return? Li Jiansheng asked with concern. Worried? Why should I be? As long as they do not take action, a martial sovereign cannot harm me in the slightest, Shunping replied with a dismissive smile. Even if they do send out a martial sovereign, escaping would not pose a problem. I am more curious as to whether they can withstand the repercussions of my retaliation. Brother-in-law, it would be wise not to underestimate them. Those families have existed for thousands of years. Every clan has its hidden cards. Caution is essential, Li Jianye advised, reminding him to be wary of unexpected dangers. I will be careful, elder brother. I'll also take good care of Lear, so do not worry. Besides, if anything feels off, I will simply flee. Once I am back within the borders of Zhao, do you think they will dare pursue me? Shunping responded, dismissing Li Jianye's concerns, buoyed by the confidence of possessing the system. Seeing that his advice had not swayed Shunping, Li Jianye resigned himself to ensuring that their father left some hidden cards for his sister, as he could not keep her from accompanying Shunping on their journey. Afterward, the conversation shifted away from previous topics, delving instead into the enchanting mysteries surrounding them, discussing the legends of the Zhao kingdom, and sharing personal anecdotes from their past. The wedding banquet gradually drew to a close amidst these engaging dialogues. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective abodes to rest. Shen Teng, having just wed, departed from Shun Qingshan and the others to seek another place to reside, as they would now begin their independent lives. Meanwhile, Li Xiuling successfully moved into the small building belonging to Shinping. However, they merely occupied 2 separate rooms within the same building. Given Shunping's modern perspective, he felt that although Li Xiuling had physically matured, she had yet to reach the age of 18, which left him with a lingering sense that she was still a minor. This was one of the reasons Shunping opted to delay his wedding with Li Xiuling. The following morning, Shun Teng and Lin Ruoshi returned early to Shun Qingshan's residence, as it was customary for Lin Ruoshi to serve tea to Shun Qingshan and Shin Mu. Observing their daughter-in-law before them, both Shun Qingshan and Shun Mu felt immense joy. Pondering the virtues their eldest son, Shun Teng, must have accumulated in his past life to marry such a fine young woman as Lin Ruoshi. With the eldest son now married and the third son having found a romantic partner, only the second son, Shun He, remained single at the age of 20. This left their mother with a tinge of anxiety. In the past, when all 3 sons were unmarried, it was of little concern, but with the eldest now wed, thoughts about Shun He's prospects naturally began to weigh on her. Ergo, have you set your sights on any young lady? Shin Mu inquired of Shun He. Shin Ping, enjoying his breakfast, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing their mother's question, nearly choking, while Li Xiuling stifled a giggle nearby. Mother, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait a little longer, Shun He awkwardly explained, glancing at the amused onlookers. What do you mean you're not in a hurry? You're already 20 years old. Your elder brother is getting married today, and soon there will be children. How long do you intend to wait? Moreover, if you don't marry, what will the third brother do? Shenmu's words caused Lin Ruoshi, who was nearby, to blush deeply. Mother, please don't rush. I will definitely find someone soon. Shen He said hurriedly, finishing his breakfast. Father, mother, I'm done eating. Shaoqi invited me to the Xianyang Mountains today. I must be on my way. With that, he prepared to leave in haste. Ergo, remember not to take on 6-tier demon beasts unless you are absolutely certain of victory and can prevent their escape. Shen Ping advised his younger brother with a smile. Yes, I understand. Chapter 21. Arrangements before departure. After finishing his meal, Shen Ping said to his father, Please gather the elders and the senior council. I have some matters to discuss. Shen Shan, perplexed, asked, Oh, what is of such significance that it requires the presence of everyone? It pertains to an issue regarding the demon beasts in the Xianyang Mountains, as well as some arrangements for my departure. Shen Ping replied, his calm demeanor capturing everyone's attention. Where are you planning to go? Shenmu set down her utensils, inquiring urgently. Mother, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I need to travel and seek opportunities to break through. So, I plan to embark on a journey with Ling soon. Shen Ping gently explained to his mother. How long will you be gone? Shenmu, knowing she could not keep her third son from pursuing his dreams, only hoped he would return soon. It's uncertain. It could be as short as half a year or as long as 2 years. But I will definitely return to visit everyone, Shen Ping mused. You must take care of yourself while you are away. I will prepare some provisions for you. Shenmu expressed her concerns, quickly rising to gather supplies. Mother, there's no need to rush. I'm not leaving tomorrow, Shen Ping interjected, noticing she had not yet finished her meal. Yes, mother, our third brother still has some time. Please eat first, Shen Tong and Lin Ruoshi also urged. Auntie, please don't worry. I will take good care of Pinggu, Li Xiaoling reassured Shenmu. All right, sit down and finish your meal. We can discuss everything afterward. Shen Shan encouraged his wife. After much persuasion, Shenmu reluctantly resumed her seat, quietly eating her meal. In this peculiar atmosphere, everyone eventually finished breakfast. Shen Shan naturally went to gather everyone for a meeting, while Shen Ping went to the conference hall to await the others. Shen Tong and Lin Ruoshi returned to their own home, and Li Xiaoling joined the others from Xianyang City who had attended the wedding and returning to Xianyang City. At home, only Shenmu and Shenhong remained. After tidying up, Shenmu sat in the pavilion, staring blankly at the door, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the assembly hall of the Shen clan was filled with people. Several of the senior elders, particularly the male elders, had arrived, and all the other elders were present as well. Clan leader Shen Shan and the senior elder Shen Sangxiong occupied the 2 central chairs, while the remaining senior elders sat in a row to the left. Shen Ping took his seat at the upper right, with the other elders seated in order thereafter. Gentlemen, today my father has convened us for 2 purposes, to inform you of some matters and to make arrangements for the future, Shen Ping began softly. Now that everyone had gathered, all of you have experienced the great battle 20 years ago. After that conflict, we humans reached an agreement with the demon beasts of the Xianyang Mountains. No warfare should be initiated lightly against those at the martial king level and 6-tier demon beasts or above. Therefore, when our Shen clan members hunt in the mountains, we must be vigilant about this. If we must engage with 6-tier demon beasts, we must ensure a certain kill to prevent any leaks of information. Shen Ping relayed the intelligence he had acquired while in the military to those present. Such an agreement exists? Shen Sanxiong remarked, puzzled. No wonder there have been so few beast hides in the Xianyang Mountains since 20 years ago. This explains the situation. Indeed. Next, I wish to discuss matters related to cultivation. I have visited the Sanjing Pavilion and added some low-grade earth-tier martial techniques and methods. My elder brother has contributed some high-grade earth-tier techniques and methods, as well as comprehensive knowledge for earth-tier alchemists, chi practitioners, and formation masters. Everyone is welcome to study at the Sanjing Pavilion, but please act within your capabilities, as these require considerable talent. Shen Ping continued after ensuring everyone understood the agreement. Previously, studying the Xian-tier methods felt relatively simple, and while some martial techniques were challenging, they were still manageable. However, since reviewing the low-grade, earth-tier techniques and methods sent by Xiaoping, I have found them exceedingly taxing, the third elder, head of the Sanjing Pavilion, explained to the assembly. As for the alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations that Xiao Tong sent, I can only look at them. I cannot comprehend how to refine or craft. Everyone possesses different talents. Some may grasp alchemy quickly, others may excel in crafting, while some may master formations, and yet others may find cultivation more intuitive. Thus, we must tailor our teaching methods to suit each individual's strengths. Shun Ping remarked with a smile. The clan can allow those children who have yet to cultivate to learn about crafting, alchemy, and formations, which will yield considerable benefits when they are finally able to cultivate. Shun Ping's suggestion added a wealth of tasks for the future untrained children, leaving Shun Ping to ponder just how many sneezes he would incur from this added responsibility. There's another matter concerning the Wu Zun secret realm. My elder brother has already reached an agreement with the 4 beast emperors within the realm. They had originally been subdued by the broken blade Wu Zun. Now, under the condition that my brother promises their freedom after a century, we have agreed to open the secret realm to our 5 families once a year, allowing the younger generation of our clans to undergo training. Moreover, the challenges posed by the Dan Hall and Chi Hall have been somewhat alleviated, significantly increasing the probability of successful entry. Shun Ping took a sip of tea and continued. As for the number of entrants and the requirements, let our father negotiate with the 4 great families. I shall not involve myself further. Lastly, these 4 great families have begun to share some intelligence about the secret realm with us. This matter also requires our father to coordinate, and then together with the 4 families, send representatives to partake in the competition for these secret realms. The future advancement of our family will depend on everyone's efforts. Shun Ping looked around at the gathered individuals, stating that each of them had attained their current realm through his elixirs, and they would soon realize that subsequent cultivation would become exceedingly slow. This is due to their lack of resources. To break through to the Martial King realm, assistance from low-grade spiritual crystals is essential, while further cultivation will heavily rely on them. For the Martial Emperor realm, it is advisable to use medium-grade spiritual crystals. Lacking those, one can still use low-grade crystals, albeit at a slower pace. To advance to the Martial Zun realm, medium-grade spiritual crystals are imperative, and one must also grasp certain laws to achieve the breakthrough. After that, Shun Ping imparted some cultivation experiences to everyone, helping them understand how fortunate they were to break through to such realms, eliciting profound gratitude from them towards Shun Ping. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder spent 50 years reaching the 10th level of the Martial Master realm, while they had ascended from the Martial Warrior realm to the Martial King and Martial Emperor realms in less than a year. Even the inheritance crystals do not facilitate such rapid advancement. After all, refining an inheritance crystal for the Martial King realm takes approximately a year, for the Martial Emperor realm, 7 to 8 years, and for the Martial Zun realm, around 15 years. However, this duration pales in comparison to natural cultivation. It is known that the broken blade Wu Zun took 200 years to reach the Martial Zun realm, marking him as an extraordinary genius. Today, a single inheritance crystal for the Martial Zun realm can enable an ordinary person without any cultivation background to attain the Martial Zun realm in just 15 years. This is precisely why the inheritance secret realm incites such fervor. Yet, how could such secret realms be accessible to an ordinary person unless it pertains to family inheritance? Only those inheritance crystals formed from the essence of family elders, whose lifespans have been exhausted, can be bestowed upon the untrained descendants. The meeting lasted a full day, during which Shun Ping shared everything he knew, including insights from others and some of his own conjectures, with the elders of the family. He also proposed various suggestions and thoughts regarding the future development of the clan. Whether they choose to adopt them remains their decision. The fledgling eagle must eventually take flight. Shun Ping cannot remain tethered to the family indefinitely, acting as a caretaker for its growth. A family that cannot withstand the storms of life has no reason to exist. Shun Ping has paved the way for the family's future. They need only to progress step by step. Chapter 22. Departure in the days that followed. Shun Ping did not venture far, opting instead to stay home with his family, relishing this rare tranquility. His mother busily prepared a variety of items for him, including food for the journey, clothing, and a tent for rest, keeping herself occupied every day. His sister Shenlan and cousin Shenhong, aware that their third brother would soon embark on an adventure, refrained from indulging in frivolous activities and chose to stay by Shun Ping's side. Meanwhile, their father Shinqing Shan and second uncle Shinqing Yun were engrossed in the myriad affairs of the family, as their guidance was indispensable for managing the entire Shin city. Shun Ping's brothers also remained close, knowing that his departure would leave him away for an extended period, choosing to stay within the clan to keep him company, partaking in drinks and conversations. As this serene time passed, a month went by. Shun Ping exchanged the low-grade spiritual crystals he had recently acquired for various items, storing them in the family treasury, including different elixirs and goods sold by the Shun family general store. Having completed these tasks on a quiet night, Shun Ping glanced back at his home and resolutely chose to leave. He did not wish to part sorrowfully from his family, for he abhorred such feelings. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, his family members, who should have been fast asleep, silently gazed out the window at his receding figure, wordlessly. Upon leaving, Shun Ping made his way directly to Xiangyang City, taking residence in the Shin Manor there. The following morning, he visited the city Lord's Manor and found Li Xiuling, and the two promptly decided to depart. During these days, Li Xiuling had also bid farewell to her family and prepared for the journey. At present, Li Xiuling had reached the 10th level of the Martial King realm. They resolved to traverse the Xianyang mountain range directly to the other side, which led to Hongguo. Hongguo is situated on the westernmost side of the continent, bordering the coastline with a total of 9 cities, 3 of which are near the sea. The royal family of Hongguo bears the surname Han, and its 3 major sects are Haotian sect, Hingyang sect, and Huangting sect. Indeed, it was the Haotian sect where the broken blade Wu Zun once single-handedly stormed the gates, and it is said that during that battle, he slew 5 martial Zun powerhouses from the Haotian sect. Ultimately, it was only the intervention of the reclusive martial saint that forced the broken blade Wu Zun to retreat, although he emerged severely injured and perished shortly after. Shun Ping and Li Xiuling walked through the Xianyang mountain range, retracing Shun Ping's past steps. He recounted amusing anecdotes from his time in the range, such as being chased by the Flame Wolf and defeating the Wind Thunder Tiger King, only to be pursued relentlessly by the Wind Thunder Tiger Emperor, until ultimately being rescued by her grandfather. Gradually, they passed through the territory of the Wind Thunder Tiger King and then the domain of the Wind Thunder Tiger Emperor. The Wind Thunder Tiger Emperor initially sensed a familiar aura and contemplated intercepting them, but feeling the underlying threat in their presence, allowed them to pass unimpeded. After traversing the territory of the 7th-tier demonic beasts, they began to conceal their presence, cautiously evading various demonic creatures, for they were now entering the domains of 8th-tier and even 9th-tier beasts. After a month of travel, they finally crossed through the territories of those high-tier beasts and entered the realm of lower-tier beasts, at which point they flew openly through the skies, no longer fearful. After more than half a month, they reached the first city at the border of Hongguo. Throughout their journey, they traveled by day and rested by night, witnessing a myriad of demonic beasts and foraging for medicinal herbs. Although they encountered no battles, their spirits remained taut. Upon entering the city, they found an inn to stay at, seeking to recuperate their energies. Unbeknownst to Shun Ping and Li Xiuling, before they checked into the inn, they had crossed paths with an individual at the Martial Zone realm who had previously ventured into the Broken Blade Wu Zun secret realm. Due to his low cultivation, he had been searching for opportunities on the outskirts, although he did not engage in battle with Shun Ping and the others. His clan brethren had participated in the struggle for the number 7 medicinal garden, where Shun Ping had slain them. He hastily returned to report Shun Ping's whereabouts to the elders of his clan. What? You mean to say that the one who killed the young clan leader has come to our city? An elder of the Han family stared in astonishment at the martial zone. Indeed, elder, I am certain it is that Shun Ping. After emerging from the secret realm, I spotted him aboard the warship, the Wu Zone replied. Come, let us seek an audience with the clan leader, the elder from the Han family declared, leading the Wu Zone to meet the clan leader. Upon their arrival, the clan leader expressed his astonishment. I cannot believe this audacious young man dared to come to our city after killing my son. His audacity knows no bounds. Yes, father, you must avenge my elder brother. He was slain in such a brutal manner, his body cleaved in 2. It is too tragic. The second son of the Han clan, who had also participated in the Duandao Wuzun secret realm, remarked upon hearing of Shun Ping's arrival. Revenge must be exacted. The blood of a son cannot go unavenged. However, we must be strategic and methodical. We cannot slay him within the city, as there are rules set by the sages. The matters of the secret realm belong there. Should we openly kill him, we would provoke the martial sages and other factions, the Han clan leader said with a sinister smile. I recall that the City Lord's mansion and the Zhang family have also suffered losses. Dispatch someone to inform them. I shall invite them to dinner tonight. Understood, father. I will attend to it immediately. The second son of the Han clan responded promptly, then hurried to notify the other two families. Subsequently, the Han clan leader convened the elders of the family, for he himself only possessed the cultivation of the martial king at level 10. It was said that Shun Ping had already attained the martial emperor at level 10. Thus, the task of eliminating him would require the elders' intervention. That evening, the Han clan leader gathered with the Zhang clan leader and the city lord. Let us be succinct. I have summoned you to discuss how we might eliminate Shun Ping and avenge our kin. Indeed, Shun Ping shows no regard for our three families, brazenly striding into our city. He must be made to pay. The Zhang clan leader concurred. Zhang brother is correct. Upon receiving news from Han brother, I consulted with the elders of my clan. This time, my city lord's mansion will deploy 1 martial emperor at level 10, 5 martial emperors at level 5, 10 martial emperors at level 1, and 20 martial kings at level 10, all with the aim of ensuring a decisive strike, the city lord stated. What of you? Well, since he brother has set the tone, we shall mobilize equivalent forces, the Han clan leader agreed. Agreed, the Zhang clan leader affirmed. Once they exit the city, we shall follow and strike when they are far from the city and alone. If there are any witnesses, they must be silenced, leaving no survivors. Do you understand? The city lord's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Of course, we are well versed in such matters, the Zhang clan leader grinned. Let's make our arrangements. We must send someone to shadow them these days, ensuring they do not escape or become aware of our presence. The Han clan leader added, pausing to emphasize, otherwise, we risk alarming the prey. Yes, this time we shall dispatch martial emperor elders from our clan to keep watch. We cannot allow him to slip away. The Zhang clan leader supplemented the plan. Excellent, let be so. Come, let us drink. The Han clan leader proposed, sensing that their discussion had reached a consensus. In the hearts of these three clan leaders, they had mobilized numerous martial emperors against Shun Ping, who was merely a martial emperor and a martial king. Surely, they thought, he could not withstand their might. Little did they know, they had provoked a formidable opponent, and were unaware of the old adage, a fierce dragon does not enter the river, or they would not have been so ignorant and overconfident. Chapter 23, targeted meanwhile. Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, having fallen into a deep slumber at the tavern. Upon awakening the next day and enjoying breakfast, they began to meander around the city. Brother Ping, let us visit the auction house to see if there are any suitable materials for my alchemy. The martial king inheritance crystal that Li Xiaoling had obtained had greatly enhanced her abilities, allowing her to seamlessly integrate with the cultivation pills exchanged with Shun Ping. Now, she sought to procure ingredients to concoct pills. Very well, let us head to the auction house. Shun Ping cheerfully replied, patting Li Xiaoling on the head. After purchasing some herbs, the duo exited the auction house. However, as they stepped outside, Shun Ping sensed an unusual presence, a nagging feeling that they were being watched. Yet, when he turned to investigate, he found nothing amiss. Thus, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling leisurely explored the city for 10 days. During this time, Li Xiaoling dedicated 3 days to refining a batch of high-grade recovery pills, the most basic type, which only offered slow healing. Their frequent outings inevitably revealed the presence of their stalkers, confirming to Shun Ping that they were indeed being monitored. On the eve of their planned departure, Shun Ping confided in Li Xiaoling about their predicament. Li, I have noticed that we are being followed, and they are likely martial emperors. I suspect it is the people from the 3 prominent families in this city, Shun Ping disclosed. What? We are being targeted? Li Xiaoling exclaimed in surprise, quickly recalling. I remember that we may have killed some of their members in the Duandao Wuzun secret realm. There were indeed those from this city surrounding our warship. It seems they are prepared to disregard the rules and eliminate us covertly. Shun Ping mused, stroking his chin. He then addressed the system in his mind. System. Open my personal panel. Character. Shun Ping. Level. Martial Emperor level 10. Requires 2 mid-grade spirit crystals for breakthrough. Wealth. 723 low-grade spirit crystals. Cultivation method. All-purpose technique. Earth level low-grade. All attributes. Skills. All-purpose martial arts. Earth level low-grade perfected. Weapon. Iron sword. High-grade Xian level. Space. 100 cubic meters. Items. Minor. In the past 2 months, he had accrued 72 low-grade spirit crystals through his sign-ins, which were sufficient for Li Xiaoling to break through to Martial Emperor level 10. While Shen Ping was reviewing his personal information, Li Xiaoling interjected, "Brother Ping, when we leave, my father gifted me a low-grade spirit boat. Though it cannot compare to the warship we previously used, under your command, we should be able to escape. Alternatively, we could remain in this city and devise a plan to send a message to my father for him to retrieve us." Shen Ping was taken aback, realizing that Li Zhenrui had entrusted Li Xiaoling with a low-grade spirit boat. Each spirit boat was a strategic resource for a family, highlighting Li Zhenrui's deep affection for her. Staying in the city awaiting rescue was unwise. While it was possible to remain hidden, they could not guarantee that their pursuers would not resort to violence within the city. As for escaping with the spirit boat, it was equally unrealistic. Who knew if they would deploy their own spirit boats? If they did, their chances of fleeing would be slim. I have some cultivation elixirs. Take them swiftly. They will enable you to break through to Martial Emperor level 10. Shen Ping advised Li Xiaoling, producing an experience pill he had acquired for 47 low-grade spirit crystals. What, Brother Ping? You possess such a pill that can elevate one to Martial Emperor? Though Li Xiaoling had witnessed Shen Ping's remarkable ascent from the 10th level of Wu Wang to the 10th level of Wu Huang, she was utterly astonished to discover that he possessed such a rare elixir. The materials required for concocting this pill were exceedingly scarce, and I could only produce a limited quantity, yet it is sufficient for your breakthrough to the 10th level of Wu Huang. Quickly take it, Shen Ping urged as he offered the pill to Li Xiaoling. Thank you, Ping Gu, Li Xiaoling replied, accepting the pill and planting a kiss on Shen Ping's cheek. Hey, you little girl, hurry and consume it. Then I will share my plans with you, Shen Ping said, gently caressing the spot she had kissed, a smile gracing his face. All right, Li Xiaoling nodded happily before she began to ingest the pills. In no time, she achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level of Wu Huang. Ping Yi, I feel incredibly powerful now. I believe I could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Could you truly take on 10? Do not mistake the sudden surge of strength for your actual capabilities. What level are your cultivation methods and martial skills? Shen Ping shook his head and tapped her forehead with a finger. Oh, Ping Gu, can't you let me revel in my excitement for a moment? I practice a low-grade, earth-tier cultivation technique, and as for my martial skills, I possess 3 fully mastered high-grade, profound-tier techniques and 1 proficient low-grade, earth-tier technique. Li Xiaoling pouted playfully before answering. Well, compared to your peers, you are indeed impressive. However, they have likely been trained by the older generation, so, at a minimum, they would have refined a low-grade earth-tier martial skill to mastery or even perfection. Thus, you're not their match, Shen Ping reflected aloud. Ping Ge, actually, the martial skills I practice are only at the perfected mid-grade profound-tier level. The previous ones I mentioned were directly inherited from my master's legacy crystal, Li Xiaoling admitted. Her cheeks flushed. I momentarily forgot about your acquisition of the legacy crystal, but it does not significantly affect my plans. Shen Ping realized that Li Xiaoling's martial skills stemmed from her inheritance. Here's the plan. Once we leave the city tomorrow, you will immediately summon the spirit vessel and head straight to the royal city of Han. There, we should be safe from any further confrontations, as we have never attacked the royal family or the 3 major clans, Shen Ping stated earnestly. What about you? I cannot simply abandon you and flee. Li Xiaoling grasped Shen Ping's hand anxiously. As for me, you need not worry. I will need to intercept their spirit vessel. Moreover, have you forgotten that I navigated through over 900 people in the Duandao Wuzuan secret realm, where there were more than 50 opponents of the same level? Shen Ping chuckled as he ruffled her hair. That is different. While those who besieged you shared your cultivation level, they did not possess the same rank as you. This time, they will undoubtedly deploy individuals at the 10th level of Wu Huang. Li Xiaoling attempted to argue, but was interrupted by Shen Ping. Li, do not fret. I am invincible among my peers. Even if I cannot defeat them, escaping will not pose a challenge. You are not the only one with a spirit vessel. I have one as well, Shen Ping said, secretly adding that he simply had yet to purchase it in the market. Well, all right then. Ping Gu, you must stay alive. If you perish, I shall not live on without you. You must find me in the royal city. Tears welled in Li Xiaoling's eyes as she implored him. Rest assured, we have yet to marry and enjoy our future together. How could I abandon you? Shen Ping wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled. You must pilot the spirit vessel at full speed. It will only take 5 days to reach the royal city. and I will undoubtedly arrive within a month to reunite with you. Very well, Pingu, I trust you. We shall meet in the royal city in a month. At that time, you must find the most opulent inn, for I shall reside there, Li Xiuling exclaimed as she leapt into Shun Ping's embrace, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. Enough of the tears. Do not make it seem like a farewell of life and death. If you continue to cry, you will lose your beauty and resemble a little kitten, Shun Ping teased. Pingu, you are insufferable. You are the little kitten, Li Xiuling retorted, rising to wipe her tears, feigning anger as she turned away. Thus, the night passed slowly, filled with their playful banter. Chapter 24. Pursuit the following day. After Shen Ping and Li Xiuling had breakfast, they headed toward the city gates as usual. The Wu Huang, who had been secretly monitoring them, informed the clan leaders of the three families, who promptly made their arrangements. At last, they are departing. Can we seek revenge for the clan members? It rests upon you. Clan leader Han addressed the prepared pursuit team. Do not worry. A mere genius at the 10th level of Wu Huang and another at the 10th level of Wu Wang are easy prey, especially since the three major clans are joining forces. The leading elder at the 10th level of Wu Huang assured clan leader Han. I believe you may be overestimating the situation. I alone could capture them. Be cautious. Avoid leaking any information. Even if it does slip out, it will not matter. No one would believe it. Now hurry and set off. Clan leader Han waved his hand, directing everyone. The other two clans made similar arrangements. And after Shen Ping and Li Xiuling had traveled 50 miles from the city, the three factions converged, trailing them from distance. Dia, now is the time to release the spirit vessel. You must depart quickly. Shen Ping scanned their surroundings and instructed Li Xiuling. Okay, Ping Yi. You must come to find me, she replied, releasing the spirit vessel and guiding it to soar into the distance. They possess a spirit vessel. We underestimated them. The members of the three families trailing Shen Ping were caught off guard by Li Xiuling's possession of the vessel, rendering them unable to intercept it as they watched helplessly as it flew away, gradually vanishing from sight. Fortunately, Shen Ping did not board the vessel. Quickly, surround him. We cannot allow him to escape, or we will have no explanation for the clan leader. The three families closed in on Shen Ping. Shen Ping, observing the approaching pursuers, felt no panic as he soared toward the distant mountains. They have spotted us. Accelerate. One elder commanded. The chase continued for over 100 miles until, in a mountainous region, the pursuers managed to encircle Shen Ping. This was, of course, due to Shen Ping's deliberate allowance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to catch him. Suddenly, an elder from the Han clan teleported directly in front of Shen Ping, blocking his path. Why are you not running? The elder taunted, releasing a set of formation flags from his storage ring that enveloped a 10-mile radius. Do not fear, young one. This formation is not an offensive one. It merely prevents you from teleporting within this area. As the elder's words faded, the members of the three clans surrounded Shen Ping. Haha, am I afraid? You are mistaken. Since you have already set up this formation, it saves me the trouble. I had intended to establish a low-grade Earth-tier formation that prohibits teleportation, but I did not expect you to have prepared one in advance. With this formation in place, the advantage of teleportation for Wu Huang against Wu Wang is nullified, Shen Ping said, shaking his head at the encirclement. You little brat. Today you shall pay for the lives of my clan members whom you have slain. Elder Zhang sneered as he gazed at Shen Ping, who was now trapped. You truly overestimate my abilities, mobilizing 16 Wu Huang and 20 Wu Wang from each family, Shen Ping remarked, surveying those who surrounded him. Today, I will surely end your life. The Zhang clan elder arrogantly glared at Shen Ping. You old man, cease your grandiloquent talk and let us engage in battle. Shen Ping, feeling somewhat impatient, responded to the elder and immediately drew his newly promoted Earth-tier low-grade sword to charge at the Martial Emperor, level 10 elder. Everyone attack together. Earth-tier low-grade martial skill, Earth Dragon rolls. The elder, taken aback by Shen Ping's audacity to initiate the assault, called upon his companions to join him. A swirling, earthy tornado erupted from beneath his feet, gradually coalescing into a massive yellow dragon that surged towards Shen Ping. Interesting. Is this an Earth-tier low-grade martial skill at the minor success stage? It seems your prowess is rather lacking. Shen Ping observed the approaching dragon and effortlessly shattered it with a fire cloud sword, which continued its momentum to collide with the various martial skills unleashed by the elder's companions. Earth Tier Low-Grade Martial Skill, Wind Sweeps the Clouds. Earth Tier Low-Grade Martial Skill, Thunder Dragon in the World. Just as Shen Ping dealt with the Elder S attack, two additional Earth Tier Low-Grade Martial Skills approached from behind. Turning back, he unleashed two more Fire Cloud Swords, which swiftly dismantled the incoming attacks, hurtling towards the martial skills released by the others behind them. If this is all you are capable of, then perhaps you should meet your end. Seeing the feeble abilities of his adversaries, Shen Ping shook his head and quickly set up defensive martial skills, employing agile techniques to rush towards the Zhang clan elder. The three clansmen besieging Shen Ping were astonished. He had mastered Earth-Tier low-grade martial skills at the perfected level, and not just one. How can someone of your age possess such mastery over Earth-Tier low-grade martial skills? Impossible. The Zhang clan elder stared in disbelief as Shen Ping approached him. Many things seem impossible, yet here you are. Prepare to receive my attacks. Earth Dragon rolls. Wind sweeps the clouds. Thunder Dragon in the World. Shen Ping promptly retaliated with three identical Earth-Tier low-grade, perfected martial skills directed at the three clan elders. Impossible. How would you wield my clan's martial skills? The Zhang clan elder gazed in shock as he confronted the Earth Dragon rolls, hastily employing it again in conjunction with his clan members to fend off the assault. The other two elders were equally incredulous. Their clan's martial skills were never to be disclosed. How had Shen Ping learned them? Could he have grasped them merely by observing? This was unfathomable, absolutely unfathomable. Often, the most inconceivable answers are the most accurate, and amidst their wild speculations, the two elders unknowingly voiced the truth. While they remained in a daze, Shen Ping was far from idle. He had already utilized his agile techniques to appear beside the Zhang clan elder, thrusting his iron sword towards a martial emperor level 5 clansman beside him. The elder was momentarily stunned, but the other warrior reacted quickly, raising his large blade to intercept Shen Ping's strike. However, he was unprepared for the ordinary iron sword in Shen Ping's hand, which turned out to be an Earth-Tier low-grade weapon. His high-grade Xuanja blade was cleaved in two by the iron sword, and as it loomed larger in the warrior's sight, his consciousness began to fade. Shen Ping seized the opportunity and stored the defeated opponent into his spatial dimension, then plunged into the midst of the Zhang elder's entourage, skillfully reaping one life after another. Finally, the Zhang clan elder regained his wits and rushed forward to obstruct Shen Ping, while the other two elders joined the fray, encircling Shen Ping to launch their assault. You boy, while you possess some skill, you shall not escape today. Your demise is inevitable. The Han clan elder glared at Shen Ping with murderous intent. Who lives and who dies today is yet to be determined. After all, I have already slain over a dozen of your kin. Shen Ping retorted coolly while parrying the trio's attacks. Are you all dead? Hurry up and attack. Don't engage him head-on. Ambush him instead. Can you not ambush? The Zhang clan elder shouted at the stunned clansmen behind him. Quickly strike. We can wear him down. The He clan elder urged his own kin. Competing in endurance? Bring it on. Shen Ping unleashed three more attacks targeted at the three elders, with the assistance of their kin, managed to fend off the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, both sides exhibited a harmonious synergy. Shen Ping launched three attacks while the three clan elders, supported by their clansmen, defended against them. The scene was unexpectedly picturesque. Tongzi, gather all the corpses and storage rings. Amidst the battle, Shen Ping commanded the system within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, successful recovery. Obtained 0.312 mid-grade spiritual crystals, 1478 low-grade spiritual crystals. Not too shabby. Two martial emperors possessed three Earth-Tier low-grade pills, and their remains yielded 0006 mid-grade spiritual crystals. The kills also granted 0006 mid-grade spiritual crystals. Yet the low-grade spiritual crystals they carried were rather meager. 14 individuals only amounted to a little over 130. The remainder came from materials and storage rings. As Shen Ping fought, he reviewed the system's recovery records. He recalled that the Martial Kings and the Broken Blade Martial Sovereign's secret realm each had 5 or 6 low-grade spiritual crystals. Yet these higher-ranking foes averaged only 10. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to procure restorative pills. Chapter 25. The tide turns. These fools are genuinely attempting to exhaust my vital energy. Little do they know that my all-encompassing technique possesses 7 times the quantity and quality of their vital energy at the Copper Realm. How could they possibly contend with me? Furthermore, I have ample spiritual crystals to exchange for sufficient restorative pills. After examining the system's updates, Shun Ping felt a twinge of pity for the trio of clansmen opposing him. As their forces clashed, the three clansmen began to sense something amiss. Their vital energy had dwindled by more than 50%, and they were resorting to pills for recovery. Meanwhile, Shun Ping maintained his relentless assault without consuming any pills. Did he not carry any? Impossible. Even a pauper would have a few pills on hand. Even if not Earth Tier, surely he possessed some Xian Tier pills. Therefore, the only explanation for his lack of consumption was that his vital energy remained above the safety threshold. Brother Han, Brother He, we can no longer engage in this exchange. Something feels off. The Zhang clan elder finally voiced his suspicions. It seems he possesses more vital energy than us and recovers faster. Indeed, after such a prolonged battle, I have expended 50% of my vital energy, while he appears unaffected, the He clan elder added, puzzled. You have finally realized. I have not depleted my energy. Rather, I have used less than 30%. Since you have all noticed, I shall cease playing. Shun Ping regarded the group, no longer wishing to prolong the engagement. He unleashed 6 consecutive Earth-tier low-grade perfected martial skills. Normally, his release would consume more energy than theirs. However, his all-encompassing martial technique reduced consumption while doubling potency, thus explaining his relative efficiency. We've been fooled. Everyone, give it your all. The Han clan elder, startled by Shun Ping's proclamation and his immediate release of 6 martial skills, urgently called upon his companions to fight with all their might. He quickly retrieved a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, his aura surging as he single-handedly blocked 2 of Shun Ping's attacks. The pill he consumed was the Rampage pill that Shun Ping had previously acquired, albeit at the Earth-tier low-grade level. As the patriarch of the Han clan erupted in a frenzy, the elder of the Zhang clan exchanged a knowing glance with the elder of the He clan. They both consumed a pill, plunging into a state of rage that enabled them to withstand Shun Ping's dual assaults. The purpose of the rage pill is to enhance the user's physical attributes, but its effects last only for an hour, after which the user succumbs to weakness. Thus, such a potion is typically reserved for moments of dire necessity. Shun Ping posed a lethal threat to their lives, prompting them to take the pill and fight with everything they had. Since you have chosen to fight for your lives, shall we now compete in speed? Shun Ping smiled at the 3 enraged individuals before him and suggested another dimension to their contest. No sooner had his words left his lips than he employed his agile techniques to evade their attacks, targeting the clansmen behind them. Aside from these 3 elders, who wielded low-tier, Earth-grade weapons and could match Shun Ping to some extent, the rest of their group possessed only high-tier, mystical-grade weapons, inferior to Shun Ping's in both energy and quality, and their internal energy was below 50%, leaving them in a state of utter panic. After evading the attacks of the 3 elders, Shun Ping swiftly dispatched 3 martial emperors, causing their ranks to waver. Each individual valued their life too much to willingly face death, dismissing notions of clan honor. Do not flee. Quickly draw Shun Ping over here. I shall deal with him. The elder of the Zhang clan bellowed, witnessing his clansmen retreating. Frustration mounted as he pursued Shun Ping, only to find his strikes consistently evaded. Watching Shun Ping massacre their kin, despair crept into his heart. The other 2 elders shared similar sentiments. Once he approaches me, I shall handle him, declared the elder of the Han clan to his followers. Those clansmen, already gripped by fear, could only flee towards their elder. In this brief interval, Shun Ping had already slain over 20 individuals. As the remaining clansmen began to react, the 3 elders once again surrounded him. Clearly, your speed cannot match mine, Shun Ping declared, plunging his sword into the ground, resting his hands on the hilt, and taking a moment to breathe before addressing the 3 elders. You underestimated me, and now your demise is imminent, the elder of the Zhang clan retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Still lost in dreams? Shun Ping scoffed dismissively. The elder of the Zhang clan fell silent, signaling the other 2 elders. They launched a simultaneous assault on Shun Ping. Yet he effortlessly dodged their attacks and engaged them in combat, while their clansmen intermittently launched distracting strikes at him. As the elder of the Zhang clan grappled with Shun Ping, he contemplated strategies. With the effects of the pills set to expire in half an hour, they stood no chance against Shun Ping and fear they might perish here. Resolving to turn the tide, the elder feigned a weakness, hoping to exploit it. However, a seasoned warrior like Shun Ping saw through such a blatant ruse. He capitalized on the opening, thrusting his sword toward the elder of the Zhang clan and turning the tables on him. The elder, abandoning his large blade, seized Shun Ping's sword with both hands and scathed. For he wore a low-tier earth-grade gauntlet, intending to restrain Shun Ping's weapon and allow the elders of the Han and He clans to attack from behind. Little did he expect that Shun Ping would relinquish his sword, delivering a crushing blow to his heart instead. The elder was sent flying 10 meters, spewing blood, and as he pointed a finger at Shun Ping, he faltered and fell lifeless to the ground. Having slain the elder of the Zhang clan, Shun Ping disregarded the sword that lay on the ground and summoned another low-tier earth-grade iron dagger from the marketplace to intercept the attacks from the elders of the Han and He clans, subsequently executing a move that repelled both adversaries. The elder of the He clan and the elder of the Han clan exchanged glances, both feeling the urge to retreat. After all, the elder of the Zhang clan was their equal, and his demise incited a sense of shared sorrow. They began to blame their respective clan leaders for failing to assess their opponent's strength before launching a reckless assault. Yet, they had forgotten their initial bravado when warned by their leader to be wary of Shun Ping, confidently dismissing him as an easy opponent. While they remained in a daze, Shun Ping seized the opportunity to abandon the two elders and charge at the remaining clansmen. Terrified by the death of the elder of the Zhang clan, the rest of the group was already inclined to flee, scattering in all directions. Among them, some martial emperors resorted to teleportation to escape, oblivious to the barrier array they had initially set to prevent Shun Ping's own escape. In that fleeting moment, Shun Ping advanced to confront them, his sword expanding in their sight until darkness enveloped their vision. As Shun Ping continued his relentless slaughter, the elders of the He and Han clans forsook their followers, fleeing in the opposite direction from Shun Ping, away from the city. Their panic led them to a hasty escape. Observing their flight, Shun Ping chuckled derisively but did not pursue them, content as long as they did not head toward the city. He continued his massacre, prioritizing those who fled toward the city, prompting others to change direction and scatter. Some managed to escape the confines of the array, teleporting away or exerting every effort to flee further. Thus, the battle involving 3 martial emperors at the 10th level, 15 at the 5th level, 30 at the 1st level, and 60 martial kings at the 10th level culminated in Shun Ping's victory over 1 martial emperor at the 10th level, 7 at the 5th level, 23 at the 1st level, and 43 martial kings at the 10th level. The spoils were indeed gratifying. Brother Tongzi, recover all corpses and storage equipment, Shun Ping commanded. Congratulations. Host, recovery successful. You have obtained 3 132 middle-tier spirit crystals and 576 low-tier spirit crystals. Wealth remaining: 3 438 middle-tier spirit crystals and 7 108 low-tier spirit crystals. Cost for low-tier earth-grade iron dagger: 13 low-tier spirit crystals. Next came the hunt, as 34 individuals had escaped. I relish a game of hide and seek, Shun Ping mused, noting that the fleeing figures were heading away from the city. He glanced back toward the city before casually selecting a direction to pursue. Such adept hiders. Shun Ping sighed after dispatching a martial king at the 10th level hidden within a tree hollow. 10 days had passed, and he pondered the whereabouts of the 2 elders. This territory was now under the domain of 6th-tier demon beasts. Had they ventured into the territory of 7th-tier or even 8th-tier beasts? If so, conflict would surely ensue, as beasts do not recognize one's identity. Shun Ping remained perplexed about the true location of the 2 elders. He steadfastly maintained his watch towards the direction of the city, leaving the 2 individuals with no opportunity to return. Over the past 10 days, Shun Ping had already located the remaining 32 people, all of whom had been slain, resulting in the acquisition of 176 low-grade spiritual crystals. As for the medium-grade spiritual crystals, a mere 94 had been obtained from the slaughter and retrieval of corpses. The reason for such scant numbers was simply that all the elixirs on his person had been consumed to mend his injuries. Had they traversed the Beast Mountain and made their way towards the next city? Yet, without a spiritual vessel, it would take at least a month and a half. How could they ensure their escape from the beast's assaults? Shun Ping pondered. It was well known that those beasts wished for the extermination of all human warriors. The news of this great battle had long been reported to the Beast Emperor residing within the mountains by the lower-tier beasts. Otherwise, Shen Ping would not have been able to navigate the mountains so smoothly without encountering a single beast. Even when he killed a few fifth-tier beasts to sate his hunger, they paid him no heed. They could not have already fled. I suspect they are still hiding nearby. After all, their elixirs would soon render them weak, leaving them with only half an hour to escape, at most within the territory of six-tier beasts. Shen Ping leaned against a nearby tree, resting while contemplating. If they could not be found in another 10 days, I shall let them be, he resolved. Unbeknownst to Shen Ping, the two elders were hiding less than a kilometer away in a deep underground cave. After their escape, the side effects of the rage elixir had manifested within half an hour, compelling them to seek a nearby hiding place. By chance, they discovered a natural underground pit, where they took refuge for 10 days until their injuries had fully healed. Old Heath, it's been 10 days. That killing god should have left by now. Elder Han inquired of Elder He, who was beside him. To be safe, let us wait another 5 days, and then we shall venture out, Elder He replied, his emotions quite complex. Over 100 individuals had set out to hunt a single young man, and they had not anticipated that they would end up being hunted themselves. Fine, but we have gone 10 days without food. I can barely hold on any longer. Although those at the martial emperor realm could temporarily fast, they had not reached the level of sustaining themselves indefinitely. Elder Han and the others had not anticipated that this outing would take so long, and thus had come unprepared for provisions. They dared not venture out to hunt beasts, leaving them to endure hunger. It's all right, just hold on a bit longer. Our family must have received news of our disappearance and will surely send someone to find us. Elder He reassured Elder Han, while also comforting himself. Meanwhile, within the city, the three clan leaders were equally anxious. A day after the outbreak of the great battle, they had dispatched people to search for their kin, only to discover numerous signs of battle and pools of blood near the battlefield. Those responsible for assessing the situation quickly returned to report, fearing to continue their investigation. Upon hearing the report, the three clan leaders were greatly alarmed, realizing that those they had sent were likely in grave danger. Not even a 10th-level martial emperor had returned, and they dared not send anyone else, opting instead to report to their ancestors at the martial sovereign level. However, the ancestors within the clan had entered a secluded meditation, unresponsive to multiple requests for an audience. The three clan leaders were filled with unease, unsure of what to do. Little did they know, the ancestors had already been aware of the developments, and the situation dragged on until this day. Elder He and Elder Han had remained hidden in the cave for another 5 days, but could no longer endure. Their bodies desperately needed replenishment. They broke through the soil above them and burst into the open air, sending dirt flying as they emerged. The cascading earth slowly settled, landing beside a campfire and upon a young man who was stuffing a beast's leg into his mouth. The young man, Shen Ping, stared in astonishment at the entrance of the two elders. Who would have thought, after searching for you for half a month without success, you would present yourselves to me? I had wondered why I could not find you. It turns out you were hiding underground. Spitting out the dirt he had swallowed, Shen Ping rose slowly, drawing his iron sword, ever ready for an assault. The two elders exchanged glances, realizing the unfortunate timing of their emergence, perfectly coinciding with Shen Ping's presence near their hiding spot. Young brother Shen, I assure you, we were merely out for some fresh air. Do you believe me? Elder, he said, a forced smile upon his face as he looked at the expressionless Shen Ping. Yes, young brother Shen. We were just out for a breath of fresh air. Please carry on. We shall return now, Elder Han chimed in, attempting to placate Shen Ping as he began to back away slowly. Now that you're here, don't think about leaving. Shen Ping regarded the two elders with a cold smirk, then retrieved a shielding formation from his spatial ring and set it up nearby. Today, should you two manage to escape this formation, I shall let you go. Is this for real? The two elders looked at him incredulously, not expecting that Shen Ping would actually consider releasing them. A gentleman's word is his bond. It is difficult to retract. Shen Ping laughed heartily, swinging his iron sword to unleash 6 fiery cloud strikes of the earth tier, low-grade, fully realized martial art towards the two elders. The elders' joy turned to despair. What would typically require over 30 individuals to withstand now rested solely upon their shoulders, and each had to fend off 3 strikes. Even having consumed the rage elixir, they could not hold up. Moreover, they had run out of it. With no choice but to defend, they poured all their energy into their efforts. After managing to withstand one strike, the remaining two struck them directly, sending them flying 5 meters, blood spilling from their mouths as they lay half-propped on the ground. Cough! Young one, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, our family's ancestor will surely not spare you. Our ancestor has reached the 7th level of martial sovereign. If you let me go, I will surely plead for you, elder, he gasped, having lost the strength to fight back. Now resorting to threats to persuade Shun Ping to spare him. Haha, I have already slain so many from your clan. Even if your ancestor wishes to spare me, it is uncertain whether I would extend the same courtesy to him. You may go now and await your ancestor, Shun Ping replied, saying no more, and swiftly sent the two elders on their way, subsequently reclaiming their essence. Not bad. I've obtained 24 medium-grade spiritual crystals and 542 low-grade ones. Weapons do indeed hold great value. Shun Ping examined the system's records, assessing the results of his harvest. Ah, it is finally over. When I return, you will no longer be necessary. He cast a glance towards the distant city, casually exchanging for a low-grade spiritual vessel, before finding his direction and setting off towards the Imperial City. Chapter 27. Nanyu City. Shun Ping piloted the spiritual vessel directly towards the Imperial City, a journey that would take at least 5 days. He began to calculate his wealth, discovering he had amassed enough to elevate his all-encompassing technique to the mid-tier of the Earth grade. He promptly issued a command to the system within his mind. System, exchange for medium-grade crystals to upgrade the all-encompassing technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. The all-encompassing technique has been upgraded to mid-tier of the Earth grade, consuming 70 medium-grade crystals. Remaining wealth, 95,036 low-grade spiritual crystals. While it is said that wealth is a double-edged sword, this group was surprisingly impoverished. The gains could only suffice to upgrade the all-encompassing technique, not to mention the all-encompassing martial art or the power of the laws. It was exceedingly challenging. When would he amass enough wealth to elevate himself to the martial sovereign realm? Ever since Shun Ping reached the 10th level of martial emperor, the marketplace had updated to include a new item, the lost seed, which can be gifted to others. Each lost seed costs 1 high-grade spiritual crystal. As for its effects, nature indeed allows for the comprehension of certain principles. The extent to which an individual can grasp these principles is contingent upon their knowledge of them. As for the function of these principles, they can enhance the martial techniques one employs or augment the damage inflicted. The degree of additional damage is determined by the depth of one's understanding of the principles. For instance, if your martial technique inflicts 10 points of damage, and you apply a certain principle that adds 5 points of damage, your total damage would then amount to 105. Should your opponent lack an understanding of these principles, they would only be able to mitigate a maximum of 10 points of damage from your martial technique, rendering the principle somewhat akin to damage that disregards defense. As time passed in Shun Ping's contemplation, 5 days slipped by unnoticed. He successfully arrived at the imperial city of Hongua, Nanyu Cheng, and after some searching, at last reunited with Li Xiaoling at the renowned establishment. Jiucheng Lu Pinge, you have finally arrived. I was so worried about you, Li Xiaoling exclaimed, throwing herself into Shun Ping's embrace, her voice tinged with emotion. All right, don't cry. I'm here now. People are watching. Let us talk in a room. Shun Ping said soothingly as he guided her back to the room she had reserved. Once inside, Shun Ping comforted her for quite some time until her tears subsided. Pinga, how did you escape? Were you hurt? Li Xiaoling asked, examining him closely, tilting her head from side to side. Shun Ping, allowing her scrutiny, casually replied, I eliminated them all and escaped without a scratch. What? Li Xiaoling gasped in disbelief. You killed all the pursuers? How many were there? Not many, just about 100. There were 48 at the Wu Huang level and 60 at the Wu Wang level, Shun Ping explained with a hint of pride, recounting the details of the battle to her. Pingu, you are truly amazing. I admire you more and more. Li Xiaoling gazed at him with starry eyes. You haven't seen the best of me yet, Shun Ping remarked softly. What are you saying? Li Xiaoling clearly did not catch his whisper. Nothing. I just mentioned that I'm a bit hungry. Let us go eat something, Shun Ping said, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. All right. I heard this restaurant is famous for a dish made from the flesh of a 7th-tier magical beast, and I haven't tried it yet. It's perfect for us to enjoy a good meal today, since I've barely eaten anything these past few days worrying about you. Li Xiaoling replied, her appetite peaked. Oh, they actually serve 7th-tier magical beast meat? This restaurant must be quite formidable. Let's go and see, Shun Ping said as he took Li Xiaoling's hand and led her downstairs. The two ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, ordered a private room, and began to indulge in a selection of specialty dishes. The extravagant meal cost them 5 million gold coins, equivalent to a low-grade spirit crystal, an exorbitant price indeed, beyond the means of ordinary folk. However, the exquisite taste of the 7th-tier magical beast meat was undeniable, and they both felt a slight enhancement in their internal energy after the feast. It is noteworthy that both Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling had already reached the 10th level of Wu Huang, so any dish that could improve their energy was certainly worth the expense. After dinner, they returned to their room. Ping Ge, having reached the 10th level of Wu Huang, what principles do you wish to comprehend? Li Xiaoling inquired, curious about Shun Ping's future direction. I haven't decided yet. What about you, Ling Er? Do you have a goal in mind? Shun Ping responded somewhat awkwardly, as he had yet to resolve his cultivation methods and did not feel the urgency to delve into principles. While Li Xiaoling assumed he was already preparing to comprehend them, considering he had broken through to the 10th level over 6 months ago. Well, I naturally wish to understand the principles of fire, as I need to refine pills. With the fire principles, my efforts will yield greater results. Unfortunately, I have made no progress these past few days, Li Xiaoling pouted. Don't rush, take your time. After we visit the seaside, we can explore the flame-forbidden land in Qinghua. Perhaps inspiration will strike, Shun Ping said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yes, I am determined to successfully comprehend the principles and reach the Wuzun realm. I believe I can now surpass my father, and once I attain Wuzun, I should be able to defeat my grandfather, Li Xiaoling declared, shaking her small fist. Ah, this child is truly filial, aiming to surpass her father and grandfather. Truly, you are your father's beloved daughter and your grandfather's cherished granddaughter. Shun Ping mused inwardly at her words. Yes, Ling Er is the best, he quickly affirmed. Seeing Shun Ping's expression, Li Xiaoling understood his thoughts. As long as I can defeat my grandfather, I will be able to protect them. So that is your intention. I thought you would leave it at half a sentence, she teased. What do you mean? Would I actually fight my father and grandfather? They both dote on me so much. How could I ever harm them? Li Xiaoling looked at Shun Ping, who seemed to have unsavory thoughts, with a bemused expression. Hee, I knew our Ling Er was too virtuous to ever consider such rebellious acts, Shun Ping said, eager to appease her. By the way, Ling Er, your family must possess high-tier, earth-level cultivation techniques, right? How have you been progressing with them? Shun Ping suddenly recalled that breaking through to the Wuzun realm required such techniques. Of course we do. Every prominent family possesses high-tier earth-level techniques. Otherwise, their ancestors would not have been able to ascend to the Wuzun realm. Don't tell me, Ping Ge, you lack high-tier earth-level techniques? Is that why you haven't prepare to comprehend principles? Li Xiaoling remarca. Realizing that Shun Ping's family had once been quite modest and might not have access to such techniques. Do not worry about my methods. I have my own ways. I merely wish to inquire about your training progress. Shun Ping replied with a light chuckle. I can provide you with pills that will help you break through to the 10th level of Wu Huang. Do you think I would lack cultivation techniques? That is true. Ping Ge, you know that I previously practiced low-tier earth-level techniques, but I am currently transitioning to high-tier earth-level techniques. They are somewhat challenging, and I will need time to study them. At least a month to complete the conversion, Li Xiaoling said, frowning slightly. Well, there is no rush. In that case, let's linger in Nanyuchang for a few more days. Once you have completed your technique transition, we can set off for the seaside. What do you think? Shun Ping gently suggested. All right, it will also give us a chance to explore the imperial city. In our Xiangyangcheng, we hardly ever encounter martial artists at the Wu Huang level. Yet here there are many, and even those at the Wuzun level occasionally appear. Unlike our family's ancestors, who are perpetually in seclusion, Li Xiaoling agreed, acknowledging Shun Ping's perspective. Thus, they anticipated the arrival of even rarer materials and elixirs at the auction house, and occasionally, high-tier earth-level techniques or martial arts would be available for bidding. Oh, Nanyucheng is truly bustling and vibrant, deserving its status as a national center. Let us visit the auction house tomorrow to broaden our horizons. Time passed slowly amidst their conversation, and as for how the two spent the night, that is left to the imagination of the reader. Chapter 28. The auction on the following morning, after enjoying breakfast. Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling prepared a stroll through the city before visiting the auction house to seek out items of interest. Shen Ping also contemplated auctioning some elixirs to exchange for resources. Linger, how many resources do you currently possess? Will they suffice for your future cultivation? Shen Ping suddenly recalled that Li Xiaoling had ascended to the 10th level of the martial emperor realm, and her resources might be inadequate for her subsequent training. Indeed, Pingu, I possess only over 30 low-grade spiritual crystals, most of which were prepared by my father before our departure. Now that I have reached the martial emperor 10th level, these resources are somewhat insufficient. My father did not anticipate my swift advancement. Hence, he only provided low-grade spiritual crystals instead of medium-grade ones, Li Xiaoling replied, furrowing her brow as she spoke to Shen Ping. Well, it's not a problem. After we visit the auction house, I shall see if I can auction some elixirs to procure additional resources for our future cultivation, Shen Ping said with a smile. Looking at Li Xiaoling, let's enjoy a pleasant day of exploration. Typically, at the martial emperor level, one could utilize medium-grade spiritual crystals for cultivation. However, few would indulge in such extravagance. Most would resort to low-grade spiritual crystals for their training. It was only upon reaching the 10th level of the martial emperor realm that one would employ medium-grade spiritual crystals to amass true energy, paving the way for a breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. Thus, Li Jianzi had not anticipated that his daughter would surpass him so swiftly, and he had only prepared low-grade spiritual crystals for her. It is noteworthy that the refinement of these spiritual crystals is a slow process. For example, transitioning from the 10th level of martial king to the 1st level of martial emperor requires the refinement of 20 low-grade spiritual crystals, which takes approximately 40 years. In contrast, advancing from the 1st level of martial emperor to the 10th level necessitates the refinement of 450 low-grade spiritual crystals, which still demands 700 years. Explaining why the breakthrough from the martial sovereign realm by the renowned Duandao martial sovereign took 200 years, marking him as a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, the low-grade spiritual crystals prepared by Li Jianzi for Li Xiaoling were not insignificant, considering that Li Jianzi himself had yet to reach the martial emperor realm. He could hardly foresee that his daughter would surpass him, achieving the 10th level of martial emperor. After Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling roamed around in Yu City, they arrived at the royal auction house, which is directly controlled by the Zhao dynasty. It is said that the current prince, Han Baolong, oversees it. Now approaching 50 years of age, the prince is the son of the Zhao emperor, who has long since attained the martial sovereign realm and enjoys a lengthy lifespan. The precise age of the Zhao emperor remains uncertain, but it is known that he has ruled for nearly 200 years. One might wonder why the prince is only nearing 50. The answer lies in the fact that higher cultivation levels diminish the likelihood of producing offspring. Despite having a harem of 3,000 beauties, the number of princes and princesses does not exceed 10. Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling found little to purchase, but learned that the royal auction house conducts minor auctions every 5 days and major auctions every 10 days, with the latter occurring the day after tomorrow. They sought out the auction house staff to inquire about auctioning some elixirs. Upon mentioning their desire to auction low-grade, earth-level elixirs, they were ushered into a VIP room where tea was served. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman entered the room and, upon greeting them with a cupped fist, said, "Greetings to you both. I am a chief appraiser of this auction house. I have heard that you possess some earth-level elixirs you wish to auction. May I examine them?" "Of course," Shen Ping replied, rising to return the gesture. He then produced 6 porcelain vials containing elixirs and placed them on the table. These included low-grade recovery elixirs, healing elixirs, and cultivation elixirs, all of which provide instant recovery. "What? Instant recovery? Young friend, I must conduct a test," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Please." Shen Ping gestured invitingly. The elder extracted the elixirs, gently scraped a small amount of powder from each, and tasted them one by one. "Young friend, the effects of these elixirs are indeed as you described. Might I inquire if you would consider selling them directly to our auction house?" The elder, having confirmed the elixir's efficacy, began to entertain ulterior motives. "May I ask what price your auction house would offer? Surely it cannot exceed the auction price," Shun Ping inquired, casting a calm glance at the elder. Before the elder could respond, a sudden voice interrupted. You may leave. A richly dressed middle-aged man entered, waving his hand to dismiss the elder. The elder, noticing the fear on the man's face, obediently exited the room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Baolong, the Prince of Zhao and the actual controller of this auction house. The earlier appraiser has caused you some inconvenience, and I will ensure you receive an explanation for this matter. Your elixirs will be smoothly included in the auction 3 days hence. Normally, we would charge a 10% handling fee, but due to this misunderstanding, we shall only require 5%. How's that sound? The elegantly attired prince addressed Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling. Oh, so it is His Highness the Prince. It is merely a small misunderstanding. There is no need for such formality. We shall proceed as you suggest, Your Highness, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling replied, bowing respectfully to Han Baolong. May I ask your names? Han Baolong inquired, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Shun Ping, and this is my esteemed companion, Li Xiaoling. Shun Ping answered. Oh, Shun Ping? Are you the renowned killer known for your exploits in the Duandao martial sovereign's secret realm? Han Baolong pondered alud. If you refer to the one who eliminated a few individuals there, then yes, that would be me, Shun Ping replied somewhat awkwardly. Haha, truly a hero among the youth. Han Baolong regarded Shun Ping with newfound admiration. Since we have no further matters to discuss, Your Highness, we shall take our leave, Shun Ping said, bowing slightly to Han Baolong. Certainly. Here is a VIP card for the auction 3 days from now. You must attend. Han Baolong handed over a VIP card with a flourish. Thank you, Your Highness. Shun Ping accepted the card, engaging in further pleasantries with Han Baolong before departing with Li Xiaoling. Pingo, that Prince Han Baolong is quite amiable. He did not trouble us at all, Li Xiaoling remarked softly, linking her arm with Shun Ping as they walked back. Linger, one must look beyond the surface to discern the truth. The fact that I can present low-grade, Earth-level elixirs indicates that either I or someone behind me possesses a low-grade, Earth-level alchemist. You must understand that the connections of an alchemist are vast. How could the Zhao Prince dare offend a low-grade, Earth-level alchemist? Moreover, considering the quality of my elixirs and our own 10th level of martial emperor cultivation, do you think this prince would prefer to curry favor with us rather than antagonize us? Shun Ping smiled as he analyzed the situation for Li Xiaoling. I hadn't realized there were so many complexities involved. Pingu, you truly are remarkable, Li Xiaoling said with a cheerful smile. Remarkable? You simply lack the inclination to ponder deeply. If you were to think carefully, how could you not notice the intricacies? Shen Ping play fuji tapad Li Xiaoling's nosha. Oh, with you by my side, Pingu, why should I concern myself with such matters? Li Xiaoling quipped, playfully evading Shun Ping's finger with a carefree tone. But what if there comes a day when I am not by your side? Shun Ping glanced at Li Xiaoling beside him, and upon hearing her words, his eyes reddened slightly. He quickly shifted the topic. I mean, if one day I have something to attend to and need to leave you, just like a few days ago, what would you do? I thought you no longer wanted me. Upon hearing Shun Ping's words, Li Xiaoling's expression brightened once again. When you leave, I will think of a way, but thinking about it now is too exhausting. It is wonderful to have you. You. Shun Ping chuckled softly, feeling as though he had raised a daughter in his care when it came to Li Xiaoling. Let us return for a meal. We shall not venture out these days, as there is little worth exploring. We will simply await the commencement of the auction. Shun Ping took Li Xiaoling's hand and headed towards the Jiuzhong building where they were staying. Chapter 29. The auction commences. The 6 elixirs for auction had cost Shun Ping a total of 54 lower-grade spirit crystals, and he held high hopes for their returns. Therefore, on the day of the auction, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling arrived early at the Royal Auction House. Guided by the staff, they reached the VIP box number 10. After the staff served some snacks and tea, Shun Ping dismissed them, feeling uncomfortable with someone lingering nearby. As this event was a large-scale auction occurring every 10 days, many attendees were present. The 20 surrounding VIP boxes were occupied, and the venue, with its thousands of seats, was filled to capacity. As the lights converged on the stage, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a pure white gown appeared at the center of the stage. Greetings to all esteemed guests present. I am the auctioneer Yu for this event, and I hope each of you finds something you desire. As soon as Yu spoke, the surroundings fell silent, indicating that the audience was quite familiar with her. Without further ado, Let us proceed to the auction items. With Yu Yu's words, a female staff member approached the stage with a tray, and Yu Yu unveiled the red cloth covering it, announcing, "The first item for auction is a high-grade, Xian tier sword forged from the flame beast of the Six Realms in the fire-forbidden land of the Qin Kingdom. Starting at a price of 1 million gold coins, 120,000, 130,000, 210,000. As Yu Yu's words fell, the crowd began to bid fervently. Meanwhile, in VIP box number 10, a different scene unfolded. Isn't Yu Yu exceptionally beautiful? Is she more beautiful than me? Li Xiaoling was playfully tugging at one of Shun Ping's ears as she silently observed him. It turned out that after Yu Yu appeared, Shun Ping had been fixated on her. Linger, quickly let go. Yu Yu is certainly not more beautiful than you. Shun Ping hastily pleaded. Then why do you keep staring at her? Li Xiaoling pouted, her tone laced with jealousy. Glancing at Yu Yu and then at herself, she thought, she is merely slightly older than I am. I have yet to fully develop. No wonder my mother always says that men are all lecherous. I wasn't staring at her. I was admiring her attire, pondering where I could procure a similar outfit for you. You would look magnificent in it. Shun Ping quickly clarified. That's more like it. I will let it slide this time, but next time, you'll have to answer for your gaze. Li Xiaoling said playfully, finally releasing her grip. Lingia, take a look and see if there is anything you desire. I will buy it for you. Shun Ping felt relieved. It was merely a fleeting glance. Yet this little girl had noticed. One must admit that Yu Yu is indeed striking. Before long, the item was purchased for 340,000 gold coins. And whether it was deemed expensive or cheap depended on individual wealth. As time passed, it was finally time for Shun Ping's elixirs. The next item for auction was a low-grade, earth-tier cultivation elixir. It is known that refining such an elixir requires 81 days, with less than a 100 success rate. This low-grade, earth-tier cultivation elixir possesses a remarkable attribute. It can instantly elevate one's cultivation level. Thus, this item would command a relatively higher price. Starting at 1 lower-grade spirit crystal, Yu Yu introduced the characteristics of the cultivation elixir before announcing the starting bid. What? It could be refined instantly? That saves 2 years of time. If one had several of these, wouldn't they directly break through to Martial Emperor level 10? A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. I bid 2 lower-grade spirit crystals, 3 lower-grade spirit crystals. I bid 5 lower-grade spirit crystals. A VIP box also joined the bidding. This elixir is remarkable. I shall bid 6 lower-grade spirit crystals. Another VIP box entered the fray. Ultimately, this elixir was astonishingly sold for 18 lower-grade spirit crystals, a price Shun Ping had not anticipated. He had thought it would fetch around 6 or 7 lower-grade spirit crystals at most. It seems this time, there should be considerable profit. With a few more such auctions, I might even amass enough resources to reach the martial sovereign realm. Shun Ping mused contentedly. Ping Yi, you are truly impressive, achieving such a remarkable multiple. A typical low-grade, earth-tier cultivation elixir usually sells for around 5 lower-grade spirit crystals. Li Xiaoling exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, you've already experienced this elixir. You know its effects. Selling at this price is only natural. Although Shun Ping felt elated internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness. The second cultivation elixir also sold for 18 lower-grade spirit crystals. The next elixir, also entrusted to us for auction by the same individual, is another low-grade earth-tier elixir. This one is a healing elixir, capable of instantly restoring all injuries inflicted by attacks below Martial Emperor level 5, and it restores instantly. This is akin to gaining an extra life during combat against others or beasts. Let the bidding commence, starting at 5 lower-grade spirit crystals. Yu Yu emphasized the elixir's instant recovery feature before announcing the starting bid. What? Which earth-tier alchemist is this? Such an incredible feat to concoct an instant recovery elixir. I want this elixir. No one else can bid against me. I bid 7 lower-grade spirit crystals. You think 7 will suffice? This is akin to a second life. I bid 10 lower-grade spirit crystals. I bid 12 lower-grade spirit crystals. The bidding quickly escalated to 50 lower-grade spirit crystals, at which point individuals in the VIP boxes could no longer remain seated and began participating in the bidding, causing prices to soar to 110 lower-grade spirit crystals. It seems that the people of the royal city are quite affluent. The previously defeated martial emperors were all destitute, with the wealthiest having only 30 or so spirit crystals. Yet look at these martial emperors, each one seemingly dripping with riches. Shun Ping chuckled as he observed the ongoing bidding, turning to Li Xiaoling beside him. Ping Ge. You do realize, don't you? Most of these individuals have families with officials in Hongguo, and the Hongguo royalty provides them with annual stipends. They can also undertake royal missions that yield substantial spirit crystals. This is because the Hongguo royal family possesses a large spirit crystal mine, while other cities typically have only a small mine, which must contribute a portion to the royal family and sects each year, resulting in minimal personal wealth distributed within families. Li Xiaoling explained to Shun Ping. I see. No wonder the individuals from the royal city possess strength surpassing that of other cities. Shun Ping comprehended Li Xiaoling's explanation. Just as our family could ascend to the position of Lord of Xiangyang City, it is partially due to our strength meeting requirements, but also because most of the influence is concentrated in the royal city, where resources are more abundant. Li Xiaoling continued to elucidate. Yes, I understand. Amidst the dialogue shared between the two individuals, the bidding had drawn to a close, with the final medicinal pill auctioned for a sum of 128 lower-grade spirit crystals, while another identical pill fetched a price of 133 lower-grade spirit crystals. Subsequently, the recovery elixir presented by Shun Ping ignited a fervent competition among the attendees, ultimately selling for prices of 110 and 115 lower-grade spirit crystals. Thus, all 6 of Shun Ping's medicinal pills were successfully auctioned. Observing the final prices, Shun Ping engaged in contemplation. While cultivation pills could directly enhance one's prowess, they paled in comparison to the life-saving healing and recovery pills, which commanded significantly higher prices. It appeared that in the future, he need only sell healing and recovery pills. Overall, Shun Ping's medicinal concoctions amassed a total of 522 lower-grade spirit crystals at auction. After deducting the auction house's 5 commission, Shun Ping received a total of 496 lower-grade spirit crystals, yielding nearly a 9-fold return, a truly astonishing profit. Upon collecting his earned spirit crystals and other items from the auction, Shun Ping prepared to depart, only to be halted by Han Baolong. Young friend Shun, in 3 days, I will be celebrating my 50th birthday. I wonder if you might have the time to attend? Han Baolong expressed a desire to befriend Shun Ping, drawn not only by the medicinal pills he possessed, but also by his cultivation prowess. Oh, coincidentally, we have no pressing matters at the moment. Shun Ping replied with a smile, recognizing Han Baolong's intention for camaraderie. Very well, here is the invitation. We shall drink and converse in 3 days, Han Baolong said, handing Shun Ping an invitation. Agreed. I look forward to our meeting in 3 days, Shun Ping replied before departing the royal auction house with Li Xiaoling. Chapter 30. The Birthday Feast. Xiaoling, I shall refrain from giving you these spirit crystals for now, as the ones you possess should suffice for the time being. For the moment, do not accumulate any more true energy. When the time comes, I will concoct a pill sufficient for your breakthrough. So focus on cultivating the laws or honing your martial skills. A high realm without martial skills is of little use, Shun Ping advised Li Xiaoling on their return journey. All right, Brother Ping, I am in no rush. At my age, reaching the martial emperor realm is remarkable. I feel even the blade master pales in comparison to me. What more could I desire? Li Xiaoling understood that Shun Ping's intentions were for her benefit and readily agreed to his guidance. As long as you comprehend, follow my lead, and you will soon break through to the martial sovereign realm. Just imagine, achieving that before you turn 20 will be truly astounding, Shun Ping remarked with a smile. Indeed, by that time, my older brothers and sisters will likely have only just reached the martial king realm. At this thought, Li Xiaoling's spirits soared, and she chattered animatedly with Shun Ping throughout the journey. Before long, the day of Han Baolong's birthday celebration arrived. Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling, bearing gifts, specifically lower-grade healing pills, made their way to the prince's residence, located to the left of the Zhao Kingdom's royal palace. Upon their arrival, Han Baolong personally came to greet them, much to the astonishment of those already present, who wondered who could warrant such an honor from the crown prince. After presenting their gifts to Han Baolong, the pair was led into the residence, casually finding a place to sit. This gathering differed somewhat from the banquets Shun Ping had attended previously, which were typically communal affairs with everyone dining together. This occasion resembled a buffet, offering an unlimited array of food. allowing guests to select their desired dishes and sit wherever they please to indulge. Shun Ping and Li Xiuling perused the food station, selecting their favorites, and found an empty table to enjoy their meal. Just as they were relishing their food, a voice inquired, "Is anyone sitting here?" "There's no one here. Feel free to sit," Shun Ping replied, glancing up at the inquirer before returning his attention to his meal. "Thank you," the young woman said, taking a seat nearby and beginning to eat as well. "Brother Ping, this is delicious. You should try it," Li Xiuling urged, having tasted a dish from her tray. "Indeed, it is quite good," Shun Ping responded after sampling it. The dish in question was the meat of a 6th-tier demon beast, the flying fire eagle, and its flavor was indeed exquisite. The young woman, who had been quietly enjoying her meal, casually interjected, "Oh, no wonder it tastes so good." "Indeed," Li Xiuling nodded in agreement. "There are even better dishes. Come, let me take you to get some," the young woman offered, rising to lead Li Xiuling back to the food station. Li Xiuling glanced at Shun Ping, and upon receiving a subtle nod of approval from him, she stood and accompanied the young woman. Shun Ping observed the young woman's retreating figure, his thoughts racing as he surmised her identity. Individuals present in such gatherings typically held notable status, and her resemblance to Han Baolong suggested she might be either his daughter or sister. After they returned from fetching food, Li Xiuling and the young woman had become somewhat acquainted, exchanging names and engaging in conversation. As Shin Ping had anticipated, the young woman was indeed Han Baolong's sister, Han Boyi. She had sought refuge from the sycophants in their corner of the venue and had witnessed Han Baolong welcoming Shin Ping and his companion, prompting her to join their table. Through their conversation, Han Baoyi learned of their names and naturally inquired about their experiences in the Duandao Wuzuan secret realm. She had missed out on the previous event due to attending another secret realm and had returned to hear that the realm had a master, along with tales of the individual referred to as the God of Death. Now that she had the chance to meet the person in question, she was eager to inquire about the events that transpired. Li Xiuling, noticing Han Baoyi's interest in their experiences, recounted some less significant occurrences, and the two remained engrossed in conversation until the banquet concluded, their camaraderie evident as they chatted animatedly. Shin Ping merely interjected occasionally, content to observe from the sidelines. After the banquet, Shun Ping and Li Xiuling were invited by Han Baolong to the inner hall. Noting his sister Han Baoyi's lively exchange with the two, Han Baolong welcomed them to join him as well. "Young Master Shun, there are no outsiders here, so I shall speak plainly. Once we are seated and refreshments have been served," he began, "you may speak freely, Your Highness," Shun Ping courteously replied. "I wonder if you still have any of those medicinal pills available for sale? I would be willing to purchase some at the highest price offered during the auction." Han Baolong stated directly. "Oh, are you referring to those instant recovery pills?" Han Baoyi interjected, recalling the medicinal pills that had circulated during the recent auction. "Indeed, those pills are from young Master Shun," Han Baolong replied, casting a glance at his sister with a smile. "Since Your Highness has expressed such interest, I'm inclined to offer some of my stock. How many would you require?" Shin Ping anticipated Han Baolong's keen interest in his medicinal pills. "How many do I need?" "It seems Brother Shun has quite a stock," Han Baolong replied, shifting his address to a more familiar tone. "You needn't call me Your Highness. I am older than you, so just call me Han Ge." "Very well, Han Ge. I shall consider it an honor to refer to you as Xiao Ping." Shin Ping, by following the current, further deepened the connection between the two. "All right, Xiao Ping, I need 10 of each pill. Is that acceptable?" Han Baolong asked with a smile. "No problem," Shun Ping replied, his heart swelling with joy as it seemed he would earn a tidy sum this time. With this transaction, he was one step closer to upgrading his versatile martial skills. He promptly exchanged for 30 pills from the marketplace and handed them to Han Baolong. After recent sign-ins and auctions, Shun Ping's wealth had reached 549 lower-grade spirit crystals. This exchange of 30 pills cost him 270 lower-grade spirit crystals, leaving him with 279. "Excellent. Brother, you're so straightforward. I won't be stingy either." The 10 lower-grade, earth-level cultivation pills are worth 180 lower-grade spirit crystals each. The 10 lower-grade, earth-level healing pills are worth 1330 lower-grade spirit crystals. And the 10 lower-grade, earth-level recovery pills are valued at 1,150 lower-grade spirit crystals. The total comes to 2,660 lower-grade spirit crystals. "Brother, do the math and see if I'm correct," Han Baolong said, delighted with his acquisition of the ammunition. He then tossed a storage ring to Shin Ping. Upon receiving the ring and glancing inside, Shun Ping confirmed that Han Baolong had indeed calculated correctly. "Ha, good brother. Next time, just send the pills directly to me. And I will still calculate at the highest price," Han Baolong said, smiling at Shun Ping. "Pills are not so easily refined. I will trade again with you, brother Han, once I've refined more." Although Shun Ping could produce as many pills as he desired, he could not afford to flood the market. For if the martial lords and saints took notice, it would spell trouble. "Indeed, just bring anything valuable to me, and I will offer you the best price. If you encounter any issues in Nanyu City, feel free to mention my name." Han Baolong genuinely wished to forge a strong friendship with Shun Ping, granting him the privilege to invoke Han Baolong's name when conducting business. "Thank you, brother Han. It's getting late, and Ling Ling and I must take our leave. We shall visit you again when time permits," Shun Ping said, ready to depart with Li Xiuling after completing the transaction. "I look forward to your next visit, brother. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality this time. We shall drink and celebrate together next time." Han Baolong and his sister, Han Bao, escorted Shun Ping and Li Xiuling to the door before returning inside. As for the matters concerning the brother and sister, they were no longer relevant to Shun Ping and Li Xiuling, who leisurely strolled back to their temporary residence at Jiuchonglu. Chapter 31. Preparing to depart, Shun Ping and Li Xiuling remained in Nanyu City for another month, spending their days exploring and their nights cultivating. At last, Li Xiuling completed her training in the superior earth-level technique. On this day, the two returned to the Princess residence and traded with Han Baolong once more. As before, Shun Ping successfully exchanged 270 lower-grade spirit crystals for 2,660 lower-grade spirit crystals and bid farewell to Han Baolong. For the next day, they would head to Haiban City, the largest coastal city in Hangua. That night, lying in bed, Shun Ping reflected on his recent gains. Through his 2 transactions with Han Baolong and the auction, he had amassed a total of 5,626 lower-grade spirit crystals. "System, upgrade my versatile martial skills," he commanded. Beep. "Congratulations, host. Versatile martial skills upgraded to superior earth level. Consuming 220 medium-grade spirit crystals, 2,860 lower-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth, 2,766 lower-grade spirit crystals. That should suffice for upgrading my versatile technique as well. System, please upgrade my versatile technique." Beep. "Congratulations, host. Versatile technique upgraded to superior earth level, consuming 7 upper-grade spirit crystals, 1,183 lower-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth, 1,583 lower-grade spirit crystals. System, open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial Emperor level 10, requires 20 medium-grade spirit crystals to break through. Wealth, 1,583 lower-grade spirit crystals. Laws, not learned. Technique, versatile technique, superior earth level, all attributes. Skills, versatile martial skills, superior earth level perfected. Weapons, iron sword lower grade earth level. Iron dagger, lower grade earth level. Space, 100 cubic meters. Items, slightly. Viewing his attribute panel brought Shun Ping immense satisfaction. In such a brief span, his strength had risen to the Martial Emperor level 10. And the panel now included a line for laws, though he had yet to learn any. With so much wealth, it felt wrong not to spend it. System, enhance the iron sword and iron dagger to superior earth level, in exchange for 3 medium-grade transmission cards. Shun Ping contemplated that transforming wealth into strength was of utmost importance. If he could not elevate his own power, he would enhance Ling Ling's prowess instead. Her weapon remained a superior mystic-grade sword, and her martial skills were limited to a lower-grade earth-level technique, recently upgraded to a minor mastery. Beep. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Total consumption, 18 upper-grade spirit crystals, 48 medium-grade spirit crystals, 6,474 lower-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth, 935 lower-grade spirit crystals. Endless wealth seemed insatiable. As these thoughts occupied Shun Ping's mind, he found himself unable to sleep. He rose from his bed, retrieved a roasted chicken, a bottle of liquor, and a box of snacks, indulging himself in the feast. After an indeterminate time, Li Xiuling, who had been peacefully asleep, was awakened by the commotion. Seeing Shun Ping drinking alone, she joined him at the table. "Ping Yi, how could you have a private feast without inviting me?" Li Xiuling exclaimed, grabbing a chicken leg and savoring it. "Wow, I haven't tea had this in ages. It's so delicious. Shinping had nearly forgotten about the food in his space until he organized it today. I didn't intend to have a private feast. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to disturb you. Now that you're awake, let us eat together. By the way, I have a gift for you. After saying this, Shenping presented the superior earth-level iron sword to Li Xiaoling. Pingu, you're giving me your weapon. What will you use? Li Xiaoling asked, astonished at the transformation of the iron sword into a superior earth-level weapon. Recently, I refined it anew, and it turned out like this. I also crafted an iron dagger, so this sword is yours now. It's just right, since you don't have a weapon of earth-level quality. Shenping shared his premeditated excuse with her. All right, I will accept it. Li Xiaoling placed the iron sword into her storage ring. Pingu, why do all your refined weapons appear so ordinary? This is called returning to simplicity. Shenping couldn't reveal the system's design to Li Xiaoling, so he fabricated a small lie. That makes sense. Li Xiaoling nodded earnestly. Ping Yi, do we still have that soda? I'd like some. Of course, here you go. Shenping handed her several cans of soda, and seeing her enjoy the food, he retrieved another roasted chicken. They finished it together in one sitting. After washing up, the two returned to bed. Lingling, today I will impart a few medium-grade, earth-level martial skills to you, which will enhance your combat capabilities, Shenping informed Li Xiaoling, who lay beside him. Great. Please give me the manuals. Li Xiaoling was eager to bolster her strength, lamenting her inability to assist Shenping during battles. If her strength had been greater previously, she could have aided him. No manuals are needed. Just close your eyes. Once Li Xiaoling complied, Shenping placed a finger on her forehead and directly transmitted the 3 medium-grade, earth-level martial skills to her. Upon receiving the 3 martial arts techniques, Li Xiaoling was utterly astonished. Wow, Pingu, I feel as though I've mastered them instantly, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency. You are truly extraordinary. Could this possibly harm you? Having encountered the inheritance crystal, Li Xiaoling comprehended the rapid transmission of martial arts. Yet she feared it might cause harm to Shenping. Rest assured, Linger, there is no danger to me. As long as I have learned a technique, I can impart it to others, though it does require some mental energy. For now, I can only share these 3 techniques with you. Once I regain some strength, I shall teach you more. Shenping slightly fabricated the truth, wary that Li Xiaoling might continuously request teachings, which would deplete his resources. Then take good care of yourself. Pingu, let us rest. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. With that, the two gradually slipped into slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Shenping and Li Xiaoling prepared to leave the city for the coastal metropolis of Haibensheng. However, unexpectedly, upon reaching the city gates, they encountered the siblings Han Baolong and Han Baoi, who invited them to a private room in a nearby tea house. Brother Han, what brings you and Yi Jie together? Shenping inquired, noting their close bond, as Han Baoi insisted on being addressed as Yi Jie. Ha! Knowing that my little brother and sister-in-law are departing today, how could I not come to see you off? Han Baolong laughed heartily at Shenping. With your departure, who knows when we shall meet again? Han Baoi added, holding Li Xiaoling's hand. Brother Han, Yi Jie, we merely wish to travel the world, to behold diverse landscapes and comprehend the principles of martial arts, hoping to advance to the realm of Wuzuan. Upon our return from the coast, we shall surely visit you both again. Shenping responded with a smile, pleasantly surprised by their farewell. Then it is settled. You and Xiaoling must visit me. Han Baoi replied cheerfully. Certainly, Shenping assured her. My dear brother, allow me to offer you a word of caution. While your cultivation grants you freedom on land, you must exercise caution by the sea, Han Baolong advised Shenping earnestly. Oh, what makes the seaside so different? Shenping queried, intrigued. Have you noticed something? It is rare to encounter Wuzuan or Wuwang realm experts, Han Baolong asked seriously. Indeed, I had never seen a Wuzuan expert until my arrival in Nanyu City. Shenping admitted. My brother, what I am about to share is somewhat confidential. I do not divulge such information lightly. I merely fear that your youth and strength may lead you in a peril, Han Baolong stated solemnly. You see, Wuhuang experts can live for a millennium, Wuzuan experts for 2 millennia, and Wuxing experts for 5 millennia. Over such vast spans of time, how many powerful beings must exist? Moreover, once their lifespans are exhausted, they can still condense inheritance crystals for their descendants. Do you think the number of powerful beings you know aligns with this? Chapter 32. Secrets could it be that they have all gone to Zhongzhou? Shenping asked uncertainly. Haha, my dear brother, even you have fallen for this grand illusion. Hon Bolong laughed heartily at Shenping. Have I been deceived? What deception? Shenping pondered, increasingly perplexed. Zhongzhou is a monumental lie, much like the rumors suggest. It sits at the heart of our 20-some nations, separated by vast deserts that even Wuxing may struggle to traverse. While this is true, the notion of Zhongzhou as a flourishing realm is false. It is, in fact, a prison with a harsh environment and insufficient spiritual energy. Han Baolong continued after sipping his tea. Do you know what happens to wealth and power after a regime change? Is it all directed towards Zhongzhou? Shenping guessed uncertainly. Precisely. Do you know why there are only these 26 countries in the world? Han Baolong posed another question. I truly do not know, Shenping replied, with Li Xiaoling also listening intently, unaware of these matters. Once upon a time, this continent was home to numerous nations engaged in incessant wars and vendettas. Ultimately, one nation discovered an ancient teleportation array, banishing their adversaries to Zhongzhou. Indeed, Zhongzhou is where these banished foes ended up, Han Baolong explained, observing Shenping's thoughtful expression. Eventually, 26 ancient teleportation arrays were discovered, leading to the formation of these 26 stable nations. I see, but what are the powerful beings on the continent? Shenping finally understood the truth about Zhongzhou, feeling a sense of embarrassment for his earlier desire to venture there, realizing it was merely a ruse. This leads us to another matter. The resources across the continent are finite, and all the spiritual crystal mines have been claimed. The remaining mines yield only inferior-grade crystals. While the mid-grade crystals have been completely depleted, the mid-grade crystals present on the continent are merely remnants from the past, insufficient for Wuzuan realm experts to continue their cultivation. The survival of the beasts lies in their ability to provide various materials, as humanity does not wish for their extinction. Yet as time passes, the resources for cultivation are growing scarcer. Thus, humans have turned their ambitions towards the vast sea, where the beasts are plentiful. Some powerful beings have ventured overseas, establishing 3 islands that possess superior-grade crystal mines. Over time, the strength of those on these islands has grown, forming 3 dominant factions. My warning to you is to avoid provoking these 3 forces, for on those islands, Wuzuan and Wuxing abound, and Wuhuang are treated poorly, Han Baolong sighed. So the Zhongzhou I wish to visit is not the Zhongzhou of today, but rather those overseas islands. Shenping felt relieved, realizing that if he could not venture into Zhongzhou, exploring overseas would still be an option. Well then, my dear brother, I shall leave you to your journey. Remember, do not speak of these secrets lightly. Han Baolong cautioned Shenping one last time. I understand, Brother Han. Thank you both for seeing us off today. Upon our return, I will surely visit your home for a joyous gathering, Shenping said, rising to express his gratitude with a respectful bow. No gathering lasts forever. Thus, Shenping and Li Xiaoling ultimately departed from Nanyu City, setting forth towards Haibencheng. This time, they chose to fly slowly, taking in the scenic views along the way, enjoying a leisurely journey. On this day, they arrived at a desert, and upon traversing it and crossing a mountain range, they would reach Haibencheng. Initially, Shenping had planned to sail through the desert via a spirit vessel, as the harsh conditions were not to their liking and offered little beauty. However, they heard from a nearby city that within this desert lay an oasis, home to a tree called Jianmu, which had survived for 10 millennia. The materials from Jianmu could serve as the main ingredient for Earth-tier elixirs and as materials for crafting Earth-tier weapons. Thus, Shenping and Li Xiaoling sought to discover the oasis to gather materials, contributing to their family. This notion was primarily Li Xiaoling's, as she had heard her grandfather recount tales of his own journey into the desert in search of the same oasis. He had spent several months in vain, which instilled in Li Xiaoling a desire to amend the regret her grandfather had felt. After 5 days of fruitless searching, Li Xiaoling's spirits began to wane. One evening, as they sat by the campfire enjoying roasted meat, a fierce clamor of battle echoed from a distance, suggesting a skirmish between 2 monstrous beasts. Shenping, intrigued, led Li Xiaoling closer to observe the fray. It turned out to be a confrontation between a 7th tier, level 4 Songtianing and a 7th tier, level 6 Shamoxia. These 2 creatures, natural adversaries, found themselves in conflict. The Songtianing typically preyed upon the Shamoxia. However, the Shamoxia had recently ascended to level 6, granting it the ability to soar, thus making it a formidable opponent for the Tsangtianing. The current Shamo monarch was not easily subdued and would no longer serve as prey for the Tsangtianing. Historically, their food chain relationship had often led to clashes, but neither could decisively overcome the other. Observing the Shamo monarch brought a flicker of amusement to Shun Ping. Recalling his previous encounter with a Shamo monarch in the Duandao Wuzhen secret realm, where he had nearly vanquished it at level 10 of the Martial King realm, only to be interrupted by the Tiger Monarch. Now, faced with another Shamo monarch, Shun Ping felt a surge of excitement and instinctively emitted a hint of his aura. Who dares to disturb this king? The two aerial combatants sensed an unfamiliar aura, perceiving a threat, and abruptly ceased their battle. Ah, discovered. Lier, do you think you can handle that Tsangtianing monarch? Shun Ping, unperturbed by the revelation, felt confident, having ascended to level 10 of the Martial King realm, making him more than capable of dealing with a 7th tier, level 6 Shamo monarch. Should be no problem. I also wish to test the limits of my power. Previously, I had only fought against 6th tier beasts. Now, I must validate my strength against a 7th tier one, Li Xiaoling replied, brandishing the iron sword gifted by Shun Ping. Very well. Allow me to set up a formation before we engage. Shun Ping quickly arranged a low-tier isolation formation. You two humans dare to disregard this monarch? You shall meet your demise. The Tsangtianing, feeling overlooked, abandoned the Shamo monarch and dove toward Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling with claws extended. Oof. Li Xiaoling snurta. Leaping into the air, wielding her iron sword, which unleashed the mid-tier earth-level martial skill, Fire Cloud Sword, a technique imparted by Shun Ping. Throughout their journey, Shun Ping had acquired some low-tier spirit crystals through his sign-in process, subsequently teaching Li Xiaoling 5 mid-tier earth-level martial skills, leaving him with only 360 low-tier spirit crystals. The Tsangtianing, at level 4 of the 7th tier, wielded skills equivalent to the low-tier earth-level mastery and was no match for Li Xiaoling. Although the Tsangtianing attempted to block the Fire Cloud Sword with its hardened claws, Li Xiaoling managed to push it higher into the sky and engage in combat. While its claws could withstand the sword, its feathers could not, and Li Xiaoling deftly plucked several from its body. Meanwhile, Shun Ping, assured of Li Xiaoling's safety, turned his attention to the watching Shamo monarch. Little Scorpion, today is your unlucky day. Last time, your kind managed to escape, but today you shall not evade your fate. Chapter 33. Old Jinmu, how laughable, a mere human. The Shamo monarch dismissed him, observing the struggle between the Tsangtianing and the young girl. Although the Tsangtianing was at a disadvantage, it was not overwhelmed. The human male appeared to possess powers akin to the girl's, so the Shamo monarch felt confident it would prevail. Prepare to taste my sword. Shun Ping charged at the Shamo monarch, unleashing the Fire Cloud Sword. The Shamo monarch, seeing the skill mirrored that of the girl, felt reassured. If the Tsangtianing could withstand it, surely it could too. After all, it was a 7th tier, level 6 entity, possessing weapons equivalent to mid-tier earth-level mastery. It launched its own skill to counter the Fire Cloud Sword, using its massive pincers to grasp the attack until its power was spent. Yet the remaining force of the Fire Cloud Sword struck against the Shamo monarch's carapace, scorching a segment of its armor black. Having fought numerous times against the Tsangtianing without injury, the Shamo monarch was incensed by the human's unexpected strike, which had inflicted a minor wound. It immediately retaliated against Shun Ping. Ah, I did not expect you to be so weak, Shun Ping mused, recalling his earlier battle with the Shamo monarch and reflecting on his significant power increase. Had he possessed this strength then, the Tiger Monarch would not have been able to take the Shamo monarch away. As the Shamo monarch lunged at him, Shun Ping deftly dodged using his martial skill and circled behind it, delivering a decisive blow to its head. Before it could react, a deep gash appeared, and its protective scales shattered effortlessly. In desperation, it thrust its stinger towards Shun Ping, trying to drive him back. Yet, Shun Ping merely turned, unleashing a firelight fist that deflected the stinger aside, followed by another strike to its head. The Shamo monarch, now panicked, cried out in despair. However, before it could utter another word, Shun Ping delivered a final cut, cleaving its head in two. Collecting its remains, he turned to observe Li Xiaoling's ongoing battle. The Tsangtianing, witnessing the Shamo monarch's demise, was gripped by fear. After fending off Li Xioling's strike, it attempted to flee, only for Shen Ping to block its path. Should you attempt to escape again, I shall slay you without hesitation. Return to the fight, he commanded, brandishing his blade at the Tsang Tianing. Tsang Tianing feels an intense dread, it thought. Perform well, and perhaps I shall spare your life, Shen Ping said softly. Despite his quiet tone, the Tsang Tianing perceived it as a divine decree, turning back to engage with Li Xioling once more. After 3 hours of combat, Li Xioling gradually mastered her newfound strength, shifting from a slight advantage to completely dominating the Tsang Tianing. Enough, Lier, let it be, Shen Ping called out, halting her from further strikes. He then addressed the exhausted Tsang Tianing. Very well, since you showed no intention of fleeing, I shall spare you. I am in need of a trusty steed. Understood. To survive, I shall cast aside my pride, the Tsang Tianing conceded. Thus, the trio returned to their camp. From now on, you shall be known as Xiaoing. Once I leave this desert, I shall grant you your freedom, Shen Ping declared to the Tsang Tianing. Upon hearing of the possibility of liberation, the Tsang Tianing was eager to assist Shen Ping and Li Xioling in their departure from the desert, yearning to return to its carefree existence as a monarch. Might I inquire, esteemed one, if your purpose in this desert is to seek the Jinmu? The Tsang Tianing cautiously asked Shen Ping. Li Xioling gazed at the Tsang Tianing Huang, bursting into laughter at its obsequious demeanor, astonished that even a majestic 7th-tier demon beast could display such sycophancy. Oh, you're familiar with the Jinmu? Pray, enlighten me, Shen Ping inquired, intrigued. Indeed, the Jinmu exists within a concealed realm, accessible only by fortuitous circumstances. In my youth, I ventured there once, and it resembled a paradise untouched by the world. I consumed a fruit there, which allowed me to attain my current level of prowess. I wished to remain, yet I was expelled, the Tsang Tianing Huang reminisced. Expelled? By whom? Shen Ping asked, his curiosity piqued, as Li Xioling looked on with keen interest. I know not who intervened, but I sensed it was the Jinmu itself. It occupies the heart of that secret realm, its branches and leaves obscuring the sun. In the surrounding areas, numerous treasures flourish, yet no other life can be found. Thus, I believe the Jinmu has attained sentience and possesses formidable power, the Tsang Tianing Huang continued. Do you think you could locate that secret realm again? Shen Ping and Li Xioling were increasingly fascinated by the notion of a sentient plant. I could, but it would depend on luck. However, I can no longer enter. As it seems that realm has denied me entry, the Tsang Tianing Huang replied, a hint of perplexity in its voice. Finding it would suffice. If you do, I shall grant you your freedom. What say you? Shen Ping smiled at the Tsang Tianing Huang. Truly? I shall certainly lead you to that realm. The Tsang Tianing Huang exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of liberation. Thus, over the ensuing 2 months, the Tsang Tianing Huang guided Shen Ping and Li Xioling through the desert in search of the secret realm. Their perseverance bore fruit, and by dusk on this day, the Tsang Tianing Huang finally discovered the portal to that hidden place. After witnessing Shen Ping and Li Xioling enter, the Tsang Tianing Huang swiftly departed, soaring toward the unknown. When Shen Ping and Li Xioling's surroundings regained their luminosity, they found themselves within the secret realm, enveloped by an aura of spiritual energy far denser than that of the outside world. Various medicinal herbs thrived around them, including the legendary 10th-tier herbs used in crafting celestial-grade elixirs. In the distance, they beheld the towering Jinmu, its branches dominating 1/3 of the realm, reaching heights exceeding 1,000 meters. In contrast, the tallest trees outside barely reached 100 meters, making the Jinmu's stature truly astonishing. As they collected numerous herbs, they gradually approached the trunk of the Jinmu. Suddenly, a pair of eyes manifested upon its bark, followed by a nose and mouth. Shen Ping and Li Xioling, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, were taken aback. The Jinmu had indeed attained a form of consciousness. Young friends, gather your herbs, but do not entertain any other intentions. The Jinmu spoke. You can speak? Li Xioling gazed up at the wooden visage, astonished. Ha ha, I, the ancient tree, have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Is it so strange for me to speak? Today your entrance here was by my design, the old Jinmu replied, its tone warm. You allowed us in? You can control this realm? Shen Ping scrutinized the Jinmu intently. Indeed, this secret realm was constructed for my sake, so I can naturally exert control over it. The old Jinmu, stated matter-of-factly. Constructed for you? By whom? What purpose could your entrance serve? Shenping's demeanor grew cautious as he grasped Li Xioling's hand. Prepare to activate the system's life-saving technique at a moment's notice. Dear young friend, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill will towards you. As for who built this realm, you may have heard of him or perhaps not, considering it has been over 100,000 years. His name is Qinyu. Known as the Wuxing Wudi, the old Jinmu said, nostalgia evident in its expression. Wuxing Wudi? Shenping pondered, perplexed. I know. Li Xiuling interjecta accitably. Indeed, my family possesses a tome detailing the ancient era, which I often perused as a storybook. It is said that the Wuxing Wudi was the last of the Wudi in this world. Due to the depletion of cultivation resources, the emergence of a Wudi became impossible. Yet he defied the odds, achieving the Wudi realm against all odds. To quell the chaos wrought by forbidden zones, he waged war against the 10 great forbidden areas, ultimately perishing alongside those within. He was once the sovereign of heaven and earth for 10,000 years, yet lived only 3,000 years afterward, Li Xiuling recalled. Sifting through her memories of the Wuxing Wudi, is it truly impossible for this world to have another Wudi? Shenping mused, subsequently consulting the system. Ding. Host is extraordinary. As long as wealth is amassed, ascension to Wudi is inevitable. There is no need for concern, the system assured him. Lier, do you know anything else? Shenping inquired of Li Xiuling. Pingu, the text only records this much, she replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. No matter. We have the esteemed Jinmu here, Shenping said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Younger one speaks wisely. The Wuxing Wudi was indeed the last Wudi, and he did engage in battle against the 10 forbidden zones. However, he did not perish. Rather, he triumphed and returned. I was the one he brought forth from the secret realm and subsequently planted here to establish this realm, the old Jinmu elaborated, continuing from Li Xiuling's words. Why did he plant you here? Where'd he go? Shenping pressed further. He chose this location because in ancient times, it was rich in spiritual energy. Though it has gradually been absorbed by me into a desert, the old Jinmu confessed, a tinge of embarrassment in its voice. So you drained this once vibrant area into a desert? You are indeed remarkable, Shenping complimented, disregarding the Jinmu's discomfort. As for the Wuxing Wudi, he remained here until his lifespan was nearly exhausted, at which point he departed. I recall him stating he was in search of a path for humanity, saying, when darkness descends, none shall escape. I must find a way for mankind. After that, he never returned, the old Jinmu expressed, a melancholic air enveloping its words. As for why I chose to allow you entry into this secret realm, it is because I see in you the hope of transformation. I feel that your existence may hold the key to my eventual metamorphosis. The old Jinmu gazed earnestly at Shenping. Metamorphosis? You can transform? Shenping was further astonished. Of course, once I break through to the Wudi realm, I shall take on a corporeal form. The old Jinmu rolled its eyes, as if casting an exasperated glance at Shenping. You mean to say that my presence could be the catalyst for your breakthrough to Wudi? Shenping stroked his chin, contemplating that perhaps the system possessed a means to facilitate this transformation. Indeed, I have reached the pinnacle of martial saint, level 10, with my vital energy at its zenith. I merely require the final step of enlightenment. Yet I have stagnated for 50,000 years. Just yesterday, I sensed my opportunity approaching, and upon discovering you nearby, I guided you here to forge a benevolent connection. Since your arrival, I have felt an unmistakable potential for my own advancement tied to you. The old Jinmu declared with excitement. Having comprehended everything, Shenping smiled at Lao Jinmu and said, in that case, may I ask you for a branch? Is this not a means to foster good relations? Naturally, it requires some cost. Very well, take this. Lao Jinmu, disregarding his earlier reluctance, directly snapped off a branch over 10 meters long and handed it to Shenping. It appeared quite substantial, yet for Lao Jinmu, it was merely akin to a minor scrape on a human being. Observing the earnestness of Lao Jinmu before him, Shenping accepted the branch and remarked, then, when I attain the martial emperor realm, I shall return here to assist you in taking form. Haha, no problem, no problem. Ecstatic at Shenping's promise, Lao Jinmu continued. You may freely harvest these medicinal herbs, but remember not to pick the unripe ones. Leave the seeds. Shenping, and Li Xiaoling embarked on their harvesting journey, gathering all that was ripe, particularly those of the 9th and 10th rank, which were, for Shun Ping, treasures of high-grade spiritual crystals. Thus, the two spent an entire day in that secret realm, only to be escorted out by Lao Jiamu. Once outside the secret realm, the duo lost interest in the desert, swiftly producing their spiritual vessel to exit the sandy expanse. On their way, they encountered a 7th-tier demonic beast, which Li Xiaoling effortlessly dispatched. Her combat prowess having surged significantly of late, she was no longer the burden she once was, merely possessing a higher realm. As for the dangers they faced, they certainly encountered them. Just before exiting the desert, they found themselves confronted by an 8th-tier demonic beast. At the cost of his own injury, Shen Ping engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange of wounds, ultimately driving the beast away. Naturally, Shun Ping's injuries were soon healed. He exchanged 169 lower-grade spiritual crystals for a healing pill of upper-tier earth grade, which remedied the injuries inflicted by the beast's rules. 4 8th-tier beasts are capable of wielding loss. After vanquishing the 8th-tier beast and exiting the desert, the two sought a safe location to establish their camp. Ping Yi, are you truly unhurt? Li Xiaoling inquired with concern, gazing at Shen Ping. It's nothing. You saw that I consumed the pill, didn't you? I'm healed. Shen Ping replied with a smile. That was, after all, an 8th-tier beast. Its attacks carried the weight of law. Li Xiling exclaimed, Herr Nori evident. You are well aware of the miraculous nature of that pill. The injury from the law has long since healed. Although Shen Ping maintained a calm exterior, he felt an undercurrent of anger within him. This was the second time he had been injured since beginning his cultivation, the first being under circumstances he was unaware of, and this second being a direct experience. After calming Li Xiaoling, Shen Ping commanded the system in his mind, Tongzi Gu, please retrieve all the medicinal herbs. Initially, he intended to bring these herbs back to his family as a foundation, but now he desired only vengeance. Beep, congratulations, host, recovery successful. Wealth, 23 upper-grade spiritual crystals, 635 middle-grade spiritual crystals, 1754 lower-grade spiritual crystals. Alas, after a day of harvesting herbs, aside from the few remaining on Ling Air, I've only amassed this little wealth. Nonetheless, it suffices for my breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. Shun Ping sighed before issuing another command to the system. Tongzi Gu, upgrade the all-encompassing technique. Beep, congratulations, host. All-encompassing technique upgraded to upper-tier earth grade, consuming 7 upper-grade spiritual crystals. Remaining wealth, 44 middle-grade spiritual crystals, 1754 lower-grade spiritual crystals. Exchange for a seed of the fire law and a breakthrough to martial sovereign level 10. Beep, congratulations, host. Breakthrough to martial sovereign level 1, consuming 1 upper-grade spiritual crystal, 2 middle-grade spiritual crystals. Further upgrades failed. Tongzi Gu, why did the upgrade fail? Shen Ping inquired, perplexed. Beep. The martial sovereign realm requires a complete understanding of a law to advance 1 level. Currently, the host has not fully comprehended a single law. Are you saying that to break through to martial sovereign level 10, I must comprehend 10 complete laws? What is required for a breakthrough to martial king? I recall that comprehension of a law suffices for advancement to martial sovereign level 10, and understanding a complete law allows one to ascend to martial saint, correct? Shen Ping questioned, somewhat confused. Beep, the host is inherently different from others. You pursue an invincible path, which necessitates unique requirements. To break through to martial sovereign level 10, you must comprehend 10 complete laws and at least 100 complete laws to ascend to the martial saint realm. This is exorbitantly costly. 1 upper-grade spiritual crystal can be exchanged for a lost seed, yet to perfectly comprehend a single law, it requires 10 upper-grade spiritual crystals. Advancing to martial sovereign level 10 demands 101 upper-grade spiritual crystals, while breaking through to martial saint requires 1,010 upper-grade spiritual crystals. This is truly a heavy burden. Given this, Tongzi Gu, help me comprehend the complete fire law, then break through to martial sovereign level 2. Beep, congratulations, host. Breakthrough to martial sovereign level 2, fully comprehending the fire law, consuming 10 upper-grade spiritual crystals, 1 middle-grade spiritual crystal. Remaining wealth, 107 lower-grade spiritual crystals. Next, Exchange for a seed of the fire law and 20 billion experience pills. Beep, congratulations, host, exchange successful. Chapter 35. Revenge of the Earth Element Beast Sovereign. Tong Si Yi. Open the personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial Sovereign Level 2, 2 middle grade spiritual crystals needed for breakthrough. Wealth, 64 lower grade spiritual crystals. Law, Fire Law. Technique, all-encompassing technique, upper tier Earth grade, all attributes. Skill, all-encompassing martial technique, middle tier Earth grade perfected. Weapon, iron knife, upper tier Earth grade. Space, 100 cubic meters. Items, few. Little Earth element beast, how dare you injure me? Tomorrow, I shall seek you out. I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer you with the complete fire law. With thoughts of revenge swirling in his mind, Shun Ping slowly drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Li Xiaoling, Shun Ping handed her the fire law seed and experience pills he had exchanged the day before. Xiaoling, consume these, and you will break through to Martial Sovereign Level 1. Shun Ping said with a cheerful smile. What? Pingge, you have actually advanced to Martial Sovereign Level 2. At that moment, Li Xiaoling realized Shun Ping's progress. All right, I shall break through now. Having become accustomed to Shun Ping's frequent gifts of breakthrough items, she was no longer surprised, for he had astonished her many times before. Soon, Li Xiaoling successfully broke through to Martial Sovereign Level 1. Pingge, I have broken through. Are you planning to seek revenge on the Earth Element Beast Sovereign? The newly ascended Li Xiaoling quickly grasped Shun Ping's intent. Yes, this time, it is a fight to the death. It dared to injure me, Shun Ping replied, still seething with anger. All right, we shall take it down together, Li Xiaoling exclaimed with excitement, eager to fight alongside Shun Ping once more. They swiftly controlled their spiritual vessel towards the direction in which the Earth Element Beast had fled the previous day. Though referred to as the Earth Element Beast, it was essentially a large lizard of Earth attributes, covered in tough, earthy yellow skin. The previous day, Shun Ping had only managed to inflict shallow wounds upon it, which had frightened the otherwise unscathed creature into fleeing. The duo searched for 2 days before finally locating the Earth Element Beast Sovereign in an oasis, where it was engaged in an unspeakable act with another of its kind. Shun Ping seized the opportunity, unleashing a fiery cloud sword towards it. Although this sword was unleashed by Shun Ping using an iron blade, its potency remained unchanged as it struck the unprepared Tuxing Beast Sovereign, creating a massive wound on its back and interrupting its indescribable actions. You human brat, you seek death. I spared you a couple of days ago, yet you dare to disturb my affairs today. The Tuxing Beast Sovereign seethed with rage, soaring into the sky as a spike of earth hurtled towards Shun Ping. Lingia, secure the surroundings. Today, I shall bring its demise. The duo had devised a plan beforehand. Shun Ping would distract the Tuxing Beast Sovereign while Li Xiaoling activated the concealment formation provided by Shun Ping. Upon hearing Shun Ping's command, Li Xiaoling promptly unleashed the formation and maneuvered behind the Tuxing Beast Sovereign, unleashing a tempestuous gust against it. Meanwhile, Shun Ping countered the Earth Spike with a Fire Cloud Sword, launching himself towards the Tuxing Beast Sovereign to engage in battle, taunting with every strike. You inflict wounds upon me. You insist on attacking me. You cause me pain. Below, the Tuxing Beast Emperor was astonished, never imagining that the Tuxing Beast Sovereign would be pursued and assaulted by a human, especially one of inferior rank. In less than 10 minutes, Shun Ping and his companion had inflicted numerous wounds upon the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. At this juncture, the Tuxing Beast Sovereign, feeling cornered, let out a deafening roar. What? Can you make a louder sound? I cannot compete with you in that regard. Shun Ping, having vented his frustrations, had now calmed his demeanor. Hiva, Ping Yi. It is not competing with you in sound. It is summoning the other beasts. Any beast that hears its call, except those of equal rank, will converge here. Li Xiaoling explained with a smile. Ah, summoning its minions? You hold it off. Do not let it escape while I deal with the other beasts. Upon hearing this, Shun Ping realized he was being presented with a bounty, one that would be inexhaustible. With that, he charged towards the Tuxing Beast Emperor, striking on the back with a Fire Cloud Sword before it could react. I have done nothing to provoke you. Why do you attack me? The Tuxing Beast Emperor lamented, feeling aggrieved as it had merely been spectating. Bah, your husband has harmed me. It cannot escape its fate today. You shall accompany it below. Shun Ping disregarded the Tuxing Beast Emperor's protests and continued his assault. Taken by surprise, the Tuxing Beast Emperor sustained severe injuries after only a few exchanges with Shen Ping and was swiftly dispatched. Shen Ping then turned his gaze to the battle between Li Xiuling and the Tuxing Beast Sovereign, noting that Li Xiuling was at a disadvantage, having sustained some injuries. Yet she was managing to hold the Tuxing Beast Sovereign at bay. After some contemplation, Shen Ping decided to directly engage the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. If Li Xiuling were to incur significant injuries, she would require a high-grade healing pill. Even if he could vanquish the beasts, it would not be worth the cost. Hence, he devised a clever plan. He would subdue the Tuxing Beast Sovereign, compelling it to continue calling for its minions, allowing him to harvest experience without harm. With this thought, Shen Ping accelerated his offensive, channeling attacks infused with the complete essence of fire, relentlessly assaulting the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. With Li Xiuling's assistance, he succeeded in bringing the Tuxing Beast Sovereign to the ground before the first wave of beasts arrived, instructing Li Xiuling to keep watch over it. Lingia, how are your injuries? Shen Ping inquired of Li Xiuling, who stood nearby. I am fine. The Tuxing Beast Sovereign's mastery of earth principles exceeds mine, which caused me some minor injuries. I will recover with a moment's rest, Li Xiuling replied with a smile. Observing her, Shen Ping noted that her injuries stemmed merely from the few exchanges with the Tuxing Beast Sovereign and that she would soon purge the residual effects of the principles from her body using the fire principles within her. He chose not to dwell on her condition any further and instead directed his attention to the beasts summoned by the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. Those beasts, unaware, had unknowingly surrendered their lives upon stepping into the concealment formation. They had merely come to pay homage to the sovereign, but found themselves offering their lives instead. Now, having attained the second level of martial sovereign, Shen Ping found these beasts no match for him. He was heard muttering, "This one, recover that one. Splendid. This one, recover that one." Thus, Shen Ping continued his slaughter from day into night and then back into day again. As he eliminated the beasts, he threatened the Tuxing Beast Sovereign to persist in summoning more. After 3 days, with the arrival of beasts dwindling, Shen Ping finally dealt with the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. Although Li Xiuling did not fully comprehend Shen Ping's actions, she wholeheartedly supported him, recognizing that his rage needed an outlet through slaughter while simultaneously allowing him to gather materials from the beasts. Despite the individual spiritual crystals gained from the slain beasts being less than 1, the sheer quantity compensated for it. Over the past 2 days, Shen Ping had dispatched no fewer than 1 million beasts, resulting in his wealth soaring from 64 low-grade spiritual crystals to 35 mid-grade and 4,628 low-grade spiritual crystals, with the high-grade crystals being rewards for defeating the Tuxing Beast Sovereign. The wealth was sufficient for Shen Ping to upgrade his universal martial skill to a high-grade level, which he promptly did. Upgrade universal martial skill. Ding, congratulations, host. Universal martial skill upgraded to high grade. Consume 22 high-grade spiritual crystals, 3,718 low-grade spiritual crystals. Remaining wealth, 957 low-grade spiritual crystals. His strength had indeed increased further, a delightful outcome. After 3 days of hunting beasts, Shen Ping felt a touch of fatigue. Thus, he and Li Xiuling took a spirit ship to Haiban City, settling in at the Jiuzhong building there. Yes, the very same Jiuzhong building. It was unexpected to find a branch of it in Haiban City. That evening, Shen Ping brought forth a portion of the Tuxing Beast's carcass, requesting the chef of Jiuzhong building to prepare an extravagant feast. As they indulged in the delicacies and savored fine liquor, their spirits lifted. After satisfying their appetites, the two returned to their room and engaged in casual conversation. Linger, does the capital of Korea and Haiban City both boast a Jiuzhong building? Do we visit the first city? Shen Ping suddenly recalled the Jiuzhong building they had checked into today. I remember seeing something like that while wandering in the first city, but I can't recall clearly, Li Xiuling responded, straining to remember. No matter. If you cannot recall, then forget it. I just suddenly thought of it and asked, do you know the background of this Jiuzhong building? Shen Ping continued to inquire. I truly do not know much, as Korea is rather distant from our Zhao kingdom. Separated by the Xianyang mountain range, Li Xiuling replied, her brow furrowed. Well, it's no issue. I'm simply curious about this Jiuzhong building. I will inquire further tomorrow. Shen Ping said, affectionately ruffling Li Xiuling's hair. It's already quite late. Let us rest. Tomorrow, we shall visit the seaside. The next day, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling descended to enjoy breakfast and began to gather information about the Jiuzhong building from the innkeeper. It was revealed that Jiuzhong Lu had branches in all 9 cities of Hongua, and even the royal cities of the other 25 nations. Its renown stemmed from its frequent acquisition of the blood and flesh of 7th-tier demon beasts. Observing the widespread influence of Jiuzhong Lu and the wealth it amassed, some individuals began to covet its resources. However, overnight, the families of those who harbored such intentions were completely wiped out. This incident drew the attention of the Han royal family, which dispatched a powerful martial expert to investigate, yet that expert mysteriously vanished. Ultimately, this led the venerable ancestor of the Han royal family to take action, but the matter remained unresolved. These were the tidings that Shun Ping gathered from the innkeeper regarding Jiuzhong Lu. The headquarters of Jiuzhong Lu was located in the royal city of Nanyu, with other branches overseen by martial experts. By calculation, this faction boasted no fewer than 36 martial experts. With such a formidable presence, it was inevitable that they would have a martial saint among them, which elucidated why the intervention of the royal ancestor did not yield any results. While Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling were having breakfast, the innkeeper had already reported their inquiries about Jiuzhong Lu to the manager of the Jiuzhong Lu in Haibincheng. The innkeeper informed Shun Ping that all the information he received was intentionally provided by Jiuzhong Lu, implying that anything they wished to conceal would not be disclosed. Upon learning of Shun Ping's investigation, Su Yang, the manager, ordered an inquiry into Shun Ping's background. Upon discovering that the inquisitor was Shun Ping, he began to contemplate a potential alliance. Previously, he had heard of Shun Ping's prowess in the Duan Dao martial realm, where he had outshone his peers and ascended to the 10th level of the martial emperor realm, leaving the elders of various clans breathless with astonishment. Originally intending to create trouble, they fled in fright. Shun Ping's prior conflicts with the 3 major clans in the first city had naturally not escaped the watchful eyes of Jiuzhong Lu. Moreover, during his time in Nanyu City, Shun Ping had sold instant recovery elixirs and established a good rapport with the current crown prince of Hongua. Likely due to the efficacy of his elixirs, this gave rise to a valid reason for his inquiries. Su Yang promptly commanded the innkeeper to invite Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling to the back courtyard of Jiuzhong Lu after their breakfast. Thus, while Shun Ping was dining, he noticed the innkeeper surreptitiously observing him and Li Xiaoling, leaving him curious about the innkeeper's intentions. After they finished their meal and prepared to return to their room for a brief rest, the innkeeper approached quickly and said, "Young Master Shun, my manager requests your presence. May I ask if you have the time?" Upon hearing this, Shun Ping immediately understood the situation. His inquiries had been reported to the manager, who was now extending an invitation, though he was uncertain what it entailed. Shun Ping exchanged glances with Li Xiaoling and said, "Very well, lead the way." He then turned to Li Xiaoling and added, "Linga, you should return to your room to rest. I will be back shortly." They had already communicated their intentions through their eyes. So Li Xiaoling promptly returned to her room, while Shun Ping followed the innkeeper to the residence in the back courtyard of Jiuzhong Lu. In the main hall, he encountered Su Yang, the manager of Jiuzhong Lu in Haibincheng. "Brother Shun Ping, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please take a seat." Su Yang expressed warmly upon seeing Shun Ping's martial prowess had risen to the level of a martial expert, which visibly heightened his enthusiasm. After inviting Shun Ping to sit, he turned to the innkeeper and instructed, "Quickly, bring tea for our esteemed guest." "I apologize for any disturbance," he added. Shun Ping took a seat in a nearby chair. Observing that Su Yang appeared to be around 30 years old and had also reached the martial expert realm, it was noteworthy that even with the refinement of martial heritage, it typically took about 15 years to achieve such a level. Shun Ping speculated that Su Yang might have received a family heirloom crystal early in his cultivation. "Brother Shun Ping, your stay at our Jiuzhong Lu is a great honor for us. Nowadays, who is not aware of your exploits? In the Duan Dao martial realm, you stood head and shoulders above the rest, and upon emerging, you ascended directly to the 10th level of the martial emperor realm, leaving the older generation speechless." Su Yang continued, "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yang, the manager of Jiuzhong Lu in Haibincheng." Su Yang first recounted Shun Ping's achievements before introducing himself. "Ah, it is Manager Su. I wonder what brings you to seek my company today?" Shun Ping inquired directly. "Not one to beat around the bush," Su Yang replied. "Brother Shun Ping, as you are aware, we operate taverns across the continent. which grants us access to a wealth of information. Thus, I wish to propose a trade with you. Oh, what kind of trade do you have in mind? Shun Ping expressed intrigue. Our Jiuchong Liu has garnered insights into intelligence gathering, and in the future, should you require any information, you may come to us. Su Yang said with a smile directed at Shun Ping. Oh, what is it that manager Su wishes to acquire from me? Shun Ping had an inkling of Su Yang's intentions. Haha, I suspect Brother Shun Ping has already guessed. We simply wish to obtain the purchasing rights for your elixirs. Su Yang, having discerned Shun Ping's expression, candidly articulated his request. The matter of elixirs is quite manageable, Shun Ping mused, contemplating where to procure Ningjin to enhance his strength. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him at this moment. May I inquire what type of elixirs manager Su wishes to purchase, and in what quantities? Although Shun Ping felt elated internally, his demeanor remained composed. I noticed that the elixirs you auctioned at the auction house were of the low-grade earth tier. Might I ask if you possess any mid-grade earth tier elixirs? Su Yang began his inquiry. That'll depend on what price manager Su is willing to offer. Should the price be right, I could certainly provide high-grade earth tier elixirs as well, Shun Ping replied, maintaining an air of mystery. Oh, manager Su's heart leapt with joy, for he initially believed Shun Ping could only offer mid-grade earth tier elixirs. To discover that high-grade earth tier elixirs were also available suggested that Shun Ping was akin to himself. After all, attaining the martial expert realm at 17 years of age indicated that he likely began cultivating at a much earlier age, and his heritage might very well include the legacy of alchemy, implying that he possessed at least the lineage of a high-grade earth-tier alchemist. The weight of this realization further impressed Su Yang. Brother Shun Ping, I recall that during the last auction, you sold 133 low-grade healing elixirs for 133 low-grade spirit crystals and 115 low-grade recovery elixirs for 115 low-grade spirit crystals. Meanwhile, the market price for similar low-grade earth-tier elixirs hovers around 50 low-grade spirit crystals each. For those that offer instant recovery, we are prepared to pay 3 times the market rate. How does that sound? Su Yang, after deliberation, presented an enticing offer. It seems Manager Su is quite sincere in his proposal. I find it difficult to refuse. Aside from the cultivation elixirs, I possess the rest. It merely depends on how many you require. Shun Ping responded, feeling elated by Su Yang's offer, realizing his path to achieving the martial expert 10th level was drawing near. Chapter 37. The transaction with Su Yang. No need to worry about the cultivation elixirs. My primary interest lies in healing and recovery elixirs, Su Yang stated. Casting a glance at Shun Ping. Brother Shun Ping, how about 20 low-grade healing elixirs, 20 low-grade recovery elixirs, 10 mid-grade healing elixirs, 10 mid-grade recovery elixirs, 5 high-grade healing elixirs, and 5 high-grade recovery elixirs? Would that pose a challenge? Manager Su, you truly are asking for king's ransom. Shun Ping chuckled, casting Su Yang a sidelong glance while swiftly calculating in his mind. He currently possessed 962 low-grade spirit crystals, having signed in daily for 5 low-grade spirit crystals since ascending to the martial expert realm. He decided to proceed with trading for 20 low-grade healing elixirs and 20 low-grade recovery elixirs for the time being, while postponing the remaining transactions until he acquired more spirit crystals. Master Su, I currently possess 20 Earth-grade low-tier healing pills and 20 Earth-grade low-tier recovery pills. Let us first engage in this transaction, and then conduct the remainder a month hence, shall we? After a moment's contemplation, Shun Ping decided that postponing the transaction for a month would be prudent, lest it raise too many eyebrows. Of course. It seems Brother Shun has mastered a method for swift alchemy, Su Yang remarked, casting a discerning glance at Shun Ping. Haha, which alchemist does not possess unique skills? Without some special means, how could one thrive in this profession? Shun Ping remained unfazed by Su Yang's realization of his rapid pill production capabilities. After all, Su Yang could never fathom that Shun Ping could produce pills in mere seconds, as long as he had sufficient spirit crystals. He could instantly exchange for all the pills he desired. Indeed, then let us proceed with this batch of pills. A total of 40, with each tripling in value amounts to 150 low-tier spirit crystals, making a grand total of 6,000 low-tier spirit crystals. Su Yang presented a storage ring. Shun Ping, without hesitation, spent 520 low-tier spirit crystals to acquire the pills, placing them directly on the table before him, and then accepted the storage ring. glancing at it briefly before putting it away. Haha, Brother Shun, it has been a delightful cooperation. Here is a VIP gold card from our Jiuchong Lu. With it, you can enjoy a 30% discount on all purchases at any of our locations and gather information by simply approaching the local Jiuchong Lu manager. After inspecting the pills, Su Yang handed Shun Ping the gold card. Thank you, Master Su. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave and prepare for alchemy. Shun Ping accepted the gold card and addressed Su Yang. Very well, Brother Shun. Should you encounter any issues regarding materials, do not hesitate to seek me out, Su Yang replied, not pressing him to stay. I have already prepared the necessary materials, so there is no need for your concern. Master, farewell. With that, Shun Ping departed. After Shun Ping left, Su Yang observed his retreating figure, then took out paper and pen to compose a letter detailing his suspicions regarding Shun Ping's alchemical skills and his plans for collaboration and trade. Once completed, he dispatched it through a subordinate, the destination remaining undisclosed. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Shun Ping was met with inquiries from Li Xiaoling. He explained the situation, and upon learning that Jiuchong Lu merely sought to purchase Shun Ping's pills, she felt reassured. Brother Zong, please exchange for the necessary pills. Congratulations, host. Your exchange was successful. A total of 10 high-tier spirit crystals and 200 mid-tier spirit crystals were consumed, leaving you with 2,152 low-tier spirit crystals. Not bad. The remaining wealth could allow for a level upgrade, but there was no rush. After this batch of pills was sold, he would undertake a grand enhancement, as his all-purpose martial techniques also required upgrading. After resting for a while, the two prepared to explore the seaside. Exiting through the west gate of Haibin City, they arrive at the shore in less than 10 miles. The ocean exudes a profound awe for those who behold it for the first time. As the azure expanse came into view, Shun Ping felt a sense of liberation wash over him. Gazing into the distance, the sea and sky melded into one, with waves crashing against the rocky shore, producing a thunderous roar. Standing upon a large stone, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling nestled against one another, gazing out to sea, oblivious to the droplets of water splashing from the waves that dampened their clothes. Brother Ping, the ocean is truly magnificent, Li Xiaoling remarked, leaning into Shun Ping's embrace, her face alight with joy as she gazed at the distant waters. It is indeed beautiful, but often the most splendid sights harbor the greatest dangers. Observe those seabirds in the distance. They are second-tier demon beasts. The fish and shrimp they snatch from the sea are at least first-tier demon beasts. While they pose little threat to us, we're the ordinary fishermen. Shun Ping paused before continuing. Consider that in our village, the highest cultivator was merely the village chief, and my grandfather only reached the 10th level of martial master. Few were true martial artists. Most were but warriors. Li Xiaoling tilted her head to regard Shun Ping, contemplating how unfriendly this world could be to ordinary folk. As the daughter of the city lord of Xiangyang, she had never wanted for sustenance or cultivation resources, while ordinary individuals risked their lives for food and resources. Rinner, I yearn for a simpler life, seeking a beautiful locale to build a modest home with you, raising children together, and laboring from dawn till dusk. Shun Ping mused as he gazed into the distance. Brother Ping, Li Xiaoling softly called, her eyes fixed on his profile. Perhaps one day, such a reality will come to pass. Shun Ping replied with a smile, looking down at her lovely face. Yes, Brother Ping, we are still young. That day will surely come, Li Xiaoling replied with a hint of longing. Just as Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling reveled in their dreams of the future, a distant cry pierced the air. Help! Someone save my child! Turning toward the sound, they observed a fishing boat returning from the sea, unloading its catch. This vessel appeared to belong to a nearby village, with women and children assisting in the labor. At that moment, a third-tier seabird demon beast swooped down, seizing a 6-year-old girl who was playing nearby, clutching her shoulders with its talons and ascending into the sky. The girl's mother, witnessing the scene, cried out in desperation. But the strongest cultivator in their village was merely a great martial master, incapable of flight. They could only prepare to shoot the demon beast with a bow. But in doing so, the girl would surely plummet into the sea, with little hope of survival for one so untrained. Such incidents were not uncommon near the coast. Recently, the nearby sea-bird demon beasts had been cleared by the military of Haibin City, which had allowed these women to bring their children to assist. Yet, unexpectedly, a girl had still been snatched away. Seeking help from a city at this point would be futile. By the time aid arrived, the girl would have already been devoured. The child's mother sat on the beach, weeping inconsolably. She had brought her daughter along merely to lighten her husband's burden, never anticipating the loss of her child's life. Shunping glanced at Li Xiaoling and said, "Rinner, I must help." Without waiting for her response, he soared into the sky, charging toward the demon beast. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed its claws and cradled the girl in his arms. At that moment, the demon beast's talons were still firmly embedded in her shoulder, leaving several wounds that caused her to cry out for her mother. After rescuing the girl, Shunping grasped the demon beast by its neck, silencing its cries, and with a gentle twist, he dispatched it. Returning to the shore, Shunping tended to the girl's wounds, crushing a low-tier yellow-grade healing pill and applying a portion to her injuries. Instantly, her wounds healed. The child, who had been crying moments before, now ceased her sobs in bewilderment as the pain vanished. Meanwhile, the mother, who had been weeping on the sand, upon receiving the news of her daughter's rescue, rushed to Shunping's side and embraced her child, crying, "Next time, I shall never bring you to the seaside again. You truly frightened your mother." After a considerable time, that mother finally ceased her sobs and, leading her daughter, knelt before Shunping, saying, "Wan, quickly express your gratitude to our benefactor." "Thank you, dear elder brother." With tears glistening in her eyes, Wan bowed in reverence to Shunping. It was merely a trifling matter. Shunping quickly interjected, supporting the two who were about to kneel. Chapter 38. Setting out to fish, I am grateful to this esteemed gentleman for saving my granddaughter. At that moment, an elderly gentleman and a youth hurriedly approached from a distance. The elder was the martial artist who had earlier prepared to shoot the seabird demon beast with a bow. "It is nothing at all, just a simple act." Shunping waved his hand dismissively. "Esteemed sir, to you, it may seem trivial, but for our family, it is of great significance. Might I have the honor of inviting you to our home, so that we may express our profound gratitude for your life-saving deed?" The elder respectfully bowed to Shunping and extended the invitation. "Indeed, esteemed sir, we possess little of value, but we can only invite you to share a meal with us," the youth added respectfully, aware that those capable of flight were at least of the martial king realm. Although Shunping appeared youthful, his cultivation must be quite profound. "Very well, I shall inquire with my companion. If she is interested, we shall accept your kind invitation." Shunping replied without any airs of superiority. "Excellent. I shall await your arrival, esteemed sir," the elder responded with respect. "There is no need to call me esteemed sir. My name is Shunping. You may address me directly," Shunping said, having assimilated into this world, yet not entirely adopting its hierarchical norms. The elder hesitated to refer to him as esteemed sir again, but upon receiving a glance from Shunping, he quickly altered his address, expressing joy. "Then I shall call you Brother Shunping. That is more appropriate. Please wait a moment while I consult my companion." Shunping smiled at the elder. "No need. I have already arrived." "Since that is the case, let us proceed." Li Xiaoling had approached nearby during Shunping's conversation with the elder and naturally agreed. "Then, Brother Shunping, and this young lady shall accompany us. Our village is not far from here, merely 2 li away." The elder, upon hearing Li Xiaoling's response, happily led the way, while the youth picked up his daughter and assisted his wife in following. Before long, Shunping and Li Xiaoling arrived at their village, which was small, comprising only over 30 households, primarily relying on fishing for sustenance. To host Shunping and Li Xiaoling, the elder not only roasted the seabird that Shunping had slain, but also prepared the finest and most delicious fish from their recent catch. Shunping and Li Xiaoling were invited to sit at the table, where the company consisted of the elder and his 2 sons, one of whom was the father of the girl Shunping had saved. The table was already laden with a variety of delicacies, all prepared from fresh seafood, including over 10 pounds of lobster, crabs, and fish weighing more than 20 pounds, along with abalones weighing over 2 pounds, all of which were first-tier low-level demon beasts. Throughout the meal, the elder and his 2 sons repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Shunping for saving the girl. After conferring with Li Xiaoling, Shunping addressed the elder. "Please do not keep thanking us. How about this? Tomorrow, you take us out to sea? We would like to experience the joy of fishing." During the meal, they exchanged names. The elder was named Sun Haohai, his eldest son was Sun Dashan, and his younger son was Sun Dalan. "If Brother Shun has such an interest, I would be delighted to oblige. Sun Haohai replied with a hint of respect. What time do you usually set out to sea? Li Xiuling, also intrigued by the prospect of going out to sea, quickly inquired upon hearing their agreement. Miss Li, we generally depart at 4 in the morning and return by around 10. Sun Haohai responded respectfully. Very well. We shall meet at the seaside tomorrow morning at 4. Shen Ping smiled at Li Xiuling. After enjoying a hearty meal, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling bid farewell to the Sun family and returned to Haiban City. Today, we have encountered a noble person. Brother Shun and Miss Li are certainly of the martial king realm, yet they exhibit no airs of superiority. Sun Haohai remarked to his two sons. Indeed, father, they even went so far as to save Wan, Sun Dashan remarked. Astonished at how approachable these two martial kings were, he noted that the dignitaries from Haiban City always carried themselves with an air of superiority, and he was not accustomed to encountering someone like Shen Ping. We must ensure to host Brother Shun well tomorrow, allowing them to truly experience the joy of fishing. Sun Haohai declared. Yes, father, Sun Dashan and Sun Dalan replied in unison. Before 4 o'clock the next morning, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling arrived at the seaside, where they found Sun Haohai and his two sons waiting. After exchanging pleasantries, they were invited aboard their fishing boat. Brother Shun, do not be misled by the dilapidated appearance of our boat. It has been passed down for over 1,000 years, and the hull is reinforced with the skin of a second-tier, level 10 iron skin pig, capable of withstanding the attacks of demon beasts below the 3rd tier. Sun Haohai cheerfully introduced their fishing vessel, which was powered by beast cores. Today, our destination is a sea area 10 nautical miles away, which is rich in many high-level 1st-tier seafood, and occasionally some low-level 2nd-tier seafood can also be found. Does that arrangement suit you? Yes, that works. Please carry on as usual. We are merely here to join the excitement, Shen Ping replied, smiling at Sun Haohai. Li Er and I have lived inland all our lives. This is our first encounter with the sea, so we wish to seize this opportunity to accompany you. Very well. We shall set sail now. Sun Haohai instructed the others upon seeing that Shen Ping and Li Xiuling had no objections. With Sun Haohai's command, everyone sprang into action, and the 20-meter-long fishing boat slowly made its way into the sea. Soon, they reached their target area, where Shen Ping and Li Xiuling observed as the crew began to cast their nets, finding the experience quite novel. The fishing nets were specially crafted to safely catch 1st-tier seafood, and even 2nd-tier seafood could be caught with a certain probability. After casting the nets, they would sprinkle some specially made bait nearby to attract the seafood to them. Sun Haohai explained the fishing process to Shen Ping and Li Xiuling. I never expected fishing could be done this way. I thought we would need to dive into the sea to catch them. Li Xiuling remarked after observing for some time and hearing Sun Haohai's explanation. Miss Li's method was indeed how we initially fished, but later a wise ancestor invented these nets, significantly increasing our harvest. Sun Haohai elaborated. The wisdom of the ancients is beyond our imagination, Shen Ping remarked with a sense of awe. Haha. After we finish casting the nets, we can try our hand at fishing, Sun Haohai said, pulling out a fishing rod that had been specially crafted to withstand the pull of 2nd-tier demon beasts. Indeed, this fishing rod is quite impressive. It is comparable to a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon. Shen Ping assessed the rod as he received it, discerning its materials and craftsmanship. An hour later, Sun Haohai approached Shen Ping and Li Xiuling. Brother Shun, this is a suitable spot for fishing. You may give it a try. Under the assistance of Sun Haohai, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling successfully began their deep-sea fishing expedition. Wow, Pinga, look at the lobster I've caught. Li Xiuling exclaimed. Uro, Ping Ye. I caught another sea fish. The continuous shouts of Li Xiuling echoed in Shen Ping's ears, while his fishing rod remained still and unyielding. After 2 hours had passed, Shen Ping could no longer endure it. While Li Xiuling continued to reel in her catches, he found himself without any change in fortune. Linger, you keep fishing, and I shall explore the depths of the sea to see what lies beneath, Shen Ping declared, plunging into the water before Li Xiuling could respond. Chapter 39. The underwater vortex. For a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm, swimming and breathing underwater were trivial matters. Shen Ping had already mastered the art of fasting, yet he chose to maintain his 3 meals a day routine. As he submerged into the ocean, Shen Ping opened his eyes to behold schools of aquatic creatures swimming nearby. To his surprise, they did not attack him. He dove deeper, reaching the seabed at a depth of 100 meters. Contrary to his expectations of a dark abyss, he discovered a vibrant underwater landscape adorned with corals and various algae, some of which emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the seabed. While Shun Ping marveled at the underwater scenery, a figure emerged behind him. It was Li Xiaoling, who had followed him after witnessing his leap into the sea. "Why did you come down too?" Shun Ping asked. Though submerged, the water posed no hindrance to his speech. "I saw you jump in and wanted to see it with you," Li Xiaoling replied cheerfully, wrapping her arm around Shun Ping's as they admired the underwater beauty together. After some time spent exploring, they began to capture large crabs and lobsters, knowing that their storage rings could not accommodate living creatures. Thus, they had to eliminate them before storing them. They played at the seabed for what felt like an eternity, unaware of the distance they had traveled. When they decided to return, they suddenly noticed a vortex appearing in the distance. "Brother, what is that?" Li Xiaoling pointed at the vortex, addressing Shun Ping. "It looks like a secret realm. Let us investigate," he replied. With their confidence bolstered by their martial, sovereign prowess, they boldly approached the vortex. In an instant, they were enveloped in darkness and emerged in a spatial realm measuring merely 100 meters in diameter. The sky a dismal gray. Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling exchanged glances. "Linger, this must also be a legacy secret realm, albeit rather small," he remarked. "Indeed, it feels hastily constructed, perhaps a last-ditch effort by a powerful being before their demise," Li Xiaoling speculated. "Let's explore further," Shun Ping said, taking Li Xiaoling's hand and leading them to the center of the space. In the center stood a stone platform, upon which lay several storage rings and a legacy crystal, accompanied by a letter. They exchanged glances once more and approached the letter, eager to uncover the origin of this secret realm. It revealed that the realm's creator was a martial king who, lacking a family and relying solely on personal endeavor for resources, had ventured into the depths of the ocean for training. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by beasts, sustaining severe injuries while managing to fend them off. He reached this place, but could not hold on any longer, and to prevent his legacy from being lost, he used a formation flag he had previously purchased to create this small secret realm for a fortunate individual. For a century, no one had come, and the remnants of the martial king gradually faded, leaving behind a letter that briefly recounted his life and his tragic end. "Let us depart, Ling. This is akin to acquiring a martial king's legacy for free. We ought to return quickly. They must be worried," Shun Ping said, taking the legacy crystal, while leaving the storage rings for Li Xiaoling. "Very well." The letter contained instructions for exiting the secret realm, and the pair successfully returned to the ocean. Subsequently, Shun Ping promptly sealed the secret realm, allowing the martial king to rest peacefully beneath the waves. Before long, they were back on the boat, using their inner energy to evaporate the water from their bodies as though they had never been submerged. "Little brother Shun, you have finally returned. Breakfast is ready. Please have a bite," Sun Haohai greeted them. "Miss Li has caught an abundance of seafood, which I prepared for breakfast. Please, taste it and let me know how it is. I must savor it then. All of it was caught by my own hands." Li Xiaoling gleefully pulled Shun Ping towards the dining area. The table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, bringing her immense joy, as they were the fruits of her labor. Although the culinary skills were modest, the freshness of the ingredients greatly enhanced their appeal, and both Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling were thoroughly satisfied. "Little brother Shun, once we finish eating, we shall return," Sun Haohai informed them after breakfast. 2 hours later, they returned to the shore. "Today was quite an experience. We even gained a small fortune," Shun Ping remarked to Li Xiaoling. "Indeed, without today's outing, we would not have obtained the martial king's legacy crystal. You must reward them with something," Li Xiaoling said, clearly delighted by the day's events. "Of course, I have prepared a few things. The magical beasts we captured, some of which are already at the 5th tier, constitute a substantial fortune. Additionally, I have enough elixirs for Sun Haohai and his son to break through a major realm, along with a high-grade Xian-tier cultivation technique and a high-grade Xian-tier martial skill," Shun Ping explained, ruffling Li Xiaoling's hair. "That is quite sufficient. Too much might overwhelm them and even attract misfortune," she agreed. Seeing that Sun Haohai and his son had completed their tasks aboard the boat, they prepared to head back. "Uncle Sun, these 2 storage rings are for you. Inside are some magical beasts and cultivation resources, all properly labeled," Shun Ping said, pulling Sun Haohai aside and handing him the rings. This old man could never accept such generosity. "You saved my granddaughter. I have not properly repaid you. Today was merely an outing to enjoy the sea together. Such gifts are unwarranted, Sun Haohai protested urgently, knowing that just the 2 storage rings were beyond his means. Enough. Accept them. This is but a trifle for me. I have gained far more than this during our outing, Shen Ping insisted as he pressed the rings into Sun Haohai's hands. Sun Haohai opened his mouth to express further gratitude, but was interrupted by Shen Ping. Let this be, and remember, those resources are sufficient for you and your son to break through to a major realm. Live well, perhaps one day I will return to this place. Shen Ping halted Sun Haohai's attempts to speak further, taking Li Xiuling's hand and walking toward Haiban City, waving goodbye as they departed. Standing still, Sun Haohai watched with tears in his eyes as Shen Ping left, bowing deeply until he could no longer see him, before straightening up. Father, what is wrong? Standing at a distance, Sun Dashan and Sun Dalin observed their elderly father and hurried to his side, inquiring about his condition. There's nothing to worry about. Our Sun family has encountered a benefactor, all thanks to Nuan. If it weren't for her, we would not have met this esteemed individual during our perilous situation. From now on, Nuan will be the treasure of our entire family, Sun Haohai said earnestly, casting a lingering glance in the direction where Shen Ping had departed. Indeed, as the saying goes, those who survive great misfortunes are destined for blessings. Our Nuan is surely favored by fate. Otherwise, we would not have crossed paths with Brother Shun, who came to our rescue, Sun Dalin remarked, scratching his head with an innocent grin. Absolutely. Nuan is indeed a person of great fortune. Sun Haohai nodded. Let us return home and prepare a grand feast for Nuan. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Ping and Li Xiuling had already returned to Haiban City. This maritime journey had been an extraordinary experience, further solidifying Shen Ping's resolve to traverse the entire continent. Now, his cultivation merely required an ample supply of spirit crystals. Thus, in the absence of large-scale hunting of demon beasts, Shen Ping would have to pursue a path of trade with others. However, trading necessitated caution, lest one fall prey to underhanded dealings. Although Shen Ping possessed the means to depart at any moment, it was preferable to avoid such situations. Chapter 40. Martial Sovereign Level 10 as time flowed steadily. A month passed by. Today marked the occasion for Shen Ping to trade with Su Yang once more, and he was filled with excitement, anticipating a substantial acquisition of spirit crystals. In a residential hall of the back courtyard of the Ninefold Tower, Shen Ping and Su Yang faced each other. Brother Shen, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Su Yang exclaimed with a hint of exaggeration. Master Su, you're being a tad dramatic. We agreed upon a month, and I assured you I would come. Besides, I have been residing in your Ninefold Tower for an entire month. Do you truly think I would abscond? Shen Ping responded with a jest, the sincerity of which was uncertain. How could that be? I trust Brother Shen implicitly. Su Yang replied, chuckling. Let us proceed. Shen Ping promptly placed the medicinal pills required for trade on the table. Su Yang inspected the quality of the pills briefly and, finding no issues, produced a storage ring and handed it to Shen Ping. Brother Shen, on the market, a mid-grade Earth Tier pill is worth 600 low-grade spirit crystals, and a high-grade Earth Tier pill is valued at 600 mid-grade spirit crystals. The total value of these pills amounts to 12,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 6,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Please accept them, Brother Shen, Su Yang said, his eyes twinkling with delight. Agreed, Shen Ping remarked, examining the storage ring and confirming everything was in order. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Shen Ping took his leave. Brother Shen, acquiring this batch of spirit crystals is no easy feat. Your ability to remain unscathed depends on your skill. Su Yang sighed quietly as he watched Shen Ping depart. Meanwhile, Shen Ping returned to his lodging, greeted Li Xiuling, and requested not to be disturbed. He then settled cross-legged on the bed. It seemed this batch of spirit crystals was quite precarious. What hidden measures did the Ninefold Tower possess? Shen Ping was well aware that such a substantial amount of spirit crystals could be dangerously sought after, but thanks to his advantages, he could directly enhance his strength using the crystals. System, initiate full recovery, Shen Ping commanded mentally. Ding! Congratulations, host, recovery successful. Remaining wealth, 6,000 mid-grade spirit crystals and 14,302 low-grade spirit crystals. System, upgrade my all-encompassing martial technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. All-encompassing martial technique upgraded to high-grade Earth Tier, consuming 22 high-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth: 5,714 mid-grade spirit crystals and 14,302 low-grade spirit crystals. Excellent. System: exchange for 49 law seeds and comprehend the complete laws. Ding. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Comprehension complete, consuming 4,949 high-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth: 4,946 mid-grade spirit crystals. In an instant, Shun Ping was enveloped by the essence of 50 laws, including those of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, light, wind, thunder, causality, and destiny. At that moment, Shun Ping felt empowered. He could contend not only with martial sovereigns, but even with martial saints, as he had grasped more laws than they had. System: breakthrough to martial sovereign level 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough successful, consuming 44 mid-grade spirit crystals. Remaining wealth: 4,374 low-grade spirit crystals. Shun Ping's rank surged to martial sovereign level 10, and he felt an influx of power within him. Gradually, he reigned in his aura, and upon opening his eyes, he found Li Xiaoling seated at the table, gazing at him intently. Ah, Shen Ping exhaled softly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Li Xiaoling shook her head. Pingu, I have no questions, as long as I can remain by your side. I am content. Shun Ping embraced Li Xiaoling, saying, You truly are a foolish girl. He then exchanged sufficient experience pills for Li Xiaoling to break through to martial sovereign level 10, along with a water law seed and the complete laws of water and fire, totaling 39,689 low-grade spirit crystals, leaving him with only 405 low-grade spirit crystals. Here, consume these. Shun Ping handed her the newly exchanged pills. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoling accepted them and swallowed them whole. The essence contained within propelled her cultivation to martial sovereign level 10, and she comprehended the complete laws of water and fire. Pingu, did I just break through? Li Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly as she opened her eyes. Did you not experience this before? Why are you so astonished? Shun Ping replied, observing the exhilaration radiating from Li Xiaoling. That is different. Before, I was at the martial emperor stage. Now, I am at the martial sovereign stage. Even our family's ancestors may not have reached martial sovereign level 10. Li Xiaoling retorted with a pout. We have broken through. Once we acquire heaven-tier techniques, we can ascend to martial saint levels as well, Shun Ping said with a smile, gazing at the naive girl. Pingu, you are truly wonderful. If it weren't for you, I would have remained at the martial king level. And now I have attained the realm of our family's ancestors. When I return home, I will surely dazzle them. Li Xiaoling's face flushed with excitement as she delivered a sweet kiss. All right, Shun Ping chuckled. Today, we shall not venture anywhere. Tomorrow, we will depart from Haiban City for the Qin Kingdom. I anticipate the journey will not be tranquil. Why won't it be tranquil? Li Xiaoling inquired with confusion. It is not a matter of doubt, but certainty. I suspect news of my substantial acquisition of spirit crystals has spread, and they will seek to benefit from it. Shun Ping explained with a nod. What should we do? Li Xiaoling asked, only to realize the implication. Then we shall eliminate them. One by one, we shall take them down. I am now frighteningly strong. You cannot let me go ahead this time. Indeed, we shall face them together. Let's hope they possess some sense. Otherwise, humph. Shun Ping scoffed lightly. Time passed as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, while the external factions stirred with agitation upon receiving the news. In one family, the patriarch was in discussion with others. We have learned that Shun Ping has acquired over 70,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Such wealth could empower our family to create more than 10 martial sovereigns. We must seize this opportunity. He is merely a second-level martial sovereign, the patriarch declared. Summon all ancestors. Gather all ancestors from their seclusion, and assemble all martial emperor level and above warriors outside, an elder instructed. The royal family of Korea was also deliberating this matter. Taizi, you have interacted with this young man. What are your thoughts on the matter? The emperor of Korea inquired of his son, who stood beside him. Father, I believe it is unwise to act hastily for several reasons. Firstly, the source of this information remains unidentified, leaving us uncertain of its veracity. Secondly, even if we acquire this batch of spiritual crystals, it would not significantly benefit us, as our royal family is not in want of such resources. Thirdly, Shun Ping is known for his vengeful nature and is not to be trifled with. Fourthly, Shun Ping's rapid ascension in power is unparalleled. It can be said that he has no equal in history. When he departed from Nanyu City, he was merely at the 10th level of martial sovereign. Yet only 6 months later, he has reportedly reached the 2nd level of martial venerable. Lastly, Shun Ping shares a friendship with my son and is a low-tier alchemist, making it inadvisable to confront him directly. Han Baolong advised against taking action against Shun Ping. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, but the approach may be somewhat lacking. Since we prefer not to engage directly, we should instead offer assistance. The Emperor of Korea commended before pointing out the deficiencies in the plan. In a short while, please visit the secluded area of our family's ancestors and invite a martial saint elder to accompany you. It is better to provide timely aid than to wait for a crisis. Once this matter is resolved, prepare for your ascension to the throne. The Emperor smiled at Han Baolong. What? Father, you are still in your prime. How can you abdicate? Baolong quickly bowed in respect. You, my son, likely wish for my abdication. Over the years, you have gathered sufficient experience, and I wish to focus on my cultivation, the Emperor replied candidly. Father, I have never harbored such thoughts, Baolong insisted. Well, whether you have or not is inconsequential. You are now at the 10th level of martial sovereign. Once you ascend the throne, govern diligently. If you falter, do not think that I will spare you once I have abdicated, the Emperor added with a smile. Father, I will always be your child. You may reprimand me whenever you wish, Han Baolong replied respectfully. Well said. Now, go and invite the elder, the Emperor instructed. The news of Shun Ping's possession of a substantial quantity of spiritual crystals sent shockwaves across the continent. While the royal families and sects remained indifferent, various other clans took the matter seriously, mobilizing their warships towards Shun Ping's location. Chapter 1. Han Baolong's good intentions at this moment. A meeting was convened at the Lord's Mansion of Xiangyang City. Patriarch Shun, what course of action should we take? Lin Jiqiang asked Shun Qingshan, as several prominent families had gathered in the Lord's Mansion to discuss the situation. Do not panic. Little Ping has now broken through to the martial venerable realm. In his current state, he is invincible among peers, Shun Qingshan reassured the anxious Lin Jiqiang. Indeed, Patriarch Lin, do not fret. Since Little Ping has accepted the batch of spiritual crystals, he must have devised a comprehensive strategy, Li Zhanrui chimed in. While that may be the case, we cannot underestimate the opposing forces. They will surely be formidable, Zhao Guangtian expressed his concern. No need to worry. I suspect Little Ping is merely biding his time. Remember, he single-handedly subdued everyone in the Duandao martial venerable secret realm, Shun Qingshan asserted confidently. Even if we intervened, what difference would it make? Our family has only 5 martial sovereigns, and how many can the 3 major families muster? Let's not overthink this. We shall leave this matter to Little Ping to resolve. What we ought to consider is whether other parties might attempt to threaten his family, Li Zhanrui suggested. Indeed, we must be vigilant. I will summon our family elder to establish a presence in Shun City, Zhao Guangtian replied. In that case, let each of our 3 families invite 1 elder to stand guard, Lin Jiqiang proposed. Agreed. Let it be so, Li Zhanrui concurred. Thank you, esteemed patriarchs. When Little Ping returns safely, I assure you that you will not be disappointed, Shun Qingshan said, bowing respectfully to the 3 patriarchs. Our 4 families are united in purpose, so let's not dwell on formalities. Meanwhile, Shun Ping, oblivious to the impending challenges, held Li Xiaoling close and peacefully fell asleep. Little did he know, many were unable to find rest that night due to their concerns for him. The following day, after having breakfast, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling prepared to leave Haiban City. Su Yang also came to see them off, and just before their departure, he whispered in Shun Ping's ear, "Travel safely." Shun Ping, taken aback by Su Yang's caution, found the situation increasingly intriguing. After bidding farewell to Su Yang, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling leisurely departed Haiban City. Over the course of 5 days, they traversed the Hengduan mountain range, knowing that crossing it would lead them to the boundaries of the Qin kingdom. In recent days, Shun Ping had sensed the presence of followers, suspecting that the forces of Jiucheng Lu were closing in, though he remained uncertain of their intentions. The individuals tracking them were predominantly from the Han family, as they were the closest, due to the royal family's orders. The other members of the Han clan from the 9 cities had largely refrained from getting involved, although some with greed in their hearts sought to partake in the spoils. As for why others had not taken action, it was simply because Shun Ping and Li Xiuling had dealt with several demonic beasts along the way, making it apparent that their cultivation had reached the 10th level of martial venerable. The would-be assailants lacked the confidence to confront them directly. Although their own family had dozens of martial venerables, most had ventured overseas in search of opportunities for breakthroughs, leaving fewer than 10 behind. They intended to wait for a more opportune moment to strike, when they could act collectively and compete for the rewards. The three major families from the first city, having lost all their members in the previous ambush against Shun Ping, had summoned all their elders from abroad, save for those still on overseas islands. They had returned to seize the opportunity, mobilizing nearly 60 martial venerables to ensure Shun Ping's demise. However, due to the distance, they had only just arrived at the Hengduan mountain range today and noticed the other families tracking Shun Ping. They dismissed the presence of these followers, confident in their numerical superiority, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. That night, under the cloak of darkness, two figures stealthily infiltrated Shun Ping's temporary camp. As Shun Ping always set up various formations when halting, those following him remained oblivious to their presence. Who goes there? Shun Ping heard a noise outside the camp, surprised that someone had breached his formations. Little brother, long time no see. Han Baolong cheerfully revealed himself. Ah, it is Brother Han. Pray tell, what brings you here? Shun Ping squinted at the two figures before him, while Li Xiuling, hearing Shun Ping's inquiry, drew her sword and stood ready beside him. Little brother, I come with no ill intent. This is our family's elder, whom I have invited to protect you, Han Baolong explained, understanding Shun Ping's apprehension given the multitude of martial venerables surrounding him. Oh, I am grateful, Brother Han. I appreciate your assistance today, but I believe it unnecessary for this esteemed elder to intervene. Your presence as spectators will suffice. Shun Ping responded gratefully upon realizing Han Baolong's intent to aid him. Since our young friend Shun is so confident, we shall remain in the background to support you, the elder agreed. Han Wuzhu subtly sensed a hint of threat from Shun Ping. Upon hearing Shun Ping's words, he realized that Shun had already devised a countermeasure, and it was possible that he was merely baiting them. Haha, I am truly grateful to my esteemed seniors and Brother Han for coming to my aid. Once this matter is resolved, I shall share a drink with you both, Shun Ping said with a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Although he could discern that the elderly figure before him had attained the realm of martial saint, he had no intention of seeking assistance from him. Very well, my young friend, Wuzhu and I shall take our leave for now, as this place is rife with eyes and ears. I shall eagerly await that drink, Han Baolong remarked. Chuckling. Absolutely no problem, Shun Ping replied. After a brief exchange, Han Baolong and Wuzhu departed under the cover of night. It seemed that these families were about to face dire consequences. Xiaolong, you must maintain a good rapport with this Shun Xiaoyu, even if your friendship is not deep. Do not offend him, Han Wuzhu advised Han Baolong. I have a rather solid relationship with Shun Laodi, so there is no need for Wuzhu to worry. Do you hold Shun Laodi in such high regard? You must be aware that there are already numerous martial lords nearby, and their numbers will only grow with time. Han Baolong inquired, perplexed. Even I feel a trace of threat emanating from Shun Xiaoyu, and that is without him targeting me. I fear I might not even match him in a duel, Han Wuzhu replied, his expression grave. Shun Laodi has become so formidable that even you feel threatened? Luckily, I did not offend him initially and have treated him with respect. It seems this situation is becoming increasingly intriguing, Han Baolong responded, astonished. This young man is destined for greatness, and he may very well ascend to that legendary realm. Han Wuzhu remarked with a sigh of admiration. You mean? Han Baolong was taken aback, astonished that Wuzhu held such high expectations for his junior. Indeed, just as you surmised, it appears that the long quiet continent is about to descend into chaos. With such a prodigy emerging, a prosperous era is imminent. This genius has already matured, and his future achievements are boundless. One must foster goodwill, not enmity, Han Wuzhu stated earnestly, gazing at Han Baolong. You understand, Wuzhu, Han Baolong replied respectfully. While numerous families were covertly tracking Shun Ping, a group of individuals stood atop a distant hill, led by two martial saints, silently observing the unfolding events. Chapter 2. A Trap for Slaughter After a Night of Silence. Shun Ping and Li Xiuling, having finished their breakfast, tidied their belongings and continued their journey. As they traversed the territory of an 8th-tier demon beast, Shun Ping felt this location was highly suitable as a burial ground for their adversaries and decided to halt. The original 8th-tier demon beast had long fled. Not only this beast, but any demon beast in the Hungduan Mountains that had developed intelligence had retreated upon sensing the presence of powerful beings, gathering instead towards the territory of 9th-tier demon beasts, believing the humans were about to attack them. The remaining demon beasts trembled in place, afraid to make a sound. The location where Shun Ping stood was called Jue Longgu, said to be the site of a true dragon's fall. In reality, it was the resting place of a serpentine dragon with a faint bloodline of the dragon clan, now occupied by an 8th-tier earth lizard as its territory, and had become Shun Ping's chosen battleground. Lier, are you afraid? Shun Ping inquired, sensing the powerful aura surrounding them as he turned to Li Xiaoling, who stood beside him. As long as I am with you, Brother Ping, I have nothing to fear, Li Xiaoling replied, offering Shun Ping a radiant smile. All right, today we shall confront these monstrous beings together. Shun Ping laughed heartily. Those who have been following us, come out. Shun Ping called out loudly from the valley's floor, surveying the surroundings. The families hiding nearby, realizing that this location was indeed suitable for ambushing Shun Ping, chose to reveal themselves, though some remained hidden, either hoping to take advantage of the chaos or merely to watch the spectacle. In a short span of time, nearly 200 individuals gathered at the valley's bottom, forming 3 distinct factions. Shun Ping, you cannot escape your fate today. Hand over the spirit crystals, and we may spare your life, one faction declared. Huh? How can you be so sure that I will die and not you? Shun Ping retorted with disdain. Today marks your demise, Shun Ping. Prepare to pay for the lives of our family members. Another faction threatened. Oh, you resemble someone I previously defeated in the first city. A martial emperor at the 10th level. You are not from the first city, are you? Shun Ping asked, scrutinizing the speaker. Indeed, we are from the first city. After you killed so many of our kin, today is the day you shall pay, the individual admitted without hesitation upon realizing that Shun Ping had discerned their identity. There's no rush. Let us enjoy ourselves. I am curious to see who else is present. You must be from the Qin Kingdom, and you all are likely from the other cities of the Han Kingdom, Shun Ping remarked nonchalantly, pointing at the first speaker in another faction. You are correct. We hail from the Qin Kingdom, the first speaker confirmed. The third faction, however, remained silent. Good. Now that I know your origins, things will be simpler. Let's begin, Shun Ping said with a wicked smile, producing 2 Earth-level superior binding formations and a concealment formation he had exchanged for earlier. The binding formations were naturally intended to prevent these individuals from escaping, while the concealment formation, which Shun Ping had utilized numerous times, was designed to thwart external spying and prevent those at the martial emperor level or above from teleporting. Ha! With so many martial lords present, do you really believe that your formations can hold us? The individual from the first city scoffed. Fear not. These formations are not for attacking, merely to keep you from escaping. Oh, and you cannot teleport either, Shun Ping explained, his spirits lifted at the sight of the moving spirit crystals. With only 70 lower-grade spirit crystals to his name, he desperately needed to replenish his wealth, and these individuals were fortuitously walking into his trap. Lier, just protect yourself. I will handle these opponents, Shun Ping instructed, turning to Li Xiaoling. Rest assured, Brother Ping, I will take care of myself. My strength is quite formidable now. Li Xiaoling teased, winking at Shun Ping. Then let us commence, Shun Ping said, affectionately ruffling Li Xiaoling's hair before turning serious, exuding an aura of murderous intent. No sooner had he spoken than Shun Ping charged towards the individuals from the first city, wielding his iron blade. The members of the first city, seeing Shun Ping charging toward them, were elated. Was this not a delivery of food? They knew there were nearly 60 martial lords among them, 5 of whom had already reached the 10th level. And how could Shun Ping possibly contend against them? Once they eliminated him, the majority of his resources would fall into their hands. Shun Ping, empowered by the 3 Earth-level superior martial techniques, dragon roars through the heavens, surged toward the first city faction. The other 2 factions, witnessing Shun Ping's charge, grew anxious, fearing he would fall into the hands of their rivals, and hastily followed him, with only about 20 individuals pursuing Li Xiaoling. At this moment, the members of the first city camp were astounded by the formidable martial skills unleashed by Shun Ping. Alarmed, They hastily deployed defensive techniques to safeguard themselves while simultaneously launching offensive moves against the three charging dragons. However, to their astonishment, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against the three dragons, which swiftly dispersed their ranks. The dragons descended into the throng of people, and after three resounding roars, the first city camp was thrown into disarray. Those of weaker cultivation, particularly the first and second level martial sovereigns, were severely injured and fell to the ground. Shun Ping, akin to a wolf among sheep, wielded his iron blade mercilessly against the scattered individuals. This scene caused the remaining members of the other two camps rushing towards Shun Ping to pause momentarily before resuming their charge, unleashing a barrage of various martial techniques that encompassed not only Shun Ping, but also the members of the first city camp. Thus commenced a fierce battle among martial sovereigns. Shun Ping adeptly navigated through the crowd, utilizing his supreme martial skills at the earth rank, reaping lives with each strike. He took the opportunity to casually release offensive techniques around him, empowered by the complete mastery of 50 laws, rendering him unstoppable. As the battle escalated into a frenzied state, casualties mounted not only from Shun Ping's onslaught, but also from the intense skirmishes among the three major camps. Meanwhile, Li Xiuling, bolstered by her 10th level martial sovereign status and 2 complete laws, maneuvered effortlessly against her attackers. As none among them had attained the 10th level and thus lacked the understanding of complete laws to pose a threat to her. As time progressed, the scent of blood drove those present into a frenzied state. Initially drawn by the allure of the spiritual crystals, they now fought solely for the sake of battle. Outside, with the release of Shun Ping's battle banner, the world could no longer perceive the events unfolding within the long-falling valley. Awaiting the dissipation of the formation to glean first-hand information, it seemed that Shun Ping was doomed, beset by a siege of over 200 martial sovereigns, remarked a bystander. Indeed, it was likely that the members of the three major camps were now vying for the spoils, another onlooker mused, lamenting the fate of such a prodigious talent at the age of 17. Wait, did you say he is merely 17? The first bystander questioned, astonished. Indeed, both he and Li Xiuling are 17, both at the martial sovereign level. Do you know what is most perplexing? A third bystander whispered conspiratorially. What? Do tell. Don't keep me in suspense. I'll buy you a drink when we return to town, the first bystander urged, intrigued. Shun Ping and Li Xiuling have cultivated for less than 3 years. Even obtaining the martial sovereign inheritance crystal typically requires around 15 years to refine. How did they break through? The third bystander whispered, leaning closer. Now it makes sense why so many factions are after Shun Ping. It is not just the spiritual crystals, but also the secrets he harbors, the second bystander realized. This does not concern us. Let us not act rashly. We should simply observe and await the outcome. The fourth bystander cautioned. Chapter 3. Annihilation within the long falling valley. However, the events unfolded quite differently than what the outside world speculated. After 4 hours of intense battle, only about 50 individuals remained. Among those who besieged Li Xiuling, only 7 stood, the rest having fallen to her blade. Although she had slain many, her energy reserves were considerably drained, and she was barely managing against the remaining 7, who were also quite exhausted and engaged her in a guerrilla warfare. In another part of the battlefield, the fighters were consumed by rage, locked in a lethal struggle. Shun Ping had claimed over 50 lives, while many others succumbed amidst the chaos, some even trampled to death by their comrades. The remaining 40 individuals were in tatters, their clothing in shambles, fighting solely out of sheer willpower. Yet, Shun Ping remained in excellent condition, thanks to the formidable recovery capabilities of his versatile cultivation technique, retaining a significant portion of his energy. His weapon, a product of the system, remained unscathed as well. Observing his surroundings, Shun Ping felt it was time to conclude the battle. He soared into the sky and unleashed a thunder dragon, a technique he had mastered from the first city's 3 prominent families, now elevated to the earth rank. The thunder dragon surged towards the densest cluster of combatants, incinerating those struck into charred remnants, while the shockwave sent others sprawling over 10 meters, leaving them bleeding on the ground. At this juncture, those entrapped in the slaughter began to regain their senses, the crimson haze in their eyes fading as they surveyed the devastation around them. Of the over 200 who had besieged Shun Ping, fewer than 20 remained standing, and this was only because 7 were occupied with Li Xiaoling. Despite the injuries sustained by his foes, Shen Ping did not relent. He first dealt with the 7 assailants surrounding Li Xiaoling before returning to confront the remaining adversaries. It was then that the survivors realized the necessity of escape, yet the formation encircled them, and only by breaking it could they flee. They launched attacks against the formation, but their current strength was insufficient to breach it. Shen Ping observed their futile efforts and merely shook his head, muttering, "Heaven's calamity may be endured, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot be survived." Without waiting for their pleas for mercy, he swiftly eliminated them all. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained alive within the long-falling valley, Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling. Exhausted, Li Xiaoling collapsed to the ground. After collecting all the corpses and spoils, Shen Ping approached her, tidied the area, and gathered the necessary items to set up camp. He assisted Li Xiaoling to a nearby table to rest. "Lingia, take a moment to recuperate. It has grown late. We shall rest here in the valley tonight. I will prepare some meat for dinner." Within an hour, Shen Ping had prepared a feast. Furthermore, he exchanged for some gourmet delights from his system, including roasted chicken. Having developed a penchant for enjoying a smoke after every task, he had already lit up a cigarette. Li Xiaoling, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a bottle of cola in the other, indulged delightfully, savoring the meal amidst the remnants of the battlefield. Blood spilled upon the ground could not be reclaimed. Yet the former obedient daughter of the city lord relished her meal in this grim setting. Shen Ping observed Li Xiaoling with a smile as she enjoyed her feast, occasionally raising a cup to sip from her drink and puffing on his cigarette, reflecting inwardly, with such a wife, what more could one desire? This girl is becoming increasingly captivating. I must seize the opportunity when the time comes. "Linga, we shall rest here tonight and depart tomorrow," Shen Ping said as he noticed she had finished her meal. "All right, Pinggu," Li Xiaoling replied with a nod. "Did you see me in battle today? I killed more than 10 people. Am I not impressive?" "Of course I noticed. Our Linger is the most impressive. Once you ascend to the rank of Wu Sheng, you will be even more formidable," Shen Ping remarked with a cheerful smile directed at Li Xiaoling. "Wu Sheng? That will take quite some time. At the very least, I currently lack the Tianjin martial arts techniques," Li Xiaoling pouted. "No worries. You will eventually acquire them. After we resolve this matter, we shall thoroughly search for the hidden realms of the Wu Sheng level. Once we obtain the inheritance crystal of Wu Sheng, we shall possess the Tianjin martial arts techniques," Shen Ping said with a broad smile. Although the system could upgrade to Tianjin martial arts, it will take him much longer to accumulate the necessary crystals. Yes. I'm not in a hurry, Pinggu. I wish to take a bath. I am reeking of blood," Li Xiaoling playfully complained to Shen Ping. "Lingia, bathing is certainly permissible. I have water here and fresh clothes to change into, but do not wash or discard this outfit just yet, as we will need to wear it for a performance tomorrow," Shen Ping replied, producing a large wooden tub filled with water, intending to heat it using fire attribute techniques. Upon seeing what Shen Ping brought forth, Li Xiaoling's heart leaped with joy, and she promptly shed her clothing to immerse herself in the water. After all, they had shared a bed for quite some time. Although they had not taken the final step, they had engaged in everything else, leaving no sense of shyness. "Ping Yi, what kind of performance were you referring to earlier?" Li Xiaoling inquired while soaking in the bath. Shen Ping could not resist the alluring scene before him, and also removed his clothes to join her in the wooden tub. "Oh, Pinggu, be careful. You splashed water all over my face," Li Xiaoling exclaimed, playfully punching Shen Ping's chest in mock annoyance. "Haha, I will be more cautious next time." "You asked about the performance? Naturally, it will depict a scenario of barely slaying everyone and then sustaining injuries to escape," Shen Ping chuckled, glancing at Li Xiaoling while occasionally moving his limbs. "Pinggu, you do not intend to continue fishing, do you?" Li Xiaoling had long been aware of Shen Ping's plans. She thought that after this matter, he would cease, but to her surprise, he intended to carry on. How could he stop when the hidden hand has yet to reveal itself? Shen Ping reclined comfortably against the wooden tub's wall. "The hidden hand? Are you referring to those from Jiu Chonglu?" "I do not believe Su Yang is that sort of person," Li Xiaoling said, frowning. "Ha! One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Su Yang is quite intriguing, yet he cannot dictate matters concerning Jiu Chonglu. I suspect that the hidden figures are scheming. Their plans are likely not solely aimed at me, but rather possess a deeper intention," Shen Ping mused before addressing Li Xiaoling. "Deeper intention? What could that possibly be?" Li Xiaoling asked, puzzled. Linger, consider this. I have slain the strong from these cities. Even if they had not anticipated their demise at my hands, the internal strife among them resulted in many deaths. Who ultimately benefits from this? Shen Bing graduayida li xiuling studs. Beneficiaries? Are they the royal families and sects? This would certainly benefit their rule. Li Xiuling contemplated for a moment before responding. That is incorrect. The people of these cities have no bearing on the royal family's rule. Let me clarify. Those who wish to replace them are the true beneficiaries. Shen Ping said while gently running his fingers through Li Xiuling's hair. Ah, you mean the people of Jiucheng Lu aim to seize these cities and subsequently overthrow the current royal authority? Li Xiuling continued along Shen Ping's line of thought. Precisely. I suspect they seek not merely to topple the royal regime of Hongwa, but rather to dismantle all royal powers across the continent. Their scheme has likely been in motion for quite some time, and my emergence merely provided them with an opportunity. They may have already commenced their actions. Shen Ping asserted with conviction. Then does this mean Xiangyang City is also at risk? Perhaps we should return directly to Xiangyang City after this matter concludes. Li Xiuling expressed concern for her home city. No need to fret. The occurrence of such events remains uncertain. Even if it does happen, Xiangyang City will not be the primary target. They will first strike cities that house branches of Jiucheng Lu. And since we have no such branch in Xiangyang City, you need not worry. However, we should seize the opportunity to return home. Shen Ping smiled, suggesting they had soaked long enough. Let us go and rest, he concluded, lifting Li Xiuling in his arms, evaporating the moisture from their bodies with his true energy, and entering the tent to rest. Chapter 4. Severe Injury. As Shen Ping lay resting in the tent, he mentally assessed the spoils of the day. Tong Siyi, how did our earnings fare today? What is the current amount of wealth? Beep. Host, you currently possess 153 high-grade spirit crystals, 2087 mid-grade spirit crystals, and 74,257 low-grade spirit crystals. Very good. The high-grade spirit crystals were obtained from recovering corpses and slaying foes, while the mid-grade spirit crystals likely originated from salvaging their weapons. As for the pills, they were probably consumed by them. The low-grade spirit crystals are quite impressive. Averaging over 300 low-grade spirit crystals per person is commendable, particularly for the patriarchs of various families. Such wealth is sufficient for me to study over 40 laws, Shen Ping reflected. Tong Siyi, please exchange 40 law seeds for me and allow me to study them thoroughly. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging and studying 40 complete laws, consuming 404 high-grade spirit crystals, leaving you with 8,953 low-grade spirit crystals. Excellent. My strength has increased a notch. Now, as long as I'm not facing a Wu Sheng who has comprehended 90 complete laws, no one can stand against me. Exchange 3 laws for Linger, specifically the laws of wood, gold, and earth. Tongzi Gu, make the arrangements. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successful exchange, consuming 303 high-grade spirit crystals, leaving you with 3,832 low-grade spirit crystals. After settling everything, Shen Ping embraced Li Xiuling in his arms and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Shen Ping stretched lazily as he emerged from the tent, gazing at the breathtaking sight of the Zue Longgu, rubbing his eyes and saying, "It is yet another beautiful day. Pinggu, it seems you are in a good mood today," Li Xiuling remarked as she too rose, noticing Shen Ping's cheerful demeanor. Of course, yesterday, that group delivered quite a bounty of resources to us. Here, take this, Shen Ping replied, handing Li Xiuling 6 pills. What are these, Pinggu? Li Xiuling accepted the pills with a hint of confusion. You will know once you consume them. Hurry and eat, Shen Ping said, tousling Li Xiuling's hair. Oh dear, do not mess with my hair. I just finished washing it, and now you've disheveled it again, Li Xiuling exclaimed, then promptly swallowed the pills before closing her eyes to absorb their essence. How does it feel? Are they good? Shen Ping asked with a grin. Ping Yi, I adore you. I have comprehended 3 more laws. I now understand all 5 elemental laws, Li Xiuling exclaimed, leaping into Shen Ping's embrace and planting a kiss on him. All right. Since we cannot yet break through to the Wu Sheng realm, let us focus on comprehending more laws, Shen Ping affectionately suggested. Ping Yi, how many laws have you comprehended? Li Xiuling inquired curiously. How many laws? Let me think. Approximately 90, I believe, Shen Ping feigned contemplation before finally responding. What? That many? No wonder you are so powerful. I bet an average Wushang would struggle to defeat you now, Li Xiaoling said in disbelief, astonished by Shen Ping's vast understanding of the laws. Yes, I am getting close, but I have yet to engage in battle, so the specifics remain uncertain. Shen Ping modestly replied. Now, let's hasten to have our meal. After finishing their meal, they changed into yesterday's clothes and prepared to embark on their planned journey. Are you ready, Ling? Once I retract these formation flags, you can directly steer the Ling Zhou towards the direction of the Qin Kingdom, Shen Ping said. Lying on the deck of the Ling Zhou, his face pale and clad in garments stained with blood from the previous day. I'm ready, Pingge. Let us begin. Li Xiaoling, also donned in bloodied attire, responded. Shen Ping then gathered the formation flags, and subsequently, Li Xiaoling commanded the Ling Zhou to soar into the sky, heading towards the Qin Kingdom. This scene startled the onlookers awaiting the battle's outcome. They had not anticipated the sudden dissipation of the formation and the appearance of individuals aboard the Ling Zhou. Wow, that shocked me, remarked one bystander, patting his chest. I see the ones on the Ling Zhou. It seems to be Shen Ping and his companions. Li Xiaoling is piloting it, and Shen Ping appears gravely injured. Lying on the deck, another bystander quickly added. Indeed, I saw it too, affirmed a third. As the day progressed, numerous families arrived, witnessing Shen Ping's grievous injuries as he fled, while the dragon's descent valley showed no signs of any other figures. They speculated that Shen Ping and his companion had annihilated everyone else and were now severely wounded. The thought piqued their interest. Shen Ping and his companion's wealth had already drawn their attention, and now, possessing the treasures of over 200 martial lords made it even more alluring. Although the slaying of the 200-plus martial lords astonished and terrified them, the knowledge of Shen Ping's injuries emboldened them to seize the opportunity. They quickly deployed their battleships in pursuit of Shen Ping's fleeing direction. Let us go. Let us follow them, one bystander declared, producing a Ling Zhou and inviting the others to join. Master Han, do you think Brother Shen will be in any danger? Han Baolong inquired of Han Wuzu as they tracked Shen Ping. Do not worry about him. He is likely still fishing, and he is after the biggest catch of all. Han Wuzu Musha, reflecting on Shen Ping's remarkable intellect. Meanwhile, Shen Ping approached Li Xiaoling, who was directing their course towards the fiery forbidden zone. This area, distinct from other restricted zones, was a vast volcanic region inhabited by countless fire attribute beasts, whose power increased by 30% within its confines. In contrast, the strength of those with other attributes would diminish by the same percentage, creating a significant disparity. The heart of the fiery forbidden zone was home to ninth-tier beasts, with reports suggesting they resembled the legendary fire dragons. Shen Ping aimed to lure everyone into this area, utilizing its unique characteristics to eliminate all adversaries and their hidden instigators. Particularly since Li Xiaoling wielded fire attributes, and he possessed the ability to switch to any attribute as needed, granting them a tactical advantage in battle. Thus, a month passed in a relentless chase, with the number of attackers escalating alarmingly. Members from nearly every nation participated, some coming in groups, while others arrived as individual families. The pursuing crowd swelled to an astonishing 8,000, though not all were there to eliminate Shen Ping. Many simply sought entertainment, weary of their seclusion and cultivation. As the assailants recognized that Shen Ping's injuries had likely healed over the past month, their courage swelled. Despite Shen Ping having slain over 200 foes, the prospect of his immense wealth beckoned them. Gradually, groups entered the fiery forbidden zone, causing the beasts within to gather towards the center, where human cultivators also converged. At this moment, the pursuers realized they had lost sight of Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling. However, with their resolve firm, they continued to advance, dispatching any beasts in their path. Where were Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling at this juncture? Upon entering the center, they concealed the Ling Zhou and leapt into the molten lava of a volcano. Thanks to the protection of the high-grade fire attribute armor Shen Ping had exchanged for in the marketplace, the lava felt no more harmful to them than water, with the armor forming a protective layer around their bodies. The two sets of fire attribute armor had cost Shen Ping 10 high-quality spirit crystals, a price 5 times higher than weapons of the same rank, and no one on this continent had yet managed to forge earth-grade armor. Most could only produce mystic-grade, and even that was exceedingly rare. Pingge, why are we hiding in the lava? Li Xiaoling inquired. Haha, We are merely watching the tigers fight from the mountain? Shin Ping replied with a grin. I suspect the subterranean passages of this volcano will lead us directly to the center, allowing us to wait and observe the unfolding events. Are you hoping for a clash between our pursuers and the beasts? But can they even fight each other? Li Xiaoling asked, puzzled. Just watch. They will definitely clash. If not, I shall stoke the flames myself, Shin Ping remarked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. As the group of human martial lords ventured deeper into the fiery forbidden zone, the number of slain beasts increased significantly, prompting the 9th-tier beasts dwelling within to take action. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the area as a winged dragon soared from a volcano, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters before halting. Umans, you have crossed the line. Do you wish to incite war by slaughtering my kin? The Crimson Dragon proclaimed, its massive eyes fixed on the group of martial lords entering the center. We are merely here to find someone. Once we locate them, we shall depart. One human warrior asserted. Find someone? Is this how you seek them? The dragon retorted, its gaze narrowing on the bloodied sword in the man's hand. These beasts obstruct our search, leaving us no choice but to eliminate them. The warrior continued, bolstered by the presence of thousands of comrades, confident in their collective strength. You shameless humans, retreat at once, or I shall declare war upon your kind. The dragon warned vehemently. In response, various beasts erupted from the surrounding volcanoes. Descending behind the dragon, all of them 8th tier or above, numbering around 2,000, including 5 9th-tier beasts. We will not retreat until we find that person. The warrior insisted defiantly. Indeed, we shall not withdraw, affirmed another martial lord of the 10th tier. In that case, let the battle commence. Slaughter every invading human. Leave no one alive. The Crimson Dragon roared, its patience exhausted, as it unleashed a torrent of fire imbued with the essence of the fire element towards the speaker. Brothers, let us vanquish these demonic beasts. Do they truly believe humanity is so easily bullied? The individual among us, displaying remarkable courage, unleashed the highest martial technique against the breath of the beast, resulting in a spectacular clash that dissipated in midair. This strike instilled confidence in all humans, prompting a collective assault, while the demonic beasts retaliated with equal fervor. Thus, over 8,000 martial artists engaged in a fierce battle against the beasts. Brother A, did we not come merely to observe the spectacle? Why we engaged the beasts? Inquired B, battling a nearby creature. How would I know? I was merely enjoying my snacks when suddenly a beast charged at me. Brother A exclaimed, barely fending off the creature. Old B, come help me. I cannot hold on. Coming. Esteemed Beast Lord, we are merely spectators and mean no harm to your descendants. Please direct your wrath elsewhere, Brother C intervened, successfully guiding A and B aside to enjoy their snacks and tea while watching the chaos unfold. You truly are impressive, Old B, Brother A remarked. However, those who could retreat were indeed few. The majority bore the remnants of the battle, having been stained by the essence of slain beasts. A and his companions were but a minority. Though the beasts were fewer in number, they fought on par with 3 or even 5 of their human counterparts, bolstered by 4 9th-tier beasts who managed to hold back over 40 10th-tier human warriors. As the battle raged on for 10 days and nights, initial restraint waned. The fall of numerous powerful beings and beasts ignited tempers on both sides, resulting in a relentless confrontation. Lord Dragon Sage, if this continues, our flame-forbidden land will be extinguished, warned an 8th-tier beast, fresh from slaying its opponent, addressing the fire dragon in battle. The fire dragon, surveying the battlefield, seethed with anger. Originally, over 2,000 beasts remained, but now only 700 were left, while the human side, aside from a few hundred noncombatants, still numbered around 3,500. Roar! Humans, cease this conflict! The fire dragon bellowed in frustration. The humans, driven by bloodlust, were undeterred. A 10th-tier warrior shouted, Today, we shall eradicate your flame-forbidden land. Do you truly believe we are mere clay to be molded? Do you? The fire dragon retorted, his fury escalating. You humans number merely around 3,500. If you believe you can annihilate us, you shall be left with fewer than 500 yourselves. Are you truly willing to engage in a life-or-death struggle? Upon hearing this, the 10th-tier warrior turned, surveying the battlefield and realizing the fire dragon spoke the truth. The number of fallen humans had reached 4,000, leaving him astonished. In that case, shall we both cease hostilities? Agreed. The fire dragon conceded, albeit reluctantly. After a series of conciliatory gestures from both sides, the fighting finally ceased. Exhausted, both factions began to collect their dead. The aftermath left both humans and beasts with numerous wounds, their medicinal supplies nearly depleted. An hour later, both sides reconvened. Now, you may explain why you attacked our flame-forbidden land. The fire dragon addressed the assembly of 10th-tier warriors. We genuinely came in search of someone. One 10th-tier warrior named Shun Ping replied, laden with resources. Then why did you slay my subordinates? The fire dragon demanded, still furious. This question left the surrounding warriors momentarily speechless, as they had treated those beasts as mere materials to be eliminated upon sight. To admit they were collecting materials while seeking someone would inevitably spark a renewed conflict. At that moment, another 9th-tier fire dragon approached the dragon sage. Husband, our child has been stolen. What? The dragon sage roared in fury, then turned to the warriors. Humans, you must provide an explanation, or we shall not relent. He then turned back to the fire dragon beside him. Did you see who took our child? I did. It was a young human who ran off with our child. When I pursued him, he vanished, leaving behind a gathering of over 1,000 humans. The fire dragon informed the dragon sage. Humans, do you wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle with us? The dragon sage inquired of the warriors. The warriors were bewildered. They had been engaged in battle and had no opportunity to abduct the dragon sage's child. Who stole your child? Go find them. We have been occupied fighting you. There has been no time to steal your child. One 10th-tier warrior explained to the dragon sage. Those present had lived for over 1,000 years. None were easily swayed. All aware that another group sought to take advantage of the situation. If my child is unharmed today, it is manageable. However, if any harm befalls him, you humans shall face the consequences. The dragon sage warned the human warriors before following the fire dragon and the remaining beasts toward the direction of the 1,000 humans. We have been ensnared. I intended to reap the benefits, yet unexpectedly, that lad Shin Ping has drawn us into this game. A leading warrior among the 1,000 humans stated angrily. Then let us strike. We have 2 martial saints and over 500 10th-tier warriors, the remainder being above 5th tier. They are all weary from the previous battle, another martial saint replied. Is the formation ready? It is set, martial saint, someone from behind responded. But the casualties will be significant, the first martial saint cautioned. What do we have to fear? If we succeed, we shall return with 8,000 martial crystals and their wealth, along with those beasts. It is a tremendous gain. Another martial saint calculated. Indeed, let us proceed. Set the formation. Not a single one shall escape, the leading martial saint commanded. Rest assured, once the formation is activated, not even a fly will escape. This is a heavenly formation, designed to ensnare and conceal. No news will reach the outside, another martial saint assured. Thus, the outside world will only know that these individuals and beasts perish together, leaving Shun Ping to reap the rewards, while we at the Jiuzhong Tower remain unaffected. Our next phase can then commence, the leading martial saint declared. They are approaching. Activate the formation and prepare for battle. Yes, my lord. With this command, the formation was officially initiated, enveloping a 100-mile radius and ensnaring all beings and beasts within it. Chapter 6. It was you all along once the formation was activated. All beings and beasts felt its presence, and they soon found themselves face to face with the Jiuzhong Tower representatives, the 3 leaders. Did you steal my child? The dragon sage glared angrily at the Jiuzhong Tower representatives. Would you believe me if I said it was not us? The leading martial saint of Jiuzhong Tower retorted. I do not believe you. The dragon sage replied without hesitation. What use is your talk then? Regardless, you will always suspect us of the theft. The leader of Jiuchong Lu, a martial sage, spoke up. At that moment, among the remaining over 3,000 martial lords, someone began to speak. He was the proprietor of our city's Jiuchong Lu, pointing at an individual within. Indeed, another voice chimed in, confirming his identity as one from our city. It seems we have all been used as pawns. At this juncture, the group of human powerhouses also realized the situation. So it was you. The news regarding Shun Ping carrying substantial resources was leaked by you, aiming for us and Shun Ping to mutually destroy each other, allowing you to reap the benefits. How ruthless. A 10th-level martial lord remarked. What does it matter if you know? Now, you are all trapped within the celestial level formation we have set up. None of you shall escape today, the leader of Jiuchong Lu declared. Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you can keep us all here? You should consider how many of us there are. Even if you possess 2 martial sages, can you truly restrain us? And what of the fire dragon sage and his kin? You must know you have stolen its offspring, one of the 10th level martial lords retorted. What does your numerical advantage matter? Even with the beasts added to your ranks, you shall not leave here today. The leader of Jiucheng Lu scoffed, commanding, "Leave no one alive." With that, he charged towards the beasts and humans. "Mo Lao Gui, I shall confront you." At that moment, a voice echoed from afar as Han Wu-Zu hurried over, directly confronting the leader of Jiucheng Lu. "It's you? I never expected your presence. Our last encounter was unsatisfactory. This time, let's engage fully." The leader of Jiucheng Lu was surprised to see him, but quickly regained his composure. He had battled Han Wu-Zu in the past, which was part of the reason Jiucheng Lu could thrive in Hongua. "I never imagined the true mastermind was you. Your ambitions are grand. If you devour all the surrounding martial lords, you could expand your territory effortlessly." While battling, Han Wu-Zu remarked, both were at the 6th level of martial sage, locked in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, the remaining 1,000 from Jiucheng Lu clashed with the beasts and human powerhouses. Although they had numerical superiority, the strength of Jiucheng Lu's fighters was greater, and they effectively conserved their energy, resulting in hundreds of losses on the initial encounter. At this point, the hundreds of observers who had been watching clearly understood the unfolding situation and joined the fray. They realized that unless they eliminated all of Jiucheng Lu's members, their own escape was impossible. Once the battle commenced, it escalated into a fierce confrontation. Although the human and beast side temporarily stabilized their situation with the addition of several hundred spectators, casualties continued to mount, with losses on both sides. Meanwhile, Shun Ping, Li Xiuling, and Han Bao Long were hiding within a concealed formation, enjoying delicacies and sipping fine wine while observing the spectacle unfold. "Ping Yi, I didn't expect your backup plan was to steal the dragon egg," Li Xiuling remarked, sipping on cola. "Haha, I too did not foresee that I would uncover the identity of the true mastermind," Shun Ping replied cheerfully while savoring barbecued meat. "Little brother, your strategy of misdirection was executed splendidly," Han Bao Long praised. As for how the three met, it began after Shun Ping stole the dragon egg and randomly fled, coincidentally encountering the members of Jiucheng Lu, leading him to leap into a volcano with the egg, misleading the beast faction. Through the interconnected nature of the underground magma, Shun Ping fortuitously encountered Han Bao Long and Han Wu-Zu, who were watching from the sidelines. After a brief exchange, Han Wu-Zu went to assist, while Han Bao Long, a 10th level martial emperor, wisely chose to keep his distance. Originally, Han Wu-Zu wanted Shun Ping to join in the fight, but Shun Ping declined, advising him to refrain from intervening. Yet after some contemplation, Han Wu-Zu decided to engage, entrusting Han Bao Long to Shun Ping's care, resulting in the current scene of the three enjoying food and drink together. "Little brother, what are your plans moving forward?" Han Bao Long inquired after taking a sip of Mao Dai. "This delightful beverage should have been revealed sooner. Once this matter concludes, I will send you more." Shun Ping was already aware that Han Bao Long referred to the Mao Dai. As for what would happen next, once their battle had reached its climax, I would emerge to gather the remnants. So many? And with 2 martial sages and 4 9th-level beasts, do you truly think you can contend? Han Bao Long et Galim, his excitement palpable upon hearing Shun Ping's nonchalant remarks. It should not pose a significant problem. We merely need to wait," Shun Ping replied indifferently, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Little brother, pass me one of those smokes," Han Bao Long requested, noticing Shun Ping's relaxed demeanor. This feeling is quite pleasant. Little brother, I will be relying on you in the future. My father stated that upon returning, I am to ascend to the throne, and I will need your assistance," Han Bao Long said with a smile. "Oh, congratulations, my dear brother. Given our friendship, I shall certainly assist you," Shun Ping replied, touched by Han Bao Long's willingness to summon a 6th-level martial sage ancestor for his protection, even though he did not require it. "Han Lo Yi, I shall remember your kindness. Many are eager to offer help when times are good, but few extend a hand in adversity." Shun Ping sighed, looking at Han Bao Long. "Here are 2 pills. They will aid your breakthrough." After speaking, Shun Ping handed Han Bao Long the Earth Element Law Seed and enough experience pills for him to reach the 10th level martial lord. having spent 47 mid-grade spirit crystals and 1 high-grade spirit crystal, leaving him with 14 low-grade spirit crystals. Shen Ping had long since recognized Han Bao Long's cultivation relied on the earth element, thus directly exchanging for the earth law seed. This, little brother, one should not accept without merit. I have not assisted you this time. How can I accept such a grand gift? Han Bao Long quickly declined. How about this? I will compensate you with spirit crystals equivalent to the value of these pills. Han Lao Ge. These 2 pills are unlike any before. They are not for public sale and are challenging to concoct, sufficient for your breakthrough to the 10th level martial lord. Shen Ping continued, observing Han Bao Long's changing expression. I genuinely consider you as a brother, so please accept them. At that moment, Han Bao Long eagerly accepted Shen Ping's pills, exclaiming, had I known they would directly enable my breakthrough to the 10th level martial lord, I would have taken them sooner. Little brother, I shall not be coy anymore. In the future, should you need anything, I will assist you as best as I can. Let us meet on matters henceforth. With that, Han Bao Long hastily consumed the pills, aware that Shen Ping's medicines typically yielded swift effects. As the pills entered his mouth, they transformed into liquid, flowing through his body, and in an instant his realm soared, halting only at the 10th level martial lord. Little brother, these pills are truly extraordinary. Now I understand why your breakthroughs are so rapid. What a pity. Since you do not sell them, I would pay any price for them. Han Bao Long said joyfully as he felt the surge of power within him. Haha, such pills are exceedingly rare and difficult to concoct. They will not be available in the future, Shen Ping replied, shaking his head. What a pity indeed, Han Bao Long acknowledged, nodding. The crafting of such pills must be incredibly arduous. I imagine gathering those materials was quite the feat for you. At this moment, Li Xiaoling, who was happily enjoying her meal, discreetly cast a glance at Shen Ping and smiled silently. Chapter 7. The Harvest Begins. While Shen Ping and his companions indulged in their feast, the battlefield was exceptionally fierce. One martial saint from Jiuchong Lu was detained by Han Wuzhu, while another was engaged by 4 9th-tier demon beasts. After all, those demon beasts had endured considerable injuries in the battle, and even facing a martial saint at full strength, they could merely hold their ground. As for the remaining members of Jiuchong Lu, they had entered a frenzied state of slaughter, holding a significant advantage against a group of human cultivators who were nearly depleted of their vital energy, as well as a horde of demon beasts whose stamina was waning. The onlookers had also managed to restrain a portion of Jiuchong Lu's forces. Otherwise, the slaughter would have progressed even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the battle had persisted for 5 days and nights, nearing its conclusion. The confrontations between martial saints had seen little change. 1 9th-tier demon beast had been slain, while one of the martial saints had sustained injuries from Long Sheng, leading both sides to a stalemate. As for Jiuchong Lu, fewer than 400 remained. Yet each was a formidable presence at the peak of martial venerable. The bystanders had suffered minimal casualties, whereas the remaining human cultivators were in dire straits, reduced to merely around 200, with the demon beasts numbering just over 100. At this juncture, all parties had nearly exhausted their vital energy. Comparatively, Jiuchong Lu still held a slight edge. Han Laogu, given the current situation, it seems you are destined to lose, proclaimed the leading martial saint of Jiuchong Lu, his excitement palpable as he fought against Han Wuzhu. Not necessarily. Until the final moment, the outcome remains unpredictable, Han Wuzhu replied enigmatically. Oh, these remnants will soon be dealt with. Do you possess any hidden cards? The leader of Jiuchong Lu felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Han Wuzhu's words, as he realized he had overlooked something crucial. Do you not recall the catalyst for all this chaos? Han Wuzhu chuckled with delight. The leader of Jiuchong Lu finally remembered what he had forgotten. The infamous Shen Ping, the so-called god of slaughter, had not made an appearance since the battle commenced. Shen, are you not going to take action? I am utterly exhausted. Please conclude this so I can rest. Han Wuzhu shouted in a particular direction. Ha! Since Senior Han wishes to rest, I shall commence the harvest. Shen Ping declared with a booming laugh as he and his companions swiftly entered the battlefield. My goodness, how has this lad reached martial venerable level 10? Han Wuzhu was astonished to see Han Baolong's unexpected advancement, yet there was no time for inquiries, so he remained silent. Upon entering the fray, Shen Ping and his companions immediately joined the battle, causing the scales of victory to tip dramatically. The members of Jiucheng Liu were systematically eliminated by the trio, especially by Shen Ping, whose speed was astonishing. Amidst this turmoil, the leader of Jiucheng Liu was filled with regret, acknowledging that this battle would result in their defeat. This fight is lost. Let us withdraw our formations and part ways amicably. How intriguing. Now you wish to leave? Whatever happened to your plans to ensnare me? Shen Ping scoffed coldly, showing no signs of halting his assault. The members of Jiucheng Liu had ensnared themselves. The very formations intended to prevent others from escaping now hindered their own retreat. You? Even if you slay my comrades, how can you hope to defeat me? If you allow us to leave, we shall overlook the past. The leader of Jiucheng Liu threatened, a hint of desperation lacing his tone. To threaten me at this juncture? Let us see if I can indeed slay you. Shen Ping retorted, observing that the surviving members of Jiucheng Liu were dwindling. He unleashed his martial technique towards the battlefield of the martial saint while instructing Li Xiuling. Linger, spare that Su Yang for now. With that said, he executed a powerful ground dragon technique, launching a massive, earthen dragon skyward toward the leader of Jiucheng Liu. The ferocity of the strike instilled a sense of peril in the leader of Jiucheng Liu. After fending off Han Wuzu's attack, he unleashed a heavenly tier martial technique against the dragon, only to find his efforts dissipating futilely before the dragon's might. The residual force sent him crashing to the ground. Shen Ping followed swiftly, understanding well the adage to strike while the iron is hot. Without uttering a word, he charged toward the leader of Jiucheng Liu. At that moment, the leader of Jiucheng Liu was engulfed in shock, realizing that the heavenly tier martial technique he had unleashed was utterly inadequate against Shen Ping's superior earth tier technique. Why did he feel as though he was suffering exponentially greater damage? In an instant, he found himself gravely injured. Meanwhile, Shen Ping's blade was poised above the leader's head, primed to deliver a fatal blow. Wait, can you explain why your attack inflicts such tremendous harm? The leader implored, desperate to halt Shen Ping's advance. Are you truly unable to comprehend? Shen Ping replied with a calm demeanor. The laws. Ah, I see now. My defeat is not unjust. Jiucheng Liu has tangled with the wrong individual. Our plans have ultimately unraveled. The leader of Jiucheng Liu laughed maniacally even as Shen Ping severed his head from his shoulders. Beep. Detecting a special martial technique for potential learning. Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he received such a notification while reclaiming spoils. System. What special martial technique? Beep. Heavenly tier martial technique, a special category not included in the universal martial techniques. Its function is to refine the corpses of the deceased, provided they have not been dead for over a month, into pseudo-inheritance crystal stones. Now makes sense. So, Jiucheng Liu comprised those early practitioners of demonic cultivation who truly mastered such methods. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Ping commanded the system. System, learn this technique. Beep. Learning failed due to insufficient spiritual crystals. Very well, we shall address this later. Shen Ping thought it prudent to recover the wealth of a few individuals, reasoning that would suffice, while the corpses could not be reclaimed. The normal recovery of demon beasts would suffice. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ping directed his assault toward another martial saint of Jiucheng Liu, swiftly inflicting injury before dispatching him with a single stroke. He then descended into the lower battlefield, quickly eliminating every last member of Jiucheng Liu, except for Su Yang. Han Wuzu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events, witnessing Shen Ping incapacitate a foe of equal rank in a single blow. The thought of switching places with that opponent was beyond comprehension. Thankfully, they were allies. Now, with the demise of Jiucheng Liu's forces, 4 factions remained on the battlefield. Shen Ping and Han Baolong's group constituted one faction, the onlookers another. The assailants against Shen Ping formed a third, and the remaining demon beasts comprised a fourth. The 4 factions converged to engage in discourse. Once this matter concludes, you onlookers may depart, but you must not touch anything on the battlefield. Do you understand? Shen Ping addressed the bystanders. Understood, understood. We are merely here for the spectacle, and we shall heed your command, a representative among them replied, leading the others to step back. They had witnessed Shen Ping's prowess in battle, where even the martial saints fell like mere chaff, let alone themselves. And what of you? Shen Ping turned to the group that had once besieged him, now reduced to fewer than 150. Pondering how to address them, he stroked his chin, aware that they had yet to make a move before the situation spiraled out of control. That group elected a spokesperson to address him. Lord Shun, please state your demands. As long as our lives are spared, we are amenable to anything. Forget it. I am not a person inclined to murder. Leave everything you possess and retreat to the back. After contemplating, Shun Ping ultimately decided to let these individuals go, given his current strength. He bore no fear of future retribution from them, especially since he had not harmed any of their kin. Upon hearing his words, the group collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to have preserved their lives. As for their material belongings, they swiftly cast aside their weapons and other items, retreating to a safe distance. As for you, beastly creatures, what to do with you is indeed a dilemma. Should I spare your lives or eliminate you? The collection of materials will depend on your own choices. Shun Ping cast a languid glance at Long Sheng and his entourage of beasts. Long Sheng understood that their fate rested upon a mere thought of his. My lord, I am willing to lead all the beasts of the flame forbidden land to serve you. I beseech you to spare us. Long Sheng bowed his proud head in submission. In that case, you shall lead the remaining 2 ninth-tier beasts to guard my family's territory for a millennium. A millennium is but a fleeting moment for your kind. After this period, I shall grant you your freedom. As for the other 8th-tier beasts, continue your training here in the flame forbidden land. What say you? Shin Ping pondered, recognizing the advantage of having these beasts bolster his family's prosperity for a millennium. Thank you, my lord. Might I ask if you could return my child to me? Long Sheng realized that this man was the one who had stolen his offspring, yet he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Oh, I nearly forgot about that matter. It resides over there in the volcano. Go retrieve it, Shun Ping said, nonchalantly gesturing toward a distant volcano. Chapter 8. Immense gains having arranged all matters. Sen Bing finale approte Su Yang. Master Su, do you have anything to say? Haha, I knew this endeavor would not succeed. I have done my utmost to dissuade them, but my voice holds little weight. Now, at over 40 years of age, I have little time left. Life or death matters not to me. Su Yang chuckled heartily. Oh, have you also practiced in advance? Shin Ping inquired with interest. Alas, when my family was annihilated, I was the sole survivor. Too young to cultivate at the time. I was later found by them. They bestowed upon me a crystal of inheritance from the martial sovereign realm, and I eventually avenged my family's demise, albeit at the cost of selling myself to them. Su Yang recounted with a carefree demeanor. Then how long do you truly have left? Is it really only 50 years, as legend claims? Shin Ping pressed on. Roughly so. A martial king has a lifespan of 40 years, a martial emperor 50, a martial sovereign 60, and a martial sage 70. Through special methods, one may extend their life by another decade. That is the gist of it, Su Yang replied candidly. I see. Now that I have learned what I sought, leave your weapons and belongings here, and convey a message to the higher echelons of the Jiuchong building. They should refrain from provoking me further. Shun Ping paused before continuing. You are to be allowed to depart. You intend to let me go? Su Yang asked, puzzled yet pleased. For who would wish for death when life was still an option? Indeed, once the formation is breached, you may leave, Shun Ping stated matter-of-factly. I never anticipated I could leave alive. I can unravel this formation, though it will take an hour, Su Yang exclaimed with joy. Very well. You shall be the one to dismantle the formation. We have ample time, Shun Ping replied, then disregarded Su Yang, focusing instead on collecting the corpses. He directly reclaimed a portion of the beasts, acquiring 637 superior crystals, while the remains of the human experts were stored in his spatial pocket. He retained their storage rings and weapons, merely extracting the spiritual crystals within, which constituted a significant fortune. The remainder he intended to reserve for his family. After Su Yang dismantled the formation, everyone departed, including Han Wuzhu and Han Baolong. The beasts returned to their territories, and Shun Ping instructed the 4 ninth-tier beasts to organize matters within the Hengduan Mountains, planning to set off the following morning. Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling selected a tranquil setting to establish camp. After dinner, the two prepared for rest. In the meantime, Shun Ping contemplated the spoils of this venture. The over 8,000 corpses of martial sovereigns represented a considerable wealth, and the storage equipment collected from these individuals amounted to over 100,000. Additionally, the acquired inferior spiritual crystals totaled a staggering 937, 842, truly befitting the status of the ancestors of various families, averaging about 100 crystals per person. Brother Tongzi, can we exchange for that special technique now? Proceed with the exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Que son 10 superior spiritual crystals. Remaining wealth. 3 premium spiritual crystals. 503 superior spiritual crystals, and 984 inferior spiritual crystals. Shun Ping swiftly calculated in his mind how many laws he could comprehend, then commanded the system, Brother Tongzi, comprehend 510 new laws. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful comprehension. Que son 151 superior spiritual crystals. Remaining wealth. 3 premium spiritual crystals and 965 inferior spiritual crystals. A surge of warmth coursed through him as Shun Ping felt his knowledge expand significantly. Now he had grasped 600 laws, enhancing his understanding of this world, making him unmatched among the martial sovereigns and martial sages. Shun Ping resolved not to ascend to the martial sage realm just yet, preferring to comprehend all laws before making that leap. There were a total of 3,000 laws, and he had already completed 1/5 of his journey. As the sun set and rose anew, with the pursuit behind them, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling enjoyed a leisurely breakfast, discussing their upcoming itinerary. Nearly a year had passed since their departure, and it was time to return. Originally intending to visit the sea and allow Li Xiaoling to comprehend the laws of fire in the flame-forbidden land, they had achieved their goals, and thus it was only natural to return home. For this return journey, they planned not to use the spiritual vessel, but rather to ride a fire dragon, taking in the scenery and gathering medicinal herbs along the way. Additionally, Shun Ping could refine the corpses in his spatial pocket into inheritance crystals, especially since time was limited, with some corpses needing to be processed within a month. Following discussions with Long Sheng, he decided to leave one of his wives in the flame-forbidden land, both to incubate their offspring and to train other 8th-tier beasts for advancement. After all, Shun Ping had left over 500 8th-tier beast corpses unprocessed, specifically for those creatures. In truth, Long Sheng was not a true dragon. Only upon reaching the 10th tier could one claim to have evolved into a true dragon. Currently, he possessed over 70% of the fire dragon bloodline, while his 2 wives had around 60%. Thus, Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling mounted Long Sheng and his wife, embarking on their journey home. As the returnees from the flame-forbidden land re-entered, within a month, the deeds of the Jiuchong building spread across the entire continent, along with Shun Ping's renowned name. Subsequently, various families began to consolidate their forces, preparing for war against the Jiuchong building. This time, the royal families and sects also mobilized their strength, for the Jiuchong building had been branded as a dark force, audaciously seeking to eradicate all powers across the continent, an act the royal families could not tolerate. After the news broke, the Jiuchong Tower realized that their plan had failed and promptly withdrew from most of the nations. The remaining nations retreated from the imperial city and instead occupied another city as their stronghold, with 10 nations each taking a city. As for Hangua, it also shrank its influence, occupying only the first city, as the ancestral elders of the 3 clans stationed there had been eliminated by them long ago. In a single night, they subdued the 3 major families of the first city. In Zhaogua, Jiuchong Tower also opted to retreat. After receiving messages from Su Yang detailing the battle scenes, the senior management of Jiuchong Tower decided to refrain from provoking Shun Ping for the time being. What the future holds is uncertain. Compared to their plans, Shun Ping seemed relatively insignificant. Should Shun Ping obstruct their path, they would have to confront him once more. If their headquarters were not based in Hangua, they would prefer not to occupy cities there, especially since news of Shun Ping's close ties with the Hangua prince had spread across the continent. The prince's personal invitation to his family's elders to support Shun Ping further cemented their relationship. Shun Ping had heard about the events concerning Jiuchong Tower, but did not pay much attention. This past month, he had been enjoying a leisurely time with Li Xiaoling, exploring the mountains and rivers. The corpses in his spatial realm had transformed into pseudo-heritage crystal stones, and Shun Ping had come to understand why they were deemed pseudo-heritage crystals. The heritage crystals produced through his unique martial techniques contained only 70% of the energy from those strong enough to voluntarily leave behind their legacy. The battle experiences and techniques of the deceased warriors were uncertain and depended on the time of death. Freshly deceased bodies could pass on more, while those that had been dead for some time, especially nearly a month, left little behind in terms of battle experience and techniques, only providing insights into their realms. This had little impact on Shun Ping, who regarded these pseudo-heritage crystals merely as experience elixirs, one requiring extensive refinement and the other being instantaneously refined. Having dealt with these pseudo-heritage crystals, Shinping found himself less busy and spent his days wandering with Li Xiaoling. After more than half a year of travel, he finally returned to Xiangyang City with her. Chapter 9. The return your sizes are too large. Could you possibly shrink a bit? Shinping remarked, gazing down at the Long Sheng beneath him. Of course, master, replied Long Sheng. Upon hearing Shinping's words, after he and Li Xiaoling dismounted, he and another fire dragon shrank from a length of 50 meters to just 20 centimeters, floating before the two of them. This is a capability that beasts acquire upon reaching the 9th tier, allowing them to change size at will, with the minimum being 20 centimeters and the maximum potentially reaching 100-fold of their original size. Very well. One of you can perch on my shoulder while the other stays with Li Xiaoling, Shun Ping instructed gently, observing the two diminutive fire dragons. Understood, master. The fire dragon obediently settled onto Shun Ping's shoulder. By the way, you two don't have names yet, do you? I'll give you some. You shall be named Shun Delong, and you shall be Shun Erlong, while your other mate will be called Shun Sanlong. What do you think? Shin Ping suddenly took an interest in naming them, eagerly bestowing names upon the two dragons. That's rather corny, Li Xiaoling remarked with a slight pout. Not at all. The names bestowed by the master are splendid. I will have my offspring named by him as well, Shun Delong flattered. See, Li Xiaoling? Delong thinks my names are quite good. Shin Ping raised an eyebrow, addressing her. All right, whatever makes you happy. Li Xiaoling sighed, feeling helpless. Both dragons had agreed. So what could she do? As they continued their conversation on the way to Xiangyang City, dozens of figures surged from the direction of the city, heading toward Shinping and the others. Before their arrival, their voices were heard. May I ask which esteemed demon saint has graced us with their presence? What brings you here? These figures were the ancestors of the three major families within Xiangyang City, having sensed the presence of 9-tiered demon beasts outside the city and instantaneously teleporting over. The family leaders also detected the aura of their respective ancestral elders, followed closely by their family guards. Ah, we didn't expect such a grand occasion. Li Xiaoling, are we being too ostentatious? Shen Ping tilted his head to glance at Li Xiaoling. Have you forgotten? 2 9-tiered demon beasts suddenly appearing outside Xiangyang City is bound to attract attention. Li Xiling Giglet, Koriding Hermot. You better explain quickly. The ancestors are already releasing their auras, preparing for battle. Sigh, I just returned home. Is it really necessary? Shen Ping shook his head and then cupped his hands toward the approaching ancestors. Esteemed seniors, please do not be alarmed. I am Shin Ping from Xinshang, and these 2 demon beasts are my pets. The ancestors of the 3 families had never met Shin Ping, but had heard of his name, as his reputation had soared. Upon realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, they relaxed their stances and approached Shin Ping and Li Xiaoling. Ah, it is you, young Shun. I thought the demon beasts from the Xiangyang Mountains were about to attack the city. I was puzzled since I hadn't heard of them leaving the mountains, said the leader, an elder from the Li family. All right then, let us return. Let these younger generations catch up, suggested another elder from the Lin family. Thus, as the 2 parties met, the elder figures of the 3 families returned to their respective secluded chambers in Xiangyang City, passing by the family leaders without further comment. This scene left the family leaders astonished. Their elders had suddenly emerged from seclusion and then promptly returned. Upon approaching, they finally realized the cause. It turns out to be you, young man. No wonder the elders suddenly emerged and then left, said Li Zhenrui, his face lighting up at the sight of Shun Ping and his daughter. Father, Li Xiaoling exclaimed, rushing into her father's embrace. You're getting older, yet still so impulsive. What decorum is this? Though Li Zhenrui chided her, the smile on his face betrayed his enjoyment. All right, you're no longer a child. You shouldn't be so clingy to your father in front of so many people. He gently patted her shoulder. Li Xiaoling blushed and stepped away from her father, moving to Shin Ping's side and wrapping her arm around his. Haha, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lin, it has been a while. Shin Ping greeted the 3 family leaders with a smile and a respectful gesture. It is you, Your return has stirred quite a commotion. Your realm has advanced remarkably fast, reaching the 10th level of martial sovereign, Lin Jiqiang observed, taking in the youthful figure before him. Luck plays a part, but haven't the three of you also advanced to the martial emperor realm? Shenping replied politely. We are old now. The future rests in your hands. Zhao Guangtian shook his head, acknowledging the situation. Advancing to martial sovereign within just over 3 years is unprecedented. Enough with the pleasantries. The sun is setting. Let's head back to the city and hold a feast to celebrate your triumphant return, Xiaoping, Li Zhenrui said, his face beaming with joy as he looked at his daughter and future son-in-law. The group fell silent, following Li Zhenrui's lead as they made their way back to Xiangyang City. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the city lord's residence, celebrating Shenping and Li Xiuling's victorious return. Although this event had occurred 6 months prior, it solidified Shenping's title as the foremost individual beneath the martial saint. For few could defy the martial saint realm while still in the martial sovereign realm. The grand banquet reverberated throughout the entire city, with every notable family receiving an invitation. Although the Shun family was not formally invited, the representative from Shun City was present, as this was a celebratory feast for their enforcement elder. Most of Shenping's friends from the 3 major families had emerged from their seclusion to attend the banquet, with only a few exceptions vying for the inheritance secret realm, as they had not seen Shenping and Li Xiuling for over a year. Pingge, you have truly made a name for yourself across the continent. Lin Yunfeng exclaimed with enthusiasm as he raised his glass to Shenping. Xiaofeng, whether this name is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Shenping replied, shaking his head as he downed his drink. After all, I directly eliminated over 700 martial lords, and the number of those who died indirectly due to me is incalculable. Indeed, while those you saved may speak on your behalf, the number of lives lost because of you is staggering. At the very least, your fearsome reputation precedes you, and no one dares to provoke you anymore. Even our Xiangyang city has benefited from your glory, Li Xiuqin remarked with heartfelt emotion. Wow, what glory has Xiangyang city gained from Pingge? Do tell. Li Xiuling interjected with keen interest. I can speak to that, as I experienced it firsthand. Last time, my brother and I attended a contest for a martial emperor's secret realm. We got separated from the group and ended up surrounded by individuals from other families. In the end, I had no choice but to declare that I was from Xiangyang City, and they actually let us go, Lin Rulin recounted excitedly. Are you sure it wasn't because you are Shenping's cousin? Lin Yunqing teased. Oh, brother, you are exposing my secrets. Lin Rulin blushed at first, then grew indignant. What of it? We are already engaged. This elicited laughter from everyone present. Although Lin Rulin's words were somewhat exaggerated, anyone associated with Shenping commanded respect. After all, those who entered the secret realms were predominantly martial lords, hardly a match for Shenping alone. Therefore, declaring acquaintance with Shenping within the secret realm was indeed advantageous. Let's not get carried away with secret realm matters. When the power disparity is vast, asserting one's superiority becomes irrelevant. In the Duandao martial lord's secret realm, why do the 4 royal families and sects dominate a medicinal garden? It is simply because their strength is formidable. Currently, Shenping, recognized as the foremost individual beneath the martial saint realm, and his feats of slaying those at the 6th level of the martial saint realm have elevated him to a status comparable to that of royal families and sects, if not higher. After all, those royal families could not eliminate martial saints as decisively as Shenping. Chapter 10. Casual banter among friends, even though Shenping had not seen them for over a year and their realms differed vastly. This did not affect their camaraderie or create a sense of hierarchy. This can be attributed to the excellent upbringing from the 3 major families, as not everyone can disregard the pressure exerted by those in positions of power. Shenping relished this atmosphere, feeling relaxed and at ease. Rulin, when is your wedding with my cousin scheduled? Shenping inquired upon learning of her engagement. It will be soon at the end of this year. You won't be leaving this year, will you? You must come to my wedding. Lin Rulin replied eagerly. Yes, Pingge mentioned that the world is rather tumultuous lately, so we will remain at home for the time being until it is safer to travel, Li Xiuling interjected, having overheard Lin Rulin's inquiry. Xiuling, look at Rulin. She is younger than you and is already getting married. When will you and Shenping tie the knot? Li Xiuqin teased from the side. Oh dear cousin, why do you seem more anxious than we are? You should find someone for yourself first. After all, You are already 20. Li Xiuling Raturta, Blushing. You? Me? Li Xiuqin. Initially seeking gossip, found herself at a loss for words, and quickly redirected the conversation. Drink up. This Miaozi is truly delightful. Without your supply, our family has now limited sales. Haha, Qin, drink to your heart's content today. I will not impose limits, Shen Ping chuckled, retrieving a plethora of Miaozi, Huazi, and cola from his spatial storage. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would not have held back, Zhao Xiaoqian chimed in. By the way, where are your brothers? Shen Ping asked as he glanced at Zhao Xiaoqian. They have all gone to participate in the royal family's secret realm. That realm contains all sorts of treasures, even the potential to acquire heavenly-level techniques. It is a privilege bestowed upon the Zhao family by the royal family. I was in seclusion at the time and missed out. Otherwise, I would have gone too, Zhao Xiaoqian explained, taking a sip of her cola. It is no wonder the Zhao royal family has thrived. They are indeed generous, Shen Ping remarked, chewing on a piece of meat. Thus, everyone enjoyed their meal and drinks while engaging in lively conversation, sharing tales of Shen Ping and Li Xiuling's adventures during their travels, as well as their experiences participating in other secret realms in Xiangyang City. As the joyous atmosphere lingered, the banquet eventually came to an end. Let us conclude for today. We shall gather again another day, Shen Ping proposed, raising his glass for the final toast. Cheers! Everyone responded, raising their glasses and downing the last of their drinks together. Here, I, Shen Ping, make a promise to you all. What promise, you ask? It is this. If you provide the resources for your advancement, I shall assist you in achieving rapid progression. But this offer is limited to you all, including those who could not attend. When they return, relay this message to them. Shen Ping solemnly declared to those who had stood by him during his weaker days. What do you mean, Pingu? Lin Yunfeng asked, somewhat bewildered. The others were equally puzzled. For instance, take Xiao Feng as an example. Currently at the first level of the Martial King realm, he requires 2 low-grade spirit crystals to advance to the second level. If you provide me with those 2 spirit crystals, I can facilitate your swift breakthrough to the second level. Do you understand? Shen Ping explained calmly, intending to allow his companions to experience the thrill of leveling up once more. Ping Yi, is this for real? Lin Yunxing asked uncertainly. Lin Yunxing, slightly older than Shen Ping, now called him Pingu, reflecting the pressure Shen Ping's prowess exerted on them, rendering it impossible to address him as before. Of course, as long as the resources are sufficient, why not elevate you all to the Martial Emperor, Martial Lord, or even Martial Saint realms? However, reaching the Martial Lord realm requires comprehension of the laws, which is something you must achieve on your own, Shen Ping stated, gazing at his companions. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Just look at my realm. You cannot possibly guess? If Pingu can elevate me to the 10th level of the Martial Lord realm, then your levels are but a trifle, Li Xiuling chimed in, supporting Shen Ping. As these friends had grown up alongside her, since Shen Ping wished to assist them, she was more than willing to help. Very well. We shall seek resources from our families in the coming days. Everyone expressed their trust in Shen Ping, recalling how he had previously provided them with pills that facilitated their direct elevation to the Martial Lord realm, leaving no room for doubt regarding his current offerings. All right, let's conclude today here. From now on, you can directly come to our Shunsheng with the resources. I have to return tomorrow. After saying this, Shen Ping bid farewell to everyone. This time, Shen Ping did not return to Shen Mansion, but directly accompanied Li Xiuling to her boudoir. After all, in Li Xiuling's view, the two had been living together for over a year, having done everything that needed to be done, leaving no room for shyness. In Shen Ping's eyes, she would soon be his wife, so what was there to be concerned about? However, others did not share the same perspective. Li Zhanrui watched with his own eyes as Shen Ping entered the boudoir with his daughter, feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart. It seemed that his precious daughter had already been taken by Shen Ping, whom he regarded as a bore. Little did he know that Shen Ping had not yet taken that step, choosing to reserve everything for their wedding day. The following morning, Shen Ping had breakfast with Li Xiuling's family, and Zhao Guangyi, Li Xiuling's mother, expressed her satisfaction with Shen Ping. After the meal, Shen Ping sat in the hall, chatting with Li Zhanrui and presented gifts. Uncle Li, thank you for the care extended to our family by the 3 prominent clans. Otherwise, irreversible events might have occurred. Shen Ping had previously met with his uncle stationed in Xiangyang City, so he was aware that the 3 major clans had sent an elder to oversee Shenzhen. preventing some individuals from attempting to leverage the capture of Shun clan members to coerce Shunping. Ha! We are all family. There's no need for excessive formality. Li Jianrui waved his hand dismissively. That being said, my travels this past year have been fruitful, and I would like to present something to the three major clans. After saying this, Shunping produced 3 storage rings and placed them on the table, each containing 1,000 pieces of martial sovereign realm pseudo-inheritance crystal stones. Oh, what is this? Let me take a look. Li Jianrui picked up one of the storage rings and was astonished to find it contained 1,000 inheritance crystal stones. Where did you get these? What grade are they? Quickly take them back. They're too precious for us to accept. Haha, Uncle Li, these are martial sovereign realm inheritance crystals, also known as pseudo-inheritance crystals. Shunping found Li Jianrui's astonishment amusing. Thankfully, Li Xiaoling was not present, as she would undoubtedly have remarked on Li Jianrui's lack of worldly experience. Shunping possessed a total of 8,540 pieces, and he even had a martial king inheritance crystal. Pseudo-inheritance cristal? Could the legends be true? Do those dark forces truly possess the ability to condense inheritance crystal stones? Li Jianrui furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. Yes, this secret method was discovered within a martial saint's storage ring in the 9-story tower. It can condense the physical forms of deceased powerful beings into inheritance crystals. But it does have some limitations, Shunping explained, elaborating on the actual capabilities of the pseudo-inheritance crystals. Well, even a 70% effectiveness is considerable. This will significantly accelerate cultivation speed. Xiaoping, remember, this secret must not be leaked, or it could lead to chaos in the world, Li Jianrui cautioned earnestly. I understand, but many in the 9-story tower are aware of this secret method since it was their creation. I fear they might divulge it, Shunping replied. It shouldn't be a problem. It hasn't been leaked for so many years, so it likely won't now. As for those who know of this secret, they are not numerous. As you only obtained it from the leaders of the 9-story tower, indicating its great value there, known only to the upper echelons. Li Jianrui analyzed Shunping's words thoughtfully. Chapter 11. Returning home indeed. Uncle Li, your reasoning is sound. Let us not discuss this further. Please accept these 3 rings, one for each family. Since you are aware of my capabilities, you should know I do not lack these, and what I am giving you is the least valuable. I have kept the best for myself. Moreover, my clan currently has fewer than 300 members, so we do not require so many, Shunping acknowledged. Given that, I shall accept them. In the future, our 4 families will unite, and we shall ascend to greater heights together. Li Jianrui recognized Shunping's generosity and accepted the rings. Although these pseudo-inheritance crystals could only impart 70% of their potential, they would enable comprehension of the laws, which was the key challenge for many at the martial emperor level. Just as Li Xiaoling had experienced with her martial king inheritance crystal, which would typically require a substantial amount of time to refine, her realm was elevated to martial king by Shunping, enabling a seamless integration. Thus, the lower the realm, the slower the refinement. Conversely, the higher the realm, the quicker the process. For instance, the time taken by a martial emperor to refine a martial sovereign inheritance crystal would differ from that of a martial saint. By the way, Uncle Li, since both Li Xiaoling and I will soon turn 18, I plan to bring our family elders to propose in a few days. Do you have any suggestions? Shunping shifted the conversation towards his impending marriage with Li Xiaoling. Huh? You finally brought this up? I was getting anxious for you. Li Jianrui chuckled as he regarded Shunping. Well, I heard that getting married is not good for one's health, which is why I waited until we both reached 18 to mention it. Shunping scratched his head sheepishly. What do you mean not good for health? That applies to ordinary people. For families like ours, a few doses won't hurt. However, it is commendable that you're being considerate. As for the proposal, I have no objections. We can proceed as others do. Just let me know when you plan to visit, Li Jianrui noted, touched by Shunping's concern for Li Xiaoling's well-being. Very well, let us set it for a week from now. I will come to visit then. Shunping decided after some thought. Great. I will ensure a warm welcome at the city lord's mansion that day and invite my father back as well so we can discuss the marriage together, Li Jianrui stated earnestly. The two continued to chat about various details. After bidding farewell to Li Xiaoling and her mother, Shunping departed from Qingzhou Mansion, preparing to return to Shenzhen. Although Li Xiaoling wished to accompany Shunping, her mother, who had not seen her daughter for a long time, naturally disallowed it. saying they would have many opportunities in the future and that there was no need to rush. After some persuasion from her mother and Shenping, Li Xiaoling reluctantly said goodbye. As Shenping left Xianyang City, he strolled towards Shunsheng with a light step, feeling an urgent longing for his family, whom he had not seen for a long time, quickening his pace. What once took 3 hours to traverse now took less than 10 minutes. Shenping's return was unannounced, although the members of the Shen clan were already aware of his arrival in Xianyang City. Upon seeing Shunsheng, he noted it had expanded significantly since his departure, now featuring both inner and outer layers, with the outer layer having been enlarged by more than 100 times, encompassing the nearby villages. Excellent. It seems our Shun clan has developed quite well. Shun Ping reflected with satisfaction as he gazed at the magnificent city, confirming the rapid progress of the clan in his absence. Hey, Brother Ping, you're back. At the entrance of his home, he was spotted by Shun Hong, his cousin from across the street, who shouted joyfully and leaped into Shun Ping's embrace. Shun Ping cradled Shen Hong in his arms and smiled, saying, Hong Mei, you have gained quite a bit of weight this year. Soon, you will be a big child. How can you still let your brother carry you? Brother Ping, I haven't gained any weight, she retorted, shyly burying her head in his embrace. All right, it's time to let you down, Shun Ping replied, setting Shun Hong down with a grin. If your mother sees you like this, she will surely scold you. Just then, both families heard Shun Hong's loud voice and stepped out of their homes. Xiaoping, you're back. Your mother was worried sick. Shenping's second aunt was the first to emerge. Aunt, how have you been lately? Shenping greeted her with a cheerful smile. Very well, thank you. I eat well, dress well, and sleep well. Our Shen family is no longer what it used to be. Come on, let's head home, she said, leading Shenping towards his house. As they entered, they encountered Shen Mu and Shen Lan coming out, having also heard Shen Hong's cries. Mother, sister, I am back, Shenping announced, beaming at them. Good. It's wonderful that you're home. Come, let us go inside, Shen Mu said, her eyes glistening with tears. Meanwhile, Shen Lan, like Shen Hong, dashed into her brother's embrace, exclaiming, Third brother, I missed you so much. Shen Ping gently patted his sister's shoulder, saying, Be good, we can talk more once we get home. After calming his sister, the family entered the courtyard and settled in the pavilion. Where are father and second brother? Shen Ping inquired, noticing their absence. After Shen Tong got married, he moved out. Your father and your second uncle are likely in the city handling matters. Your second brother, along with your cousin, Xiao Fei, and your friends, went to participate in a secret martial arts realm, Shen Mu explained. What about eldest brother and sister-in-law? Are they out training as well? Shen Ping continued to seek news about his family. Not quite. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so your brother has been staying home, she replied. Lania, you and your sister go find your eldest brother and tell him that your third brother is back. All right, I will go right away, Shen Lan said. And she raced off with Shen Hong towards their elder brother's home. Isn't it said that the higher the realm, the lower the probability of having offspring? Eldest brother is quite impressive. In less than a year, he has achieved this. Shen Ping chuckled with his mother about family matters. How can you say such things? Are you not happy for your elder brother having child? Shen Mu, having regained her composure from the excitement of Shen Ping's return, scolded him playfully for his mischief. All right, I won't say it anymore. Shen Ping quickly apologized. Aunt, please don't leave for lunch. Let us prepare some delicious food and feast together. Shen Mu would Shen Aunt. I had no intention of leaving, sister-in-law, Shen Aunt responded with a sense of humor, as the two families often dined together without feeling awkward. As they chatted, it was not long before Shen Lan and Shen Hong returned with their elder brother Shen Tong and sister-in-law Lin Ruoshi. Shen Ping noticed Lin Ruoshi's slightly rounded abdomen and remarked, Eldest brother, you are indeed impressive. By the looks of it, sister-in-law must be 3 months along. Shen Ting scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and replied, It's been just over 2 months. Lin Ruoshi beside him blushed slightly. I was thinking you hadn't conceived yet, so I was going to give you a pregnancy pill, but it seems I won't need to after all. Since that's the case, let me give you these calming and stabilizing pills, Shen Ping said, casually taking out several bottles of pills and handing them to Shen Tong. The pregnancy pills naturally increased the likelihood of conception, while the calming pills were self-explanatory. Shen Ping's store boasted a variety of pills for different realms. Thank you. Third brother, Shen Tong, said cheerfully as he accepted the pills, and Lin Ruoshi also expressed her gratitude. By midday, Shen Qing Shan and Shen Qing Yun returned. Ever since Shun Songqiong became the Grand Elder, he had ceased to manage family affairs, leaving all the burdens on Shun Qingshan and Shun Qingyan. They were extremely busy and had hardly any time to cultivate, resulting in stagnation in their progress over the past year. However, due to their efforts, the family had indeed flourished. The lunch prepared was splendid. Shun Mu and Shun Air Ant put all their skills into this meal. As everyone dined, they shared stories and enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere. In the evening, the family organized a grand banquet to celebrate Shun Ping's return. Acknowledging that the family's prosperity was largely due to his contributions, and everyone felt immense gratitude towards him. The next day, with no pressing matters at hand, Shun Ping accompanied Shun Qingshan to the family treasury. He directly released over 80,000 storage rings and handed over the remaining inheritance crystal stones to Shun Qingshan, leaving him and the third elder of the treasury gaping in astonishment. While they had anticipated that Shun Ping would acquire numerous resources, they never imagined it would be to this extent. Subsequently, Shun Ping also submitted some high-grade earth-level cultivation techniques and martial arts to the scripture pavilion. After addressing a few matters, he left them to his father and Shun Qingshan to manage, as the family was now on the right track and no longer required his constant involvement. With nothing to do, Shun Ping returned home and took his two sisters to ride on Shindalong, heading towards the Xiangyang mountain range. After all, their family was established near the periphery of the Xiangyang mountain range, and Shun Ping resolved to tame the ninth-tier beasts within, ensuring that they posed no threat to the family. Shun Lan and Shun Hong were thrilled. They had not anticipated that the two miniature dragons their brother brought back could grow so large and even carry them aloft. Shindalong formed a protective barrier around them to shield them from the wind, as it had signed a master-servant contract with Shun Ping. If it inadvertently harmed his two sisters, it would surely face consequences. As they approached the central region of the Xiangyang mountain range, Shindalong's imposing presence compelled the lower-tier beasts to bow low in submission. However, the four ninth-tier beasts in the heart of the mountain sensed a challenge. How dare an outsider behave so brazenly? Their hostility was palpable as the four ninth-tier beasts took to the skies, converging on Shindalong, leading to an aerial confrontation. Upon seeing the humans atop Shindalong, the beast's pupils constricted. If such a powerful creature could be subdued, how formidable must the human be? Umans, you have crossed the line. Withdraw at once, bellowed the tiger sage among the four beasts. Ha, cross what line? From now on, this will be my territory. Shun Ping replied nonchalantly. You? The dragon sage among the beasts seethed with anger, retorting, Human, you are far too audacious. With that, he unleashed a water column aimed directly at Shindalong. You take them back for now, Shun Ping instructed Shindalong, then turned to his two sisters, saying, Watch closely, I'll catch a pet for you. As the water column neared Shindalong, Shun Ping stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the water column and sent the fiery fist flying towards the dragon sage. This seemingly casual punch was, in truth, the pinnacle of the Earth-tier Firelight Fist, a manifestation of the perfected realm. Shun Ping did not dare to unleash his full strength, merely channeling the power of 100 laws. Nevertheless, this single blow sent the Jiao Sheng crashing from the sky to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth, its serpentine body thrashing wildly, a clear indication of its immense pain. This scene unfolded rapidly, so swiftly that the Hu Sheng and the others could hardly react before witnessing the utter defeat of the Jiao Sheng. What shall we do? This human is too powerful, inquired the Ying Sheng, turning to the leading Hu Sheng. How should I know? I am merely 2 levels above the Jiao Sheng. While I can defeat it, I would not do so with such ease, the Hu Sheng replied, equally perplexed and uncertain of their next steps. Allow me to give it a try. If I too cannot withstand his assault, then we shall surrender. It appears he will not kill us. At most, he would make us his servants. The Gui Sheng stepped forward. Like the Hu Sheng, it was also at the 6th level of the 9th tier, its shell providing considerable defense. Have you finished your discussion? I am about to make my move, Shun Ping remarked, having observed the 3 beastly figures conferring among themselves. Yet he remained unfazed. Esteemed human warrior, permit me to receive your strike, the Gui Sheng proclaimed, its massive form levitating in the air, retracting its head and tail, thus presenting its shell towards Shun Ping. Ah, interesting. Let us see if your shell is sufficiently sturdy, Shun Bing responded with amusement, launching another firelight fist imbued with the power of 100 laws toward the shell. As the other beasts watched with bated breath, the shell successfully absorbed the blow. Just as they were about to rejoice, a pained scream emanated from within the shell, followed by the Gui Sheng's desperate cry, I concede, I concede. With a smile, Shun Ping retracted his fist and turned to the two other beasts, asking, what about you? The Hu Sheng and Ying Sheng exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond, their eyes drawn to the Gui Sheng, which had now extended its head and tail. Returning to the Hu Sheng and Ying Sheng's side, blood trickling from its mouth. In hushed tones, it warned them, I can withstand at most 3 strikes. Beyond that, I shall perish. Whatever demands he has, we should acquiesce. Otherwise, none of us will survive, and we might not even escape. Esteemed human warrior, please state your demands. The Hu Sheng said on behalf of the others, as the Gui Sheng and Jiao Sheng descended to the ground, administering some herbal remedies to the latter before joining the Hu Sheng side. You 4 shall sign contract with my 2 younger sisters, 2 beasts each, allowing them to choose. Shun Ping stated nonchalantly, presenting them with only 2 options, to agree to the contracts or face death at his hands. The 4 beasts exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Observing this, Shun Ping summoned Shindalong and instructed his 2 sisters, you 2 choose 2 beasts as your companions. What? I did not expect you, third brother, to be so formidable, effortlessly subduing these 4 powerful beasts. Without Shindalong's protection, we might have been killed by their mere presence. Shunlan expressed her astonishment. Brother Ping, do you truly wish to give them to us as pets? Shenhong inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Of course. Now make your selections. It is time for lunch, Shun Ping replied, affectionately gazing at his younger sisters. After deliberation, Shunlan chose the Hu Sheng and Jiao Sheng, while Shenhong opted for the Ying Sheng and Gui Sheng. Following the signing of the contracts, the Jiao Sheng and Gui Sheng shrank in size, landing on Shunlan's arm and Shenhong's shoulder, respectively, while the Hu Sheng and Ying Sheng became mounts for the 2 sisters. After dispatching their subordinates, the demon saints carried their respective masters back to Shun Sheng. Although the Shun clan was aware of Shun Ping's draconic companion, the addition of 2 9th-tier beasts caused a stir as they approached the city gates. This was due to the unnatural aura emanating from the 2 beasts during flight, while the other 2 remained undetectable. The inhabitants of Shun Sheng initially believed that beasts from the Xiangyang mountain range were preparing to attack. However, upon recognizing Shunlan and Shunhong atop the beasts, they realized their mistake and dispersed. Upon entering the city, the Hu Sheng and Ying Sheng also diminished in size, settling on the shoulders of the 2 girls. Arriving home just in time for lunch, the sisters excitedly showcased their new companions to their family, further elucidating Shun Ping's current strength. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Ping informed his father and second uncle about the Xiangyang mountain range becoming their family's private sanctuary, advising them to cease hunting. He assured them that 8th-tier beasts would periodically deliver medicinal herbs, while the fate of others was inconsequential. In the afternoon, Shun Ping visited the military camp, where he naturally engaged in a drinking session with Li Xioling's grandfather, his second uncle, and other family elders, recounting the events at the Xiangyang mountain range and assuring them that the beasts would no longer pose a threat to humanity, instead choosing to reside within the mountains, allowing them to redirect their forces elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the elders were astounded, realizing how quickly Shun Ping had managed to subdue 9th-tier beasts. Chapter 13. Proposing to the Leaf family on this day, Shun Ping rose early, for it was of great significance. He was to propose to the Lord's daughter. After breakfast, he accompanied the esteemed elder Shun Tsang Xiong, his father Shinqing Shan, and his second uncle Shinqing Yun, followed by a retinue carrying various rare herbs, weapons, and elixirs, en route to the Lord's residence in Xiangyang City. Shun Ping placed immense importance on this proposal, preparing numerous exquisite gifts. Though he could have stored them in his spatial ring, he opted for his clan members to carry them, aiming to create an impressive spectacle. Upon entering Xiangyang City, their procession attracted much attention, as onlookers quickly deduced that the Shun clan had come to propose. Curiosity piqued as they followed the group, eager to discern the identity of the intended bride. Only upon arriving at the Lord's residence did the crowd realize the gravity of the situation. Shun Ping, the foremost warrior of the Shun clan, had come to propose to Li Xiuling. Upon their arrival, the Li clan welcomed them with the utmost respect, ushering them inside. Once seated, discussions commenced. Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling shared mutual affection, rendering the proposal a mere formality, primarily to discuss the wedding date. From this day forth, we shall be in-laws, Li Zhanrui said with a smile to Shun Qing-shan, though he felt a tinge of reluctance, acknowledging that one must let go as daughters grow. Brother Li, this is indeed a bonding of families. Henceforth, our four clans shall be intertwined, watching over each other. Shun Qing-shan replied graciously. Today marks the betrothal of my daughter, Li Xiaoling, to your son, Shen Ping. Let's first discuss the wedding date. As for family matters, we can address those later, Li Zhanrui suggested, redirecting the conversation. Agreed. Little Ping wishes to set the wedding date for around May of next year, after they have celebrated their birthdays. Brother Li, what are your thoughts? Shun Qing-shan inquired. That sounds acceptable. Let us set it for May 18th, a fortuitous day. Li Zhanrui replied, after a moment of contemplation. On May 18th, the date was set, and in terms of the betrothal gifts, we prepared 100 pieces of Chuan Cheng Jingshi. Upon seeing that the date had been confirmed, Shun Qing-shan raised the topic of the betrothal gifts. I had no objections. As long as he treats my daughter well in the future, that is all that matters. Li Zhanrui Siga, remarking that the Shun family was full of sincerity, having directly offered 100 pieces of Chuan Cheng Jingshi as a betrothal gift, which demonstrated their regard for Li Xiaoling. Subsequently, some details were agreed upon, and then everyone was invited by Li Zhanrui to the banquet hall, where the two families enjoyed a joyful lunch together before dispersing. Linger, will you return to Shuncheng with me, or will you remain in Xianyang? After all matters had concluded, Shen Ping and Li Xiaoling sat in a pavilion, engaged in casual conversation. I will go with you. It is so boring to stay at home, Li Xiaoling said, leaning against Shun Ping's shoulder. Well, that's fine. Now that we are engaged, there is nothing else to attend to except waiting for the wedding next year. You will then be part of the Shun family, Shun Ping replied, gazing at Li Xiaoling resting against him. Yes, Ping, I never expected that after you saved me, we would reach this point. Back then, I thought you were just a remarkable hero, Li Xiaoling reminisced about their journey together. At that time, I didn't say much. I simply saw someone in need and helped. I had no idea you were the daughter of the city lord. Later, you brought me into the Wu Wang secret realm, which became my true opportunity and the starting point of my rise, Shun Ping reflected, slowly recounting the assistance he received along his journey. I never anticipated that I would gain a legacy. The moment you mentioned giving up the legacy, I felt a rush of emotions for you. As we continued to interact, I gradually developed feelings for you, especially that day when you took my hand and asked if you could call me Linger. Do you know how fast my heart was racing at that moment? Li Xiaoling squinted her eyes, seemingly transported back to that day. To be honest, that was my first confession, and I didn't know what to say. Luckily, when I held your hand, you didn't refuse. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Shun Ping chuckled, wrapping his arm around Li Xiaoling's shoulders. When did you start to like me? Li Xiaoling lifted her head, looking earnestly at Shen Ping. When? Perhaps it was at first sight. After all, how could I not be captivated by such a stunning beauty with long legs? Shen Ping murmured softly. Oh really? So you were just attracted by my looks? Li Xiaoling pouted adorably. Well, one could say that. Initial impressions are indeed important. However, as time passed, I discovered that I genuinely wanted you to be my wife and mother of my children. Shen Ping gazed into Li Xiaoling's eyes and spoke softly. Perhaps it was that very glance that sealed our fated connection, inscribing our names on the stone of destiny, allowing my lonely soul to find solace. Ping Yi, Li Xiaoling said with teary eyes, embracing Shun Ping's waist, burying her head in his chest. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoling followed Shen Ping back to Shuncheng, moving into his small residence. This time, she was not there as a friend, but as Shun Ping's fiancée, the future daughter-in-law of the Shen family. Shenmu looked at her future daughter-in-law with immense joy. Although her second son was yet to marry, her third son had already brought home his fiancée, with a wedding set for the following year. Shenlan also took a liking to her new sister-in-law, especially since Li Xiaoling had gifted her numerous beautiful clothes and accessories upon their first meeting. These gifts had been meticulously prepared by Li Xiaoling, awaiting this very day. Every member of the Shun family received their gifts, including Shun Teng and Lin Ruoxi, who lived separately. Lin Ruoxi was particularly delighted by Li Xiaoling's arrival. Although she was enjoying life in the Shun family, Her recent pregnancy had kept her indoors, and she had few acquaintances in the city. The arrival of her close friend, Li Xiuling, brought her much joy. The Shen family was thoroughly impressed with Li Xiuling, admiring her background, appearance, and demeanor. She handled household matters with grace and was exceptionally courteous to everyone. That very evening, she showcased her culinary skills, astonishing the Shen family with her remarkable talent, a skill honed through Shen Ping's patient guidance over the past year. Thus, Li Xiuling successfully became part of the Shen family, embarking on her new life as a prospective daughter-in-law. Now, Li Xiuling was no longer preoccupied with cultivation. She merely awaited Shen Ping's nurturing. Shen Ping not only helped her comprehend the principles of power, but also enabled her to swiftly learn martial techniques, and breakthroughs in her realm were no longer a concern. Cultivation? What is there to cultivate? Are pills not delightful? Or is it not enjoyable to swiftly grasp martial techniques? Li Xiuling thought she would simply wait for Shen Ping's generous support. As for the secrets surrounding him, after such intimate contact over time, how could she remain entirely in the dark? While others needed months or even years to concoct pills, Shen Ping accomplished it swiftly, and the results were astonishingly effective. She had never witnessed him crafting pills, yet his methods for quickly imparting the principles of power were nothing short of miraculous. Occasionally, he would produce peculiar items, each with unique functions. The enjoyment derived from items like the herbal tea and cola was undeniable. Since Shen Ping did not disclose his secrets, she refrained from asking, trusting that he would never harm her. Why burden myself with such thoughts? Perhaps one day, when he feels she is ready, he will share. Chapter 14. The development of the Shen clan upon returning to Shuncheng. Shen Ping's life resumed its tranquil rhythm, filled with romantic exchanges with Li Xiuling and leisurely outings with his two younger sisters. Meanwhile, Li Xiuling and Lin Ruolin, along with others, gradually approached Shen Ping with resources. This time, Shen Ping possessed abundant resources and had no intention of taking advantage of them, allowing their realms to directly ascend to the 10th level of Wu Huang. With their true energy now brimming, they needed only to grasp the principles of power to break through to the Wu Zun realm. The group of young people, all under 30, were filled with excitement. Today he treated, tomorrow they treated, taking turns to host Shen Ping and Li Xiuling for over a week. Afterward, they set out to seek opportunities for breakthroughs to the Wu Zun realm. Over half a month later, those who had participated in the contest for the Wu Huang inheritance returned, and Shen Ping was reunited with his long-absent second brother and cousins. The members of the Zhao family also returned, and after being notified by Lin Ruolin in Xiangyang City, they brought resources to Shen Ping and achieved breakthroughs to the 10th level of Wu Huang in a single day. This led to another round of feasting, followed by their own quest for opportunities. As for the Shen clan, Shen Ping ensured they were well taken care of. All 14 elders were elevated to the 10th level of Wu Zun, and his parents, along with his second uncle and aunt, also reached the 10th level of Wu Zun. Other elders in the family were promoted to the 1st level of Wu Zun, while his peers all ascended to the 10th level of Wu Huang. And those who had just begun their cultivation were raised to the 1st level of Wu Huang, all in consideration of their future. It is not that Shen Ping is unable to elevate their cultivation to martial sovereign level 10, nor is it a matter of reluctance in utilizing resources. Rather, Shen Ping does not wish for them to remain idle, ultimately becoming individuals with mere rank but devoid of combat prowess. Aside from his family and the 14 esteemed elders who have received martial techniques, he has refrained from imparting such skills to others, instead encouraging them to learn independently. Shen Ping has long asserted that the development of the clan cannot solely depend on him. It requires the collective effort of everyone. He has also resolved that this may be the final occasion for him to enhance the strength of his entire clan, and from here on, they must rely on their own endeavors. Presently, Shen Ping has relinquished his title as the clan's law enforcer, adopting the honorary title of an esteemed elder. The inclusion of the term honorary reflects Shen Ping's belief that, despite his sufficient strength, his age does not quite match the responsibilities. Moreover, Shen Ping has engaged in a substantial exchange of resources with the clan, including pills of various tiers and the popular items he once offered. This series of transactions has resulted in a significant reduction of his wealth, leaving him with merely 3 superior spirit crystals and 34,681 inferior spirit crystals. Observing his remaining wealth, Shen Ping reflects on the enhancement of the clan's strength with satisfaction, turning his focus toward his own cultivation. Master Tongzi, Please elevate the universal technique and iron blade to the celestial tier. Shun Ping reclines on a sun chair in his yard, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. Beep. Congratulations, host. The universal technique has been upgraded to the celestial tier, and the iron blade has also been elevated to the celestial tier. A total of 79 superior spirit crystals have been consumed, leaving a balance of 3 superior spirit crystals and 21,330 inferior spirit crystals. Shen Ping feels a surge of true energy within him, multiplying tenfold. The celestial tier technique is indeed formidable, yielding such an extraordinary increase. Master Tongzi, please upgrade my spatial capacity to 1,000 cubic meters. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your personal space has been expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, consuming 900 medium-grade spirit crystals, leaving a balance of 3 superior spirit crystals and 9,630 inferior spirit crystals. Master Tongzi, open my personal panel. Character, Shun Ping. Level, Martial Sovereign Level 10, requires 2 superior spirit crystals to break through. Wealth, 3 superior spirit crystals, 9,630 inferior spirit crystals. Laws, Fire Law, Gold Law, and 600 additional laws. Techniques, Universal Technique, Celestial Tier, all attributes. Skills, Universal Martial Arts, Earth Tier, Mid-Grade, Perfected. Weapon, Iron Blade, Celestial Tier. Space, 1,000 cubic meters, 1 superior spirit crystal per square meter. Items, various. It appears that the Celestial Tier represents the pinnacle of this world, and it is no longer subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, but rather stands as a singular Celestial Tier, differing from my previous understanding. Rumors can be misleading. Shen Ping muses with his eyes closed. Currently, the clan is progressing smoothly, with thriving business. Shun Chung collects substantial taxes each year. Henceforth, he shall no longer concern himself with clan affairs, as the numerous martial sovereign legacy crystals he has left behind are more than sufficient. If they cannot rise with such resources, it may be time to join their ancestors. Pingo, it's time for dinner. As Shun Ping contemplates, he hears the call of Li Xiuling. Coming, Shun Ping replies, rising to partake in a meal. Absent any unforeseen events, Shun Ping's tranquil life should continue until the day of his wedding. On that day, he is again lounging in the sun when an old friend unexpectedly visits the Shun family, presenting him with an invitation. Ijia, what brings you to me? Aren't you embroiled in conflict with Jiu Lu? Shun Ping inquires, puzzled, as he gazes at Han Baoi before him. In recent months, the situation with Jiu Lu has escalated, with Korea dispatching troops to besiege the first city. As both sides engage in battle, increasingly powerful warriors have been deployed. Initially, only martial sovereign level fighters were involved, but now even martial saint level combatants have emerged, with nearly 20 from each side taking part. Shen Ping is not surprised that the Korean royal family would mobilize such a number of martial saints, given their alliances with 3 major sections. However, he is astonished that Jiu Lu can muster so many martial saints, considering they occupy numerous cities across over a dozen nations, indicating that they have deployed at least 200 martial saints for this conflict. It is noteworthy that martial saints are rare. Shenyang City has none, as only the royal family and sects possess such power. The sheer number of martial saints displayed by Jiu Lu is remarkable, even with their unique celestial tier martial techniques. It appears they have revealed all their trump cards this time. Are you not going to welcome your sister? Han Baoi Ti, sis. Of course, I will welcome you. Please, Ijia, take a seat. Linger, bring out my fine tea for Ijia to enjoy, Shun Ping responds, inviting Han Baoi to sit while addressing Li Xiuling. All right, Pingu, I'll prepare the tea right away, Li Xiuling replies obediently. Bing Di, you truly know how to treat a lady, Han Baoi jests. Ijia, please do not misinterpret. Linger and I share a loving bond as husband and wife. How could it be misconstrued in your words? Shen Ping de toch, casting au glance at Han Baoi. After Li Xiuling serves the tea, she sits beside Shen Ping, listening to their light banter. Han Baoi sips her tea and suddenly closes her eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. Shen Ping and Li Xiuling exchange amused glances, allowing her this moment, as such occurrences have happened before. The tea Shen Ping offers is no ordinary brew. It is a newly introduced product from his marketplace, known as Enlightenment Tea, intended for those seeking insight into the laws. Presently, Han Baoi, at Martial Emperor level 10, is in need of such a breakthrough. This tea is quite expensive in Shun Ping's marketplace, costing one inferior spirit crystal for a single leaf, which is relatively affordable compared to law seeds, but consuming it does not guarantee comprehension of the laws, whereas law seeds ensure 100% understanding. Since Shun Ping's universal technique reached the celestial tier, a plethora of peculiar items has been introduced in his marketplace, and he has been experimenting with each one. For instance, the tea is fragrant, sweet, and delicious, with its primary benefit being the potential for the consumer to grasp the laws. Besites enictamente. There are also items such as the voice pipe and memory stone. The voice pipe functions like a telephone, enabling communication between two distant individuals, as long as both parties leave their soul's aura within it. The memory stone is akin to a camera, capturing images of events. There are many more items for Shun Ping to discover gradually. Chapter 15. Invitation. After more than 2 hours, Han Baoyi finally opens her eyes, brimming with excitement as she gazes at Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling. Ping Di Mei, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected this cup of tea would allow me to comprehend the laws. With some time in seclusion, I shall surely break through to the martial sovereign realm. Han Baoyi exclaims, visibly troubled. Haha, this is merely a reflection of your own fortune. Many have drunk this tea, yet few have understood the laws. Shun Ping humbly remarks. Still, I am grateful to you. Ping Di, Han Baoyi smiles. Do not mention it. Come, Ijia, it is time for a meal. Linger has prepared some simple dishes for you to taste. Shun Ping invites Han Baoyi. Oh dear, I hadn't realized it was already noon. I must savor my sister-in-law's culinary skills, Han Baoyi responds, following Shun Ping and Li Xiaoling to the dining area in the small building. This roasted chicken is delightful. My sister-in-law is truly talented. Han Baoyi praises Li Xiaoling after taking a bite of the chicken. Ah, this was orchestrated by Ping Ge. Li Xiaoling said with an awkward smile. Oh, this wine is truly delightful, Han Baoyi exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly taking a sip of wine to divert the conversation. Ijia, is there something you wish to discuss today? Shun Ping inquired, also shifting the topic. Oh, had you not asked, I might have overlooked the matter at hand. On the 24th of next month, Prince Tai Zi is to ascend the throne. He wishes to invite you to witness the ceremony. Originally, he intended to come personally, but he is preoccupied with the preparations for the coronation and the ongoing war at Jiuchenglu. So he sent me to extend the invitation, Han Baoyi recalled, suddenly remembering the pressing matter. Who could have imagined that upon her arrival, she would grasp the principles of the law and be invited to the banquet, only to forget about the significant issue after indulging in the wine? So that's the case. Since Han de Ge is ascending the throne, I must attend, Shun Ping agreed. Come, Ijia, do try this braised rabbit. It is quite fragrant. Subsequently, they enjoyed a sumptuous feast. In the afternoon, Han Baoyi lingered for a while longer, sipping tea before taking her leave. Alas, it seems the tranquil days are drawing to a close. Shun Ping sighed, watching Han Baoyi's departing figure. Why? After we return from the ceremony, we can continue to live such a life. Isn't that wonderful? Li Xiaoling asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Lingia, think about it. During the coronation ceremony of the Emperor of Han, will there not be some commotion at Jiuchenglu? And I will be present. Can I refrain from intervening? Moreover, the last time we were besieged, Han de Ge brought the family elder to assist. How could I possibly remain idle? Furthermore, facing off against Jiuchenglu this time, would they not harbor resentment towards me? Shun Ping paused before continuing. Indeed, that is a valid point. What shall we do then? Li Xiaoling pondered, arriving at the same conclusion. In that case, we shall face whatever comes our way. I hope Jiuchenglu does not seek trouble for itself. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to erase them from this continent. At this juncture, Shun Ping's gaze turned icy. Well, since you have made a decision, let us proceed as such, Li Xiaoling said, pulling Shun Ping back into the small building. The news of Han Baolong's impending ascension was naturally first known to Shun Ping. However, with the extensive invitations sent out by Hongua, everyone, including Jiuchenglu, was made aware. Elder, we cannot let such a splendid opportunity slip by. If we can disrupt Han Baolong's coronation ceremony, the Han royal family will be humiliated, and their prestige will be diminished, making it significantly easier for us to seize other territories, even to replace them. A group of individuals convened in the Lord's Mansion of the First City to strategize how to approach the upcoming coronation event. Indeed, Elder, this opportunity must not be missed. Another steward chimed in. Do you all possess pig brains? The very thoughts you have, they too are capable of considering. Moreover, have you seen how many people they are inviting? There will be countless martial saints. What can our numbers accomplish? The elder retorted angrily. Huh? What? The stewards were left speechless. Yet, it must be said, this was indeed a favorable opportunity. We must devise a meticulous plan, ideally capturing them all. If we can obtain a few more corpses, our strength will surely increase. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Elder, do you have a plan in mind? One of the stewards asked. I have a few ideas. Let me share them, and we can improve upon them together. The elder then outlined his thoughts, and the others contributed their suggestions to enhance the plan. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Han royal palace, a gathering of people convened. Prince, have all the arrangements been made for this event? The Emperor of Han asked Han Baolong. Father, your son has made all the necessary preparations. Should the people from Jiuchong Lu dare to come, not a single one will escape. The city defense array is also ready to be activated at any moment. Han Baolong replied respectfully to the Emperor. Good. Ensure that there are no mistakes. Let us discuss the specifics. Everyone, please contribute your insights to ensure we capture them all. The Emperor instructed the ministers gathered below. As time flowed steadily on, the coronation ceremony of Han Baolong approached. Shun Ping and Li Xiuling, accompanied by their two younger sisters, traveled to Nanyu City alongside the four clan leaders aboard a warship. Initially, Shun Ping was reluctant to bring his younger sisters, as they had yet to cultivate. But their persistent coaxing prevailed, and he had no choice but to allow them to bring their pets along. Their arrival was met with a grand reception from Han Baolong, who invited them to reside within the prince's residence. It is worth noting that for ordinary individuals, even entering the prince's residence is a challenge, let alone being invited to stay. Brother, you have finally arrived. Welcome, welcome, along with the esteemed clan leaders. On the evening of Shun Ping's arrival in Nanyu City, Han Baolong hosted a banquet in their honor. Brother Han, you are too kind, Shun Ping replied with a smile. Your words are too generous, Prince. The clan leaders hastily added, acknowledging that had it not been for Shun Ping, they would not have been invited to stay at the prince's residence. Haha, esteemed clan leaders. You flatter me. Since I call Shun Lao Di my brother, you are all my elders, so I must raise a toast to each of you, Han Baolong said amiably, showing no hint of arrogance befitting a prince. Oh no, we should keep our titles separate, Shen Qingshan quickly interjected. Although he was Shun Ping's father, he was younger than Han Baolong and could not claim to be his elder. Indeed, your highness, we should keep our ranks distinct, Li Zhanrui chimed in. Very well then. Let us all drink to this toast. Han Baolong raised his cup. Cheers! Everyone responded in unison. The banquet was filled with merriment, and after the feast concluded, Han Baolong invited Shun Ping to the sitting room for a leisurely chat over tea. Han de Ge, I did not expect your coronation to come so swiftly. I shall rely on you for protection henceforth, Shun Ping remarked after taking a sip of tea. Oh, brother, you still require my protection? With your abilities, you could easily defeat a martial saint. Who would dare to protect you? It is I who should be under your protection, Han Baolong laughed heartily. Alas, no matter how strong I am but one person, and your royal family possesses numerous martial saints, along with 3 major sects within the Han territory. Shun Ping replied humbly. Enough of this modesty, brother. The reason I sought you out tonight is that I have a matter that may require your assistance. Han Baolong stated directly. Oh, you need my help? You can count on me without hesitation, Shun Ping assured him promptly. In truth, this coronation is also a trap, a ploy against Jiuchong Lu. I simply need a guarantee. If the plan fails and they manage to escape, it will be problematic. Thus, I hope that if such a situation arises, you will intervene. Han Baolong elaborated on the situation. Is that all? Just an interception? Simple, brother. You can rest assured and fulfill your duties as emperor, Shun Ping confidently affirmed. Ah, with your assurance, I can finally relax. Han Baolong thought he knew Shun Ping would agree, but did not expect such decisiveness. Afterward, they discussed various other topics before retiring to their respective quarters for rest. Chapter 16 Han Baolong ascends the throne. The day of Han Baolong's ascension to the throne arrived swiftly. The grand palace gates swung wide open, welcoming a multitude of guests. Representatives from every nation and city came to witness the momentous occasion. The attendees took their seats along both sides of the square, while at the center stood a magnificent dragon throne, upon which the Emperor of Han was seated. Han Baolong stood humbly at his side, with the rest of the civil and military officials positioned in 2 rows on either side of the square, surrounded by numerous armed guards. Since my ascension, it has been 216 years. During this time, I have implemented benevolent governance, ensuring the people live in peace and prosperity. Today, feeling the will of heaven, I seek to find a breakthrough opportunity. Hence I pass the throne to crown Prince Baolong, proclaimed the Emperor of Han, his voice resonating clearly, reaching even the citizens of Nanyu City. I implore all ministers to assist the crown prince as they have assisted me, so that the people of Han may continue to enjoy peace and not suffer from the attacks of monstrous beasts. The Emperor continued. We obey your command, replied the ministers and guards, kneeling in unison. Subsequently, the Emperor rose and approached Han Baolong, guiding him to sit upon the dragon throne, while he himself took a seat behind it. My esteemed ministers, please rise. Today, my father has found an opportunity for a breakthrough and has thus relinquished his imperial duties. It is rare for my father to entrust the throne to me, believing I possess the qualities of an emperor to perform the rite of abdication. Initially, I felt anxious, believing myself unworthy of such a monumental responsibility. However, as my father has made his decision, I must not refuse, lest I betray his trust. From this day forth, I shall emulate the late emperor, diligently manage state affairs, care for the people, and ensure that all under heaven live in peace and prosperity, fulfilling the hopes of my subjects. Han Baolong's voice echoed throughout the square as he sat regally upon the throne. The Dog Emperor, today marks your doom. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed in the ears of all present, sending chills down their spines. As the voice faded, an enormous formation enveloped the entirety of Nanyu City, emanating a crimson glow that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Alas, it has come, sighed Shinping. How dare you disrupt my ascension ceremony? Activate the city's protective formation. With Han Baolong's command, a defensive formation emerged within the malevolent array, also encompassing the entirety of Nanyu City. The 2 formations clashed, with the soul-extracting array emitting waves of crimson smoke, assaulting the defensive formation. The protective formation rippled, but showed no signs of breaking. You demonic cultivators of Jiuzhong Tower, today the royal family of Han shall act as agents of heaven to eradicate you. I beseech the esteemed ancestors to assist. Han Baolong glared at the figures hovering above the palace and respectfully bowed to those behind him. As his words fell, over 40 elders of martial sage level emerged from the palace behind him, the revered ancestors of the Han royal family. Seeing that their formation was ineffective, the Jiuzhong Tower members remained impassive. Do you know there exists a divine artifact that can shatter any formation in the world, known as the formation-breaking nail? With just one, any corresponding formation can be dismantled. One of the elders from Jiuzhong Tower spoke slowly. A long-lost relic. Do you truly possess it? Questioned Han Erzu of the Han royal family. Whether we possess it, you shall soon find out. The elder produced a formation-breaking nail from his attire and flung it, instantly dismantling the defensive array. The crimson smoke from the soul-extracting formation surged toward the city. This is dire. Everyone, halt the formation. We must not allow them to harm the citizens. Han Erzu, temporarily taking the role of commander, called out, Guests, please lend your strength. The royal family shall reward you afterward. No need for pleasantries. We shall confront the demonic sect. The assembled guests also sprang into action, and the ministers of Han followed suit, working to intercept the formation's menace. Haha, today the entire city shall be transformed into a realm of ghosts. The elder from Jiuzhong Tower grinned wickedly, while the others from Jiuzhong Tower bore expressions of murderous intent. In this moment of crisis, Shun Ping sighed softly. Alas, it seems I must intervene, or the entire populace will be lost. With that, he produced a heavenly-grade, formation-breaking nail and cast it forth, instantly dismantling the soul-extracting formation, causing the crimson smoke that threatened the citizens of the city to vanish. Those who were intercepting the smoke, along with the onlookers from Jiuzhong Tower, were rendered speechless. The formation was broken so effortlessly. Seeing Shun Ping take action, Han Baolong rejoiced. Brother, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Once the situation calms, I shall reward you. No need for that, Shun Ping replied with a smile. I am merely looking forward to the feast in celebration of your ascension. Isn't that right, sister? He glanced at his younger sister, Shunlan. Indeed, third brother. You promised there would be plenty to eat today. Shunlan, protected by two fierce beasts, expressed her delight. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed, Han Baolong chuckled. Impossible. Impossible. Aside from us at Jiuzhong Tower, how could there be any other formation-breaking nails? The elder from Jiuzhong Tower exclaimed, incredulous. There are countless impossibilities in this world. You may as well perish. Han Erzu nodded to Shen Ping and led the other martial sages of the royal family into battle against the Jiuzhong Tower members. The martial sages of the three major sects of Han also soared into the air, following closely behind. The other martial sages could refrain from intervening, but they could not remain idle, as their fates were intertwined with the royal family. Seeing their plan unravel, the Jiuzhong Tower members retreated in frustration. As the elder departed, he cast a lingering glance at Shen Ping, who paid him no mind. The ceremony continues, Han Baolong proclaimed loudly, undeterred by the battlefield's turmoil. After all, with the royal family and the three major sects pursuing over 50 martial sages, the 20-odd martial sages from Jiuzhong Tower posed little threat. With Han Baolong's declaration, the ceremony resumed, progressing through a series of intricate rituals until it finally reached the banquet scene, where Shen Lan and Shen Hong cherished their heartfelt connection. Third brother, this is truly delicious, Shen Lan exclaimed, savoring a piece of roasted meat. It is delicious, but do not indulge too much. You have yet to cultivate. And overeating is detrimental. Shen Ping observed his younger sister, Shen Lan, with a hint of exasperation. Alas, I wasn't talking about you. You two should eat less. He noted the similarly greasy appearance of his cousin. Yes, Brother Ping, I understand, but it is just too tasty. Shen Hong lamented from his side. How could it not be delicious? It is made from the flesh of an 8th-tier beast. You must truly eat less, or else I will have to refine most of the energy within for you. You would burst. Li Xiaoling chimed in, wiping the faces of the two sisters. We understand. Third sister-in-law, Shen Lan and Shen Hong replied in unison. The banquet continued late into the night, well past midnight, while the martial sages had yet to return, engaged in battles somewhere in the mountains or plains. Shen Ping held no interest in their fate and felt no desire to intervene. Having dismantled the formation today was sufficient. Had Shen Ping not acted, even with over 40 martial sages from the Han royal family and more than 100 present, they would have struggled to succeed. The system had replicated the soul-extracting battle. The more lives claimed, the stronger the formation became. When activated, it could unleash lethal smoke capable of exterminating martial masters. And once it began slaughtering the city's populace, even martial sages would be powerless to stop it. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that Shen Ping saved the lives of the entire city today, accumulating immeasurable merit. Ping Gu, when shall we depart? Li Xiuling, who returned to the Taizi mansion for rest, inquired of Shen Ping. There is nothing pressing tomorrow, so we might as well leave directly, especially since